The dazzling fireworks erupted in succession against the starry sky above the Eastern Empire's capital, illuminating the city in a splendid glow, creating an atmosphere of festivity and opulence. Today was not a day of particular significance. The capital's unusual exuberance stemmed from the populace celebrating the valiant triumph over the Dark Lord, which had bestowed a century of peace upon the Holy Lun Empire. Amidst the clamor of the capital, the western district lay in oppressive silence, devoid of life, as if the revelry of the masses had no bearing on this forsaken area. After all, this was the prison zone, housing the most notorious criminals of the entire empire and kingdom. At the heart of the prison, in the ominous Blackwater dungeon, a battered and bruised man was shackled tightly to a torture rack. A drop of saline solution fell from above, landing on his drooping head. The liquid trickled through his hair, coursing past the scars on his face, ultimately dropping onto the ground beneath his chin. With a dull thud, the man's ashen eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of color as he struggled to swallow the dryness of his parched throat, extending his tongue in a futile attempt to lick the moisture from his lips. After several fruitless tries, the weakened Charlotte silently shut his mouth, a faint glimmer in his eyes fading once more into darkness. Footsteps approached, and Charlotte discerned a conversation between guards before one, grinning broadly, took his leave. The footsteps drew nearer to him. Well, after a few days, how has our omnipotent hero fallen into such disarray? A mocking, derisive voice broke the silence, and Charlotte slowly lifted his head, his weary gaze focusing on the speaker. It was one of Prince Victor's sycophants. More accurately, it was Jess, the current emperor's close attendant. Jess wore a nauseating grin, waving a small vial before Charlotte's eyes. The dark purple liquid swirled within, exuding an alluring yet deadly aura. Behold, this is a poison specially concocted by Master Mike, the empire's chief alchemist. Consume it, and our esteemed hero shall soon return to the embrace of the divine. Redirecting his gaze from the vial, Charlotte yearned to rend the loathsome face before him. Yet, 3 days without a drop of water, compounded by relentless torture, rendered him utterly powerless. All he could do was fix Jess with a pair of eyes brimming with unquenched fury, rasping out the question, "Why kill me?" Jess erupted into raucous laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in existence. The harsh echoes of his mirth reverberated through the dungeon, eventually subsiding. "Out of respect for your service in vanquishing the Dark Lord, I shall reluctantly enlighten you." Gripping Charlotte's hair, Jess forced him to meet his gaze, his voice laced with malice. "First, you possess the mightiest power in the world, which makes King Victor exceedingly uneasy. Second, your unyielding integrity and kindness, devoid of greed or lust, leave the king with no means to manipulate you. Third, your popularity among the people eclipses that of the king, making your existence a thorn in his side." With a disdainful flick, Jess released Charlotte's hair, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, a smirk dancing on his lips. "If you had maintained your formidable strength, perhaps His Majesty would have treated you with continued respect, allowing you to enjoy a tranquil old age. Yet, you foolishly revealed your fatal weakness, rendering your once mighty divine power utterly obliterated. To prevent any inexplicable resurgence of your strength, His Majesty has dispatched me to execute you in secret." Charlotte coughed violently, his voice hoarse as he declared, "My companions will avenge me, and those whom I protected the citizens of the Empire." Before he could finish, Jess interrupted, "You needn't trouble yourself with that, esteemed hero. After tonight, His Majesty will spread rumors about you amongst the populace. Soon, you will become a target of public disdain. Exciting, isn't it? Now, let's cease our idle chatter. To prevent any lingering uncertainties, I bid you farewell." With that, Jess forcefully clamped his hand over Charlotte's mouth, pouring the entirety of the vial's dark liquid down his throat. "Ha ha! Who would have thought that a mere pawn like me could personally slay the legendary hero? My deepest gratitude to His Majesty Victor." As Jess' raucous laughter echoed, Charlotte felt the poison surge through him like molten lava, wreaking havoc upon his organs, igniting waves of excruciating pain. With eyes wide open, he fought against the agony, hoarsely shouting, "I curse this wretched world upon my death. 7 demons from the abyss will bring ruin upon it." Having hastily finished his dying words, Charlotte spat a mouthful of blood. His body, racked with violent spasms, fell still, his head bowing forever. Meanwhile, outside the Eastern Empire's capital, a group of mercenaries gathered around a campfire, leisurely roasting meat and sipping drinks while gossiping. "Have you heard? The hero who defeated the Dark Lord has vanished after confessing his feelings to the Holy Maiden of the Church. Ah, he must be engaged in some illicit affair with that maiden. He's probably lost in bliss." This remark ignited a wave of laughter among the mercenaries. One mercenary, eager to share a more scandalous tale, suddenly changed his expression and leapt to his feet. "What's wrong, old Arthur?" Ignoring the inquiries of those around him, the veteran mercenary gazed westward, terror etched on his face. Dark magic, I sense an overwhelming and pure essence of dark magic hits the demon race. Countless demons. At his words, the mercenaries' expressions shifted. They knew old Arthur's years of experience as a mercenary, and his mastery of light magic made his perceptions undeniably accurate. Before they could voice their doubts, a swarm of demonic creatures surged from the west, sweeping through the sky above them. Half of the radiant night sky was cloaked in a shroud of darkness, obliterating the light of the stars. At the forefront, a massive black dragon unfurled its wings, its colossal form fully obscuring the luminous moon, causing the mercenaries below to tremble. Such overwhelming and profound magical energy, and the immense dragon just as the returning hero had described, it was the Dark Lord's steed, the Shadow Flame Dragon. It's the Dark Lord, it's truly the Dark Lord, how could this be? Wasn't the Dark Lord slain by the hero? We're doomed, the Dark Lord is upon us. What should we do? Quick, summon the hero. Before the mercenary who uttered those words could even take a step towards escape, he was struck down in an instant. The dragon above gazed down with disdain, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that consumed the entire mercenary band below. Ha ha! My meticulous planning has borne fruit. The hero is finally dead, perched atop the dragon, clad in dark armor. Zosa's lips curled into a smirk as he gazed upon the nearby capital, his eyes ablaze with fervor. 50 years of concealment, 50 years of preparation today. I shall reclaim my dominion. Ha ha! Short-sighted humans, let me, Zosa, reign over you.
Chapter 2. The Hero's Rebirth, Prologue. Every individual is a vessel, capable of being filled with alcohol, wealth, and desires. However, it is most desirable to be filled with love. In the outskirts of the Eastern Wei Empire, deep within the royal tombs, stood Knight Shero, a product of the imperial orphanage. At the tender age of 13, he entered the Royal Squires Academy, and by 15, he had earned the prestigious Royal Knight Medal. At 18, he was celebrated as the Holy Sword Knight, valiant in battle and imbued with integrity and kindness. As a knight, Shero not only excelled in fulfilling the tasks assigned by the order, but also devoted himself diligently to daily training. During his leisure on holidays, he would take it upon himself to patrol the imperial city, relishing the opportunity to assist those in need. Before the expansive tombs of the imperial ancestors, a 10-meter-tall bronze statue of a hero stood resolutely beneath the fiery sunset, evoking an indescribable atmosphere of profound beauty and solemnity. Underneath this statue, the elegantly dressed third Prince Vikal lowered his head slightly, perusing a brief report in his hands. Prominently displayed within the report was a radiant photograph of a smiling young man, clad in black, with dark hair and a strikingly handsome face that bore a hint of heroism. Surrounding Vikal were the most influential nobles of the St. Louis Empire, comprising high-ranking ministers, powerful sorcerers, and renowned mercenaries. Regardless of their illustrious backgrounds or formidable powers, they all quietly gazed at Vikal, attentively listening to the intelligence he recited. This gathering was prompted by the resurgence of the legendary Demon King on the continent of Pingyu. The Demon King, possessing formidable strength and insatiable ambition, was relentlessly augmenting the might of the demon race, posing an imminent threat to the vast Eastern Wei Empire. Such occurrences were not new to the continent of Pingyu. Like a tale spun from myth, an evil demon king would emerge every century, seeking to conquer the world. Concurrently, a righteous and benevolent hero would arise to thwart the Demon King's sinister designs and rescue the world from peril. The newly emerged hero, Shero, naturally piqued the curiosity of the assembled elite. Soon, Vikal completed the review of all information regarding Shero. He raised his hand to stroke his chin and murmured to himself, selfless and dignified, graceful and composed, embodying righteous spirit. It was remarkable that a mere knight could receive such commendation from the notoriously stringent commander of the Royal Knights. No wonder he was chosen by the will of humanity to be the hero. Vikal's gaze shifted from the report to the sword of the hero, half embedded in the statue. In that instant, his eyes ignited with fervor and greed. Suppressing his unrealistic thoughts, Vikal summoned his attendant, Jess. Has the chosen hero arrived yet? Upon hearing this, Jess felt a jolt of anxiety and respectfully bowed to the third prince. Your Highness, I dispatched someone to invite the hero 2 hours ago. He should be arriving shortly. Vikal frowned and commanded in a low voice. It is getting late, and I, along with the noble lords, lack the patience to wait any longer. You shall take my royal dragon steed to fetch the hero from the capital at once. Although he stated this, Vikal and his entourage had only just recently arrived themselves. Yes, Your Highness. Jess nodded emphatically before hastily making his way towards the exit of the royal tomb. The assembly of nobles watched Jess depart, beginning to engage in hushed conversations with one another. It seems this hero possesses a strong sense of justice. Indeed, every hero is selected by the will of humanity. Their character is undoubtedly impeccable. I wonder where this hero is now. I long to behold his valiant figure. Suddenly, a light-hearted and resonant voice cut through the nobles' murmurs. No need to fetch me. I've already arrived. Vikal and the gathered dignitaries turned their heads toward the source of the voice, and in the crimson glow of the sunset, they beheld a tall figure standing beside a grand granite tombstone. From that angle, all they could discern was the young man clad in simple black cotton attire and canvas trousers, hands resting casually at his sides. As the youth slightly tilted his head back, a clear stream of water traced an elegant arc from his waist, cascading onto the tombstone. The gentle flow nourished the patches of moss upon the stone, rendering them even more vibrant. The third prince. All the nobles. He.s. urinating, right? How could he? How dare he? Jess, Shero, stop. Jess hurriedly rushed to Shero's side, but the latter remained unfazed, showing no intention of halting his actions. Cease. Stop urinating. Jess's expression turned frantic, akin to a fly on a hot pan. Desperately wanting to intervene, yet hesitant to confront the imposing figure. What should I do? I have no experience dealing with such situations. Why is this hero acting so recklessly upon his entrance? In this mortifying predicament, Jess acutely felt the eyes of the surrounding nobles fixated upon him, a wave of heat rising to his face in embarrassment. Within mere seconds, he was flushed crimson. Damn it, why is the hero the one urinating? Yet I am the one feeling shamed? Shero yelled loudly. Upon hearing Jess's shout, Shero instinctively shivered, causing the stream of water to waver. Slap. The nobles barely caught a glimpse of Shero's swift movement before they heard the resounding sound of a slap. Jess recoiled, clutching his face, his mind swirling in confusion. Did I just get slapped? In front of the most prestigious individuals in the capital? Shero withdrew his hand, shaking it lightly, his expression filled with indignation. What the hell? Why are you yelling so loudly? You scared me. With a nonchalant flick, Shero turned around, allowing the nobles to finally behold the visage of this newly minted hero. His fair complexion, thin lips, pronounced nose, and deep, starry black eyes, framed by a few strands of dark hair, created an aura of striking handsomeness. A flickering flame-like pattern adorned his forehead, pulsating with an otherworldly light, enhancing his already formidable presence. This flame mark was a testament to his identity as a hero, a privilege bestowed only upon those chosen by the will of humanity. You dare strike me? Jess seemed to finally grasp the situation. Incredulity etched upon his face as he gingerly touched his stinging cheek. He, Jess, the most trusted attendant of the third prince, was accustomed to being revered. Yet here he stood, publicly humiliated. Taking 2 steps forward, he seized Shero by the collar, fury igniting in his eyes. How dare you strike me? No one has ever dared to strike someone associated with the third prince. Slap. Another resounding slap echoed through the air. Jess turned his head again, feeling both cheeks swell with pain, his mind buzzing in disbelief. That's the second time. Shero rubbed his slightly numb hand, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Only now did he truly confirm that he had indeed been reborn. And on the very first day, he had been chosen by the will of humanity to become the hero. Chapter 3. Boundless arrogance in a previous life. He, a diligent and upright individual, was unexpectedly chosen as a hero. On that fateful dusk, amidst the gazes of numerous noble warriors, he successfully drew the legendary Sword of Heroes, passed down through generations. Subsequently, he embarked on a journey from the imperial capital, accompanied by 4 companions, enduring countless adventures and challenges. Along the path to vanquishing the Demon King, he continuously battled monsters and leveled up, ultimately triumphing over the Demon King and returning in glorious victory. His return was met with fervent adoration from the populace, his fame surpassing that of the newly crowned third prince, inciting intense jealousy within the latter. Under the meticulous scheming of the third prince, the unsuspecting Charlotte fell into a trap, losing all his powers and being imprisoned in the deepest dungeon of the imperial capital. Despite being a savior of the world, he languished in torment for 3 days and nights before meeting a pitiful end. Reflecting on this, a fierce glint flickered in Charlotte's eyes. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, he vowed to make all those who betrayed him pay dearly. Hero, do you realize what you have just done? A portly middle-aged noble was the first to react, pointing an accusatory finger at Charlotte. Charlotte glanced at the noble, having no recollection of him, and shrugged innocently, replying, I had to relieve myself. One has urgent needs. As a hero, I can do so wherever I please. The nobles were momentarily taken aback by Charlotte's candidness, unable to formulate a response. He had answered without any pretense, and with such nonchalance. Of course. We know you were. Oh no. Jess, having received 2 hefty slaps, turned crimson, resembling a freshly unearthed sweet potato. He stepped back, loudly reprimanding Charlotte in an attempt to assert authority. Do you realize where this is? This is a royal tomb, a place where commoners who intrude will be executed immediately. How dare you act so brazenly here? Seeing Jess's righteous indignation, one might think Charlotte had committed an unforgivable crime. Charlotte furrowed his brow, producing a small dagger from his sleeve and tossing it at Jess, who hurriedly caught it. Pointing at his own nose, Charlotte advanced menacingly, his expression fierce as he shouted, So what? Come on, kill me. I am also a commoner, come on. Upon hearing such absurd words, the third prince and the gathered nobles exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at the spectacle before them. Was this truly the hero introduced as refined and gentle? His demeanor seemed utterly unhinged. Cursing under his breath, the third prince crumpled the report in his hand and tossed it aside. The ruffian before him bore no resemblance to the disciplined, sunlit knight depicted in the report. However, he realized he could not allow the situation to spiral out of control. After all, he could not simply stand by and watch his subordinate kill the hero, could he? Jess, stunned, clutched the dagger, trembling as he faced the furious hero. Stop it, Jess, do not disrespect the hero. Vikler, maintaining a composed demeanor, stepped forward, taking the dagger from Jess and Amp, Oppos' hands and returning it to Charlotte. The hero is destined to save the world. Whatever he does must have its reasons and should be unconditionally forgiven. Jess, apologize to the hero. What? Apologize to him? He has defiled the noble royal tomb. Jess stared incredulously at Vikler, questioning his own sanity. He just slapped me twice. You expect me to apologize? Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air, this time delivered by the third prince Vikler himself. What are you standing there for? Apologize. With humiliation, Jess covered his face, suppressing his anger and resentment as he muttered a barely audible apology to Charlotte. I'm sorry. A barely perceptible smirk crept onto Charlotte's lips, his eyes sparkling with amusement. In his previous life, Jess had been the one to torment him in the dungeon. Now, in this second chance, he would seize every opportunity to make Jess suffer. Charlotte exaggeratedly cupped his hand to his ear, furrowing his brow. Too quiet. I can't hear you. Humiliated, Jess felt his blood pressure rising, his vision blurring. But he dared not defy the third prince and Oppos' command. He raised his voice to a normal level, apologizing again in a humiliated tone. I'm sorry. Charlotte feigned a sudden realization, covering his ears and shaking his head rapidly, a playful glint in his eyes. Still can't hear you. Louder. You. I. Don't push your luck. Jess, feeling overwhelmed, could hardly contain his frustration. Jess, apologize. Vikler's narrowed eyes surveyed both Charlotte and Jess, calmly stating, since the hero cannot hear you, shout until he does. At the third prince's command, Jess suppressed his anger and embarrassment, inhaling deeply as he prepared to shout an apology. Before he could utter a word, another resounding slap landed on Jess and Amp, Oppos' face, sending him sprawling. Are you mute? As he faded into unconsciousness, Jess could only hear the infuriating taunt echoing in his mind. The nobles behind the third prince gasped in shock, their thoughts racing. This hero was not to be trifled with. He was formidable indeed. Vikler, observing his fallen subordinate, felt his own composure slipping. Despite Jess and Oppos' shortcomings, he was still his subordinate, not someone to be struck at will. Hero, I respect you as the one destined to defeat the Demon King, which is why I have tolerated your insolence. However, my patience has its limits. Vikler's expression darkened, his narrow eyes revealing a hint of danger as he spoke softly. I hope you will know when to stop and not overstep your bounds. Upon hearing these words, Charlotte seemed to trigger a response, his facial muscles tensing, his expression contorting as he bellowed. What's wrong with overstepping bounds? His thunderous roar stunned the third prince and the nobles, momentarily halting their thoughts. This hero was confronting the third prince directly? Chapter 4. Do you know the origin of the word courage and hero? Charlotte, with a fierce gaze, pointed an accusatory finger at Vikler and Oppos' nose, his rage palpable, as if every muscle in his body was taut with fury. I, the hero, will vanquish the Demon King and save the world, while you, Vikler, are nothing but a parasite, basking in the spoils of others and Amp, Oppos' labor. Have I given you so much faith that you think you deserve it? Vikler, heed my words. You are nothing but a wretched soul, thriving on the shadows of your ancestors and resorting to despicable means to assassinate your two royal brothers. The echoes of the hero and Amp, Oppos' thunderous roar reverberated across the vast plain. The assembled nobles gasped in shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief and horror. How dare he? How could he confront the most esteemed third prince of the Eastern Wei Empire, not only standing his ground, but also hurling insults? Vikler, consumed by a fury he could scarcely remember feeling in years, stood before the crowd, humiliated by a brash newcomer who had the audacity to insult him so directly. Throughout his illustrious life, he had never encountered such brazen provocation. Trained in martial arts and governance from a young age, he was a paragon of nobility and prowess, his reputation unmatched in the imperial capital. Yet today, he found himself being verbally assaulted by this impudent hero. In the realm of Pingyu, tales of heroes were oftentimes immortalized. Should this incident reach the ears of gossiping minstrels, Vikler and Amp, Oppos' esteemed name would be tarnished forever. Remembered as the man insulted by a hero, a narrative that could become a cautionary tale for generations. What was worse? The hero's accusation regarding the assassination of his two brothers was not unfounded. It struck a raw nerve deep within Vikler, shattering his composure. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt an overwhelming rage permeate every pore of his being. The humiliation and wrath he experienced now surpassed even the sting of being publicly humiliated by Jace. With a swift motion, Vikler drew his sword, his anger manifesting as a palpable aura of power that radiated around him. Charlotte stepped back, Gripping the dagger he had just retrieved, its tip unwaveringly aimed at the third prince. Do you wish to duel? Bring it on. Though merely an ordinary dagger, in Charlotte's hands, it exuded an aura of invincibility. Surveying the royal tomb, a bloodthirsty excitement ignited in his eyes, the crimson flames between his brows flaring to life. He fixed his gaze on Vikul, his intent sharp as a blade, a smirk playing on his lips. Come, let me send you home. The surrounding nobles gasped collectively, contributing to the rising tension in the air. How had the conversation escalated to such a point? Vikul's pupils constricted as he sensed an almost primal ferocity emanating from Charlotte. As if he were prey about to be hunted by a ferocious beast. A chill ran down Vikul and Apos' spine, and he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. It was true. Throughout history, those chosen by the will of humanity to be heroes had often received extraordinary powers. Despite his rigorous training and prowess, Vikul realized he might not be a match for this hero, even without any visible display of fighting spirit. As the tension reached its zenith, an elder draped in fine magical robes attempted to intervene, only to witness Vikul slowly sheathing his sword. Faced with the specter of death, the third prince chose to heed the voice within. I was merely jesting with the hero. Please, do not take offense. He forced a smile, sweeping away the remnants of his earlier humiliation and anger. Since you are here, let us hasten to the sword-drawing ceremony. The hero and Apos' sword awaits beneath that statue of the hero. Charlotte, feigning disappointment, sheathed his dagger, his fiery demeanor dimming as he turned toward the statue. Internally relieved, he acknowledged that, despite recently acquiring the hero and Apos' mark, he was not yet at the peak of his powers capable of tearing apart the Demon King. He had gambled on Vikul and Apos' reluctance to engage in a life-and-death duel, and it had paid off. Surely, the pampered Vikul was seething with indignation. However, for Charlotte, this was merely the interest on the debt he intended to collect. Unseen by others, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Vikul, watching Charlotte's retreating figure, struggled to calm the tempest within him, deriding, how audacious to act so arrogantly as a newly minted hero. With such a temperament, he shall surely be the weakest hero in history. Hey, as if sensing Vikul and Apos' thoughts, Charlotte turned abruptly, fixing a piercing gaze on the prince, who instinctively straightened up, unease flickering in his eyes. Realizing his reaction was overly dramatic, Vikul cursed inwardly. Damn it, why does this new hero exude such an overwhelming presence? I am Charlotte. He pointed to himself and tossed the dagger at Vikul. The steel blade clattered to the ground, bouncing and producing a sound that was both sharp and distinct. With a dismissive glance at Vikul, Charlotte pouted and made a teasing sound as if coaxing a puppy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Turning gracefully, he made his way toward the statue, leaving Vikul staring at the dagger that had slid to his feet. What a Charlotte! What a hero! Why did he emit such a sound? As if he regarded Vikul as a dog, expecting him to retrieve the discarded item? It was an utter humiliation. Vikul gritted his teeth, his slender leg crushing the dagger beneath him. With a mere exertion of force, the steel shattered, fragments embedding themselves into the marble floor. He could not afford to be angered. This ruffian of a hero still had his uses. The third prince strove to maintain the dignity of his lineage, envisioning himself as a dam holding back a torrent of rage, steadfast against the crashing waves. Once this so-called hero succeeded in vanquishing the century-old Demon King, he would devise a plan to uncover the hero and Apos' weaknesses and exact a brutal revenge for today and Apos' humiliation. Exhaling a long breath of pent-up frustration, Vikul commanded one of the elders from the noble circle to awaken the unconscious Jace, preparing to approach the statue of the hero. Wait, your highness. Chapter 5. The extraction of the hero's sword. The corpulent middle-aged noble approached Vikul, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. That esteemed hero just urinated on your mother's grave. What did you say? Vikul felt as if the dam within him had burst, unleashing a torrent of rage. He could not contain a gasp, disregarding the dignity of the royal family, and hurriedly rushed to the grave he had just been informed of. The tomb of the 129th queen of the Holy Luan Empire, Albin Kelly's Cheen. It was indeed his mother's grave. The stench was overwhelming. Vikul's eyes widened in horror, his expression grotesque. How dare that hero desecrate the resting place of his most beloved mother with such crude behavior? This was an affront to the dignity of the royal family. Damn it! Vikul cursed, summoning a noble skilled in water magic, commanding him to thoroughly cleanse the gravestone before he stormed off toward the statue of the hero. As dusk settled, the fiery sun shyly reclined behind distant hills, and the western sky began to twinkle with stars. Countless elegantly dressed nobles gathered around the statue, their focus fixed on the momentous occasion about to unfold, the hero's extraction of the sword. In the distant legends of millennia past, during a time when the demon race rampaged across the continent of Pingyu, enslaving all races in a savage manner, plague, suffering, and death were the hallmarks of that dark age. Amidst the despair of the masses, a man of extraordinary martial talent emerged from obscurity, shining like a brilliant sun piercing through the darkness. He forged the hero's sword with his own hands, liberating the oppressed races time and again, triumphing against insurmountable odds. Ultimately, he miraculously vanquished the fearsome Demon King, freeing countless beings. Though his name did not endure, his deeds were recounted for millennia, revered by all races as the Hero King. The first of the heroes. It is said by the great sages that upon the Hero King and Apos' death, he transformed into the will of humanity. Whenever the demon race resurged, this will would select a hero, bestowing upon him remarkable abilities. Should the hero extract the Hero and Apos' sword, a second extraordinary power would be activated, perhaps due to this characteristic. The Hero and Apos' sword could only be drawn by the chosen hero. Each hero, after defeating the Demon King, would return the sword to its rightful place, awaiting the next cycle of legend to continue a century later. Therefore, each extraction of the sword by a hero was deemed a fortuitous event, a tale to be shared with future generations. At this moment, the nobles representing the highest authority of the Holy Luan Empire turned their gaze toward the young man poised to draw the sword before the royal tomb. Sharo casually twisted his neck and strolled toward the magnificent golden sword, intricately crafted, yet partially embedded in stone. This was the second time he would attempt to draw the hero's sword. Gazing at the sword with a complex array of emotions, Sharo felt a surge of conflicting sentiments. In his past life, chosen by the will of humanity, he had been overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of becoming a hero and had willingly embraced the immense responsibilities that came with it. His righteous and kind-hearted nature endured countless trials in the battle against the Demon King, sustaining injuries sufficient to merit 18 reincarnations. Yet, he never contemplated surrender. Instead, his resolve to vanquish the Demon King only intensified. Thus, when betrayed by those he had saved, his once pure heart shattered into ruins. The once innocent spirit of the hero now lay desolate. In this lifetime, I shall ensure that all who betray me pay the price. I will no longer be that Navi hero who knows only to contribute to others. Sharo murmured softly, his gaze distant, as he gently placed his hand upon the Hero and Apos' sword. In his past life, grasping this sword had made him feel invincible, as if all the courage and confidence in the world resided within it. Now, as he gripped the sword again, he still felt that he was indeed the greatest of all. As Sharo's arm slowly ascended, the hero's sword trembled fiercely, emitting a joyful hum. Wait! A sharp voice interrupted Sharo's moment. The historic moment was disrupted, and displeasure flashed across the faces of the assembled nobles as they turned to see Vikal, the third prince, rushing toward Sharo. Vikal positioned himself firmly before Sharo, disregarding the creases in his golden embroidered garments, his eyes fixed intently on the half-embedded hero's sword. If Sharo were to draw the sword, he would legitimately become the hero. But how could such a boorish, uncouth, and disrespectful individual be deemed worthy of that title? No, absolutely not. He was unworthy. In terms of strength, character, and status, Vikal was far more suited to be the hero than Sharo. If only he could draw the hero's sword, then he would ensure that this detestable so-called hero suffered, taking upon himself the task of vanquishing the so-called Demon King, and return to rightfully claim the crown as the new king of the Holy Luan Empire. Hero. Sharo, may I, the prince, attempt to draw the hero's sword? At this, the nobles expressed their astonishment, though Sharo had anticipated this request. After all, in his previous life, Vikal had made the same appeal. The hero's sword was sacred and inviolable. How could it be casually drawn by outsiders? Sharo glared at Vikal, but his tone shifted abruptly. However, if you truly wish to give it a try, I suppose it can be arranged. Sharo released the hero's sword, rubbing his thumb and index finger together, leaving much unsaid. Of course, it would require compensation. Vikal's brow furrowed, disdain deepening in his gaze. A lowly commoner, even blessed by the will of humanity, could not escape his greedy nature. Allow me to assure you, if you let me draw the sword, I shall reward you with the finest Anger Dragon armor in the entire empire. Is that all? Sharo raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. What do you mean, is that all? That armor is of purple quality, worth over 10 million imperial coins. Vikal smirked slightly. How about I also include a royal estate in the imperial capital worth 30 million? Agreed, but I'll need a promissory note. Without hesitation, Sharo produced the paper and pen he had prepared earlier. 5 minutes later, the sun had completely descended beyond the horizon, enveloping the sky in darkness, with the brilliant stars now visible overhead. Sharo cheerfully accepted the promissory note, while Vikal wore a sullen expression, reluctantly withdrawing his hands from the half-embedded Hero and Apos' sword. I am both courageous and wise, with an innate talent for martial arts. Why am I not acknowledged as the hero? Suppressing his feelings of defeat, Vikal wandered to the side, experiencing for the first time in his life the bitterness of isolation. Chapter 6. Practice makes perfect. Since ancient times, countless individuals lacking the valorous title of hero have endeavored to extract the Hero and Apos' sword. However, though they may have managed to stir it slightly, this was merely a testament to the recognition of human will. Yet, when Vikal approached to draw the sword, it remained utterly immovable, devoid of any response, in stark contrast to the restless stirrings experienced when Charlotte drew near. Vikal, having spent 40 million to merely touch the Hero and Apos' sword, mused whether the sensation was satisfactory enough to warrant another attempt, perhaps at a discounted rate. Hearing Charlotte and Athos' merciless jibe, Jace, the foremost attendant of the third prince, swiftly interjected, "Charlotte, do not revel too soon. Your selection by the will of humanity was merely a stroke of luck. Otherwise, our esteemed third prince would undoubtedly be the rightful candidate for the title of hero. Our prince has been training in combat since the age of 3 and has already distinguished himself among swordsmen by 15. Even now, he would not easily falter against the Empire and Athos' foremost sword saint." Jace and Athos' flattery seemed to lift Vickle and Athos' spirit somewhat. However, Charlotte's retort swiftly darkened Vickle's mood again. "The past is the past. If you continue to treat it as the present, why did you not start competing from birth?" As Jace wished to argue further, Vickle gently restrained him, shaking his head. He was utterly fatigued. Charlotte, laughing heartily, stepped forward to grasp the hilt of the hero and Athos' sword. With a joyous clang, he effortlessly withdrew it. Simultaneously, a golden sheath for the sword materialized behind him. As the sword was drawn, an invisible tempest surged through the royal tomb, and a colossal pillar of colorful light surged from the crevices of stone, ascending into the heavens. The radiance illuminated half of the blackened sky, transforming night into day. All creatures across the continent of Pingyu raised their heads to behold this once-in-a-century phenomenon. In the distant elven forest, the exquisite, pointed-eared elves gazed at the light with a hint of distraction. A new hero had emerged. On the cliffs of Winged Man Mountain, those with pristine white wings wept tears of joy. "At last we are saved." Across the 4 corners of Pingyu, the Moonborn, Merfolk, Icefolk, Dwarves, and Beastfolk all expressed their elation. Yet, the demons were thrown into chaos. In the desert demon city, a muscular demon general, towering at 5 meters, half-kneeled and bowed his head before the purple-skinned demon king. "My liege, the legendary hero has appeared. I implore you to let us eliminate him while he is still weak. To crush him in his cradle." "No need," came the deep, magnetic voice of the demon king Zosa, who, with calm composure, rejected his subordinate and Athos' proposal. "None of you are to seek trouble with the hero. I have my own methods to deal with him." Zosa snapped his fingers, and a magical mirror materialized in his hand. The glossy, dark surface reflected the demon king's sinister visage and the black crown etched upon his brow. As he toyed with the mirror, a smile crept onto Zosa and Athos' face, his delight evident as he chuckled. "I have meticulously prepared a flawless growth path for the hero. I can hardly wait to meet this wretched soul." Hearing their king's maniacal laughter, the 4 demon generals exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting a trace of confusion. Had their king and Athos' mounting pressure led to madness? After a moment of strange, sinister mirth, Zosa regained his composure and addressed the bewildered generals. "Very well. Let us utilize this wondrous mirror I have conjured to observe how this so-called hero endeavors to defeat me." The mirror soared from Zosa and Athos' grasp, expanding until it reached a staggering 10 meters in length and 5 in height. The surface shimmered like rippling water, soon revealing a vast, open arena. At the center stood a youth adorned with crimson flame patterns on his forehead, triumphantly brandishing the entirely golden hero and Athos' sword. Bathed in the luminescence of the pillar, he appeared to be enveloped in sacred light, radiant as a divine being. "Is this the hero?" The hearts of the 4 demon generals raced as they beheld the scene within the mirror. This magical artifact could monitor the hero and Athos' every move in real time. With this knowledge, they could discern his weaknesses and devise strategies to ambush him. To eliminate the hero would thus become a trivial task. Realizing this, the hearts of the demon generals ignited with fervor. In the Eastern Empire capital, the arrival of night did not plunge this flourishing city into silence. Rather, it unveiled a more exquisite splendor. Alchemical lamps cast a dazzling light, illuminating the entire realm. The opulent architecture reflected the brilliance of the star-studded sky, a sight to behold. From above, even the most discerning bard would sing praises of the capital's beauty. To the east of the capital stood the royal palace, a resplendent jewel shining brilliantly amidst the cityscape. Within the royal banquet hall, an array of fruits and delicacies adorned the opulent space, while a gentle piano melody filled the air. Attentive attendants glided gracefully about, serving the nobles with elegance. Mastermake. The situation is as such. That newly minted hero is so audacious that he dares to attend the banquet hosted by the third prince. I wonder if you might devise a way to impart an unforgettable lesson to this hero. In a corner of the lavish hall, Jace, whose face had completely regained its composure, discreetly pulled a refined middle-aged man aside, whispering their intentions. "We merely wish to temper this so-called hero's temperament, which is why we sought your expertise as the Empire's foremost alchemist to procure a uniquely functional item." Jace subtly gestured toward the heavens, continuing, "This is also the third prince's desire. Of course, given the third prince's wishes, I shall not decline." The refined middle-aged man pondered momentarily before producing a small paper packet. Within this packet lies a marvelous powder I have recently developed. It is colorless and tasteless, yet possesses formidable power. A mere pea-sized portion will compel the ingester to bark uncontrollably for 5 minutes. What an extraordinary item. Jace accepted the packet as if it were a treasure, expressing profound gratitude to make as an ingenious scheme blossomed in his mind. Chapter 7. A shocking revelation. Is this what you call a hero? On the far side of the opulent banquet hall, Charlotte, clad in black cotton attire and canvas trousers, held a plate in one hand and chopsticks in the other. Whenever he spotted a dish that tantalized his palate, he would halt, indulging without a care for appearances. Recently reborn. The memory of having starved for 3 days in his previous life lingered vividly in his mind, and the emptiness in his stomach was insufferably profound. Eat. I simply must eat. Charlotte's uninhibited demeanor starkly contrasted with the elegantly dressed nobles around him, who maintained a decorum befitting their status. However, the radiant golden sword of the hero sheathed at his back commanded their respect, preventing them from underestimating this seemingly unrefined youth. Sir, may I inquire if the sword upon your back is the legendary hero and Apos' sword? A brown-haired young noble in a resplendent red outfit approached, elegantly swirling a glass of red wine, initiating a conversation with Charlotte. This gesture undeniably captured the attention of the entire banquet hall. Numerous refined nobles and graceful ladies turned their gazes toward the unfolding interaction, eagerly anticipating Charlotte's response. While they were unfamiliar with Charlotte himself, they were well acquainted with the illustrious sword that marked him as a hero. Their attendance at the soiree was partially motivated by a desire to meet this newly minted champion. According to the information they had gathered, this hero was of knightly lineage, embodying the virtues commonly associated with legendary heroes throughout history: diligence, order, kindness, integrity, rationality, bravery. The mere thought of such character traits, combined with the unique identity of a hero that appeared once in a century, left many young ladies in the hall starry-eyed with admiration. Amidst the envious and reverent gazes of the gathered nobles, Charlotte abruptly flung his plate and chopsticks aside, and without warning, unleashed a punch that landed squarely on the face of the young noble in red, sending him crashing to the ground. The assembly gasped in shock. A sound akin to the shattering of an enchanting illusion echoed in the minds of the noble maidens. You dare disturb my meal, Iobe? Do you remember me? I've long wished to strike you ever since my days as a knight. Before the nobles could fully comprehend the situation, Charlotte pounced upon Iobe, sitting atop his waist and raining down blows. The litany of misdeeds committed by Iobe unfurled, abducting daughters of commoners as slaves, convening disruptive gatherings, and recklessly trampling over the stalls of townsfolk with his horse, perpetually causing trouble for the knights. Each revelation was punctuated by a flurry of punches that landed on Iobe's face, staining his attire with crimson akin to blood. Stop. Please stop. Do not harm the son of Duke Aston any further. The nobles, taken aback, hurriedly intervened to separate Charlotte and Iobe, but the latter was already left bruised and unconscious. His once elegant red attire now in tatters, stripped of its former grace. A peculiar silence enveloped the grand hall. A servant cautiously approached the separated Charlotte, whispering, "Mr. Charlotte, the third prince requests your presence." Oh. Charlotte shrugged off the grasp of two nobles, casting one last reluctant glance at Iobe before redirecting his gaze with a sardonic smirk. Lead the way. After the cathartic altercation with Iobe, Charlotte felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Combat, how exhilarating. Clenching his fist, he suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. While his rebirth as a hero was undoubtedly a blessing, he recognized his current weakness. He could not even vanquish a debauched scion with his bare hands. Releasing his grasp, Charlotte narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that upon this rebirth, he had acquired something new. He would examine it more closely after the banquet concluded. If memory serves. A rather embarrassing incident had transpired during an upcoming special invitation that he could hardly forget from his previous life. As Charlotte was escorted away, the banquet hall erupted into a flurry of conversation, with the nobles who had witnessed the hero's outburst animatedly discussing the event. Oh my. This hero seems quite different from the rumors, one exclaimed. I was utterly astonished when he threw that punch. This contrasts sharply with the information we received. Who compiled such erroneous intelligence? I swear I shall give them a piece of my mind. Another lamented. The report claimed that this hero was self-disciplined and law-abiding. But that was anything but the case. I had hoped to foster a good rapport with him, but it appears he is far too righteous and intolerant of flaws. Amidst their chatter, a striking young lady gracefully pushed open the hall doors. Her beauty was breathtaking, with golden tresses cascading like a waterfall over her pristine gown. Delicate eyebrows arched like crescent moons, and her luscious lips resembled blooming cherry blossoms. A refined nose and soft cheeks combined to create an alluringly enchanting visage. Beneath her slender neck, her form exuded an elegance that was both captivating and divine. Clutching a staff, she entered the hall with her long, smooth legs adorned in pure white silk, emanating an ethereal glow. She radiated brilliance as though descended from the heavens. It was none other than the holy maiden of the church, a grand mage of the light, Haishi. The moment Haishi graced the hall with her presence, The previously raucous atmosphere fell into a momentary hush, captivated by her beauty. I apologize for my tardiness. May I ask if anyone has seen the hero? Her lips parted, and her soft voice resonated in the stillness of the hall. Meanwhile, in the royal palace's tea room, the third prince's guests were gathered. While we await the arrival of the third prince and that hero, allow me to speak on his behalf, one declared. A pristine rectangular table stood at the center of the tea room, meticulously arranged with 9 glasses of beverages. The chief alchemist Make, the sword saint of the setting sun. The archbishop of the church, the president of the magic association, the head of the adventurers guild, the knight commander, and the leader of the mercenary guild were seated in an orderly fashion on either side of the table. Due to his lack of standing, Jess left one side of the table vacant for the third prince and another corner for Charlotte. Today, the third prince bore the weight of humiliation at the hands of the hero, and his spirits were decidedly low. He sought to undermine Charlotte and Apos as confidence. Jess approached the corner where the table was set, retrieving a small paper pouch and gently dispersing a colorless, odorless powder into a delicate crystal goblet. As you can see, this powder possesses remarkable magical properties. Consuming it will yield unique effects. I hope you can assist the third prince in tempering the hero and Apos' fervor. Across from Jess, Chief Alchemist Make watched with a twitching eye as Jess proceeded. A mere green bean's worth of this powder can compel uncontrollable barking for 5 minutes. And yet you've poured it all in, he exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of grudge do you harbor against the hero? This powder was an unintended byproduct of Make and Apos' recent experiments with neuromagic, its name still unassigned, and no antidote had yet been developed. As it is the third prince and Apos' request, we shall offer no objection, stated Morandi, the president of the Magic Association, donning a robe adorned with golden threads, albeit with a note of caution. But should the hero seek retribution afterward, what will become of us? Ah, that is simple, Jess replied with a smile. We shall merely find a servant to bear the blame and hand them over to the hero for his judgment. That would suffice. The sword saint of the setting sun. Cades nodded slightly, and the others at the dining table, including the commander of the knights, Shuluin, voiced no dissent. The Archbishop Ivor traced a cross over his chest, joined his hands in prayer, and murmured with an expression of profound compassion, God will forgive all. Chapter 8. Am I even human? With a resounding bang, Charlotte forcefully kicked open the door to the VIP tea room. I have arrived. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those inside, he brusquely shoved aside Jess, who had come to guide him to his seat. With an air of confidence, he plopped down in the main seat at the dining table, belonging to the third prince. As if it were his rightful place, Jess, taken aback, stood agape, while Maikai and the others exchanged incredulous looks. Did he not understand dining etiquette? Even an uninformed commoner would instinctively choose a corner seat. A collective thought echoed in the minds of the 8 individuals present. This hero is deviating from the script. As the closest to the table's edge, the Sunfall Sword Saint, Cordis, deemed it necessary to steer the situation back on course. He pointed to the seat beneath Charlotte and kindly reminded him, Hey, hero, someone is seated here. In the next moment, a sudden roar startled everyone at the table. Am I not human? Am I truly not human? Following the sound, they turned to witness Charlotte, without warning, unleashing an angry shout at Cordis. His expression twisted with an unprecedented ferocity, as if he were about to devour someone. What is wrong with you? Startled by the outburst, Cordis felt his own presence diminish in the face of Charlotte and Apos' fury, followed closely by a swell of indignation. Do you even know who you are speaking to? I am the mightiest swordsman of the Eastern Empire, the Sunfall Sword Saint. No one has ever dared to shout at me like this. Yet, instead of cowering, Charlotte stood up, kicking his chair aside, which clattered loudly to the floor. Grabbing Cordis by the collar with a fierce glare, he bellowed, Now listen, answer me. Am I or am I not human? The once respected Sword Saint had never encountered such unreasonable treatment before, especially not in front of an audience. His dignity felt trampled in a manner he had never experienced. The searing gaze of the other 7 individuals felt like a hot iron branding his skin, causing his face to flush crimson in embarrassment. With a swift motion, Cordis brushed aside Charlotte's hand clinging to his collar, drawing his sword in anger. You dare to humiliate me? I shall challenge you to a duel. At this declaration, the Archbishop Ivoran, the Mage Morandi, and the Alchemist Maikai all turned pale. No, Sunfall Sword Saint, tread carefully. Think twice. A duel would require a life and death contract, a struggle where one would perish. If the hero fell, who would defeat the Demon King and save the world? In stark contrast to the panic of the other 7, Charlotte eagerly accepted Cordis and Apos' challenge. What are we waiting for then? With a swift motion, he drew the hero's sword, striking with a precise angle that caught Cordis off guard. At that moment, Cordis and Apos' pupils constricted. A wave of realization washed over him. I was merely jesting. Hero, you are serious? He mentally scrambled for a way out, thinking, just step back. Or give me an out. Any out will do. Yet, years of combat instinct took over his reflexes. Cordis effortlessly parried Charlotte and Apos' attack, then launched a swift counterstrike that pierced Charlotte and Apos' abdomen. A simultaneous gasp escaped both Charlotte and Cordis, while the other 7 inhaled sharply in disbelief. Did he just get hit? Confusion clouded Cordis' mind as he stared at the sword embedded in Charlotte's abdomen, utterly astonished. This hero seemed far weaker than the legend suggested. No. Wait. I remember easing up at the crucial moment. It was as if the hero caught my sword with his belly. Look at what you've done, Cordis. You nearly killed the hero. The Archbishop Ivarin scolded, the others voicing their outrage and agreement. While they had intended to prank the hero, they never meant for it to go this far. If the hero died, the gods may forgive them, but without the hero to restrain the Demon King, they would surely meet their doom. No, it wasn't me. I didn't mean to. Cordis stammered, releasing his hold on the sword in a panic, desperately seeking Charlotte's forgiveness. Charlotte, clutching his wound, collapsed to the ground, blood seeping through his clothes, a harrowing sight. In agony, he managed to utter 2 words, compensation. Money. Upon hearing this, Cordis was initially taken aback, then relieved. It was just money. As the Sunfall Sword Saint, he had plenty. Yet, upon searching his pockets, he realized he was in formal attire. Besides his well-worn sword, he had nothing of value on him. I don't have anything of worth on me, hero. Perhaps you could accept the Archbishop and Apos as healing magic first? Absolutely not. Charlotte vehemently refused, still lying on the floor, bloodied hand trembling as he produced a piece of paper and pen from his pocket, weakly extending them towards Cordis. Right in IOU. Cordis could only stare in silence, bewildered, as the other 7 looked on in disbelief. Reluctantly, he accepted the blood-stained paper and pen, leaning over the pristine dining table to draft the IOU. Before he could even begin, he noticed that the paper already bore writing. Reading it silently, he discovered, IOU, the 3rd Prince Vicar owes the hero Charlotte a full set of angry dragon armor, as well as a luxurious manor in the Eastern Empire, totaling approximately 40 million imperial coins. Cordis remained silent, his expression thunderous. With a heavy heart, he flipped the paper over and begrudgingly penned an IOU for 10 million imperial coins. From a distance, the commotion in the tea room reached the ears of the 3rd Prince Vicar, who, dressed impeccably in formal attire and sporting a charming smile, entered the room. However, his smile froze upon spotting the fallen hero in a pool of blood. What happened? I instructed you to give the hero a warning. Not to kill him. My prince. As soon as he entered, Charlotte took your seat. The Sword Saint corrected him, and then they began to fight. Jess hurriedly explained, relaying the unfortunate sequence of events. It was merely a seat. Why such a fierce confrontation? Vicar felt a swell of gratitude towards Cordis for defending his honor against the hero. Chapter 9. Is this year fortuitous? Vikel cast a sidelong glance at Charlotte, silently pondering whether such a mild reprimand would leave a sufficiently profound impression on this reckless hero. With a renewed smile, he turned his gaze towards Archbishop Ivarin. Weapons are blind. Since the hero has merely sustained a minor sword wound, let the Archbishop invoke the Holy Light spell for healing. His nonchalant remark signaled to everyone that Vikel intended to let the matter pass. Ah, Your Highness, the 3rd Prince. Ivarin awkwardly stroked his beard, momentarily at a loss for words. I already cast a healing spell on the hero, but he has been rolling on the ground, crying out in pain, unable to rise. Vikel's mind was filled with doubts. If he had been healed, why was he still crying out in pain? His gaze shifted to Charlotte, just in time to see the black-faced Sword Saint of the setting sun hand a blood-stained piece of paper to the prostrate Charlotte. Hey, I'm no longer in pain, Charlotte exclaimed, stuffing the paper and pen into his pocket. He sprang to his feet and sat upright in his chair, as if the bloodstains on the ground had nothing to do with him. Witnessing this, everyone in the room turned somber, wanting to rebuke Charlotte for his shamelessness, yet refraining from using vulgarities due to their years of cultivated decorum. Having lived for so long has its perks. One even encounters a hero engaging in petty trickery. The dispute over seating was thus set aside, and the conversation shifted to more pressing matters. The 3rd Prince sat in the remaining empty seat at the corner of the dining table, his expression darkening as he prepared to speak, only to wrinkle his nose suddenly. Morandi, please cast a cleansing spell to remove the bloodstains from the floor. As you wish, Your Highness, Morandi replied, casually waving his wand. A gentle breeze swept through the room, whisking away the bloodstains along with the lingering metallic scent. Ahem, Vikel cleared his throat. Noting the room's instant transformation into a pristine state, he elegantly lifted the crystal goblet before him, preparing to quench his thirst. Wait, Your Highness. Upon seeing the 3rd Prince and Apos' actions, Jace, and others felt a wave of unease wash over them, urgently interrupting Vikel. Furrowing his brow, Vikel questioned, what is it? This wine. It was just taken from the cellar. It might be a bit cold. Not at all. Chilled fruit wine is even more delightful, Vikel retorted. Make and Jace attempted to explain, but upon realizing Charlotte was also present, they found themselves at a loss for words. To directly state that the wine was problematic would surely provoke the hero, whose temperament resembled that of a rogue, leading to an uncontrollable outburst. Yet, to remain silent and allow the 3rd Prince to embarrass himself was equally unthinkable. At the small dining table, The 7 most distinguished representatives from various fields across the empire exchanged glances, as if a violent storm had erupted in their minds. It appeared that the third prince was unaware of the precise manner in which to intimidate the hero. Vikel, oblivious to the signals exchanged among the others, shot a glance at Make, organized his thoughts, and raised his goblet once more, ready to drink. Wait, your highness. Once again interrupted, Vikel's patience wore thin, his brow furrowing in annoyance. What now? This wine. It's from Indapos, 82. Could it be expired? Jay stammered, filled with regret. The moment had come too abruptly. The third prince was still unaware of the specific plan to prank the hero. Now, with the third prince seated in the hero's place, everyone felt trapped. The older the vintage, the richer the flavor. Is there a problem? Vikel inquired, his question striking at the heart of the matter. The others exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. None at all. Charlotte, unexpectedly kind-hearted, answered the third prince and Amp, Apos, confusion, downing the fruit wine in front of him with a swift gulp. This fruit wine is sweet and refreshing. It's truly a delight. He then reached for the wine bottle on the table and began to drink heartily, slurring, drink. Come on, drink. Seeing Charlotte indulge in his drinking, Vikel Kuden and Apos, suppress a gulp. He had not had a single drop since returning from the royal tomb earlier that afternoon, and he was parched. Vikel raised his goblet once more, ready to savor the wine, only to hear the others exclaim once again, Wait, your highness. Bang. The third prince, already exasperated by the interruptions, slammed his hand on the table, visibly irritated. What is it now? Under the influence of his rebellious spirit, the third prince once again lifted his goblet, seizing the opportunity to drink without allowing anyone to intervene. He downed the contents in one go, his voice rising in anger. If you don't explain clearly why you're being so evasive, I swear I'll be furious. Woof woof woof. The clear barks resonated from Vikel, echoing throughout the small tea room. Woof woof, woof woof woof. As the third prince's speech devolved into canine sounds, the tea room fell into an unusual silence. The faces of the onlookers turned peculiar, caught between laughter and decorum. Make it and Apos, over. Jace, it's finished. Sword Saint of the Setting Sun and others. We and Apos, redone for. Realizing his blunder, Vikel and Apos, pupils constricted as he clamped his mouth shut, utterly shocked. The good news. He seemed to finally understand why they had repeatedly interrupted his drinking. The bad news. He had come to this realization too late. Vikel felt his facial muscles slip from his control. A primal desire surged forth, breaking through the confines of his reason, transforming into chaotic barks that erupted from deep within his throat, creating a cacophony of sound. Woof woof woof, woof 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 woof. Aha. Splendid. Amidst the terrified expressions of those present, Charlotte drained an entire bottle of high-proof fruit wine, his cheeks flushed with a tipsy hue. He pounded the table, laughing heartily. Vikel, am I fortunate this year or not? Woof woof woof, woof, woof woof woof. I knew Vikel was a reasonable fellow. Come on. Am I fortunate this year or not? Woof woof woof. With a sudden burst, someone in the spacious tea room couldn't contain their laughter, triggering a cascade of chuckles from the others. Lauren, the president of the Adventurers Association, covered his face, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, it's not me laughing. Someone else is controlling me. Ha ha. Kovos, the leader of the mercenary group, doubled over, exaggeratedly apologizing. Forgive me, your highness, I truly can't help it. Ha. Laughter filled the tea room, and Vikel felt increasingly humiliated. He wished to stop, but found himself unable to do so. No, woof woof woof, laugh, woof 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 woof. Feeling himself lose control, Vikel and Apos' face flushed crimson, as shame and fury clashed within him. Covering his mouth, he hastily stood, toppling the elegant leather-backed chair beneath him, and fled towards the door in a flustered manner, resembling a defeated dog. Your highness, woof woof woof. Jace and Make called out in a panic, racing after him. Downstairs, in the royal banquet hall, the holy maiden Haixi, engaged in conversation with several familiar noble ladies, perked up at the sound of a dog barking. A touch of confusion flickered in her beautiful eyes. How strange. Aren't pets prohibited in the banquet hall? Where's that barking coming from? Chapter 10. The mark of the Demon King upstairs. 1/3 of the people in the tea room had departed, and the expressions of those remaining varied widely. Within the tea room, the only sounds that could be heard were Charlotte and Apos' maniacal laughter and the incessant barking echoing from the corridor outside. Finally managing to stifle his mirth, Charlotte stood up, intending to pursue the third prince, only to be intercepted by a servant. Wait, brave sir. What is it? The servant cautiously retrieved a land deed from his tray and handed it to Charlotte, whispering, The third prince instructed me to give you this deed to the royal estate when I saw you leave the tea room. Your dragon armor is also within the estate. To Charlotte and Apos' surprise, Vikel was quite efficient in his tasks. He accepted the deed and paused for a moment to ponder. Very well, for the sake of the money. I shall refrain from provoking him today, lest I rile Vikel too much. The servant respectfully inquired, It seems your attire is damaged. Would you like me to escort you to the changing room? Charlotte glanced down at the gaping hole in his attire. a remnant from having taken the blow from the sword saint of the setting sun. All right, let us go. 10 minutes later, Charlotte stood quietly before a tall mirror, scrutinizing his refined appearance, his mind swirling with thoughts. In his former life, he had merely presented himself as a humble knight at the soiree, which had drawn forth a tidal wave of enthusiasm from the nobility of the imperial capital. For a considerable time thereafter, this attention had greatly troubled him, hindering his training and compelling him to venture out masked and in secrecy. In his previous life, the third prince had been consumed with jealousy over Charlotte's status as a hero. Consequently, he had arranged the prank in the tea room, leading to Charlotte's humiliation before the powerful of the capital. Later, the third prince casually executed a servant, labeling him a spy of the demon race, thus dismissing Charlotte. With no witnesses to contradict him, Charlotte could only speculate about the incident, too embarrassed to delve deeper into the matter. Historically, heroes sought the counsel of the strongest in various fields, enabling them to swiftly learn formidable skills and vanquish the Demon King. However, due to the debacle in the tea room, Charlotte felt he had lost the dignity befitting a knight, rendering him unworthy to approach the formidable in the imperial capital. Fortunately, through continuous adventures, he gradually honed his own strength, delving into the limits bestowed by the hero's mark. Even without seeking the experiences of the powerful in the capital, he ultimately defeated the Demon King of his past life. In this life, from the moment he had pushed through the doors of the tea room, he had meticulously ensured that the one who would suffer humiliation was Vickle. Contemplating this, a cold glimmer flickered in Charlotte's eyes. The third prince had assassinated his two elder royal brothers, becoming the sole heir of the royal family, thus garnering the favor of the strongest among humankind. Moreover, the third prince himself possessed formidable martial prowess, while Charlotte, despite his title as a hero, lacked the strength to confront him, leaving him far removed from vengeance. He needed to quickly reclaim his former power. Only by becoming invincible could he seek retribution without hesitation. However, since his rebirth, he had felt an unusual presence within him. Gazing into the mirror, Charlotte murmured to himself, reaching up to touch the crimson flame pattern on his brow. As his hand approached, a pain surged from the depths of his mind. Charlotte shut his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth as he forced himself to focus on the pain within his mind until it became increasingly vivid. He sensed a dark crown pattern deep in his consciousness, becoming more vivid with his perception. This pattern seemed to resonate with the hero's mark in his former life. Charlotte had seen an identical crown pattern on the brow of the Demon King, Zosa. This is the mark of the Demon King? Charlotte was struck with shock, his heart racing as he suddenly opened his eyes. He was undeniably a hero. The hero's mark on his brow and the hero's sword on his back attested to this. But why was there a Demon King's mark lurking in the depths of his mind? Did it mean he had to kill himself? This was dire. The mark of the Demon King was typically possessed only by Demon Kings. Whenever a new Demon King emerged, the mark would automatically attach itself to him. Like the hero's mark, the Demon King's mark also granted unimaginable power to its bearer. What am I truly, a hero or a Demon King? Or perhaps both? Drawing forth the hero's sword, confusion clouded his expression. After a long moment, Charlotte resolved firmly, whispering words only he could hear, having been reborn. Why should I concern myself with the prejudice? Hero's first ability, speed. Hero's second ability, fury. The crimson flame pattern on his brow and the hero's sword in his hand radiated a brilliant light. Charlotte's eyes turned red as he casually tossed an apple into the air, swinging the hero's sword at an almost imperceptible speed. The faint glimmers of the sword danced like phantoms, piercing through the air. Moments later, he sheathed the hero's sword, and the apple fell to the ground, shattered into pieces the size of broad beans. The persistence of his heroic abilities affirmed that he remained a hero. As the flame pattern on his brow dimmed, Charlotte exhaled in relief. His heroic powers were intact, allowing him to ascend to greatness once more, becoming an invincible being. Yet, what abilities would the mark of the Demon King bestow upon him? Closing his eyes again, he placed his hand on his brow, concentrating on the pain within his mind. The black crown pattern became clearer, and as Charlotte keenly sensed its power, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Demon King's first ability, hypnosis. Demon King's second ability, silver thread. Disregarding the disparity in strength, he could forcibly alter the thoughts and bodies of others, but only on a single target of the opposite sex at a time. This ability of the Demon King's mark was rather unorthodox. It resembled powers typically deemed improper. Charlotte raised an eyebrow as the image of a woman radiating a holy aura suddenly surfaced in his mind. The holy maiden, Haishi. He recalled that she was also present at tonight's soiree. A subtle smile graced his lips as he thought, as the first to betray the hero. I shall settle accounts with you first. Master Make, is the antidote ready? Hurry. The furious aura wreaked havoc in the grand chamber, as Vickle, barking like a dog, unleashed his wrath upon everything in sight. It was a profound humiliation, as the third prince. He had never felt so disgraced in his life. First unable to draw the hero and Apos' sword, then barking publicly. All of this was thanks to that rogue hero. In another corner of the chamber, Jess was frantically urging the chief alchemist, Make. If we Don and Apos, T produce the antidote soon, His Highness is going to tear us all apart. Chapter 11 Charlotte. This prince shall never forgive you, never. Do not rush, do not rush. We are just one crucial step away. Mike had never felt so anxious as he did today. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he carefully dripped a drop of purple solution into the heated test tube. With a loud explosion, Mike dispersed the swirling red smoke and handed the test tube filled with the purple liquid to Jess. All right, quickly take it to the third prince. Jess eagerly passed the test tube to the third prince, who drained it in one gulp. For a brief moment, the barking ceased. Did it work? Jess asked with excitement. But Mike shook his head. Not at all. Sure enough, after a few seconds of silence, the third prince erupted into a more frenzied barking. The powerful sound resonated with piercing clarity, nearly shattering the soundproof magic array that Mike had just set up. Jess was left speechless. Wasn't this supposed to be the antidote? How could this happen? Of course not. It's a new product. I created a catalyst to accelerate the effects of the potion within the third prince, intensifying the effects and minimizing his suffering. Mike, visibly agitated, glared at Jess, unable to contain his frustration. Didn't I say a pea-sized amount was sufficient? Why did you pour it all in? I had no idea it would turn out like this. Jess felt wronged and innocent. Who could have predicted that Victor would end up drinking the enhanced concoction? Cautiously, Jess approached the third prince, who was barking with all his might, and couldn't help but express his concern. Your Highness, are you all right? This concern only served to shatter the third prince's composure, and tears began to stream down Victor's cheeks. Woof, Charlotte. Woof, I will never forgive you. Woof, woof, never. After about 10 minutes, the effects of the peculiar potion finally wore off. The third prince lay exhausted on the disheveled floor, hoarse as he commanded. Jess, go summon the Archbishop for my treatment. Your Highness, the Archbishop departed 5 minutes ago. But the Holy Maiden Heishi is still in the banquet hall. Perhaps. Forget it. Bring out the high-level healing potion and tell Holy Maiden Heishi that I will be waiting for her in the royal garden in 10 minutes. Upon hearing Heishi's name, Victor slightly lifted his head, and an ingenious idea blossomed in his mind. In the desolate demon castle. For demon generals obediently accompanied their demon king in monitoring the movements of the hero within the dark palace. My lord. This hero is so feeble that he cannot even withstand 2 moves from that so-called sword saint. Why not eliminate him while he is weak? What do you know? Zosa snorted softly, snapping his fingers to conjure a large stack of ancient tomes. One of the demon generals squinted at the pile, which included titles such as The Art of War, Chronicles of the Peaceful Continent, The Weaknesses of Humanity, and The Legends of 1001 Heroes. Nothing new under the sun, Zosa mused, then elaborated, killing the hero while he is still weak. Do you think that previous demon kings have not contemplated this? But what was the outcome? Either they slaughtered an entire city while allowing the hero to escape, or the hero, alongside his companions, shouted about bonds and justice, only to unleash a frenzy that turned the tables on the demon king. Have you not noticed that, as if by fate, every generation of demon kings, regardless of their efforts, meets the same fate of being slain by the hero? The questioning demon general lowered his head in shame. It is my ignorance. Well, at least you possess self-awareness, which indicates there is hope for you. Zosa nodded in satisfaction, but the general, unwilling to concede, continued. However, if we do not eliminate the hero in advance, are we simply to wait for him to grow stronger and then allow him to wreak havoc? Correct, but not entirely. The atmosphere in the Dark Palace suddenly grew heavy. If we intend to confront the hero head-on, that would be a grave mistake, as countless failed demon kings have proven. The so-called hero is a product of human will, and thus, we must combat human will with human will. Zosa spoke with a deep voice, laced with seduction. Have you ever considered letting humanity contend with the hero? At this declaration, the 4 demon generals trembled, a chill racing up their spines. Now, let us see what surprises our hero shall bring us, Zosa said, gazing deeply into the mirror, just as Charlotte turned her head to meet his intense gaze. Their eyes reflected a striking similarity in depth and restraint. In the Eastern Imperial capital, hours passed, and night had deepened. The bustling city had dimmed half its lights, leaving only the streets aglow. Your Highness, this is as far as I can go. I can return to the Holy See on my own. Heishi. Her cheeks, slightly flushed with excitement, shyly tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear before the palace. Hee. Holy Maiden Heishi, do return early to rest. But do not forget our agreement for tonight. Victor, now wearing a fresh set of attire, smiled gentlemanly, his gaze warm and considerate. Apart from a slight hoarseness in his voice, he appeared flawless in demeanor. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might notice a light makeup on Victor's face, skillfully masking his former gloom. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will strive to become one of the hero and Amp Appos, as companions, assisting him in defeating the Demon King, while secretly uncovering his weaknesses. Hearing Heishi's promise, Victor gently nodded and smiled. I swear by the honor of the Saint Ron Empire. As long as you help me find the hero's weakness, I will exert the full might of the nation to nurture you and take you as the next queen of the Saint Ron Empire. Heishi was both astonished and delighted by such a promise, hesitating as she replied, Your Highness, Would this not be unfair to your fiancée, Miss Arlette? Do not worry. I have no emotional foundation with her. Tomorrow at noon, I will invite all the nobles of the city and publicly announce my withdrawal from the engagement. Upon hearing this, Heishi and Athos's breath quickened, her azure eyes glistening as they gazed at the handsome prince before her. Which woman could resist the temptation of becoming a queen? Moreover, this man, destined to be a future king, was willing to forsake his fiancée for her. Arlette, originally the third prince's fiancée, was renowned alongside Heishi as one of the two brightest jewels of the capital, sought after by every man in the city. Victor took a subtle step back, gesturing to see her off. By the way, you came alone for the banquet. Is it safe for you to return to the Holy See alone? Should I send a few people to escort you? No need, Your Highness. My light magic is among the best in the capital. I am not afraid of encountering any petty thieves. With a playful wink, Heishi departed the palace, glancing back 3 times. Chapter 12, Truly a Hero. Achieving what the Demon King could not, Vicar smiled as he watched the saintly maiden, radiating an aura of purity, depart. Only after she had completely vanished from view did he gradually retract his smile and turn to step into the resplendent palace. Yet, scarcely had Vicar crossed the threshold than the exuberant Miss Heishi was abruptly pulled into a shadowy alleyway. Greetings, Saintess Heishi, came the teasing voice of Charlotte, as he seized her delicate arms and forcefully pinned her against the dimly lit wall. The sudden capture caused her pristine white staff to clatter to the ground. You seem to have a rather close relationship with Vicar, Charlotte remarked, his tone flippant, a smile gracing his lips. But his eyes glinted with a hint of danger, perhaps even a trace of jealousy. Momentarily stunned, Heishi instinctively sought to conjure a spell in resistance. Yet upon recognizing the identity of her captor, she halted her magical response. How could the hero be here? When did he arrive? You are the hero, Charlotte. Let me go? In the obscurity of the alley, the rough manner in which her hands were restrained stirred an unexpected thrill within Heishi. A faint blush gracing her flawless face. Her slender hands attempted to push against him, yet as a light magic user, how could she possibly break free from the grip of a knight? In response to her plea, Charlotte not only tightened his hold, but leaned in closer. Heishi, who had never experienced such intimacy with a man, could distinctly feel the warmth of his breath as it brushed against her skin. Having been raised in strict adherence to decorum, she had never encountered such treatment before. Moreover, the man before her was not only a noble hero, but also remarkably handsome, with features as finely chiseled as if sculpted by the gods. Thump, thump. Heishi felt as though a restless fawn had taken residence in her heart, beating wildly. Logic urged her to put an end to Charlotte's advances, yet her body betrayed her will, releasing adrenaline and dopamine, yearning for further transgressions. Before she could fully contemplate the strange sensations coursing through her, Charlotte and Athos's devilish whispers reached her ears. I found it rather peculiar. Vicar, that fellow, should have been feeling quite miserable today, yet he appeared so pleased at the palace entrance. It must be because of you. Vicar, just now at the entrance, the hero had been lurking nearby? Heishi's heart raced uncontrollably as she gleaned the implications of his words. Had he overheard something? Did he discover her illicit dealings with the prince? If he were to expose the truth, both she and the prince would be utterly disgraced. However, if he intended to use this knowledge to coerce her into compliance, in an instant, the complexity of Heishi and Athos's thoughts unfolded. As she envisioned herself as the protagonist in the romantic tales she had secretly read, her heart quickened anew. Charlotte's other hand gently lifted Heishi's delicate chin, compelling her shimmering gaze to meet his. Her bright blue eyes reflected a mixture of panic, guilt, and a subtle, veiled longing. The scent of her jasmine-like fragrance wafted into Charlotte's senses, stirring the hero's heart. Suddenly, he leaned down and captured her lush lips in a kiss. Heishi, my first kiss. The observing demon generals in the distant desert demon castle gasped in shock. He went for it. Without any prelude, he directly kissed her. Truly a hero, effortlessly achieving what even the Demon King would shy away from. It was nothing short of astounding. While Charlotte's lips waged a fierce assault, his thoughts drifted back to his previous life. In that adventure against the Demon King, he had journeyed alongside for companions, sharing joys and overcoming despair. The Saintess Heishi was one of them. After vanquishing the Demon King, exhausted in body and spirit, Charlotte longed for a peaceful life. Rejecting the royal accolades and instead confessing his affection for the long-admired Heishi, who joyfully accepted his proclamation. Love was expressed in the morning, while betrayal unfolded by night. Deprived of his powers, Charlotte was captured by the Sword Saint at sunset. Enduring torture in the dungeon, he pondered Heishi's betrayal, a question that haunted him for 3 days and nights, not because he found clarity, but because he succumbed to the torment. In the dim alley, Heishi forcefully pushed Charlotte away, her expression one of utter panic. Her alabaster hands pressed against her reddened lips, her wide eyes brimming with shock. She had preserved her purity for 18 years, and now her first kiss, meant for the third prince, was lost. Why? Why did you do this? Heishi desperately tried to wipe away the memory of that intoxicating kiss. Charlotte, we've only just met. If you like me, You could win my heart through sincerity. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. As one of the jewels of the imperial capital, Haishi could no longer maintain the elegance and nobility expected of a saintess. Emerging from his heavy memories, Charlotte and Athos' gaze was tinged with pain and resentment as he wiped his mouth and coldly replied, "The sincerity of two is the true weapon, while that of one is not but a fatal blow. But you cannot, you mustn't." Before Haishi could finish her protest, Charlotte interrupted. "I am aware of what transpired between you and Vicar at the palace entrance." He casually produced a steel pen-like alchemical device from his pocket and pressed the top lightly. Haishi and Athos' sweet voice emanated from the alchemical device. "Your Highness, this is where you can leave me. I can manage the rest of the journey back to the church on my own. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall strive to become one of the hero's companions, assisting him in defeating the Demon King while secretly uncovering his weaknesses." As Charlotte halted the playback of the recording, he observed Haishi, whose once rosy cheeks had now drained of color. "You Wooden and Athos, want this recording to circulate, would you, Saintess?" Haishi reached out to snatch the recording device, only to have her hands swiftly captured by Charlotte, pinning them against the wall. "No. I can forfeit my agreement with the third prince. Please, do not let this recording get out." Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed helplessly at Charlotte. As if confronting a heartless demon, the hero before her held her fate in his hands. The Holy Church valued its reputation above all, and if this recording were to leak, she would undoubtedly lose her status as a saintess. Moreover, she would be vilified for plotting against the hero, which would also bring repercussions upon the third prince. In the shadowy alley, the tall, dark-clad youth wielded his strength with a single hand, pinning the elegantly dressed saintess against the wall, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Charlotte once more tilted Haishi and Athos' chin upwards, her beautiful golden hair cascading gently, swaying in the winter night breeze, a sight to behold. Yet, the saintess, subjected to such frivolous treatment, could not share in Charlotte's sense of satisfaction. "I am truly sorry. Brave hero, please, spare me. I am willing to do anything." Chapter 13. Subduing the saintess with a mix of trepidation, regret, and a facade of composure, Haishi offered her apologies. According to the countless tales of brave heroes she had read since childhood, a sincere apology would inevitably earn the gracious forgiveness of a righteous hero. Indeed, events began to unfold as the saintess had envisioned, as a softness appeared on Charlotte and Athos' face. "Since you have sincerely apologized, I shall not hold back." Haishi's heart leapt in joy at the first part of the statement, only to be abruptly struck by a sense of foreboding. What does not holding back mean? Before the saintess could process her thoughts, she noticed a glimmer of intensity igniting in Charlotte and Athos' eyes. Charlotte gathered his focus, summoning the first power of the Demon King and Athos' seal. To Haishi, the hero and Athos' gaze appeared as swirling vortices, drawing her in irresistibly, rendering her consciousness utterly helpless against its allure. Her eyelids grew heavy, her vision dimming and clouded. Had Charlotte not held her hands against the wall, she would have collapsed. "Haishi, can you hear me?" A voice, ethereal and distant, echoed within her mind, seemingly intent on drawing away her very soul. "I can." Haishi responded dreamily, as if in a trance. "Excellent. Confess your heart, and you shall conceal nothing from me. My words will be etched into your will, unassailable. Yes, I will not conceal anything from you, nor can I defy you." Haishi felt her mind grow increasingly blank, Charlotte and Athos' words becoming indisputable. Continuously utilizing the powers of the hero's seal or the Demon King's seal is a taxing endeavor. Yet at this moment, Charlotte appeared invigorated as he guided the dazed saintess. "Do you harbor feelings for the third prince?" Yes. I have adored the third prince since I was a child. When I was 12, he saved me from a cultist." Charlotte's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this revelation. He and Haishi were the same age, both raised in the orphanage of the imperial city, until the fateful year when cultists attacked, capturing many children for dark sacrifices. Young Charlotte, wise beyond his years, had bravely disrupted the sacrificial ceremony, risking his life to save little Haishi. However, he was gravely injured in the process, losing consciousness for several days. Later, Charlotte learned that after he fell unconscious, the knights arrived just in time to vanquish the cultists. He was subsequently inducted into the Knight and Athos' preparatory team, undergoing rigorous training and acquiring various knowledge. When he encountered Haishi again, 3 years had passed, and she had transformed into the revered saintess of the church. Far beyond the reach of a mere knight, Charlotte buried these memories deep within his heart, never mentioning them to Haishi even after he became a hero, only wishing to start anew with her. He had presumed Haishi had forgotten, only to discover she remembered clearly, albeit misattributing her savior. Perhaps this minor detail had led to Haishi's eventual betrayal. With his eyes half lowered, Charlotte found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. Perhaps this was destiny, rife with misalignment. He let out a bitter laugh, pulling back his wandering thoughts. "When you hear a snap, your affection for Victor will be transferred to me, the hero, while all feelings for Victor will be completely forgotten." Yes, the saintess, upon hearing this command, unreservedly chose to comply. Regardless of whether Heishi had misdirected her affections, the past could not be altered. Her betrayal in the previous life remained a fact. I shall not let the past go. In this life, I demand double the recompense. Charlotte gazed intently at Heishi, his thumb and middle finger rubbing together. The sharp sound of a snap resonated, and the Saintess and Amp, Apos, dazed eyes widened, her body trembling. When you hear the next snap, you will awaken. You will unconditionally obey the first person you see, willing to do anything for them. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Another snap echoed, and the Saintess's awareness gradually returned. Her beautiful eyes focused, clearly perceiving Charlotte's visage. In that instant, infinite affection ignited within the golden-haired Saintess's gaze. Master, Heishi exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Charlotte's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his sturdy waist. Her bosom pressed against him, and her delicate cheeks rubbed against his firm chest. Charlotte. The demon generals. The demon king. Shocked, the demon generals of the desert demon city could no longer remain composed. The imperial city was not vast, yet it birthed legends. I bet you have never seen a hero like this. Give him a chance to attend a banquet, and he might engage in fisticuffs with the guests. Offer him a seat at a prestigious conference, and he could spark a fierce conflict over a mere seat with the Sword Saint. When the prince embarrasses himself, he would audaciously mock him, adding insult to injury. He even clandestinely eavesdropped on the royal family and Apos' private conversations and used recordings to coerce the pure Saintess into becoming his plaything. Most alarmingly, his heroic abilities truly possessed hypnotic powers. Even the renowned 5-star critic, MacArthur, remarked, in terms of moral depravity, this generation of demon kings lives perpetually in the shadow of the hero. This statement swiftly garnered widespread attention from the entire demon race. Illustration of MacArthur. I have the courage to traverse a hail of bullets, yet I dare not engage in any interaction with this generation's hero. The demon generals were genuinely unsettled, collectively kneeling before the throne, pleading, My lord, please allow us to strike while the hero is still weak and eliminate him. Otherwise, this child will surely become a grave threat. Zosa rubbed his temples, feeling inexplicably fatigued. Just as Charlotte had activated his powers, it felt as though the strength within him had been siphoned away. No, we do not yet understand his abilities. If you rush in now, not to mention the likelihood of successfully killing him, what if you end up hypnotized and become his pawn? Let this matter rest for now. We shall deliberate further in due time. Upon hearing this, the demon generals broke into a cold sweat, realizing how astute the demon king was. Little did they know, the demon king Zosa himself was also drenched in perspiration. He had never anticipated that Charlotte would truly achieve hypnosis, and with such immediate results. What in the world is this hero's bizarre ability? Historically, heroes possessed varied powers, yet the most twisted abilities merely allowed them to grow stronger through mundane activities like eating and sleeping. Now, a true anomaly had emerged. This hero's ability was hypnosis. Is this truly a power befitting a righteous hero? Zosa was unaware that Charlotte's hypnotic ability stemmed from the Demon King's seal, akin to the daylight failing to comprehend the darkness of night. Yet he knew that he was now at a loss. Originally, Zosa had been 90% confident in devising a plan to slay the hero. Now, he could barely muster 50%, even if he possessed world-destroying power. A mere glance from the hero would suffice for him to comply unquestioningly. Beneath his forced calm exterior, Zosa's heart ached, teetering on the brink of tears. Above are Zosa's inner thoughts. It is reiterated that the hero's Demon King seal ability can only be used on the opposite sex. In the Eastern Imperial City, Charlotte, shocked, pushed Heishi away, bewilderedly pointing at himself. What did you just call me? I don't recall commanding you to call me and Apos. Master and Apos. How vexatious. The pure visage of the young saintess quickly blossomed with 2 rosy flushes, and her gaze towards Charlotte appeared to transform into heart-shaped pink hues. A master is indeed a master. Since Shire must unconditionally obey her master's commands, she shall undoubtedly be the most devoted of slaves. Chapter 14. Why did the magic mirror go black? After a brief moment of contemplation, Charlotte swiftly accepted this peculiar scenario. The despicable mark of the Demon King sought to corrupt this brave hero in such a manner. However, using this method as retribution against Heishi, who had betrayed him in his previous life, was indeed to his liking. With clarity of thought, Charlotte took the hand of the saintly maiden. Once more, you are mine. And I am yours. Master, master, master. Heishi gazed up at Charlotte with eyes brimming with adoration and longing. Charlotte caressed the maiden's radiant golden hair, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Ride in your carriage, return to my estate, and tonight I shall teach you the art of seduction. As you command, my master. I am at your service, Heishi replied eagerly. In the desolate demon city, the Demon King and his generals stared blankly at the magic mirror, which reflected Charlotte and Heishi returning to the royal estate gifted to Charlotte by Vikal. Adhering to the principle of pursuing excitement to the fullest, Charlotte donned a coat akin to that of the third prince, a black whip dangling from his belt. He then proceeded to peel back layers from the saintly Heishi, akin to unwrapping a delicate egg. Just as he was about to behold the beauty contained within the jewel of the imperial capital, the magic mirror abruptly went black, causing great dismay among the demon generals. One of the generals stepped forward to inquire, "My king, we were engrossed in the spectacle. Why has it suddenly ceased?" Zosa, with a darkened expression, replied, "The magic mirror states that the subsequent content cannot be shown due to restrictions, hence we cannot see." The demon general, perplexed by the term restriction, was merely anxious about not being able to monitor the hero's movements in real time and pressed further. "When will the magic mirror return to normal?" "We shall wait until the hero completes the restricted content," Zosa responded, exasperated. His frustration stemmed from the realization that the destined hero meant to slay him was such a morally bankrupt villain. Moreover, this villain possessed an ability that could only be described as akin to cheating. Yet, he did not feel entirely hopeless. After all, having such a rogue as an opponent ensured that all his plans could progress smoothly. Even in the worst-case scenario, with the magic mirror's surveillance, he could at least keep his distance from the hero. Surely, the hero's hypnotic abilities could not penetrate the magic mirror and ensnare him. With this thought, Zosa felt a pang of sorrow. He had never anticipated that the magic mirror, intended to surveil the hero's movements, would become a tool to help him evade the hero. "I have a premonition," Zosa lamented, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "I fear I shall become the most unjustly slain demon king in history." Morning broke. In the midst of winter, the sun, shrouded in clouds, lingered in warmth and refused to make an appearance, resulting in delicate winter snowflakes drifting down upon the eastern imperial capital. At 8 in the morning, the street-side winter sweet flowers dozed lazily while busy residents had already begun their daily toils. The vibrant pulse of humanity filled the imperial city. Within a royal estate in the capital, the brave hero slumbered soundly in a grand bed. Ah, the first peaceful sleep after 3 days and nights of torment. Master, it and amp, Oppos, it's time to rise. Heishi playfully tugged at a golden strand of hair, teasingly tickling Charlotte and amp, Oppos, nose with the tip. The slumbering Charlotte furrowed his brow, consciousness gradually returning. With one hand, he pulled the bare saintly maiden into his embrace, lifting her chin to meet her watery blue gaze. "Would you like to partake in a delightful morning activity?" Heishi swayed gently, her eyes reflecting a shy, coy glimmer. "Oh no, master, last night was already quite intense. Had it not been for my light magic, I surely would have been overwhelmed. That was merely a punishment for you." Charlotte ruffled the maiden's golden locks, reveling in the exquisite texture. Sierra enjoys such punishments. Recalling the experiences of the previous night, Heishi instinctively closed her legs, a shape resembling a heart flickering deep within her pupils. "Consider yourself fortunate." After a night of indulgence, the malice that had accompanied Charlotte's rebirth had dissipated considerably. No longer did he resemble a lone wolf ensnared in despair. He was no longer fierce, frenzied, or filled with rage. Charlotte released his embrace, threw aside the covers, and rose to his feet. "Dressing well today is essential, for we have many matters awaiting us." "Indeed," Heishi instinctively replied, then, with a pitiable tone, implored, "Master, could you possibly make the mark on my abdomen temporarily invisible? It's quite conspicuous." "That is a valid point." Charlotte nodded, placing his hand upon Heishi's slender waist. The alluring design, resembling blooming flowers, slowly faded beneath her fair skin. 5 minutes later, they had finally donned their attire. Simultaneously, far away in the desolate demon city, the demon king and his generals noticed that the magic mirror had regained its signal. Stepping out of the opulent bedroom, 2 servants approached, presenting 2 letters with both hands. "My lord, a knight from the royal family delivered these letters, and breakfast is ready in the parlor." Nodding slightly, Charlotte accepted the letters and opened them, discovering one contained a gilded black card worth 10 million imperial coins. "Whose correspondence is this, master?" Heishi inquired with curiosity. Charlotte succinctly explained. "One is from the sword saint of the setting sun, repaying a debt. The other is an invitation from the old king to visit the palace at noon, where I shall receive a royal treasure as support from the royal family in the campaign against the demon king. Will you go, master?" "I shall." The old king, Henry Beck, had not bothered Charlotte much in the past life, as he had passed away 3 days after Charlotte and Oppos' departure from the imperial city. Thus, Charlotte felt no objection to visiting the palace, seizing the opportunity to flaunt his relationship with Heishi and provoke the third prince. In the eastern imperial capital, the Holy See was in a state of turmoil. The saint had not returned for the night, and the Archbishop Ivalon was quite anxious, having already sent inquiries to the palace several times. What is the palace's response? Do they truly have no knowledge of the saint's whereabouts? Indeed, Archbishop, they claim to have notified all knights in the imperial capital to search for the saint. An elderly nun within the Holy See reported. "There is no need to search. We have arrived." A flippant voice rang from the entrance, and Ivalon turned to see Heishi, the saint, nestled against the arm of the hero Charlotte. As they descended from a carriage, the couple appeared quite harmonious, embodying a perfect match. "How is it possible that you are together? Heishi, where on earth did you go last night?" Ivalon exclaimed in shock, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. The once pure and lofty light magic saint had grown so close to another man in just one night. Charlotte chuckled derisively, responding with a casual air. Where else could we have spent the night but in my estate? Chapter 15. The Archbishop. Allow me to introduce my master. Had it not been for the Holy Maiden's insistence that there were numerous personal belongings she needed to retrieve from the Holy See, Charlotte would have had no interest in visiting this dreary ecclesiastical institution. Heisey nestled happily against Charlotte, her face beaming with joy as she introduced him to Ivalon. Archbishop, allow me to present my master, the valiant Charlotte. We fell in love at first sight last night. Ivalon was taken aback. Here was a girl with the most formidable light magic talent in a century, the future heir of the Holy See, now claimed by a mere hero after just one night. Observing Heisey and Amp, Apos' demeanor, it was evident that the Holy Maiden and Amp, Apos' precious virtue had been taken by this ruffian-like hero. The normally composed Archbishop felt an uncharacteristic surge in his blood pressure. Heisey, what on earth is going on? Why do you call him your master? Have you been possessed? Without further ado, Ivalon unleashed a series of healing spells, purification rites, and light incantations upon Heisey. He gazed at her, filled with hope. Heisey, think carefully. Who are you? Under the multitude of light spells, Heisey exhibited no signs of abnormality. Instead, she affectionately clasped Charlotte's arm, bashfully revealing her feelings. I am the obedient puppy of my master. The hero, Ivalon, and Apos' expression darkened as he glared at Charlotte. No one would feel pleased about losing a holy maiden they had nurtured for years. My lord hero, I do not know what you have done to our holy maiden, but she is not like this. Please, lift whatever enchantment you have over her. Charlotte gently extricated himself from Heisey's embrace and stepped forward, looking down at Ivalon. Old man, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Heisey and I have promised to defeat the Demon King together. Do you intend to sever the bond between a hero and his companion? Ivalon felt as if struck by lightning. Historically, many heroes had triumphed over the Demon King through the bonds with their companions. This was no mere fabrication. If Charlotte truly decided to join forces with Heisey to confront the Demon King, from the perspective of humanity, Ivalon could not possibly obstruct or dismantle that bond. Even if he wished to intervene, it could only be after the hero vanquished the Demon King. However, by that time, should the hero unite with their holy maiden, it would only benefit the Holy See. As Ivalon grappled with these thoughts, Charlotte took another step forward, affectionately adjusting his collar. Haha, old man. I'm leaving the holy maiden in your care for the morning. Take good care of her, or I shall break your legs. With a dismissive pat on Ivalon's slightly bulging chest, Charlotte chuckled and turned to depart from the Holy See. I have matters to attend to. Be good and wait for me here. After giving a final instruction to the holy maiden, he mounted his carriage and headed south towards the imperial capital. Watching Charlotte's receding figure, Ivalon trembled with rage, impotently stomping his feet. Beast. A damn beast. Silence. I will not allow you to insult my master. The holy maiden retorted, cheeks flushed with indignation. In the southern part of the imperial capital of Dongwei lies a bustling commercial center, rich in resources and opportunity. This area hosts the headquarters of the Adventurers and Amp, Apos' Association, the Magicians and Amp, Apos' Association, and the Alchemists and Amp, Apos' Association, as well as the most influential elite of the entire empire. On the journey southward, Charlotte found himself perplexed. In the realm of Pingyu, martial and magical prowess were the primary means to enhance strength. Most races relied solely on their innate talents and diligent training in martial arts or magic to grow stronger. However, heroes were different. They needed only to embark on adventures and harness the abilities bestowed by the hero's mark to ascend to the pinnacle of power. Historically, the span from awakening the hero's mark to defeating the Demon King varied from as little as 7 days to several months. In his previous life, Charlotte was valiant, just, kind-hearted, and industrious. Among the many splendid qualities he possessed, he discovered through exploration of the hero's abilities that as long as he adhered to the knightly standards of discipline, the hero's mark would reciprocate, continually refining his martial energy. Conversely, succumbing to his desires would result in a significant loss of power granted by the hero's mark. In his previous life, he was diligent and actively developed the energy of the hero's mark. At his peak, the force of a single strike could cleave storm clouds in half over 100 miles. After vanquishing the Demon King, the burden on his shoulders lightened, and he began to entertain thoughts of complacency. He refused fame and title, desiring only a simple life with his beloved Holy Maiden. After confessing his feelings to the Holy Maiden, Heisey guided him to revel in the myriad forms of entertainment the imperial capital had to offer. She even led him to secretly infiltrate the royal palace, where they playfully occupied the throne while the guards were distracted. At that time, Charlotte was acutely aware that his indulgence was causing a depletion of his heroic powers. Yet, he was indifferent, having slain the Demon King. What could possibly harm him while he was in the safety of the imperial capital? At the moment when his heroic powers were at their most diminished, the third prince, accompanied by the capital's mightiest forces, effortlessly captured Charlotte. On the first day after his rebirth, he resolved to live unapologetically, doing as he pleased without enduring any grievances. While indulging himself the previous night, he had even prepared for a brief depletion of his heroic energy. However, upon awakening today, Charlotte discovered that the energy contained within the hero's mark not only remained intact, but surged at a rate several times greater than in his previous life. In just one day, his martial energy had already reached 1/10 of its peak from before. Could it be that he had been developing the hero's mark incorrectly in his past life? The mere thought of this possibility left Charlotte utterly astounded. Initially, he intended to indulge for a few days before reverting to his former disciplined lifestyle, but now it seemed, why change at all? A moment of indulgence was delightful. Perpetual indulgence was even more so. At the Iron Manor, the middle-aged Astan was recently troubled. As the sole duke of the St. Louis Empire, he not only possessed the largest estate but also wielded powers second only to the royal family. All the nobles courted his favor. And even the old king had personally mediated a match between the third prince and his daughter over a decade ago. Yet, his son Ai Yobi had provoked the newly minted hero and was publicly beaten by him in front of the Empire and Opos' elite. Just the thought of this sent chills down Duke Istan's spine. It was said that this hero hailed from a knightly background, characterized by integrity, selflessness, kindness, and a strict sense of discipline. Duke Astan admitted that he had indeed neglected his son's upbringing. But how grave must the offense have been to provoke such a hero into acting publicly without regard for his own dignity? Father, you must stand up for me. The oblivious child, still unaware of the gravity of his misdeeds, pleaded for his father to avenge him, wiping his snot and tears all over Duke Astan's robe, leaving the Duke's expression contorted in dismay. Chapter 16. The second hero and Opos' companion. I merely exchanged greetings with him, and he promptly forced me to the ground. Not even dozens of attendants could restrain him, and all the nobility of the empire witnessed my humiliation. With a slight headache, I pinched the bridge of my nose. While Duke Istan, both enraged and amused, inquired, "What do you wish me to do with him?" Naturally, I suggested dispatching our strongest retainers to bind him. I swore to extol his family with the most scathing words and deliver a decisive kick to his groin. Just as Iobi was about to finish his threat, the door was suddenly kicked open, and Shero entered, clapping his hands. "Well said. You've made my father laugh." Iobi. Istan. Upon seeing his adversary, Iobi hurriedly hid behind his father, mumbling, "You can't see me, you can't see me. My lord, this gentleman insists on entering, claiming to be a hero. We could not stop him nor inform you in time." Behind Shero, several attendants from the Ale Manor bowed and cautiously apologized to Duke Istan. The Duke twitched his lips and gestured for the attendants to withdraw, his heart racing with confusion. What enmity had this hero incurred with his son? A public beating was not enough. He had actually followed him home. Should he avoid the conflict or feign ignorance if a scuffle ensued? "Hero, might I inquire as to the whereabouts of your father?" Istan asked, glancing around but finding no sign of the hero and Opos' father. Shero casually pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs and stretching his neck. "In heaven, why do you wish to meet him?" "Perhaps not." With a forced smile, Duke Istan shot a reproachful glance at his unworthy son, instructing him to fetch some exquisite fruits to entertain the hero. He then asked, "Might I inquire about your purpose for visiting, esteemed hero?" "Nothing much. I heard that Miss Aylett possesses a vast knowledge and excels in alchemy and pharmacy. I wish to recruit her as a companion in our quest against the Demon King." Upon realizing the hero was not here to cause trouble, Duke Istan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It would be rather embarrassing if his son were to be beaten in front of him. To be chosen by a hero was indeed an honor for his daughter. Yet, Duke Istan paused, struggling to find the right words. "Miss Aylett has suffered from a chronic illness since childhood, and I fear she may not be able to bear your kind intentions." True to the Duke's stature, his eloquence pleased Shero immensely. "Not to worry, my lord. Please bring Miss Aylett forth. I would like to speak with her." "Very well." Duke Istan summoned an attendant and whispered instructions. The attendant nodded and exited. Soon, a tall, red-haired woman entered the room. Her figure was strikingly sensual and statuesque, her slender waist delicate enough to be grasped in a single hand. She wore a long, tailored white leather coat that accentuated her astonishing curves. Snow-white high-heeled boots enveloped her exquisite calves, while her long legs were partially concealed by the coat, yet it was impossible to overlook her alluring limbs. The fitted attire accentuated her rounded hips and the prominent swell of her bosom. The newcomer was none other than Aylett, the radiant jewel of the Eastern Empire and the fiancée of the third prince. Unlike the pure and sacred beauty of Haishi, Aylett embodied feminine allure to perfection. Were it not for her betrothal, noble suitors would have long since besieged the Ale Manor's gates. Aylett's lightly made up, frosty visage finally shifted. Her luscious red lips parted. Her voice cool and distinct. "Father, what is it you need?" "Aylett, please take a seat. This is our newly appointed hero from the St. Louis Empire. He has matters to discuss with you." Only then did Aylett notice the striking young man in the room, who bore a magnificent golden sword upon his back. Her eyes sparkled, and she gently tucked her red hair behind her ear before gracefully taking a seat across from Shero. "Father, might you and Iobi step outside?" I wish to converse with the hero. What could possibly be of such import that I cannot hear? Duke Easton was at a loss for words. Shall I leave? With no answer, Duke Easton awkwardly pushed open the door, ushering Iobe out. Shero gazed at Aelit with admiration, memories of his past life flooding back. On this very day in his former life, after receiving a gift from the old king, the third prince publicly announced the dissolution of his engagement to Aelit. This was not merely due to his promise to Haishi, but also because Aelit suffered from an exceedingly rare blood disease. The vitality of Aelit's cells diminished daily, and the archbishop, Ivaran, had predicted her demise within 2 months. On this day in his past life, after being publicly jilted by the third prince, the icy beauty merely smiled, unperturbed. After the banquet concluded, Aelit approached Shero, eagerly detailing her extensive knowledge and proficiency in alchemy and pharmacology. She wished to expend her final days in the fight against the Demon King. Shero could never forget the determination and stubbornness reflected in Aelit's eyes. He found himself unable to utter a word of refusal and ultimately agreed to join her in the battle against the Demon King. The hero's party, bolstered by Aelit's vast knowledge, avoided countless detours. Unfortunately, after their victory over the Demon King, Aelit succumbed to her illness in the beautiful elven forest on their return to the capital. This time, I shall ensure you have no regrets, Shero resolved. Across from him, Aelit, having gathered her thoughts, was about to speak when Shero interrupted. Miss Aelit. Addressing her with a smile, he continued, in the name of the hero, I invite you to join me as my companion in the quest against the Demon King. Will you accept? Aelit, taken aback by such a sincere invitation, covered her mouth in shock. What an immense honor, esteemed hero. Her smile was radiant, akin to a profusion of blooming flowers, as she extended her hand to warmly shake hands with the mysterious hero before her. As a token of our newfound partnership, allow me to present you with a gift. Shero reached into his pocket and retrieved a voice recorder, pressing the top to play a recording that emitted a sound, mesmerizing Aelit. 10 minutes later, Shero departed Ale Manor, bidding farewell to Easton and the others. Until we meet again, Aelit, this afternoon. Chapter 17. The moment I think of you, my mind is a mosaic with a smile. Charlotte greeted Aerlith and stepped back, casting a glance at Duke Easton and his entourage, reminding them, what follows may not be suitable for your eyes. Kindly turn around 180 degrees. Although Easton and the others were somewhat perplexed, they speculated this might involve the hero's secrets and dutifully complied. Charlotte placed a hand on Iobe's shoulder, who was about to turn away, saying, Not you, you rascal. Caught unexpectedly by the hero, Iobe could only awkwardly meet Charlotte's gaze, forcing a smile. Aha! Dear hero, I believe there may be some delightful misunderstanding between us. I can explain, I swear. I never intended to use the Martin boots. Charlotte, however, had no intention of engaging in polite conversation. His expression shifted to one of ferocity in an instant. He delivered a swift kick to Iobe's thigh, exclaiming, with the rising dawn, I command you to experience impart. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the El Manor. Duke Easton turned in shock, only to find that the hero had vanished, leaving Iobe groaning in anguish while cradling his injured region. Son, are you all right? Did you break anything? Amidst the excruciating pain, Iobe stammered in response. I'm fine, mine is smaller. He didn't kick me hard. Duke Easton, both amused and exasperated, pointed at Iobe, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally sighing. This time, the hero has let you off. You must amend your rebellious temperament, or next time, your father cannot save you. Father, won't you avenge me? Iobe pleaded. Avenge what? He is a hero, a savior of the world. Even if he were to slay you, as king, I would have to endure it. Iobe cast a pitiful glance at his elder sister, who merely shot him a disdainful look before turning and walking back into the manor. Time skip. There remained an hour until noon. The warm sun finally broke through the clouds, granting the world a brief encounter with its warmth. Charlotte, riding in a carriage, returned from the Holy See with the maiden, the saintess, laden with packages. Notably absent was Archbishop Ivarlon, likely sulking in a corner, recuperating from his emotional turmoil. Have you missed your master during the long hours apart? Charlotte affectionately embraced Haishi in the carriage, flirting as he playfully touched her. In the Holy See, I could not think of you. Haishi's face flushed with a charming hue, her breath quickening as her hands fidgeted with her clothing, exuding an air of delightful submission. Oh, why can't you think of me? Charlotte prodded. When I think of you, my mind becomes a mosaic. Such thoughts would be a disrespect to the divine. To hell with the divine. Tell me, do you wish to return and test my heroic abilities? Indeed, my dear master. I adore you. Haishi leaned closer, pressing her alluring form against Charlotte and playfully pecking him on the lips. But master, didn't he, the old king, invite us to the palace for noon? Scene change. As the ruler of the Empire of St. Louis, King Henry Bit had diligently governed his realm. Yet in recent years, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed with the mysterious deaths of the first and second princes. Only the third prince and the fourth princess remained as heirs. The old king was reluctant to pass the throne to the duplicitous third prince, Vikal, yet had little choice. For the fourth princess, Sue Davi, was equally unreliable. Shortly after the passing of the second prince, the old king unexpectedly fell victim to a peculiar ailment. Initially, this affliction rendered him excessively drowsy, requiring him to sleep for a full 12 hours daily. As time progressed, his waking hours dwindled, leaving him only brief moments of consciousness each afternoon before succumbing once more to unconsciousness. The old king grew increasingly frail, with his waking hours barely sufficient to manage state affairs. Just yesterday afternoon, he learned of the emergence of a new hero. However, due to his illness, he could only delegate a guard to extend an invitation to the hero for a meeting today. The sound of footsteps echoed in the silent hall, interrupting King Henry Bid's thoughts. "Father, it's time for your medication." "Oh, it is merely my young son bringing me my medicine." The old king sighed. "Ah, Vickle, I can't shake the feeling that my days are numbered. This medicine is truly optional." "Father, please do not speak that way. I am certain you will recover." Henry Bit gazed deeply into Vickle's eyes, his own murky and profound, before shaking his head and consuming the concoction in one gulp. Vickle took the empty bowl and exited the room slowly. "Your Highness, based on the current dosage, the king will pass into the embrace of the heavens in as little as 3 days or as long as half a month," the chief alchemist, Make, said with a slight bow. "Excellent. Master Make, your efforts are noted. When I ascend to the throne, I shall ensure you are well rewarded." Vickle nodded in satisfaction, but then furrowed his brow, continuing, "However, that so-called hero is still in the imperial city. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, let us reduce the medication dosage by half for these next few days, allowing the old man to linger until the hero departs." Make nodded elegantly, indicating his understanding. Your Highness, Your Highness." A flustered servant named Jess rushed over, panting. "The hero, Charlotte, has arrived at the palace." What does he want?" "He is not on the list of nobles I invited today." The mere mention of Charlotte's name made Vickle feel as though he had ingested something foul. He instinctively wished to retreat, avoiding an encounter with Charlotte. Unfortunately, Vickle was already too late. "Ah, Vickle, upon seeing this hero, why do you not even offer a greeting?" Charlotte approached with a cheerful smile, the saintess Haishi adorably by his side. "Is this how a member of the royal family behaves?" Reluctantly, Vickle turned around, astonished to see Charlotte donning the fierce dragon armor, which accentuated his heroic demeanor. How audacious! While Vickle was still processing, Jess jumped in first, pointing at Charlotte and admonishing. "Charlotte, while you may be a hero, do not forget that you are still merely a commoner. In terms of status, it is you who should be bowing to the prince." At these words, Charlotte's expression darkened swiftly. "Since when do insects dare to interrupt?" "Haishi, go. Give him 2 slaps." "With pleasure, master." "Vickle. Make. Vickle. Wait. Just last night I dispatched you to spy on the hero. Today, you are calling him Indapos, Master Indapos. You are the holy CS Saintess. How can such words escape your lips?" "Make. Goodness, is the Saintess and the hero's interaction so open? This is quite the spectacle." Chapter 18. I see that your majesty still possesses a certain charm. Holy light, radiant magic. Low-level spells require no incantation. She raised her staff, and a dazzling beam of holy light instantly pierced the eyes of all unprepared individuals present, forcing them to turn their heads and close their eyes. Crack. Seizing the moment when everyone had their eyes shut, 2 slaps landed swiftly on Jace's face. Jace saw a sneak attack. Vickle's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "Holy maiden, is it not rather impolite to treat my attendant in such a manner?" "I truly apologize, Your Highness." She replied, shyly lowering her head. Her cheeks flushed with 2 rosy hues as she gently responded, "The master's command is absolute. I cannot defy it." Her words left Vickle utterly speechless. He could no longer discern whether the holy maiden was merely acting to gain the hero's trust or had genuinely betrayed him. Completely submitting to the hero, Vickle felt as though a green haze enveloped his head, with a village of sheep and a fortress of wolves above it. No, it had only been one night. Why should this hero have such audacity? Redirecting his gaze to Charlotte, Vickle coldly snorted, "Hero, I can tolerate your repeated insolence, but please know your current location." Upon hearing this apparent threat, Charlotte scoffed, pointing a finger at the third prince's nose. She began with an unending stream of praises. "You are instructing me on my duties? Am I someone you can command? I possess an innate pride. What are you? To act so high and mighty in my presence. You." Vickle was infuriated, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he pointed at Charlotte, both parties exuding a tense atmosphere. "Your Highness, please remain calm." Mike hastily pulled Vickle aside, whispering urgently, "A moment's patience can preserve greater plans." "Fine, I will endure." Considering the hero's significance, the third prince had no choice but to swallow his indignation once more. He secretly vowed that once the Demon King was vanquished, he would ensure this detestable hero paid dearly. Taking a deep breath, Vickle asked, "May I inquire what brings the hero to my royal palace?" "That is none of your concern. Knowing too much will not benefit you," Charlotte dismissed scornfully, nearly pushing Vickle to his limits once again. Calmly passing by Vickle, Charlotte pushed open the heavy, gilded doors of the royal hall and stepped inside the palace. Behind her, Vickle and the others followed with somber expressions. eager to discern the hero's intentions. Greetings to His Majesty the King. Upon reaching the center of the grand hall, Charlotte and Hai-Shi slightly bowed, paying their respects to the aged King Henry Bit. Ah, it is the hero, along with the holy maiden of the sacred church. The elderly king, smiling warmly as he appraised Charlotte clad in the dragon armor, remarked, truly, heroes arise in youth. This generation's hero is spirited and remarkable, evoking a sense of admiration. Haha, Your Majesty, you are indeed a master of flattery, and I see that you still possess a certain charm. Hearing Charlotte's words, Henry Bit momentarily appeared taken aback. No one had ever described him with such phrases as master of flattery or possessing charm. This unexpected contrast caused the old king to burst into hearty laughter, filling the hall with a joyous atmosphere. The guards beside the king exchanged astonished and touched glances, silently reflecting. It has been a long time since we have seen the king smile like this. Well, the hero is indeed witty and humorous. To speak frankly, I wish to converse with you longer. However, time is of the essence, so I shall refrain from idle chatter. Finally managing to suppress his rare, hearty laughter, Henry Bit wiped away the tears of joy at the corners of his eyes and stated solemnly, the demon race is ruthless and merciless, a perpetual threat to our humanity. Now that you have accepted the hero and Amp, Oppo's mission, we, as the royal family, shall be your steadfast support. I, Henry Bit, in the name of the royal family, pledge to reward you with the title of Duke and land, as well as to bestow my beautiful daughter, Sadavi, upon you once you have defeated the Demon King. Vikal, that is the title of Duke and land. Currently, the entire Sacred Luin Empire has only one individual, the grandson of the former hero, Aston, who holds such honor. Hearing of such a generous reward, especially the promise of his sister's hand in marriage to this morally corrupt hero, Vikal nearly lost his composure. Standing aside, he took a deep breath, striving to suppress his internal turmoil. There was no need to be angry. After all, the old king was nearing his end. Once he ascended to the throne, he could manipulate this hero as he pleased. As for the old king's promised rewards, let this hero seek them from the depths of the earth. All this talk was empty. The old king should provide some tangible benefits. As I have stood here for quite some time without even a seat. To Vikal's astonishment, Charlotte, at the center of the rewards, not only failed to express gratitude to the old king, but even began to complain. Commoners are just that, focused solely on immediate benefits, lacking any far-reaching vision. Upon this realization, Vikal felt an inexplicable sense of superiority rise within him, lifting his spirits considerably. Hearing Charlotte's words, the old king was not angered. Instead, he instructed the servants to bring forth 2 chairs for Charlotte and Hai-Shi to sit. He nodded slightly, saying, what the hero says is quite right. I have not entertained you adequately. Originally, I intended to reward you with the finest armor in the Empire before meeting you today, but you already possess it. I cannot think of any other reward, so it shall be up to you, hero. Whatever you desire, as long as it is within my power, I shall grant it. Once the old king's words fell, Charlotte did not deliberate for long. Very well. Then, I request the Singing Ice Lotus from your treasury. The Singing Ice Lotus is a treasure of the Ice Snow clan in the northern part of the Sacred Luin Empire, naturally blooming only once every 100 years, possessing miraculous powers of resurrection. Upon hearing Charlotte's request, Vikal's eyes widened in shock, deeply shaken by her greed. The third prince's gaze was almost pleading as he fixated on the old king. Do not give it to him, father. The Singing Ice Lotus is the national treasure of our Sacred Luin Empire, mine. It is the divine medicine that will revive you, father. It absolutely cannot be given to another. Chapter 19. The Annulment of Engagement. Vikal, cease your foolishness. Henry Bitter admonished sharply. A true hero is one who endeavors to save the world. He is far more deserving of the song of the Ice Lotus than I. Is my life more precious than that of countless others? No, old man, that is my song of the Ice Lotus, not yours. Vikal seethed inwardly, clenching his fists tightly, his face marred by visible veins, revealing his immense reluctance. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately had to bow his head. Yes, my child has learned his lesson. Henry waved his hand wearily, sighing. Very well, I am beginning to feel fatigued. Vikal, I have heard that you are hosting the nobility of the imperial capital today. Make sure to extend a proper welcome to the hero. Do not neglect our esteemed guest. Understood. Meanwhile, in the desert demon city, the demon king Zosa took out a small notebook, quietly jotting down the words Song of the Ice Lotus. He instructed, listen, once the hero embarks on his journey, devise a way to eliminate his companions, forcing him to utilize the Song of the Ice Lotus. We must not allow the hero to possess a resurrection item. As you command. Beneath the throne, 4 demon generals knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in response. My lord, why do we not slay the hero directly, but instead target his companions? You fool. A steadfast hero may come and go, but his companions are ever-changing. In history, has a hero ever perished before a demon king? Yet, what if this hero does not use the Song of the Ice Lotus on his companions? From our observations, he appears to possess a rather low moral standing. Then we simply change the companions we kill until he is compelled to use it. If he refuses to employ the Song of the Ice Lotus, we will raise a city, using the lives of its inhabitants as leverage. If one city is insufficient, we will take 10. If 10 is still lacking, then 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. The brutal and merciless words echoed throughout the Demon King and Apos' hall, causing the 4 demon generals to tremble in fear. Back in the Eastern Wei imperial capital, the third Prince Vikal returned to the banquet hall with a grim expression, escorting Shero and another. At this moment, Shero had received the well-packaged Song of the Ice Lotus from the guard, Ryan. The lively hall was filled with harmonious conversations among the nobles. Occasionally, a noble would greet Vikal, but he ignored them all. Your Highness, there is no need to be angry. Finally free from the hero's company, Make approached Vikal and whispered, historically, there has never been a precedent for a hero dying mid-journey. As long as we can identify his weaknesses after he defeats the Demon King and capture him, everything he possesses, including the Song of the Ice Lotus, will belong to you. At these words, Vikal's grim countenance softened slightly, though he retorted coldly, identifying weaknesses is easier said than done. What do we have to uncover his vulnerabilities? We have embedded the Saintess as our secret weapon beside the hero. From my perspective, the Saintess has successfully gained the hero's trust. Discovering his weaknesses should be a trivial task. Meg diligently fulfilled his role as a strategist, guiding the third prince through the current situation. Although the Saintess currently refers to him as an Apos, Master, and Apos, this could very well be a tactic to build trust. After all, it has only been one night since last evening. No matter how capable the hero may be, it is unlikely he could persuade the Saintess to change her heart overnight. Vikal raised an eyebrow, as if regaining confidence, his posture straightening slightly. Are you suggesting the Saintess has not betrayed us? That her current behavior is merely a means to secure Shero and Apos' trust? Precisely. Make responded confidently. The Saintess has made such significant sacrifices for the mission of the prince. We too should take action in response. What actions should we undertake? Your Highness, consider why you are hosting the nobility of the entire imperial capital today. Is it not to announce the annulment of your engagement with Aralette? The Saintess is present. Allow her to witness your noble resolve in breaking off the engagement. She will undoubtedly be moved and wish to throw herself into your embrace. As Vikal listened, his eyes grew brighter. He took 2 glasses of wine from a passing servant, handing one to Make and clinking it against his. I must have been blinded by anger to overlook such a simple situation. Thank goodness for Master Make and Apos' guidance. Downing the wine, Vikal returned the empty glass to the servant and Apos' tray and declared, with Master Make by my side, I feel like I possess the wisdom of a sage. I shall now announce the annulment of the engagement to the nobles of the imperial capital. Turning, Vikal strode toward the podium in the banquet hall. Soon, Vikal noticed a tall and beautiful woman standing at the podium, clad in a form-fitting white leather coat that accentuated her stunning figure, her long, elegant legs adorned with snow-white high-heeled boots. Her features were exquisite. It was Aralette, one of the 2 jewels of the imperial capital and the third prince's fiancée. Upon seeing her, an ominous premonition surged within Vikal. Aralette expertly adjusted the alchemical device at the podium. With the influx of magical energy, the device activated, emitting a soft glow. Ahem. Her cool voice resonated through the amplified speaker, capturing the attention of all guests in the royal banquet hall. Aralette smiled gently, her lips curling into an alluring arc as she spoke. I welcome everyone to this banquet. I, Aralette, would like to take this opportunity to announce a piece of news. Due to various reasons, and after careful consideration, I hereby declare that I have annulled my engagement with the third prince. I hope everyone will take note. Thank you. Vikal exclaimed, what? I have been jilted. After shutting off the speaker, Aralette elegantly descended from the podium, disregarding the stunned reactions of the nobles in the hall. The nobles, however, were far from calm. Whispering amongst themselves, that was a union between the royal family and the Duke of Eyston. How could it be annulled so abruptly? Are you not aware? Aralette suffers from an incurable disease. They say she has but 2 months to live. The third prince must have grown weary of her. Goodness, the third prince must lack discernment. Such a beauty. If only I could marry her for a day, I would gladly sacrifice 3 months of my life. What a pity for Aralette. To be afflicted with a terminal illness and abandoned by the third prince. My heart aches for her. The powerful whispered among themselves, occasionally casting furtive glances at Vikal, who was hastily making his way toward Aralette. Upon witnessing this, the nobles ceased their discussions, their eyes filled with anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Aralette. Vikal called out her name, his gaze ablaze with fury. How dare you unilaterally annul our engagement without any discussion? Have you lost your mind? I am the one who should be rejecting the annulment. Chapter 20. Is your husband good to you? Aralette crossed her arms over her ample bosom, her eyes reflecting a blend of disdain, secret delight, and an icy demeanor. That morning, after listening to the recording from Charlotte, this decisive and commanding woman could no longer remain composed. Following a brief exchange with Charlotte, she swiftly reached a resolution. Your Highness, the third prince, since you have resolved to annul our engagement, even if you were to plead with me now, I could never consider reconciling with you. Vikal, taken aback by her words. Found himself at a loss for coherent speech. How could he possibly beg this woman, who was fated for a short life, to restore their relationship? No matter how beautiful she was, or that she was the daughter of a duke, she was still a woman destined for an early demise. As the future king of the Holy Luin Empire, he could never marry a woman with such a fate. Yet, Vikel's pride only allowed him to initiate the annulment. He could never accept being the one discarded by Erlit. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his gaze sharpened. Are you seeing another man? Is that why you dare to break off our engagement? Erlit's expression changed immediately, her disbelief palpable. She had not anticipated Vikel would so brazenly cast such malicious suspicions upon her in front of the gathered nobility. Before she could retort, a frivolous voice emerged from the crowd. Vikel, since you've deduced the reason, why do you continue to harass my fiancée? Charlotte, accompanied by Haishi, emerged from the throng of nobles, standing resolutely by Erlit's side, offering her a reassuring glance that conveyed, I've got your back. What? Your fiancée? Vikel gaped at Charlotte in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. A flicker of confusion crossed Erlit's eyes. She boldly took hold of Charlotte's arm, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she delivered a verbal blow to Vikel. Indeed, Your Highness, the third prince. As of now, I am engaged to the brave warrior. Please refrain from bothering me henceforth. On Charlotte's other side, the saintess, unwilling to be outdone, clasped Charlotte's arm while playfully covering her mouth with her hand, exclaiming, How pitiable! Your Highness, not only have you been rejected, but your fiancé has also become someone else and Apos. Once more struck by their words, Vikel trembled in fury, his face turning a shade of green as he beheld Charlotte, flanked by two women. At that moment, realization dawned upon him. Both the saintess Haishi and Erlit were firmly allied with the brave warrior. Ha! The third prince, consumed by rage, pointed at Charlotte, mocking, Well then, I must thank you for taking on my ill-fated fiancée. I advise you to marry soon, lest you find yourself planning a funeral before the wedding. Charlotte could distinctly feel Erlit's arm tremble beside him at those words. You need not concern yourself with that, he replied lightly, patting Erlit's delicate hand. With a flourish, he produced a small jade box from behind his back. His expression relaxed as he said, My fiancé, open this and see what it is. Erlit obediently opened the jade box, and upon seeing its contents, her eyes widened in astonishment. Some sharp-eyed nobles also discerned the treasure within, gasping in shock. It's the ice lotus of melody, a treasure from the northern realm of the empire, a bloom that only blossoms once every 100 years. The revelation ignited a chorus of exclamations among the other nobles. It truly is the ice lotus of melody. Legend has it that such a treasure can even bring the dead back to life. It's priceless, as long as there is even a single breath left. Consuming it will restore one to their prime, and even if one has passed, it can grant them a second chance at life. Could it be that the brave warrior was willing to gift such a treasure to Erlit? If she were to consume the ice lotus of melody, her affliction would surely be healed. Charlotte nudged the jade box into Erlit's arms, smiling. Take it. It's for you. And no, this is too precious. I cannot. Erlit stammered, trembling as she accepted the box, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. In the face of her congenital illness, she had long anticipated a short life. She believed she was prepared to confront death, even contemplating joining the Warrior-S team to contribute to humanity with her remaining days. Yet, when faced with the remedy that could save her, she realized she was far from as resolute as she had thought. If there was a chance to live, she did not wish to succumb just yet. Take it. As a companion of the warrior, you cannot vanish halfway, he urged gently. Thank you, Charlotte. I will surely repay you, she whispered. Having been betrothed to the royal family since childhood, they had never lifted a finger to assist her with her illness. Yet here was this brave warrior, whom she had only met mere hours ago, bestowing upon her such a precious gift. How could she ever repay him? Perhaps by offering herself entirely. Erlit clutched the jade box tightly, wiping away her tears, tucking her hair behind her ear, and breaking into a smile. In an instant, her charm captivated Charlotte, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Charlotte, Vikel, now completely unhinged, bellowed. You sought the ice lotus of melody from my father just to treat this woman? I shall do as I please. Who are you to dictate my actions? Charlotte retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Vikel. Suddenly, he took Erlit and Apos' hand, asking affectionately, Is your husband good to you? Erlit immediately grasped Charlotte and Apos' intent. As astute as she was, she could easily discern the tension between the warrior and the third prince, with one seeking to publicly annul their engagement and the other striving to save her. The choice was abundantly clear. Without hesitation, she tightened her grip on Charlotte and Apos' hand, responding joyfully, Yes, very much so. How good. Extremely good. Before the assembly of nobles and the third prince, Erlit rose to her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Charlotte and Apos' cheek, playfully retorting, How is your wife to you? Very good. Very, very good. He echoed enthusiastically. Vikel, the nobles, the demon lord and his generals. Sainus. If one were to encapsulate their mindset in a single word, it would undoubtedly be explosive. And if another word were to describe the spectacle they witnessed, it would surely be extraordinary. If they were to choose a single term to characterize the couple before them, they would unhesitatingly opt for madly in love. Chapter 21. The princes break down. Even the Demon King, far away in the desert demon city, could not help but reveal the pained expression of a single nobleman upon witnessing the two indulge in such blatant displays of affection. Zasa, feeling distressed, shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer, and softly murmured while pointing at the magic mirror, "I can't watch this any longer. Someone should put an end to them." In the royal banquet hall, the third prince, having been repeatedly shaken by the emotional turmoil, turned and departed, as if resolved to make a decisive choice. Not once glancing back at Shero. The onlooking nobles, who had been spectators to the unfolding drama, also averted their gazes, unwilling to continue consuming the spectacle. Once the third prince had left, Shero and Aliette erupted into joyous laughter, akin to victors celebrating a hard-won battle. After a while, Shero finally managed to stifle his mirth, releasing Aliette's hand and explaining, "Aliette, I only claimed we were engaged to provoke Fikel. I hope you do not take offense." Aliette blinked her beautiful eyes and giggled. "What? Even the great hero has moments of insecurity? But I am taking this seriously." She shook the jade box in her hand and solemnly declared, "Shero, you may not realize what this means to me. You have granted me a second life. From this day forth, I, Aliette, belong to you, and I am willing to do anything for you." By the end of her declaration, the once aloof lady was blushing fiercely, turning to flee as though escaping a sudden embarrassment. Shero remained momentarily bewildered, scratching his head. It seemed he had inadvertently pushed the boundaries of their relationship. Initially, he intended only to assist his former companion in finding closure, yet unexpectedly, he had won her affection. However, Shero quickly came to terms with it. In this new life, he aimed to live freely and without restraint. To reject the opportunities presented to him would render his rebirth pointless. Moreover, having experienced an entire month of adventures in his previous life, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent to such a stunning and captivating lady. To be precise, any normal man, faced daily with four exquisite beauties, would find it hard not to harbor feelings. In his former life, Shero had been steadfast in his affections, relying on discipline to grow stronger, and had never crossed the line. In this life, liberated from the shackles of self-restraint, he had come to regard them as within his grasp. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the Demon King and Appos, S-Mark and Appos, S abilities. Master, just as he was lost in thought, a plaintive call from Heishi interrupted him. Shero turned to see the saintess, her jealousy almost palpable. "How fickle you are, master. You enticed one lady yesterday, and have already caught another today." Shero smiled slightly and leaned down, whispering devilishly in Heishi's ear, "I command you not to feel jealous." "Yes. I accept the order, comprehend the command, and will obey." The poor saintess had become entirely ensnared by Shero's influence, with no chance of escape. "Why do you command me so directly, yet treat Aliette with such courtesy?" Heishi muttered, her voice laced with resentment. Given Shero's differing attitudes towards her and Aliette, the saintess could already envision every night to come, where she would be forced to watch as Shero and Aliette grew intimate, while she would merely kneel at the side, repeatedly beseeching for a sliver of his favor. How could this be? The master is mine alone. With this thought, the saintess felt a wave of frustration wash over her. However, due to the command not to feel jealous, she had to accept the harsh reality. Enough of this spectacle. It is time to return to the manor and rest. Ignoring the advances of any noble seeking his favor, Shero turned with Heishi towards the banquet hall's exit. "Master, when shall we set off to confront the Demon King?" "Did I ever say I wish to confront the Demon King?" Shero replied defiantly. "The Demon King has done me no wrong. Why should I go and attack him? Just because I am a hero, must I traverse great distances to fight him?" Upon hearing such outrageous words, the saintess was momentarily struck dumb. But Heishi stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. To her surprise, she realized Shero was correct. The Demon King, far away in the desert demon city, indeed bore no grudge against Shero. After racking her brain, the saintess finally found a reason for Shero to confront the Demon King. But the royal family has promised that whoever slays the Demon King shall be granted a Duke and Appos, S title and lands. That is a reward that places one just beneath the emperor. That may be true, but I currently lack the motivation to confront the Demon King. How can I inspire the master to have motivation? Let us see how you perform. At this, the saintess and Appos, S cheeks immediately flushed with charming hues. Heishi tightly clutched the hero and Appos, S arm, lightly rising on her toes, and whispered sweetly in Shero and Appos, S ear, "I bought a lovely outfit and a pet ball today. I will serve you well." Recalling the pleasures of the previous night, Shero felt a warmth rising within him. Skillfully lifting the saintess and Appos, S chin, he gazed into her exquisite face. "What does buying those things have to do with serving me? God does not allow dogs to speak, for love and loyalty must be expressed through actions. Am I your god?" Heishi shyly lowered her head and smiled sweetly. "You are mightier than God." Meanwhile, the third prince stormed back to his chambers, inadvertently tripping over the threshold. Stumbling, he flailed his arms to regain balance before angrily kicking the threshold, exclaiming, "Damn it, that wretched Shero." Upon entering his chamber, the furious third prince began to scream and wreak havoc on the exquisite new furniture, venting his inner rage. Outside, Jace and Mike exchanged worried glances, refraining from uttering a word. Time passed in silence until the third prince finally emerged from his room, still brooding but regaining his composure. "Your Highness, the Saintess Heishi has betrayed us. We must promptly arrange for someone to infiltrate the hero and Apos S party," Mike suggested with a slight bow. "This current hero is crude and barbaric, operating well outside the bounds of basic morality. Until we discern his weaknesses, your Highness's throne will remain unstable. Do not fret." Vikel waved his hand dismissively, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "I already have a suitable candidate to infiltrate the hero and Apos S party." Jace and Mike exchanged astonished glances, both in unison asking, "Who is it?" "That old fool intends to marry my mischievous sister to Shero, so I shall arrange for her to join the hero's party." With that, Vikel burst into laughter. "Though my sister is a beauty, she is notoriously headstrong and has never adhered to societal norms. She is unlikely to accept her life being dictated. While I am bound by royal decorum and my own image, I cannot act against Shero. But Su Daiwei is different. She will not care if he is a hero. If provoked, she will certainly retaliate. Shero is wicked. I shall send someone even more wicked to torment him. I can hardly wait to see him suffer." Haha. Chapter 22. The arrival of Aralet. Time passed quietly, and as the sun gradually dipped in the west, afternoon descended upon the royal estate of Charlotte. A stunning guest, Aralet, graced the manor with her presence. Compared to her former self, Aralet now radiated a newfound vitality, shedding some of her previous coldness and indifference. It was evident that the enchanting ice lotus had not only healed her physically, but had also transformed her mindset. No longer burdened by a fatalistic resolve, she began to embrace the splendid moments life had to offer, gradually dismantling the thick walls she had built around her heart during her seclusion due to an unusual ailment. Standing outside the estate, Aralet held 2 baskets of specially sourced fruits and courteously addressed the servant, requesting, "Please notify your lord of the manor that Aralet, his fiancée, wishes to see him." "Very well, miss. Please hold on a moment," the servant replied, turning to enter the manor. Shortly thereafter, he returned with an apologetic expression, saying, "I'm sorry, miss, but Lord Charlotte may be a bit preoccupied. You are welcome to come in and wait for him." "Ah, thank you," Aralet replied. Stepping inside the manor, her white high-heeled boots softly echoing against the floor as she followed the servant to the sitting room. "Lord Charlotte is upstairs. Please wait here. And if you need anything, feel free to call us," the servant informed her before exiting the room. Curiously surveying her surroundings, Aralet suddenly recognized the layout, as it bore a familiar resemblance. Numerous low-grade fire magic cores adorned the lavishly decorated walls, radiating just the right amount of warmth to dispel the chill of winter, creating a spring-like ambience within the room. When summer arrived, the fire cores could be replaced with ice cores, providing a refreshing coolness during the sweltering heat. Aralet recalled that this had once been the estate of the third prince, where she had visited as a guest several years ago. After waiting for what felt like an eternity in the sitting room, she restlessly toyed with her vibrant red hair, her long, elegant legs crossing and uncrossing repeatedly. "Am I being too forward? What is Charlotte doing? Why hasn't he come to see me yet? Surely, he isn't in any trouble?" Finally succumbing to her impatience, Aralet resolved to ascend the stairs to ascertain the situation. As the sun leaned against the distant mountains, the sky was painted with vast swathes of fiery clouds. After an afternoon of vigorous activity, Charlotte and Heishi finally felt the pangs of hunger and decided to take a break. Strange, shouldn't such activities leave one feeling drained? Yet, I feel increasingly invigorated with each passing moment, Charlotte mused as he donned his attire, sensing the warrior's strength within him burgeoning rapidly. In just this half-day alone, he had regained 5% of the power he wielded at the peak of his former life. At this pace, it was conceivable that in a month, the demon lord of the desolate magic city would face a version of himself thrice as powerful as before. Returning to the present, Charlotte and Heishi descended the stairs. Upon noticing the fruit baskets on the coffee table, Charlotte summoned the estate and Apos S steward and inquired, "Steward, has a guest arrived?" The steward, with an odd expression, sincerely explained, "This afternoon, a beautiful young lady named Aralet visited. I specifically invited her to wait here for you, but she left after 2 hours." Charlotte's face flushed with embarrassment. He had indeed become too engrossed in those indescribable activities, completely missing Aralet's visit. After a moment of contemplation, a decision emerged. In the future, if any guests arrive, play the piano in the sitting room for 2 minutes, and I shall come down. The steward nodded, "Understood, my lord. Prepare dinner, and ensure there is an ample selection of meats, accompanied by 2 soups, Charlotte instructed. The steward acknowledged and departed. Soon after, a line of servants entered, presenting an array of delectable dishes. As Charlotte internally lamented the decadence of high society, he and Heishi savored the sumptuous feast together. Chapter 23 The arrival of the fourth princess, Su Daiwei. After dinner, the sun had completely set, and the servants illuminated the various lights throughout the royal estate. Adorned with colorful lights, the entire estate transformed into a breathtaking spectacle. Within the estate, a pair of individuals strolled along the cobbled path. The man, with striking eyebrows and sharp eyes, possessed an elegant stature, while the woman exuded grace and poise, radiating a pure and ethereal aura that set her apart from the mundane. They were indeed a match made in heaven, Charlotte and Haishi. Charlotte, feeling the resurgence of his once peak warrior strength, gazed longingly at the divine woman beside him. He extended his hand, drawing her gentle form into his embrace, playfully running his fingers through her silky golden hair. Enchantress, I seek your aid in my training. The saintly maiden playfully punched Charlotte's chest, both inviting and resisting. Master, even with the healing prowess of light magic, overindulgence may overwhelm Shiur. Let us stroll a while longer. That is not for you to decide. Charlotte discreetly activated the second ability of the Demon King's seal. The saintess felt an unexpected warmth blooming in her lower abdomen. A wave of heat coursed up her spine, with a heart shape faintly appearing in her pupils. Unspoken emotions gradually invaded Haishi and Appo's mind, compelling her to cling tightly to Charlotte and Appo's arm to maintain her balance. To stave off an even more precarious predicament, Haishi's breathing grew heavier as she hurriedly pleaded with Charlotte. Master, I was wrong. Please do not punish me here. I shall submit entirely to your will once we return. I beg of you. Charlotte chuckled softly, gradually withdrawing his power, internally marveling. Just moments ago, he realized that his growth encompassed not just his warrior abilities, but also his demonic powers, which were advancing in tandem. The warrior and Appo's seal honed his combat skills, while the Demon King and Appo's seal refined his physique. In this life, he would likely surpass his former self by a considerable margin. Thank you for your mercy, master. The saintess, rising on her toes, lightly kissed Charlotte and Appo's cheek before hastily employing a cleansing spell from light magic to regain her composure. Without the purification spell, she feared she might succumb to the influence of the silver markings and kneel before her master. Being outdoors, the thought of any indiscretion becoming public was utterly mortifying. The silver markings subtly altered her perception, making it increasingly difficult for her to maintain her composure before Charlotte. She found herself unable to uphold even a modicum of the saintess's dignity in his presence, a predicament both vexing and exquisitely delightful. As this thought crossed her mind, a faint blush crept onto Haishi's cheeks, rendering her enchanting under the glow of the estate's lights. As they continued their leisurely walk, the butler hurriedly approached and bowed before Charlotte. My lord, there is a guest. Oh, Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Who would come to visit him at such a late hour? Since his bold actions of publicly humiliating Yubi and brazenly claiming the third prince's fiancée, he had successfully intimidated the noble class of the entire capital. So far, only a few audacious nobles continued to send him invitations, while the majority distanced themselves, wary of approaching him at all. It was indeed peculiar for anyone to visit at this hour. Butler, what happened to your face? Hearing Haishi and Appo's exclamation, Charlotte turned to find the butler's right cheek swollen and red. Who did this? My lord, it was the guest, Princess Su Daiwei, who did this. It no longer hurts. I assure you, it's nothing serious. The butler concealed his face with a forced smile. Haishi, please heal the butler, Charlotte commanded, placing a reassuring hand on the butler's shoulder. As you are now my butler, you are under my protection. Upon hearing this, the butler and Appo's eyes glistened with gratitude. Soon, Haishi cast a light magic healing spell, effortlessly alleviating the swelling on the butler and Appo's face. Charlotte instructed the butler to return and rest while he and Haishi walked along the path towards the house. Lost in thought, Charlotte contemplated the identity of the visitor, his third companion, the willful and spoiled fourth princess, Su Daiwei. I was meant to meet you tomorrow. I didn't and Appo's expect you to arrive today, he mused, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. In his previous life, this headstrong and arrogant princess had refused to lift a finger within their team, often issuing commands to others. Not only that, but she had also caused considerable trouble, forcing Charlotte to clean up her mess time and again. It was not until they faced life and death crises that she had slightly tempered her behavior, though only to a minimal degree. Most significantly, after losing his powers in his past life, Su Daiwei had been among those who sought to capture him. Memories of this little princess replayed in Charlotte and Appo's mind, causing him to furrow his brow before relaxing it once more. Su Daiwei, in this life, let us see how I shall discipline you. As these thoughts intertwined in his mind, Charlotte and Haishi entered the house. There, they immediately spotted a stunning young woman seated elegantly in the living room, legs crossed. Her delicate features resembled those of a porcelain doll, as though she had stepped out of a fairy tale. A petite crown adorned her head, and cascading waves of pink hair flowed gracefully down her back. The red gemstone earrings dangling from her fair earlobes accentuated her exquisite visage. Beneath her refined face lay a graceful swan-like neck and finely sculpted collarbones. The contrast between her alabaster skin and the vibrant red of her earrings was striking. Her soft shoulders and ample bosom, though concealed beneath a magnificent, ornate golden gown, could not hide the fact that Su Daiwei possessed a figure of unparalleled beauty, rivaling the two brightest jewels of the capital. However, her royal status and tempestuous nature deterred others from ranking her among them. Hey, are you the so-called hero? How dare you not personally welcome my royal presence and make me wait? Su Daiwei rose from her seat, her golden bow-heeled shoes clicking against the floor as she sauntered towards Charlotte, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. Although she stood half a head shorter than him, she carried herself as if looking down upon him. Charlotte chuckled lightly and turned to Haishi, indicating the upstairs. Go wait in the room. You will soon have a new companion. Prepare the small whip and handcuffs. Yes, master. The saintess nodded, casting a sympathetic glance at Su Daiwei before departing. Hey, stop. What kind of look is that? Su Daiwei had never experienced such a sympathetic gaze before. She stamped her foot and scolded Haishi in a high-pitched voice. Haishi ignored her, resolutely ascending the staircase. Su Daiwei would not deign to pursue Haishi herself. Instead, she turned her attention back to Charlotte, scolding him. Is this how you instruct your subordinates? Ignoring the words of a princess? No, 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 she is not my subordinate. She will be your future sister. Upon hearing Charlotte and Apos' insinuating words, Su Daiwei scoffed. How could a princess of my stature possibly lower herself to befriend someone so lacking in manners? Charlotte quietly closed the door behind her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. To what do we owe the honor of your royal presence, your highness? Chapter 24. Subduing the fourth princess Humph. Su Daiwei, with her arms crossed over her chest, gracefully returned to the exquisite mahogany armchair in the living room. Beneath her Gothic gown, one long, elegant leg naturally crossed over the other as she declared with an air of arrogance. This princess has come to lead you in vanquishing the Demon King. Mark my words. It is your honor that I am willing to join you. A blessing you could not earn in 3 lifetimes. At her words, Xiaoluo Kuden and Apos helped but twitch his lips, recalling the antics of this troublesome princess in his past life. He subtly shook his head. With you and my team, I am genuinely astonished. Xiaoluo procured a mahogany armchair and, sitting across the dining table from Su Daiwei, elegantly poured himself a cup of steaming tea from a finely crafted teapot. Wisps of steam rose gently from the cup as Xiaoluo intertwined his fingers, leisurely observing the young lady opposite him. Oh, gaining entry into the ranks of the brave is not an easy feat, pray. What abilities do you possess, princess? He inquired. In your current ensemble, there exists a saintess of the Holy See, commanding the light magic, and the daughter of Duke Astan, well versed in alchemy. I, naturally, am here to enhance the completeness of your team. At this point, a hint of pride illuminated Su Daiwei and Apos' face, her noble chin lifting even higher. I have practiced swordsmanship from a young age, mastering various techniques, and I am nearly on par with the sword saint of the setting sun. Should you be humble enough to learn, I could offer some guidance. No sooner had she spoken, than Xiaoluo emitted a light chuckle, prompting the proud princess to feel offended. What are you laughing at? If it were not for the demands of my father and elder brother, I would never consider joining your team. You dare to laugh. I shall teach you a lesson today. With a slight frown, Su Daiwei summoned her fighting spirit, drawing forth the silver longsword she had set aside. In an instant, the blade was poised against Xiaoluo and Apos' neck. Do not act rashly, your highness. Xiaoluo calmly raised his hands. Having encountered Su Daiwei's temperament countless times in his previous life, he remained unfazed by her actions. To be fair, Su Daiwei's prowess was indeed formidable. During the early stages of their previous adventures, when Xiaoluo had yet to fully develop, many formidable foes were dealt with by either Su Daiwei or Haishi, although most of those adversaries were provoked by Su Daiwei herself. Now, with only a fraction of his former strength restored, Xiaoluo was not a match for Su Daiwei. However, she was perfectly countered by his Demon King and Apos' markability. Your highness, look into my eyes. Su Daiwei, perplexed, focused her gaze on Xiaoluo and Apos' eyes, and in an instant, her consciousness was captivated by their faint glow. Your highness, you wish to join the brave and amp Apos' team, do you not? Xiaoluo slowly rose, gently removing the silver longsword from Su Daiwei and amp Apos' grasp. With no resistance, she allowed her sword to be taken, her gaze uncontrollably drawn to Xiaoluo's eyes, as if something within them held an irresistible allure. Yes, I wish to join the brave and amp Apos' team. Su Daiwei and amp Apos' eyes glazed over, her words tumbling out in a dreamy whisper. Excellent. There are 3 rules you must abide by upon joining the brave and Apos' team. You will adhere to these rules, will you not? Yes, I will abide by the rules. Under Xiaoluo's gentle coaxing, Su Daiwei complied like a docile little rabbit, obediently articulating the words he desired to hear. Under the influence of hypnosis, her utterances would resolutely transform into her own will, even altering her very essence. Xiaoluo revealed his true intentions, seeking to consume the unsuspecting little rabbit before him. First, you must obey all commands of the brave and regard him as your master. I must obey. No, please, no. Su Daiwei trembled all over, her breath growing heavier. Having been spoiled since childhood, the fourth princess instinctively resisted such commands. She was accustomed to issuing orders to others, never having been in a position to submit. Her subconscious fought desperately against this unknown control, yet her gaze remained ensnared by the power of the demon king and amp, Appos, S. Her thoughts descending into chaos. The insidious voice persisted, unyielding. But you have stated your desire to join the brave and Appos S team and agreed to abide by its commands. Why yes, I have stated that. As Su Daiwei quaked, her mind felt as though it were a muddled mess, utterly malleable, transforming her into a marionette at the mercy of another and Appos S will. I will obey all commands of the brave master. Upon uttering this phrase, Su Daiwei ceased trembling, as if shedding an enormous burden, her delicate features blossoming into an enchanting smile, as beautiful as a garden in full bloom. Xiao Luo savored this rare smile from his past life, reaching out to gently grasp Su Daiwei's exquisitely shaped chin, commanding coldly, kneel. Without hesitation, Su Daiwei sank to her knees, disregarding any concern for soiling her beautiful Gothic gown. As Xiao Luo's actions compelled her to raise her head to gaze up at him, he continued, second, within the team, your status is the lowest, thus you cannot refuse the requests of other members. Yes, I cannot refuse the requests of others within the team. With the precedent set by the first rule, Su Daiwei easily accepted the second stipulation. Third, obeying the master and Appos S commands will bring you happiness and joy. Conversely, disobedience will lead to boundless suffering and regret. Yes, obeying the master and Appos S commands brings me happiness, while defying him brings me regret and pain. When you hear the sound of a snap, you will awaken and forget the events of your hypnosis. Yet you will unwaveringly adhere to these three rules upon joining the brave S team. Yes, snap. The sound echoed. Su Daiwei and amp, Appos S dazed, beautiful eyes gradually refocused, her foggy mind regaining consciousness. As she awoke, the fourth princess gasped in horror, realizing she was embarrassingly kneeling on the ground. Fuming, Su Daiwei stood upright, pointing at Xiao Luo, exclaiming, "What have you done to me? Why am I kneeling? I command you to keep this matter to yourself. As you wish, Your Highness." Returning to his mahogany armchair, Xiao Luo tilted his head playfully and shrugged, signaling his understanding. "Are you certain you wish to join my brave team?" "Of course. This is my father and amp, Appos S command. Do you dare defy the orders of the king of the Holy Luan Empire?" Having drained the tea he had poured earlier, Xiao Luo found the temperature just to his liking as he slowly rose. Then, "Welcome, Your Highness, to our ranks." Seeing Xiao Luo acquiesce to her request, Su Daiwei puffed out her chest in triumph, excitement and joy shimmering in her eyes. Her cherry lips parted. "I, the princess, hereby declare that from this moment forth, you are my master, and you may command me to do anything. What merit do I possess to be the master of a princess? Is it not due to the unfortunate rules of your brave team? Upon joining, I must acknowledge you as my master. Do you think I am eager to serve you?" Observing the stark contrast between Su Daiwei and Haishi and Appos S behaviors, Xiao Luo couldn't and Appos T help but smile knowingly. Chapter 25. Capturing Aerolith. Ultimately, she remained the same pampered princess, incapable of shedding her willful habits even under hypnosis. Though her heart yearned desperately, she maintained her defiant facade. Charlotte gently pinched Su Daiwei and Appos S cheek and smiled slightly. "It's getting late. You should rest." As he prepared to retire to his chamber, Charlotte was astonished to discover a newly formed peephole in the door of his bedroom. How peculiar. How did this hole come to be? The marks surrounding it seemed to indicate damage from a highly corrosive substance. Could it be? Drawing on a month's worth of adventurous experience from his previous life, Charlotte quickly deduced the culprit behind this hole. He feigned ignorance and pushed the door open, stepping inside. As time flowed on and the night deepened, a graceful figure clad in white boots stealthily infiltrated the estate under the cover of darkness. It was Aerolith. Cautiously, she opened a first-floor window and silently slipped into the room, her footsteps light as she ascended the staircase. As she approached the room, her heart raced with anticipation. "I am merely assessing the health of the brave one in secret. As companions, caring for one another is only natural, right?" Aerolith reassured herself as she bent down to peer through the peephole. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then 20. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Aerolith stumbled forward, collapsing at the feet of the man within. "Aerolith, I knew it was you. You've discovered my secret," he chuckled lightly. "In that case, I cannot let you leave. Wouldn't you agree?" At his words, Aerolith's face flushed, and she feigned composure, saying, "Do as you wish. From the moment you gifted me the ice lotus, I have belonged to you." In truth, it was not solely because of that. As she was embraced and drawn into the room, Aerolith reflected on her earlier discovery of the hero's unique and formidable abilities that afternoon. She had known then that she must marry him in this lifetime. Even though Charlotte already had a Haishi, Within the empire and across the nation, which nobleman did not have multiple wives? Since her abrupt departure that afternoon, she could not forget what she had witnessed. Thus, tonight, Aerlith had stealthily infiltrated the estate merely to catch another glimpse. Little did she expect to arrive at this point directly. A splash of crimson stained the sheets as Aerlith winced in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks. Well, dragging out the development of our relationship would be tedious. We are destined to be together in the end, so why not savor it early? Having long suffered from a mysterious ailment and even contemplated life and death, Aerlith's perspective on such matters was far more liberated than that of most. Yet, in the brief time apart, she found that the number of women in this man's life had increased again, and shockingly. It was that spoiled fourth princess from the royal family. There was no time to dwell on that. The intense stimulation rendered this cool-headed lady incapable of further contemplation. In the aftermath of her delight, Aerlith murmured, "Sigh, it seems I have indeed come at the right time." Meanwhile, in the desert demon city, when Charlotte and Su Dawei closed the door to their second-floor room, the demon generals were unsurprised to find that the magic mirror had once again gone dark. It was back to the forbidden content again. How could this fellow have been chosen? Did he truly deserve to be called a hero? Why was he either hungry or feeling uneasy all day? One demon general, distressed, pounded his chest and vented his frustrations. Historically, those heroes were all proactive, diligent, and eager to learn. To be defeated by such a flagrant rogue would be far more intolerable than swallowing a fly. This sentiment resonated with the other three demon generals, who echoed, indeed. To be vanquished by someone so clearly reckless and indulgent in their newfound strength would be more unbearable than anything. Your Majesty, we can no longer endure this. Let us march forth on your behalf. We would willingly meet our end in the imperial capital. The four demon generals knelt before the throne, raising their heads to find their king trembling. Was he laughing? Ha ha. Zosa could no longer contain his raucous laughter. I have discovered the hero and Apos' weakness. I have indeed found it. The four generals exchanged bewildered glances. This hero's hypnotic ability appeared invincible, yet it bore a fatal flaw. It could only be wielded against the women of the human race. After a moment, Zosa gradually quelled his laughter and casually disclosed the news that brought delight to all the demon generals. Your Majesty, how did you discern this? Simple. Zosa elaborated from the throne. Firstly, this hero is at odds with the third prince of the humans, intentionally opposing him. Yet he has never employed his hypnotic ability against him. Meanwhile, the other two women, regarded as paragons of beauty among humans, were immediately ensnared by his vile hypnosis upon their first encounter. Consider this. Why would he refrain from using hypnosis on someone with whom he has a clear conflict, instead squandering such power on women? Is it merely because he is lecherous? Chapter 26. Noon had arrived, yet the hero remained in slumber. As the words were uttered, the four great demon generals experienced an epiphany, gazing at Zosa with admiration. Indeed, this is because his ability can only be used against females. And since the four of us, along with the king, are all male, it perfectly counters him. Precisely, and as for his other ability, which allows him to wield his sword at extraordinary speed, we have witnessed it through the magic mirror. It seems that this power cannot be sustained for long periods. I was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "My king, I can hardly contain my eagerness to rid you of this pitiful hero." Boom. Just as the topic was broached, a tremendous sound echoed from the throne, Zosa's furious voice resonating throughout the Demon King's hall. I have stated that matters concerning the hero are under my control. Do not bring this up again. History has shown that it is fools like you, reckless and presumptuous, who believe themselves powerful, that led to the downfall of the previous Demon King. One after another, you offered your heads to those heroes, allowing them to thrive comfortably. Yes, even if your strength truly eclipses that so-called hero, what of it? It merely enables those heroes to suddenly grasp the power of love and justice. They only need to shout ridiculous slogans like friendship and bonds, and they can inexplicably become several times stronger. And then they awaken some grand abilities, like the Sword of Oath Victory or the Vitality Slash, capable of cleaving through the desert fortress of the Western Kingdom from the Eastern Empire, as if penned by a third-rate author without a thought. Enough. Truly enough. The Demon King Zosa wished to survive, not to gamble with the will of humanity. With blood boiling in anger, Zosa bellowed, "Do you think I gathered you here out of goodwill? I fear you might grant that worthless hero experience. Whoever dares to step outside the Demon King's hall shall face my wrath." His furious outburst left the demon generals trembling in fear, kneeling before the throne. At long last, when the Demon King calmed, Zosa waved his hand confidently. "I understand your loyalty. Watch closely. When the hero ventures out tomorrow, you will gradually come to recognize my brilliance." A new day dawned, yet the weather was far from fair. In the royal palace, "Father, it's time for your medicine." As usual, Vicar personally attended to the ailing King Henry bit, offering him a potion. "Leave me," the weary old king commanded, waving his hand after drinking the potion. Vicar exited the grand hall, encountering his confidants, Mike and others outside. As the person I assigned to monitor the hero and Apos' movements at the hero and Apos, estate sent any messages today? Yes, Your Highness, but the content is rather peculiar. Jace replied with an odd expression. Continuing, he said that the fourth princess has not left the estate since last night, and that the hero, Charlotte, has yet to rise. The third prince raised an eyebrow, instinctively looking up at the dark, heavy clouds above, then lowered his gaze. Incredulous. It's already noon, and Charlotte has not awakened? Does he not practice? Does he not wish to grow stronger? Rubbing his chin, Vicar began to deduce the logic behind this unusual occurrence. The fourth princess had not returned overnight, and Charlotte was still fast asleep. Suddenly, Vicar clapped his hands, exclaiming with glee, "It must be that my mischievous sister had an unpleasant encounter with Charlotte last night. In her fury, she must have dealt him a severe beating, leaving him unconscious until now." Upon hearing this, Jace and Mike were both convinced and praised. "Indeed, Your Highness, your insight is remarkable. From just these few words, you have nearly pieced together everything that transpired last night, as if you witnessed it firsthand." Flattered by such praise, Vicar smiled with pride. "Indeed, it takes a villain to handle a villain. As I predicted, once the hero awakens, he will come running to me, begging for help, wanting to remove Sudavi from his team. But how could I possibly agree? I shall intentionally make things difficult for him, assigning him various tasks. Then, with the coldest, most ruthless tone, I shall cruelly refuse him, saying, 'No, I cannot assist you.'" As these words left his lips, Jace and Mike burst into joyous laughter. They vividly imagined the hero being humiliated after facing countless trials, echoing Vicar and Apos' sentiments. Indeed, a rejected hero is bound to be furious. At that moment, as the prince and Apos' attendant, Jace, would leap forth to mock him, causing him to falter. "Oh dear, you can and Apos, even handle a frail fourth princess? How can we trust you to confront the Demon King?" Mike laughed heartily, agreeing. "Once Jace mocks him, the hero will surely break down, even swearing he doesn't need Your Highness's assistance. At that point, I will produce a recording of his pleas for the third prince's help, playing it on repeat, a true blow to his spirit." Laughter filled the grand palace as the third prince and his two confidants reveled in their amusement, as though they could already visualize the annoying hero and Apos' downfall. Meanwhile, within the royal estate, fourth princess, Dawn and Apos' move. Aelith and Haishi grinned wickedly as they cornered Sudavi against the wall, each seizing one of her delicate arms and pinning the rebellious princess. Ever since they discovered Sudavi's inability to resist their demands, they had taken great delight in tormenting her. Each time they did, Sudavi would feign defiance, making the process all the more entertaining. Aelith and Haishi exchanged knowing smiles, simultaneously reaching for Sudavi's sides. Chapter 27. For 3 days. The hero did not venture outside even once. Sudawi rolled her eyes in exasperation, emitting high-pitched cries as if she had reached her limit of being teased. Only then did Aelith and Haishi release her, allowing her to collapse in the corner to regain her strength. The door creaked open gently, and Shaluo poked his head in. "Lunch is ready. Everyone come down to eat." "Yes, master." A chorus of melodious voices echoed in unison, and Sudawi sprang to life, rushing to Shaluo and clinging to his arm. This sudden display startled Aelith and Haishi, who realized that Sudawi and Apos' earlier breakdown had been a fade. Before they could react, the fourth princess began to shake Shaluo's arm, showcasing her charm while playfully whining, "Master, they are bullying me." "Then endure it. This is what you deserve." "Ah, how can you say that?" Sudawi looked up at Shaluo with teary eyes, feeling wronged yet unable to defy his words. Behind her, the saintly maiden and Aelith wore mischievous smiles. Gently ruffling the silky pink hair of the fourth princess, Shaluo smiled and turned to descend the stairs. Suddenly glancing back at Aelith and Haishi, "You two, be mindful of your limits, Dawn and Apos. Spoil the team and Apos' pet." "Understood." Once again, the two replied in unison, prompting Sudawi to flash a playful grin, revealing her exquisite, sweet little fangs. Then she noticed the saintly maiden making a threatening gesture, which caused the fourth princess to hastily shrink into Shaluo's embrace, looking pitifully up at him. "Master, look at her." Shaluo, however, paid little heed to the palace intrigue among the girls, lifting Sudawi and heading towards the stairs, eager to enjoy lunch. After a busy night, he needed to replenish his strength. Following lunch, Shaluo took a brief nap and then engaged in playful banter with the three beauties before having dinner, ushering in a delightful evening. Thus, the day passed in comfort. For most of the citizens of the empire, it was an ordinary day. They worked, lived, and went about their mundane routines as usual. Yet, many years later, they would realize that such peaceful days were as rare and precious as pearls. When reminiscing, they would notice that these memories quietly radiated warmth deep within their hearts. A new day dawned. The third prince continued to personally serve the ailing old king his poison, then stepped out of the palace to confer with his two confidants. "How did it go today? What news did our informant from the estate relay?" "Your Highness." The informant reported that the hero Shaluo had lunch yesterday, then went to sleep. woke up just in time for dinner, and went back to sleep again. And he is still asleep now. Vikel instinctively raised his head. At noon, the warm winter sun hung high in the sky, glaringly bright. No way. He is still asleep at this hour? The third prince was taken aback, catching another crucial point in Jess and Apos' words, and urgently pressed on. You mean to say he did nothing yesterday but eat and sleep? And now he is still sleeping past noon? Yes, your highness. The informant from the estate cannot be lying. Upon receiving this confirmation, Vikel's expression darkened. Investigate how Shaluo spent his days before he obtained the hero's mark. An hour later. Absurd, utterly preposterous. Vikel slammed his hand on the table in his chamber, fuming. Do you think I and Apos lost my mind? How dare you deceive me with such false information? Do you really believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? Hearing this, Jess quickly knelt before the table, trembling as he explained, Your Highness. This information has been consistently recorded within the knightly order. Every word is true, undeniably accurate. Vikel scoffed, picking up the report from the table and reading aloud. Shaluo diligently participated in knightly training every working day, honing his swordsmanship for 3 years without fail, achieving outstanding results in the semi-annual knight assessments. He is upright, kind-hearted, diligent, and disciplined, earning the admiration of all around him. Often cited by the captains of various knightly squads as a model for education. As he continued reading, Vikel became increasingly incredulous, shredding the subsequent 2,000 words that extolled Shaluo and Apos' virtues and shouting at Jess, Is this the Shaluo I know? The despicable, crude, and lewd Shaluo? Jess scratched his head awkwardly, equally incredulous about the report. Finally, make step forward to mediate, Your Highness, given the old king's imminent demise. For the sake of your ascension, we must expedite the hero's journey to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. Upon hearing this, Vikel pursed his lips and paced back and forth in his chamber, agreeing with Make and Apos' assessment, but reluctant to engage further with Shaluo. After much hesitation, Vikel returned to his seat and shook his head. He is the hero. I refuse to believe he will remain idle in the imperial city indefinitely. For now, let's refrain from administering poison to that old coot. Let him linger for a couple more days. Hearing this, Make remained outwardly silent, yet inwardly he clicked his tongue. The fact that Vikel could endure the coveted throne without sitting upon it revealed the depth of his psychological shadow cast by Shaluo. Meanwhile, in the desert demon city, a group of demon generals gazed at the darkened demon mirror, accustomed to its ominous presence. Ever since the hero had gained the saintly maiden through underhanded means, the mirror had been shrouded in darkness for at least half of each day. My king, this hero is utterly captivated by beauty, completely oblivious to the thought of venturing out to confront us. What should we do? One demon general inquired, only to be met with the rebuke of the other 3. Fool, isn't it better that he doesn't come to attack us? Would you prefer to be struck by that hero? Indeed, I would much rather he remain in the imperial city for eternity. As the debate raged below, Zosa, seated upon the throne, rested his chin on one hand, his face etched with worry. Lately, he felt unusually weak, and the power granted by the Demon King's mark fluctuated between strength and frailty. Enough of this bickering. Zosa thumped the throne heavily, silencing the discussions below. It is indeed time to urge this so-called hero into action. Chapter 28. The arrival of the third prince. Zosa rose from the throne, his tall and robust figure standing upright like a pine tree. A pair of wings, forged from dark energy, suddenly manifested behind him. I shall journey to the nearest city of the Holy Luan Empire. You may wait here. Do not wander off. I shall return shortly. With a powerful flap of his immense wings, Zosa and Apos' figures swiftly broke the sound barrier, the piercing sonic boom causing the demon generals to instinctively cover their ears. The king has grown even stronger, they remarked in awe. 2 days later. What did you say? That Charlotte has been living a life of eating and sleeping without a single thought of departure? Within the palace, Vicar paced back and forth, his demeanor radiating palpable agitation. Your Highness, please temper your anger. He hasn't and Apos' been idle. It seems he has composed a rather nonsensical rhyme. Jace bowed his head, too fearful to meet the furious gaze of the third prince. What rhyme? Read it aloud. Jace and Apos' face twisted with unease, hesitating before finally reciting the absurd verse crafted by Charlotte. In the new year, pet a dog and Apos' head, all worries will fade. In the new year, pat a dog and Apos' back. Great wealth will come your way. In the new year, touch a dog's tail, all winds will blow in your favor. What sort of ridiculous rhyme is that? Does he keep 3 dogs? Vicar exclaimed in frustration. I, too, could compose a rhyme about steel bars and growing younger. In a fit of anxiety, Vicar kicked Jace to the ground, cursing vehemently, by the gods. I truly believe he is famished. Finally, the third prince slammed his palm onto the table, seemingly resolved. Prepare the carriage. I must pay a visit to this slothful hero. Vicar could no longer afford to wait. The old king was gravely ill, and even if the poison were to cease, he would surely not survive beyond a week. He did not wish for an odious Charlotte to disrupt his ascension during the most anticipated and joyous moment of his life. If Charlotte were to embarrass him in front of others, what would become of the royal dignity? How could Vicar and Apos' throne be secure? In the bustling capital of Eastway, the noble royal carriage sped along the smooth roads, soon arriving at the royal estate. Vicar strolled into the manor with an air of nonchalance. The surrounding servants recognizing the former master of the estate, none daring to obstruct his path as he made his way to the depths of the manor. "Princess, I never expected to see you first," Vicar remarked with mild surprise, gazing at Su Dawei, who stood straight outside the main building of the estate. "What is this? From your words, do you not wish to see your own princess?" Su Dawei shot Vicar an irritated glance, her small crown shimmering in the warm winter sun. She would not divulge to Vicar that she had been commanded by those two wicked women to guard downstairs, lest they disturb their hostess' private affairs. Were it not for her humble pleas, that vile woman named Ilea would have surely employed her newly concocted, embarrassingly peculiar devices on herself. The thought ignited a simmering frustration within Su Dawei. How infuriating. She wished to partake in the host's private affairs as well. Yet, as the lowest in rank, she found herself involved the least, far less than Haishi, and certainly not comparable to Ilea. Those two wicked women tormented her daily, issuing humiliating commands while the host played with her, leaving her feeling utterly stripped of royal dignity. With this in mind, Su Dawei shot Vicar a glare before turning away to avoid his gaze. Seeing Su Dawei's familiar demeanor brought a sense of relief to Vicar. It seemed his royal sister remained the same spoiled and willful princess as before, unchanged in the slightest. Excellent. As long as she retains her current disposition. Once the hero vanquishes the Demon King, he would have ample means to extract the hero's weaknesses from her. Vicar wore a faint smile. How could that be? I am genuinely pleased to see you, dear sister. How disingenuous, Su Dawei retorted, turning her head away. By the way, what brings you here? I seek the hero. I have urgent matters to discuss. Wait here. I shall fetch him. Su Dawei coldly dismissed him, entering the building. In the moment she turned, an uncontrollable joy spread across her face. This bothersome royal brother was, after all, somewhat useful. She finally had an excuse to briefly escape her duties as a guard and meet the host. Pushing open the door adorned with a small peephole, Su Dawei swiftly entered the room. She shoved the indulgent Ileo aside and mounted Charlotte, clinging to him like an octopus, tearfully lamenting, "Master, they bullied me again." 5 minutes later, what? You mean to say I should leave the city at once to confront the Demon King? Charlotte, clad in a simple nightgown, stared wide-eyed at Vicar and the others. Vicar, sitting upright and serious, corrected him. To be precise, I am here to request the hero and Apos' expedition. Absolutely not. I cannot do that. Charlotte reclined back in the mahogany armchair, his legs stretched out on the table before him. Haishi and Ilea, seated beside him, immediately offered to massage his shoulders. Su Dawei was nowhere to be seen, as the fourth princess was upstairs, being subjected to Ilea's alchemical toys. To vanquish the Demon King is the inherent duty of a hero. Do you intend to decline? Vicar narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with repressed malice as he contemplated 100 ways in which the hero might meet his end. If Charlotte, as a hero, were to refuse to confront the Demon King, why not eliminate this unworthy hero and take his place in the battle? No one had ever laid eyes on the Demon King. Its strength remained a mystery. What if that so-called Demon King was as inept as this current hero? Not being chosen by the will of humanity as a hero was a regret for Vicar, yet if he could assume the hero and Apos' responsibilities, his name would surely echo through the ages. That and Apos' nodded. Charlotte waved his hand dismissively. It and Apos' simply that the journey from this Eastway capital to the desert demon city is quite far, and I have no steed. The trek would be arduous. Hearing that Charlotte had not outright refused to confront the Demon King, a flicker of disappointment crossed Vicar's eyes as he spoke in a low tone. This matter is simple. Naturally, we cannot have the hero travel on foot. I have several dragon-blooded steeds that I can offer to the esteemed hero. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Oh? Am I to simply ride over as a hero?" Charlotte, do not be ungrateful. Jace, silence yourself. Chapter 29. I want it all, just as Jess was about to reprimand. Vickle swiftly tugged at Jess's arm, successfully silencing him. Vickle calmly gazed at Charlotte across from him and declared, "Our royal family will wholeheartedly support the crusade against the Demon King. Therefore, whatever requests you have, feel free to voice them, and we shall assist you in fulfilling them." This statement was undeniably audacious, yet as a prince destined to inherit the Holy Luan Empire, Vickle possessed the authority to make such claims. Upon hearing this, Charlotte's expression shifted slightly as he discreetly pressed a hand against the alchemical artifact in his pocket, then articulated his demand. "I require a grand luxurious carriage, spacious enough to accommodate at least 10 people reclining." At this request, Vickle felt a twinge of disdain but nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall fetch that extravagant carriage from the palace immediately." Rising to his feet, he departed the royal estate with Jess and Mike, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. This time, the bothersome hero had not caused him any embarrassment, which made Vickle appreciate Charlotte just a tad more. The journey from the palace to the royal estate took a full 20 minutes. By the time the third prince returned with a carriage pulled by 4 dragon spirit horses, An hour had already elapsed. Upon entering, Vikul observed Charlotte and his companions engaged in light-hearted banter, and his brow furrowed in disapproval. Commoners were indeed commoners, lacking any semblance of decorum. Suppressing his disdain, Vikul sat before Charlotte with a smile and inquired, "The carriage is ready. When does the hero plan to set forth?" "Not in a rush. I have another request." Charlotte waved his hand, his expression turning serious as he pointed to Haishi. "My companion Haishi, the holy maiden of the church, has been using a mere ordinary magic wand until now. I want the golden quality moonlight wand from the palace for her use." Hearing this, Haishi innocently glanced at the purple quality wand in her hand, feeling somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this wand of quality only second to that of the archbishop? How had it suddenly been deemed an ordinary magic wand by her master? "Very well, Jess, go to the palace and retrieve the moonlight wand," Vikul commanded, dismissing Haishi entirely with a grand gesture, sending off the wand left behind by the previous hero. No sooner had Jess left than Charlotte suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering something crucial. Grabbing Aralette's hand, he resumed, "Oh, Vikul, let me introduce you. This is Aralette, also my companion. She needs a complete set of top-tier alchemical equipment." Vikul and Apos' face darkened at this remark, internally lamenting why he needed an outsider to introduce someone he already knew, his former fiancée. "No problem, Mike. Go and bring a complete set of your finest alchemical equipment as a gift for Miss Aralette." Mike was immediately aghast, his lips trembling as he stammered, "Your Highness, but that is my treasure. Spend time to create another set later. Whatever materials you need, the royal family will reimburse you." But all right then," Mike conceded, his heart heavy with reluctance. As Mike departed sorrowfully, Charlotte smacked his forehead again, looking around until he remembered Sue Davy was still upstairs enduring the alchemical toys. Nevertheless, it did not hinder him from making another request. "I just recalled, Vikul, do you know Sue Davy? She is also my companion. Her sword is a bit too ostentatious. I'd like to exchange it for the golden quality Broken Army sword from the collection of the Sword Saint of the Setting Sun." Vikul, the irritating hero, merely had to open his mouth, and he was expected to procure the highest quality weapons in the entire empire for him. The crucial point was, he had previously proclaimed his generous support for the hero. Very well, just give it to him. It will expedite his departure from the city. After all, once the hero vanquished the Demon King, all these items would eventually be returned. Suppressing his impatience, Vikul pinched the bridge of his nose. "Are there any other requests? Speak them all at once." "None for now." Good. You had better truly have none." Vikul stood, casting a deep glance at Charlotte before striding towards the exit. For the sake of his smooth ascension to the throne, he would endure. Watching the third prince leave, the two gems of the empire promptly leapt into Charlotte's embrace, looking up at him with gratitude as they chimed in unison, "Thank you, master." That's the moonlight wand used by the previous hero to defeat the Demon King. Haishi could hardly fathom how radiant she would become with such a wand in her possession. Aralette was equally elated. Mike's alchemical equipment was valued at millions. Though she was a duke's daughter, she had never utilized such extravagant tools. How should we express our gratitude? Charlotte lifted the chins of the two lovely ladies, bestowing a kiss upon each, prompting them to shyly lower their heads, leaving everything unsaid. "Master, are we going to slay the Demon King? I'm so excited." The holy maiden's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she envisioned herself vanquishing the Demon King and returning triumphant, hailed by the masses. "We'll likely set off within the next day or two. If you need anything tonight, make sure to procure it promptly." Charlotte harbored little interest in the quest against the Demon King. He was no longer the righteous hero of his past life. Betrayed and brutally tortured to death, his once noble heart had transformed into a desolate landscape filled with anger and resentment. With this thought, Charlotte raised an eyebrow. He still had a companion waiting for him in the distant elven forest. There was at least an hour before Vikul returned. "Let us go upstairs and see how our beloved pet is faring." Charlotte hoisted the holy maiden Haishi and Aralette by their soft waists, making his way upstairs. An hour later, Prince Vikul and his two confidants returned to the royal estate. "Once we enter, refrain from speaking indiscriminately. It's best to remain silent. I will handle the discussions with Charlotte. Otherwise, it may disrupt the rhythm of my negotiations." Outside the door, Vikul reminded Jess and Mike, "Especially you, Jess. I will communicate with the hero exclusively. Understood?" "Understood, Your Highness." Chapter 30. A coercion against the royalty. The two confidants nodded, indicating their complete obedience to the commands of the third prince, which elicited a satisfied nod from Vikul. As he entered the room, his gaze fell upon Charlotte, who was playfully bantering with Haishi and Aralette. A flicker of disdain crossed Vikul's eyes. A commoner's origins are evident. They possess no semblance of dignity. No, that sentiment had been expressed before. Let me rephrase. A commoner is simply a commoner, squandering their potential as a hero on frivolity rather than honing their abilities. Concealing the contempt in his eyes, Vikul shifted his gaze, still unable to locate his royal sister. It mattered not. With a barely perceptible shake of his head, Vikul approached Charlotte, laying out a series of items on the table that she had previously requested. "Brave hero, I have brought all that you desired," he declared. In response, Charlotte gestured for the two women beside her to collect the items from the table, before retrieving a list from her pocket and placing it atop the table. This hero believes that even in the quest to vanquish the Demon King, one must exercise utmost caution, putting forth 120% effort. This list contains several essentials, and I would appreciate the assistance of the third prince. At this, Vickel's brow furrowed slightly. This insolent individual had the audacity not to address him by name this time. Such unusual behavior must surely conceal a motive. Vickel picked up the list from the table, scanning its contents with a serious demeanor. The Witch's Cloak from the Mages Association, the Sun Chaser Bow from the Adventurers Guild, the Thorn Gauntlets from the Mercenary Corps, the Resistance Boots from the Imperial Academy, and the Strength Belt from the Knights Order. With each item he read, a vein throbbed on the third prince's forehead. Greed, sheer greed. This was nothing short of extortion against the royal family, akin to a series of unequal treaties. All these treasures of golden quality. Did this hero intend to exploit every notable faction within the empire? Even as a member of the royal family, acquiring these items would demand a considerable toll, incurring a significant debt of gratitude. Especially the last item. Did you truly expect 1,000,000 imperial coins as an operational budget? Vickel could no longer contain himself. Brave hero, if memory serves, you recently received 1,000,000 imperial coins from the Sword Saint of the Setting Sun, did you not? That was earned through my own prowess. It has no bearing on the quest against the Demon King, Charlotte replied, gazing at Vickel with incredulity, feigning realization. Surely, the royal family is not so impoverished as to be unable to produce a mere 1,000,000 imperial coins? Vickel clenched his fists, his eyes betraying a fury he struggled to suppress. What need do you have for these items? Needless to say, the Witch's Cloak provides magical resistance. The Thorn Gauntlets bolster physical defense, the Resistance Boots reduce control duration, and the Strength Belt. Well, that's self-explanatory. The Sun Chaser Bow is reserved for my future fourth companion. Faced with Charlotte and Appos' unabashed explanation, Vickel and Appos' anger intensified. Without these items, can you not confront the Demon King? History is replete with heroes who, armed with naught but a sword, faced the Demon King alone. Then go seek them. Call upon their graves and see if they answer you, Charlotte retorted, her scorn cutting deep. Vickel felt his blood pressure rising, but in a moment of clarity, his anger transformed into insight. Vickel thought to himself, I am furious. I must think rationally. Suddenly, the third prince burst into laughter, abandoning all pretense. Well said, but why should we assist you in acquiring these items? Indeed, why should he assist Charlotte in obtaining such equipment? It was entirely unwarranted, just because he was a hero. Should he be entitled to have the royal family procure divine artifacts for him? If he dared to shirk his duty against the Demon King, he could face death at Vickel's hands. The third prince felt he had finally escaped Charlotte's illogical web, observing Vickel in a state of gleeful madness. Charlotte produced a voice recorder from her pocket and pressed its top gently. Vickel's resolute voice emanated from the device. Our royal family will ardently support the endeavor against the Demon King. Thus, whatever requests you may have, feel free to present them, and we shall fulfill them. Vickel. The voice recorded sounded so arrogant and self-assured, a stark contrast to the disarray of the present third prince. Those few words were like resounding slaps to Vickel's face, echoing from 2 hours prior and striking him in the present moment. Charlotte pressed the recorder's top again, playing the brief statement on repeat. Our royal family will ardently support. Whatever requests, we shall fulfill. Hearing the recording, Vickel felt trapped and humiliated. He cast a pleading glance toward his companion Jess, hoping he might disrupt the impasse. However, Jess completely misinterpreted the signal. He made a gesture as if zipping his lips, his fingers moving from left to right, his lips pressed tightly together. Jess even shot Vickel a confident look, as if to say, Fear not, your highness. I will remain silent to avoid disrupting your negotiation. Vickel turned his gaze toward the chief alchemist, Mike, who appeared to be in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend the third prince's silent plea. How absurd. You wish me to relinquish my most cherished alchemical apparatus. Such a burden cannot rest solely upon my shoulders. Moreover, Mike was clever enough to recognize that speaking out of turn at this moment might provoke that reckless hero into retaliatory violence. Without receiving a response from the third prince, Haishi suddenly chimed in with a playful laugh. Surely, the third prince wouldn't go back on his word, would he? Perhaps we should let him off the hook, master. Upon hearing this, Irelet joined in the laughter. Yet, if the third prince cannot even procure a single piece of equipment, perhaps he should refrain from making extravagant promises in the future. With a resounding thud, Vickel slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. He, the third prince, had only ever been met with praise. He had never endured such ridicule, especially from his former betrothed. This was intolerable. With a sullen expression, he pressed his hands against the table, gritting his teeth. Are you certain that with these items, you will embark on your quest? Yes, indeed. Are you certain you will not make any further demands? Yes, indeed. Are you certain you can defeat the Demon King? Yes, indeed. With fury barely restrained, Vickel straightened his posture and coldly turned towards the door. Jess, Mike, let us depart. Chapter 31. Preparing to depart, the royal trio burst out of the manor with a fervor. As soon as they stepped outside, the third prince and Apo's composure shattered. Blast it all. This is intolerable, he exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Your Highness, please temper your anger. Consider your throne, consider the Demon King. At this moment, Jess and Mike finally spoke up. Their words only served to further unravel the third prince, who, in a fit of exasperation, began to pound against a nearby tree. For my throne. I have endured countless indignities at the hands of that insufferable hero. I can bear it no longer. Vikul rubbed his reddened forehead, disregarding the fallen leaves and broken branches around him. He unsheathed his sword, turning to march back towards the manor, but Jess and Mike clung tightly to him. Do not lay hands on me. Today, I shall confront him. Let anyone who dares to stop me come forth. Your Highness, please listen to me. I have a plan that can restore your glory. At these words, Vikul finally calmed down, casting a sidelong glance at Mike. What is this plan? Borrow. Mike declared resolutely. We shall invoke the name of the hero and seek to borrow the treasures of each faction. They will not refuse us. When the hero returns victorious, we will let them approach him to reclaim their equipment. Oh, and what if the hero refuses to return them? If he does not return them, we shall have the perfect opportunity to unite the powers of each faction against him, uncover his weaknesses, and capture him. It is a plan that serves two purposes. With each word, the third prince's eyes brightened, and he clapped Mike on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Excellent. Truly, Master Mike, you are akin to a hidden dragon or phoenix. Seeing Vikul's spirits lifted, Mike and Jess joined in the laughter, filling the air with a jubilant atmosphere. Meanwhile, within the manor, after the departure of the third prince, Aelid expressed her concerns. Master, do you not think we are being too harsh? We are pushing Vikul too far. In truth, this list was merely a casual compilation. Regardless of whether the third prince complies, I shall embark on my journey tomorrow, Charlotte replied with a nonchalant shrug. I merely intended to provoke him into action, to strike him before I leave. I did not anticipate that he would actually accept such an outrageous condition. Upon hearing this, Haishi and Aelid exchanged glances of relief. Knowing their master was not the avaricious villain they had feared, Haishi eagerly took a seat beside Charlotte, diligently massaging her legs, her azure eyes brimming with curiosity. Is there a significant conflict between you and the third prince? Could you share it with us? Not at all. At her words, Charlotte's expression darkened, and she stepped away, turning her back to them. She was reluctant to dwell on the memories of her past life. Aside from the occasional amusing adventures, the rest was far from pleasant, especially the events that transpired upon her return. If you have any items to procure or farewells to make, do so quickly. We depart the imperial capital tomorrow, Charlotte said coldly. Realizing she had inadvertently mentioned a sensitive topic, Haishi meekly acknowledged her and took Aelid away from the manor. Charlotte resumed her seat, pouring herself a cup of tea, her dark eyes reflecting a profound depth beneath the crimson flames etched upon her brow. After 3 days of indulgence, her strength had returned to 50% of her former self. With all her might, she could barely manage to teach Vikul a lesson. However, since last night, her heroic mark had ceased to advance. Charlotte had surmised that her ability to harness the hero's powers was intertwined with her desires. To grow stronger, she needed to embrace her yearnings. Yet, within the imperial capital, she had nearly exhausted all avenues available to her. If she sought greater strength, she would have to embark on a journey akin to her past life, venting all the discontent she had experienced. The world was inherently chaotic, draining her now cold tea. Charlotte grasped the hero's sword she had never parted with in her previous life, memories swirling within her mind. She murmured softly, Vikul, kindness has its price, and you are deserving only of cruelty. A new day dawned. While the birds in the forest had yet to awaken from the night's slumber, Vikul had once again arrived at the manor with his two confidants. Your Highness, the esteemed Lord Charlotte has yet to rise, the butler said, a troubled expression crossing his face as he regarded Vikul, uncertain of how to proceed. What of it? Should I wait for him? Go, summon him, Vikul commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. The butler, compelled, moved to a corner of the parlor and began to play a piano piece. Plucking cotton, half a pound yields 8 taels. As the butler played and sang with exuberance, Jess grew increasingly uneasy and approached him. I instructed you to summon Charlotte, not to play the piano. At that moment, Charlotte descended the stairs, still bleary-eyed, stifling a yawn. Enough with the music, I have arrived. The butler exchanged a knowing glance with Jess before bowing and retreating. Vikul stared in disbelief at Charlotte and then at the piano. Wait, I did not hear that playing the piano could summon a hero. Regaining his composure, Vikul suppressed his impatience, gesturing toward the array of divine armaments on the table. Hero, all the equipment you requested is here. You may commence your journey. Charlotte, barely glancing at the witch's cloak, thorn gauntlets, sunlit bow, and strength belt, languidly settled into a mahogany armchair. No, I cannot do it. At this, Vikul felt an uncontainable fury rising within him. The hero required a fine carriage, which he provided. The hero sought the royal moonlight staff, which he also delivered. The hero demanded the finest equipment from the various factions of the capital, and he had complied. As a high-ranking third prince, He had never before gone to such lengths to please anyone. Yet, despite his generous offerings, he was met with rejection. Why? Vickel's expression remained eerily calm, but a dangerous undertone laced his words. It was apparent that if Charlotte's response did not satisfy him, he would draw his sword without hesitation. I lack the energy this early in the day. I shall be ready by noon, Charlotte replied, leaning against the soft cushions of the chair, on the brink of drifting back to sleep. Having toiled throughout the night to produce 3 cream puffs, he was utterly exhausted. Words spoken without intent may be heard with intent. Vickel and Athos' mind raced as he absorbed Charlotte and Athos' statements. Early in the day, lacking energy, requires noon to be ready. Connecting these keywords with the information he had gathered about the hero's tendency to rise only at noon, Vickel suddenly realized that Charlotte's weakness might lie in her morning lethargy, leaving her devoid of combat readiness. Chapter 32. How this prince should portray sorrow historically. There have been instances where a hero's prowess was linked to the sun. At noon, this hero soared with strength, while at midnight, he waned significantly. Could it be that Charlotte, too, is influenced by the whims of time and circumstance? Contemplating this, Vickler felt a surge of excitement within, his face adorned with a fa of false cheer as he inquired about Charlotte and Athos' condition. Pray tell. What might I do to uplift the spirit of the esteemed hero? In response, Charlotte raised an eyebrow, casting a puzzled glance at Vickler. He was utterly fatigued and had indeed intended to depart at noon, planning not to trouble Vickler that day. However, he was taken aback by Vickler and Athos' unexpected concern for him. Given the noble intentions of the third prince, Charlotte decided to indulge him. Leaning languidly in his chair, a faint smile gracing his lips, he remarked, "Perhaps if His Highness the third prince were to bark like a dog, I might find amusement and thus regain my vigor." Vickler, undeterred, retorted, "Why don't you bark like a dog instead? I can certainly do so, just give the command." Charlotte's candid reply left Vickler in a predicament. As a prince of high standing, how could he possibly stoop to barking like a dog? Yet, he speculated that perhaps Charlotte was employing such a base tactic to dissuade him. After much deliberation, Vickler gritted his teeth, his expression hardening. Great achievers do not concern themselves with trivialities. It was merely a couple of barks, and if it meant uncovering the hero's vulnerabilities, it was worth it. Besides, once he barked, Charlotte would follow suit. This was a calculated risk, perhaps even a profitable venture. Woof woof. To Vickler's astonishment, he actually barked. In an effort to avoid any criticism from Charlotte, he barked with remarkable clarity, resonance, and vividness. Charlotte instantly brightened, the weariness dissipating from his face as he pointed at Vickler, a broad smile illuminating his features. Seeing Charlotte so animated, Vickler realized his miscalculation. Charlotte was indeed not swayed by the forces of nature. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, thinking that since he had barked, Charlotte would undoubtedly have to bark as well. At the very least, he would not be at a loss. The tale of the hero and the prince barking at each other, should it circulate, might transform into a cherished anecdote. With this thought, Vickler, with a serious demeanor, reminded Charlotte, "Now it is your turn to bark like a dog." Charlotte mimicked Vickler's tone, his expression equally grave as he echoed, "Now it is your turn to bark like a dog." His imitation was strikingly lifelike. "How dare you mimic my speech? Charlotte, you audaciously humiliate me." Vickler, realizing the affront, drew his sword, pointing it at Charlotte. He had commanded Charlotte to bark, yet here was Charlotte mimicking his words, implying that Vickler himself was akin to a dog. Charlotte gently brushed aside the sword aimed at him, speaking in a tone akin to soothing a child. All right. I was merely jesting. I shall go upstairs to gather my belongings in preparation for our departure." Turning away, Charlotte ascended the stairs, displaying no regard for Vickler. Vickler glanced at his sword, then at Charlotte's retreating figure, ultimately trembling as he sheathed his blade. For the sake of the throne and the defeat of the Demon King, he would endure. Yet, throughout his journey, whether in the assassination of his 2 royal brothers or the poisoning of the old king, every endeavor had proceeded smoothly except for the indignities he suffered at Charlotte's hands. After over a decade of scheming for the throne, why must the Demon King emerge just as he was poised to claim his crown? Why, despite his unwavering dedication and toil since childhood, was he overshadowed by such a morally reprehensible individual? Why was this so? The more Vickler pondered, the more he felt stifled, his frustration mounting as he pounded the air with his fists in the parlor. "Ward, oh, Ward, Ward, Ward." From the hallway, Charlotte's voice, which Vickler so despised, echoed down. "Third prince, am I to prosper this year? Prosper, prosper, prosper." Segment break. Farewell, Vickler. Outside the estate, Charlotte and his 3 companions embarked on their grand carriage, embarking on the quest to vanquish the Demon King. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Rejoice. You have finally driven that vile hero from the imperial capital." As Charlotte departed, Michael immediately turned to congratulate Vickler. Let it be known, today this prince is in high spirits and shall host a feast for the nobility of the entire capital." Vickler watched as Charlotte's carriage faded from view, a sense of inexplicable delight swelling within him. "Charlotte, our next encounter shall be your demise." With this thought, Vikler erupted into laughter. My prince, I bring you momentous news. The old king has passed away. Jess hurried in to report. Upon hearing this, Vikler's joy knew no bounds. Excellent. Truly splendid. The third prince waved his hand grandly, exclaiming, I have long prepared a coffin of pure gold for my father. Jess, summon the archbishop. And let us inter my father in the royal mausoleum at once. Furthermore, prepare fine food and drink, along with an abundance of fireworks. Today, I invite all the nobility of the empire to mourn my father for half a day. This evening, I shall be crowned king and command all commoners of the capital to kneel by the streets in reverence towards the palace. Reflecting on the realization of his long-held dreams, Vikler was filled with exuberance. For this throne, he had endured for years, orchestrating the assassination of his two royal brothers and poisoning the old king. Now, the seeds he had sown were ripe for harvest. As he laughed heartily, he struck the trunk of a nearby tree, tears nearly spilling from the corners of his eyes. This day, not only have I seen off my nemesis Charlotte, but I have also bid farewell to my father, Henry Bit. Oh, what a joy to have both wishes fulfilled at once. Vikler rubbed his temples, his demeanor radiating uncontainable joy. I wonder, during the banquet for the nobility, how I shall feign sorrow and grief. It is quite the challenge, ha ha ha. In the midst of his merriment, Vikler suddenly felt a tug at his sleeve, and Jess's voice, timid and anxious, reached his ears. Your Highness, the hero has returned. The joyful smile froze on the third prince's face, and the tree he had been striking splintered under the pressure. Vikler lifted his gaze to see, in the distance, the opulent carriage making a turn, slowly approaching them. Your Highness, what shall we do? Speak, Your Highness. Jess tugged at Vikler's garment in desperation, but Vikler remained unresponsive. Jess looked up to find Vikler's expression grim, as though he had just lost a beloved father. Ward, the third prince trembled with rage, and after a prolonged moment, his lips finally moved, uttering only one word. Fuck. Chapter 33. Reason. What shall I use as reason? The sad news of the passing of the old king Henry plunged the entire imperial capital into a heavy atmosphere of grief. Within the royal palace, countless nobles arrived, offering their condolences to the third prince. However, the third prince wore a grim expression. Even the Duke of Astan and Aralit did not receive a warm welcome. This, in turn, led the nobles to praise the third prince's filial piety, declaring him a future wise ruler. Yet, even such flattering words failed to lift his spirits. The president of the Adventurers Association, Lauren, approached the sword saint of the setting sun, Cordis, and whispered, What is wrong with the third prince? I thought he had long desired to ascend the throne. Why does he now appear as though he has lost his mother? First, I do not respond to an amp. Oppos. Hey and amp. Oppos. I am Cordis, the sword saint of the setting sun, Cordis replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lauren and adding nonchalantly, Secondly, I have no idea why. The leader of the mercenary group, Kovos, grinned as he circled behind the two men, playfully bumping their heads together and chuckling, with a sword saint and an adventurer's president. Why not ask him directly? Or shall we play truth or dare? The loser goes to inquire why the third prince is so upset. Get lost. Both Cordis and Lauren simultaneously punched Kovos in the chest, retaliating against his earlier antics. It's evident the third prince is in a foul mood. Whoever provokes him will surely regret it. Ah, look. The commander of the Knight Order, Shuluin, and the president of the Magic Association, Morandi, are approaching to ask him. The three renowned figures in the imperial capital turned their gazes towards Vikkel. Moments later, they stifled laughter, shaking their shoulders. Ha ha ha. They've certainly met their match. Those two fools. The joys of man can sometimes be so simple. By the way, where's that old fellow, the Archbishop Ivaran? He seems to be outside conducting the funeral rites for the old king alongside the saint and the fourth princess. This is the realm of the Holy See, after all. Each has their specialty. Look, the third prince is heading towards that newly appointed hero. Wow, this is going to be interesting. I remember that hero and the third prince do not get along at all. A good show is about to unfold, with the promise of new entertainment. These three illustrious figures once again halted their conversation, their focus now fixed on Vikkel. In truth, it was not only them. Most of the nobility in the imperial capital turned their attention towards the interaction between the third prince and the hero. Charlo. Vikkel called out the hero and amp, Oppos, S name without any honorifics or embellishments. I ask you, having set out so well, why have you returned? Out of respect for your father and amp, Oppos, S passing, I shall begrudgingly answer you. Charlo reclined with one leg crossed, spitting out a seed as he replied bluntly. I accidentally glanced back from the carriage and was surprised to see you smiling so cheerfully. That displeased me, so I turned back to inquire what was amusing you. Are you pleased that your father is gone? Charlo paused for a moment, then grabbed another handful of seeds from a nearby table, cracking them open with his pearly white teeth, his tone frivolous. Now, I am quite interested in discussing this with you. Come, Vikkel, tell me why you are no longer smiling? I was indeed quite joyful earlier, but now I have no reason to smile. Vikkel seethed inwardly, pointing towards the palace gates as he glared at Charlo, exclaiming, Charlo, this is not the time for jesting. In the name of the future king of the St. Louis Empire, I command you to embark on a quest to vanquish the demon king immediately. Upon hearing this, Charlot and Apo's eyes widened, and he slammed his seeds down onto the table, retorting unapologetically, Vickle, do you think you have the right to command me? I am only engaging with you out of pity for your father's demise, and yet you still act so high and mighty. The late king himself would never have dared to issue such orders to me. I will go if I wish, and I will not if I do not. Clang. Vickle, furious, drew his sword in public, pointing it at Charlot and bellowing, you persistently provoke me. Are you seeking to test the sharpness of my blade? Huh. The nobles within the palace collectively gasped in shock. What they witnessed was nothing less than the third prince, the future king of the St. Louis Empire, drawing his sword against the hero. My sword is equally sharp, Charlot retorted defiantly, unsheathing his hero's sword to point it at Vickle. His brow gleamed ominously, and his youthful visage was set with fierce determination. If you wish to reunite with your late father right now, I would be more than willing to assist you on your journey. Enough, enough, enough. I can no longer endure this. Vickle's aura erupted with an overwhelming surge of combat energy, sending waves of force throughout the banquet hall. Vickle infused his formidable energy into his sword, which began to radiate a menacing brilliance. A unique confrontation seemed imminent, as it appeared that the prince was genuinely prepared for battle. All the nobles and prominent figures in the banquet hall wore expressions of astonishment. In the center of the hall, two swords were drawn, one radiating powerful energy while the other concealed its strength, creating a tense standoff. Your Highness, please remain calm. Cordis, Lauren, Kovos, Shuluin, and others unleashed their own combat energy. They swiftly positioned themselves between Vickle and Charlot, blocking Vickle and Apo's line of sight. As acknowledged veterans of the imperial capital, their combat prowess, both in quantity and quality, far surpassed that of Vickle. Whoever dares to obstruct me today will be an enemy of the royal family. Your Highness, please think. The demon race has a demon king eyeing humanity. Aside from the hero, no one can defeat him. You must be rational. Hearing the same tiresome advice echoing in his ears, Vickle's eyes flared with rage. Reason? What shall I use as reason? Everyone is urging me to remain calm and think of the greater good. Yet no one is advising that wretched hero. Are you asking me to rely on this despicable, shameless, crude, and barbaric hero to defeat the demon king? What strength does he possess to conquer the demon king? Vickle roared. That so-called demon king has never been seen by anyone, and no one knows his true power. Our imperial capital is filled with formidable warriors, and we can defeat the demon king without this hero. His words reverberated through the banquet hall like thunder, a stark contradiction to the understanding of those present, prompting Cordis and others to engage in profound contemplation. Indeed, no one had ever encountered the demon king, nor did they know his capabilities. Why should they so blindly trust the legends that only a hero could defeat him? If someone must confront the demon king, why could it not be themselves? Were they truly weaker than the hero? Cordis, Morandi, Shuluin, Lauren, Kovos, and others turned to glance at Charlot, their eyes laden with newfound significance. Life is lived only once, yet fame can endure eternally. If they could replace the hero and slay the legendary demon king, an insatiable greed for fame and fortune began to swell uncontrollably within their hearts. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps broke the eerie silence of the banquet hall. A man clad in royal knight attire rushed in urgently, disregarding the astonished gazes of all the guests in the banquet hall. The knight gasped for breath and suddenly knelt before Vicar, exclaiming, "It's terrible, my lord. The Dark Lord has appeared." The entire assembly gasped in unison. Even the third prince, who had moments ago been poised for confrontation, directed his sword back to the ground. Vicar's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze intently on the knight, urging fervently, "What did you say? Speak again, quickly." Chapter 34. The Wrath of the Brave. Urgent news arrived at a swift pace. The Demon King had appeared 2 days prior at the border city of Lutai, located to the west of the St. Louis Empire. A knight, panting heavily, urgently conveyed the message. In just 1 day, Lutai has been utterly destroyed by the Demon King Zosa, and scarcely a soul remains among the populace. Shock. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the grand banquet hall as the nobility processed this grave news. It was not a mere village, nor a town, nor even a county, but a city as large as the imperial capital of Dongwei, home to 1 million residents, now reduced to ruins in a single day. What unfathomable power could wreak such devastation? Even Morandi, the president of the Magic Association, furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how long it would take him to obliterate a city if he were to attempt such an endeavor. Before the knight could finish his report, he paused to catch his breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, and continued. The Demon King Zosa has declared that in 1 month's time, the demon horde will formally invade our St. Louis Empire, intending to annihilate every last one of us. As these words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall, thick with tension. A few beads of perspiration appeared on Vickle and Apo's brow. In a mere day, a city housing over 1 million souls had been slaughtered. Such a tale, once relegated to the legends of heroes, was now stark reality before him. He felt drenched in sweat, an unmistakable indication of his rising anxiety. With just a single statement, Vikul could clearly discern the chasm between his strength and that of the Demon King. It seemed he lacked the capability to stand in for the hero and vanquish the Demon King. No, he must be more self-assured. He needed to remove the uncertainty. The third prince began to panic. The hero capable of defeating the Demon King was right before him, and Vikul had unwittingly offended this very hero. Ah ha ha. I see the mood is rather somber due to Father S passing. Let us lighten the atmosphere a bit, eh? Surely no one will misunderstand my intentions. In the tense banquet hall, Vikul sheathed his sword with a forced chuckle, attempting to defuse the awkwardness stemming from his rashness. Hearing his words, the surrounding nobility forced smiles. Ha! Indeed, the prince's performance is quite vivid. It startled me. Thankfully, our brave hero was not intimidated and even dared to draw his sword against the prince, truly worthy of the title of our hero. With such a hero among us, how could we fear the Demon King? Why should we worry about the demon horde so far away? Isn't that right? Upon hearing the news of the Demon King's massacre, I was terrified. But seeing our hero, I regained my confidence. I don't even need to change my trousers. I've never felt so assured in my life. The hall echoed with a cacophony of flattery aimed at the third prince, all while simultaneously trying to ingratiate themselves with Shallow. Meanwhile, Shallow, the focal point of attention, spoke with an indifferent demeanor, as if in a fit of pique. I am angry. You must compensate me, or else I shall not set forth to confront the Demon King. Shallow sheathed the hero's sword behind him, a translucent scabbard seemingly manifesting to envelop the blade. He shrugged casually, adopting an air of indifference, as if the news of the city's destruction bore no relevance to him. His voice, though soft, silenced the noisy hall, leaving all ears attuned to his words. What did they hear? Merely because he was angry, the hero contemplated not confronting the Demon King? This was unacceptable. You are the hero. How can you simply declare you want to go? Shouted an anonymous voice from the crowd. Indeed, if you refuse to confront the Demon King, how can you justify your status as a hero? Are you afraid of the Demon King? Do you even deserve to be recognized by the will of the people? Before Shallow could articulate his demands for compensation, the nobles grew anxious, denouncing him with increasing fervor. Their words turned sharp, attempting to morally bind him, to provoke him into action. Yet, Shallow remained silent, drawing the hero's sword once more and placing it against his neck. The nobles gasped. What is the meaning of this? It's far too dangerous. Please, lower your sword. Whatever compensation you seek, we shall gladly provide. Do not despair. Brave hero, we are all behind you. Hero, don't give up on us. We are counting on your salvation. The same nobles who had just mocked Shallow now sought to appease him, fearful he might take drastic measures. Silence, Shallow stated coolly, causing the nobles to fall abruptly quiet, as if their throats had been constricted. The hall was engulfed in an eerie stillness, broken only by the sound of a pin dropping, akin to the calm before a storm. Suddenly, a fierce roar shattered the silence like a meteor crashing into the ocean, stirring turbulent waves within the hall. Is a hero's life not worth anything? Must heroes serve you for free? Are they destined to face the Demon King at the risk of their lives? The unanticipated outburst reverberated throughout the banquet hall, startling the assembled nobility. They lowered their heads, unable to withstand the ferocity of Shallow's gaze, which seemed capable of devouring them whole. Do you understand what it means to be angry? Did you not hear me when I expressed my anger? Can you not see how I feel right now? Shallow and Appo's wrathful presence overshadowed the opulent figures of the nobility. Some of the more timid nobles began to tremble, introspectively questioning their own judgments. Shallow continued his tirade. Even a 3-year-old knows to apologize when they err. Yet you, a group of self-important nobles, are even beneath that standard. Do I lack anger? Am I devoid of emotion? The nobles murmured among themselves. Oh yes, you are quite angry indeed. Standing before them like a teacher admonishing wayward students. The nobles bowed their heads in shame, unable to meet his gaze. What if I choose not to confront the Demon King? I will go if I wish, and I will not if I do not. Do you think I need your guidance? If you abhor the Demon King so, why don't you confront him yourselves? How dare you attempt to morally coerce me? Everyone here, I mean everyone, is worthless. I dare you to challenge me. The nobles whispered among themselves. This is unacceptable. We cannot agree to this. I now place my sword at my throat. Let us see who dares to speak against me. Who else? Who else? The nobles responded in unison. No one, truly no one. I have spoken for an eternity, yet not a single one of you has recognized your faults. To this moment, not one has dared to apologize. Suddenly, the nobles raised their heads in unison, their voices echoing. We are sorry. The collective apology surged like a tidal wave, nearly overturning the entire banquet hall. Shallow glanced at the sword St. Codes, who lowered his head. I am sorry. Then he turned to the mercenary leader Kovos, who also bowed his head. I am sorry. Codes and Kovos exchanged glances, bemused, but I didn't even say anything to him. What did I do wrong? Let us just indulge him for now. Chapter 35. Recruiting allies. Charlotte glanced to his left, where a nobleman murmured, I apologize. He turned to the right. only to hear another noble say, "I'm sorry." A similar refrain echoed from behind him. No matter where he looked, the air was thick with apologies. Finally, Charlotte cast a glance at the third prince, Vicar, who flushed crimson and muttered through clenched teeth, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, a resounding slap landed on Vicar's face. "Have you lost your voice at home?" Charlotte exclaimed. Vicar, clutching his swiftly swelling cheek, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Just as he was about to retaliate, he noticed the collective gaze of the nobles fixed upon him, as if they would rush him should he dare to cause a scene. Quickly assessing the situation, Vicar shouted, "I'm sorry." Charlotte nodded in satisfaction and said, "I forgive you. Now, express your gratitude to the brave hero." The nobles chorused, "Thank you, brave hero." Charlotte glanced at Vicar, who grit his teeth and declared, "Thank you, brave hero." Only then did Charlotte finally remove the sword of the hero from around his neck, and a wave of relief swept through the gathered dignitaries. For if the hero were to perish, what would they do about the Demon King? Next, let us discuss the matter of my compensation. Everyone should lend me their ears. Charlotte's tone returned to a placid state, and the nobles fell silent, listening intently. Just moments ago, I embarked on the quest to vanquish the Demon King. Yet I found myself thinking that the tale of a solitary hero triumphing over the Demon King after countless hardships is rather cliché. Raising a finger, Charlotte slowly articulated, "Objectively speaking, I am a good person." The nobles silently scoffed. What kind of good person threatens others with a sword to their neck? I abhor such tales of personal heroism. After all, why engage in one-on-one combat when one can rally together? Upon hearing this, the nobles perked up, eager to decipher the implications of Charlotte's words. Even Cordis, Lauren, and others were no exception. Thus, my desired compensation is for every notable and capable individual within the imperial capital to join me and become my allies. We shall crush our foes together. At this proclamation, Lauren, the president of the Adventurers Association, lit up with enthusiasm and raised his hand, saying, "Brave hero, may I join?" "Certainly. By the gods, I adore you," Lauren exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face. Similarly, Morandi, the president of the Magic Association, raised his hand, eyes gleaming, "May I join?" "Of course. Oh my goodness." With two successful examples, the gathered nobles could no longer contain themselves. "So, this is the compensation the hero seeks. Why didn't you say so sooner?" To become an ally of the hero is an opportunity to etch one's name into history, regardless of one's abilities. Who could resist such temptation? Even if one lacks the strength to join, surely a son, grandson, or relative possesses the capability. Once inside, their families would bask in the glory. In an instant, the hall erupted with fervent enthusiasm for enrollment. "Can I join?" asked Kovacs, the leader of the mercenary band. "Certainly. May I join?" inquired an unknown noble. "Of course." "Can I?" asked the knight delivering the message. Charlotte replied, unified response, "All may join." The hall erupted in jubilant cheers. "Oh yes." Charlotte gracefully approached Vicar, placing a hand on his shoulder, causing the latter to involuntarily shudder. Charlotte, with a playful smile, looked at him and said, "Vicar, we share the closest bond in the entire imperial capital, so I shall entrust all these allies to your management." "What? We're close?" Vicar, touching his painfully throbbing cheek, doubted his own hearing. "Do I have to go?" "Such nonsense. You are recognized as an ally of the brave hero. Anyone else may decline, but not you." Suddenly, Charlotte raised Vicar's hand high and called out to the hall. "The third prince harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Demon King's atrocities and insists on joining us in our Western crusade against him. Do you all agree?" "Absolutely." The third prince proved himself to be a future wise ruler, capable of enduring humiliation while leading the charge alongside the hero. It was profoundly moving. With the hero and the third prince at the helm, what fear could we possibly have of the so-called Demon King? I felt a surge of courage. Even if the Demon King appeared before me, I could slap him into the wall and pin him there. The hall buzzed with admiration for the hero and the third prince, as well as the honor of participating in the campaign against the Demon King. With no means to refuse, the third prince, thrust into the spotlight, could only smile through tears of agreement to join the campaign. "Then I shall take my leave first. Vicar, you must rally my allies and follow swiftly." Charlotte adjusted his collar and, under the reverent gazes of the nobles, turned to exit. Before long, with a heavy heart, Ivalon, who had just completed the funeral rites for the old king outside, pushed open the door. To her astonishment, she found everyone inside beaming with joy and excitement, leaving her utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? Split line, the uproar in the royal banquet hall finally subsided, and Charlotte set forth on his quest to confront the Demon King, accompanied by his 3 enchanting companions. Vicar sat in his chamber, pondering for a long time, struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Firstly, he had obtained intelligence regarding the Demon King's formidable power, which meant he could not eliminate the hero. The hero must confront the Demon King, and only then could Vicar exploit the hero's weaknesses. Secondly, Charlotte's call for partners had sent the entire capital into a frenzy. Countless individuals trampled the palace threshold, eager to join the hero under the third prince's name. Lastly, Vicar found himself publicly acknowledged as an ally of the hero, destined to embark on the journey to confront the Demon King alongside Charlotte. Contemplating these thoughts, Vicar suddenly grasped a critical point. His ascension to the throne would have to be postponed until the Demon King was vanquished. After all, what kind of king abandons his duties to embark on adventures immediately upon taking the throne? Realizing this, the third prince felt utterly overwhelmed. Charlotte, in his efforts to prevent him from claiming the throne, was willing to recruit the entire capital. Soon, anguished cries echoed from the royal palace, eliciting a frantic reaction from Jess outside. Your Highness, while Charlotte's actions may prolong your ascension, in the long run, this could be a boon for you. Mike urged Vicar to see the bright side. Vicar tugged at his disheveled hair, suppressing his frustration, and asked, how is this a good thing when I can't even claim the throne? Firstly, the border city of Lutai has been sacked. This is not the right moment for you to ascend, Your Highness. Otherwise, failure to achieve anything significant will surely incite public discontent. You can exercise royal authority without officially ascending for now. Chapter 36, The Western Expedition. Embarking on an adventurous journey, Make counted on his fingers as he analyzed the pros and cons for Vicar. Firstly, Your Highness. As a newly appointed companion on this Western expedition, you can gain insight into the customs and sentiments of various regions, which will benefit your future reign. Secondly, this journey will inevitably bring you into contact with countless other races. Your Highness could forge lucrative alliances with them. Thirdly, collaborating to vanquish the Demon King will bestow upon you immense fame. Fourthly, the brave warriors will also be allied with the strong individuals from the imperial capital under your management, and these individuals could evolve into the power of the royal family in the future. Fifthly, Make recounted 7 or 8 enticing advantages, each more compelling than the last. The third prince and Apos' eyes sparkled brighter with each point, and he laughed heartily, clapping Make on the shoulder. Indeed, Master Make. You are akin to a hidden dragon or phoenix. The third prince was exhilarated. Meanwhile, Charlotte and others lounged comfortably in a luxurious Promax carriage, leisurely departing from the imperial capital. Outside the carriage, the fourth princess, Su Dawei, guided the horses. From Aerolite's account, Haishi and Su Dawei, who had participated in the late king and Apos' funeral ceremony outside the banquet hall, finally grasped the recent developments. Charlotte sat quietly in the carriage, his gaze filled with profound contemplation. In his previous life, he had embarked on the quest against the Demon King 3 days ago. At that time, the massacre of Lutai City by the Demon King had not yet occurred. Why, then, had Lutai City been destroyed this time? Could it be the butterfly effect of his rebirth? Yet that seemed implausible, for no matter how reckless he had been, news from the imperial capital would take at least 3 days to reach the borders. When Lutai City was slaughtered, he had not even been reborn for 3 full days. Logically, even if his rebirth had caused a butterfly effect, it should not have reached distant Lutai City. Moreover, in his previous life, the Demon King had always maintained a low-profile and mysterious persona. It was only when he reached the desert demon city that he finally encountered Demon King Zosa for the first time. This time, Zosa had appeared prematurely, creating such a tremendous uproar upon his arrival. Charlotte was perplexed, exceedingly perplexed. As he pondered, a warm and soft sensation on his arm interrupted his thoughts. The young saintess sat beside him, her delicate form nestled against him, her azure eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Master, isn't it enough to have us? Why must you also recruit those people from the imperial capital? They are merely followers and henchmen. You are my acknowledged companions. Charlotte gently tousled Haishi and Apos' golden hair, pleasantly explaining, we will leave the St. Louis Empire in just 10 days. Beyond its borders, we shall encounter countless formidable demonic creatures, most of which are quite challenging. It is only natural for the brave warriors to face numerous adversaries. Aerolite looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend. Not just many, but an overwhelming multitude. Ah, Master. That hurts. Charlotte playfully pinched Aerolite's shapely thigh. As she cried out in pain, he continued, we are here to confront the big boss, not to clear out small fry. Let the third prince handle those minor foes. But if we Dawn and Apos' grow stronger through adventure, how can you become more powerful, Master? Become stronger? I grow stronger every day. Charlotte smiled, ruffling the flowing locks of the 2 beautiful maidens beside him. You need only relax and watch as I elevate you. After some playful banter, Charlotte instructed Haishi to summon Su Dawei into the carriage, taking over the reins. The late king has passed. Are you not saddened? Su Dawei's eyes were red, and she shook her head, her pink hair swaying gently with the motion. Actually, I am not very sad. I was prepared for this, Your Highness. That is good. I have wonderful news for you. Charlotte enveloped Su Dawei in his embrace, his eyes shimmering slightly. With no resistance, she succumbed to a state of hypnosis. Su Dawei, from this moment on, your status within the Brave team is elevated to 4th, just below me, Haishi, and Aerolite. You may refuse requests from the other team members. Yes, I understand. As the hypnosis faded, Su Dawei and Apos' awareness gradually returned, and she clung tightly to Charlotte, beaming with joy. Thank you, Master. This act of hypnosis held significant meaning for her. Although it did not free her from Haishi and Aerolite's control, it altered her previously lowest status within the team, preventing her from being dominated by the newcomers from the Imperial capital. Why the formality? Charlotte lifted Su Dawei and Appo's chin, grinning mischievously. Tonight, we may have to rest outdoors, setting up camp in the wild, where delightful surprises await. Master, you're so naughty, I will follow your lead. Su Dawei lowered her head shyly, her face flushed with a rosy hue. In the desert demon city, Zosa observed the departure of Charlotte and his companions, nodding in satisfaction. Beneath the throne, the demon generals felt an overwhelming pressure. My lord, this brave warrior has gathered all the strong individuals from the imperial capital as companions, seeking to overpower us through sheer numbers. Are you not concerned? What is there to worry about? Zosa replied coldly, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Even if they swarm together like ants, they can be easily crushed underfoot. They pose no threat. In my eyes, there is only the brave warrior. As he spoke, Zosa and Appo's brow suddenly furrowed. The brave warrior just mentioned that he grows stronger every day. Could it be that his ability increases automatically over time? This warrants caution. With that thought, Zosa slowly extended his right hand, a peculiar metal emblem materializing before him. With a flick of his wrist, the emblem drifted toward a demon general clad in earthy yellow armor until it was firmly grasped in his hand. Kook, at your service. Kook held the emblem tightly, feeling an invigorating lightness envelop him. Bowing respectfully to Zosa, he awaited his command. I previously marked a mud creature and released it into the elven forest. Now, I have a mission for you. Yes, please instruct me, my lord. Listen carefully. The treasure you now hold is called the Running Wolf Emblem, a purple-grade artifact. It can triple the speed of creatures within a certain range. I want you to deliver it to that muddy creature. Purple grade, tripling speed for the group? Kook gazed at the emblem in his hand, his eyes widening with evident greed. My lord, may I ask why such a treasure would be bestowed upon an ordinary mud creature? Chapter 37. The correct method of counterattack against the Demon King of. That creature is the novice village boss I prepared for the hero. It is a prize for the hero. If you dare to covet this creature, I shall break both your hands and feet and deliver you to the hero. Upon hearing these words, Kook trembled slightly, abandoning any greedy thoughts regarding the creature and refraining from further inquiries. You must deliver it to the swamp monster within 5 days and instruct it to carry it with them, then return immediately. At this point, Zosa and Appo's tone shifted, growing cold. You must go and return swiftly. You cannot entertain any thoughts of the hero, nor become his experience fodder. I shall be watching you through the magic mirror at all times. Yes, my lord, I take my leave. Kook infused his magical power into the treasure in his hand, causing the wolf emblem to emanate a ghostly light and emit a resounding wolf howl. In the next instant, Kook dashed out of the Demon King and Appo's hall with such speed that the other 3 demon generals could only catch fleeting glimpses of his afterimage. My lord, a demon general below the throne began to speak, but his words came out as a series of incoherent sounds. Zosa patted the throne and frowned. The effect of the wolf emblem has not yet worn off. Slow your tongue by 3 times before you speak. My lord, I am dim-witted and cannot comprehend why you would grant such advantages to the enemy, allowing them to grow. Upon hearing this question, Zosa raised an eyebrow and decided to share part of his strategy with the demon general. I have previously stated that relying solely on ourselves will not break the fate of the Demon King destined to be defeated by the hero. We must incite conflict between humanity and the hero, utilizing human will to defeat the hero. The demon general appeared puzzled and inquired, but how do we provoke conflict between humanity and the hero? Born from adversity, perishing from comfort. I have discovered that when there is an external enemy, humanity tends to unite. However, in the absence of such an enemy, they engage in endless infighting. Zosa patiently elucidated. When the hero attacks, I will manifest our 5 doppelgangers, creating the illusion that we have been defeated by the hero. Let them return triumphant, and afterward, I possess 100 ways to sway the minds of the nobility. By amplifying their ambition and selfishness, I will spread rumors about the hero, fostering opposition between humanity and the hero. Ultimately, the hero will be scorned by the masses, either turning against humanity or being besieged and slain by them. At that moment, we can take advantage of the situation. The demon general below the throne suddenly understood, realizing the Demon King and Appo's intention. So, we shall employ the traditional method of leveling up by defeating monsters. We will allow the hero to progress naturally to the demon city, leading them to genuinely believe they have defeated the king, and then return in triumph. Zosa cast an appreciative glance at the demon general. Indeed, you have finally grasped it. This is merely the first step of the plan. Once this step is accomplished, everything that follows will be as easy as pie for me. Ah! Zosa suddenly burst into laughter, as if envisioning himself at the gates of the Eastern Empire, poised to unify the entire continent. At that moment, Zosa was unaware that in a past life, he had indeed achieved this. In fact, in that previous life, he did not even need to instigate conflict, as humanity had managed to eliminate their own hero. However, in this life, Charlotte and Apos' trajectory had completely veered off course, as he had no intention of following the path envisioned by the Demon King. Charlotte declared, "Who would follow the monster-slaying route you have set? In this life, I shall simply accompany the army and lie through it." Divider, in the User Forest. Rays of holy light. With Heishi and Apos' sacred incantation, countless golden-white beams of light flickered from the radiant moon staff, piercing forward with destructive power. The golden-white beams effortlessly reduced a 3-meter-long demon lizard to ashes. "Master, did I do well?" The saintess paused her incantation and gracefully approached Charlotte, her azure eyes alight with delight at her accomplishment. The radiant moon staff, a testament to its golden quality, had amplified her magical power by at least 5-fold. Heishi had grown increasingly enamored with it. "You are invincible now, Heishi." "Hehe, you flatter me, master. I only unleashed 1/10 of my power." In response to Charlotte and Apos' generous praise, even receiving a thumbs up, Heishi and Apos' face blossomed with a sweet smile. "Humph, just a trivial display of magic. What is there to boast about?" Su Daiwei stood to the side, sulking and glancing around, unable to find another demon lizard to showcase her skills. Erlit chuckled at Su Daiwei's predicament and gently pressed a button. In that instant, Su Daiwei uncontrollably shuddered, tightly closing the elegant skirt around her beautiful legs. The fourth princess trotted over, clinging to Erlit and Apos' arm in a plea. "Good sister, please Don and Apos' increase the current. It would be terribly cold if I got wet in winter." The red-haired beauty lifted Su Daiwei's delicate chin, her slender fingers teasingly pinching her rosy cheeks. Smirking, it seems someone last night, without any shame, desperately sought to elevate their status to second in the hero's party. "Who do you suppose this wicked woman is?" Su Daiwei suddenly shivered, tearfully clinging to Erlit's arm. "Good sister, Wei knows her mistake. I shall never dare again." Erlit grinned mischievously and whispered a few words into Su Daiwei and Apos' ear. The fourth princess and Apos' face quickly flushed with embarrassment, her pupils subtly reflecting affection. After pressing the button on the controller again, Erlit finally acquiesced to Su Daiwei's request. Erlit, stepping gracefully in her pristine high heels, approached Charlotte, a hint of worry evident in her beautiful eyes. Typically, demonic creatures are rarely found within the borders of the St. Lun Empire. Yet, we have already encountered 3 monsters since leaving the capital. What will it be like once we exit the St. Lun Empire, moving further away from the Elven Forest? Small monsters every 3 steps, elite monsters every 5 steps, and within 100 steps, there must surely be a tyrant-level creature. Seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory from his previous life, Charlotte pressed his lips together, hesitant to speak. Did he truly gather the strong from the capital to be his companions on a whim? During his previous adventures, they were constantly besieged by low-level monsters. Although they could be dealt with effortlessly, they were indeed bothersome. Low-level monsters lacked intelligence and did not comprehend fear upon encountering a strong opponent. They would instead provoke their bloodthirsty instincts. Notably, when these monsters were defeated, they would invariably drop gold coins to varying degrees. Some elite monsters might even drop exceptional items, albeit with a very low probability. Chapter 38. The final roulette in a previous life. Charlotte and his companions endured immense hardship, scarcely finding time to rest. Thus, upon his triumphant return to the imperial capital, his foremost desire was to indulge in a well-deserved revelry. Once Vickers and the others gathered the strong from the capital and caught up, they could pave the way for their journey directly into the desert demon city. Setting aside his memories of the past, Charlotte stepped boldly into the carriage, inviting the ladies. "With 3 hours remaining until we reach the next city, why not engage in some delightful games to pass the time?" No sooner had he spoken than Su Daiwei, her pupils transformed into heart shapes, leaped into Charlotte's embrace. Inhaling his scent, "Master, let an Apos' cuddle. No, you must guide the carriage from outside. In an hour, Heishi will relieve you." Why must it be this way? The fourth princess, feeling a mix of disappointment and reluctance, dared not protest. Little did she realize that her past arrogance had led to her current status as the least favored. However, for Su Daiwei, this period of neglect would soon alleviate significantly upon reaching the Elven Forest. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Empire and Apos' capital, the third prince was engaged in the selection of talented individuals. Outside the palace, the grounds were teeming with eager applicants responding to the call for brave companions. Jesse stood atop a newly constructed platform, channeling his aura to project his voice far and wide. To join as a brave companion, 3 conditions must be met. First, applicants must be between 18 and 40 years of age, standing at least 1.6 meters tall, in good health, and have completed 3 years of compulsory education in the Empire. Second, members of the Adventurers Association must be at least level 3 adventurers. Similarly, members of mercenary groups and magic associations must meet this criterion. Third, you must pledge to obey the third prince and Apos' command during the Demon King and Apos' subjugation, maintaining discipline and refraining from causing disturbances. The spoils of war will be surrendered to the royal family for unified management. Any violators will be expelled from the ranks. After announcing the rules, Jesse disregarded the clamorous crowd and quickly descended the platform to approach the third prince. Your Highness, with our standards, we can eliminate a significant portion of the underqualified and disobedient. Indeed, Vickers nodded, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Has the Military Affairs Department prepared for our logistics? Your Highness, they toiled through the night and have just calculated the necessary provisions, jewels, and medicines for our expedition. They will require 3 more days for gathering. Vickers frowned at this. 3 days is too long. I will grant them only 1 day. We shall depart by noon tomorrow at the latest. If they fail, the royal family has no need to support a collection of useless individuals. Understood, Your Highness. I shall relay your orders immediately. Jesse took the command and hastened toward the palace. Vickers slowly raised his gaze to the distant sky. Feeling a rare surge of fervor within, leading an army against the Demon King is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. I must ensure that my achievements are celebrated, securing my legacy for generations to come. Suddenly struck by inspiration, the third prince recalled a precious artifact from the royal treasury. He dashed toward the palace. The royal treasure left by the previous hero must accompany us this time. After extensive searching, Vickers finally located a delicate, gossamer-like circular roulette. Upon closer inspection, one could sense the profound, oceanic energy contained within. I found it, the final wheel, which can lock onto a target and deliver a lethal blow once the target has sustained sufficient damage. With 2 uses remaining, one for slaying the Demon King and the other for the hero, this is more than sufficient. I shall deliver the final strike to the Demon King, becoming the true hero who saves the world. My name, Vickers, shall resonate throughout the entire Pingyu continent for eternity. In the city of Urpan, a luxurious Promax carriage came to a gentle halt. Charlotte, accompanied by 3 stunning maidens, gracefully disembarked and sought out the finest restaurant for lunch. Their arrival quickly garnered the attention of the city lord, Marquis Ick. Upon receiving a report from his subordinates about a man bearing a crimson flame mark on his forehead, wielding a golden longsword, and accompanied by 3 enchanting women, Ick was intrigued. The description matched that of the renowned hero from the imperial capital. If he could forge a connection with this hero, perhaps even marry off his daughter, what a splendid outcome it would be. Elated, Marquis Ick hurriedly mounted his horse to visit the hero's dining venue, only to find that he had missed him. Inquiring within the restaurant, he learned that the hero had dined and was heading toward the Lord and Apos' manor. Could it be that the hero wished to pay him a personal visit? Filled with joy, Ick galloped toward his residence. Upon returning, however, he was taken aback to discover his manor inundated with water, with much of the interior wrecked. Through inquiry, he learned that the hero was responsible. Stunned, Ick stood frozen in place, reflecting on all the troubles he had ever caused in his life. But I did not provoke him. How did my home end up in this state during a moment and Apos' inattention? At that moment, the hero was riding in the luxurious Promax carriage, leaving the city of Urpan behind. Engaging in mischief was exhilarating. Charlotte cracked the whip, urging the dragon spirit horse to gallop even faster. Hearing the crack of the whip, the holy maiden nestled against Charlotte, coyly inquiring, Master, why did you make me flood the Lord and Apos' manor? I heard that Lord is not a good person. Consider this a minor retribution. Of course, that was not the entire truth. In his previous life, Charlotte had passed through Urpan and received a warm welcome from Marquis Ick. Yet, the Marquis and Apos' son harbored inappropriate intentions towards Charlotte and Apos' 3 uniquely charming companions. That very night, the Marquis and Apos' son attempted to drug their drinks, hoping for an unforgettable evening. Naturally, the plot failed, as the alchemist Eri recognized the poison in the wine just in time. In a fit of rage, Su Daiwei retaliated, wielding her sword with ferocity against the Marquis and Apos' son, resulting in his immediate demise. Enraged, Marquis Ick offered lavish rewards to the knights and mercenaries of the city to hunt down Charlotte and his companions, even resorting to employing powerful magic scrolls. The story concluded with Charlotte and his party narrowly escaping the city, suffering considerable losses, yet ultimately unscathed. Chapter 39. The Rebellion of the Fourth Princess. In a previous life after their arrival in Urpan Yunqing, Charlotte and his companions found themselves stripped of all their belongings, forced to continue their journey on foot to the next city. They walked for an entire day, enduring hunger throughout. In this lifetime, Charlotte had merely used water magic to submerge the Lord and Apos' manor, showing great leniency compared to the grievances he had suffered at the hands of Marquis Ick in his previous life. Fortunately, this time, the son of Marquis Ick had survived, allowing Charlotte to vent a modicum of his past grievances. Divider, Click City, the nearest town to Urpan Yunqing, awaited them. In his previous life, Charlotte and his party had trekked to this very place, already famished. Having lost all their funds in Urpan Yunqing, the penniless adventurers planned to visit the Adventurers Association within the city to seek bounty quests. Unexpectedly, they realized they had misplaced the fourth princess, Su Dawei. It was only when a messenger from the Lord's Manor invited them that they discovered Su Dawei had already proceeded to the Lord's Manor of Click City on her own. The Lord of Click City was named Click, an exceptionally virtuous leader. Click was known for his integrity and benevolence, promoting the virtue of frugality and earning the admiration of all citizens. Even in the presence of the heroes, Click offered only simple vegetarian fare. As the adventurers, starved from their day of travel, finally sat down to eat, they were moved to tears by the hospitality. However, at that moment, the fourth princess began to create a scene. In her previous life, she had been exceedingly picky with the food on the table, expressing disdain and even accusing Lord Click of poor hospitality. This greatly angered Lord Click, who, though silent, dismissed the famished adventurers with a stern expression. Aware of their own shortcomings, Charlotte and his companions felt embarrassed to linger at the manor and decided to head to the Adventurer and Appos' Association for tasks instead. But the fourth princess stirred trouble again, claiming she had been humiliated by Click and demanding that the old king demote him to a commoner. Coincidentally, the steward of the Lord's Manor, sent to provide the adventurers with supplies, overheard the fourth princess. The loyal steward was furious and refused to deliver the provisions, ordering his subordinates to spread her words throughout Click City, causing an uproar among the populace. The citizens expressed their discontent towards Charlotte and his companions, and the local Adventurers Association even blacklisted them. The heroes found their quickest means of acquiring funds cut off, and even the simplest job, such as washing dishes, was unavailable to them. They faced humiliation, with children spitting at them as they walked. Ultimately, it was the saintly lady who concealed her face and sold her jewelry, providing the adventurers with a modicum of funds. Yet, despite acquiring some currency, no one in Click City was willing to sell them food. Infuriated, the fourth princess stomped her feet, threatening to return and wage war against the commoners. Just before they succumbed to starvation, they managed to purchase fragrant buns from a flaxen-haired woman on the outskirts of Click City. They narrowly avoided the dire fate of starvation. "My lord, we have arrived in Click City. It is getting late. Shall we rest here for the night?" The sudden words of the saintly lady interrupted Charlotte's recollections. He shivered, awakening from his reverie, realizing that after an afternoon of travel, they had indeed reached Click City. In the eyes of Haishi and Ailey Rhett, Charlotte appeared suddenly cold and unyielding. The hero raised his hand and roughly pressed Su Dawei down onto his lap, chastising her. The fourth princess flailed her lovely legs and widened her beautiful eyes, pleading for mercy. Weir was wrong. Weir is truly sorry. "What did you do wrong?" Charlotte inquired. "I do not know," she replied, furrowing her brow. Charlotte, unsatisfied, struck her twice more. "For the next 2 days, you shall eat only buns and drink plain water." Releasing Su Dawei, he reached for the map, meticulously searching for the location of the Click City Lord's Manor. Soon, his eyes brightened as he pointed to a spot on the map. "Let us visit the Lord and Appos' Manor." Driving their carriage into the city, Charlotte suddenly halted at the roadside. Disembarking. Moments later, he returned to the carriage, carrying a large bag of buns, and continued on. However, a flaxen-haired woman was hot on their heels, calling out, "Sir, you and Appos' given me too much money. I can and Appos' make change. Consider the excess a tip." "No need for change," he replied, and the carriage sped away. Divider. At the Click City Lord's Manor, Charlotte, Haishi, and Ailey Rhett sat at a square table dining with Lord Click. The table was modestly adorned with plates of ordinary vegetables, corn, shredded potatoes, and tomato egg drop soup. Yet, Charlotte savored the meal with delight, frequently praising Lord Click. It was hard for those far away in the imperial capital to imagine that the hero could exhibit such humble demeanor. "Why does the fourth princess not join us at the table?" Lord Click inquired, puzzled. Charlotte glanced at Su Dawei, who sat morosely on a small stool, nibbling on her bun. "This princess is currently on a diet and must control her intake. It's best not to meddle," she huffed, sipping cold water and turning her head away from Lord Click. Click offered an awkward smile, but chose not to press further, redirecting the conversation back to Charlotte. "Hero, the evening is upon us. If you do not mind, might you consider resting at my manor for the night?" "That would be a bother, my lord," Charlotte replied with a slight smile, not declining. "However, I do have a rather peculiar condition. When I sleep, I tend to sleepwalk and can be prone to drawing my sword in my dreams. I hope you can prepare a secluded residence for us." Hearing this, Lord Click believed him without doubt and promptly assured, "The Lord's Manor has a secluded residence with all necessary amenities, and no one will pass within 100 meters. Would this satisfy you, esteemed hero?" Chapter 40. The fourth princess is truly a blessing for the heroic team. Contentment radiated from every fiber of his being as he raised a toast to the city lord. "Ha ha ha, the valiant hero is indeed magnanimous," Charlotte exclaimed, lifting a bowl brimming with tomato and egg soup to his lips, savoring its warmth before letting out a hearty belch. His disregard for decorum was overshadowed by his inner tranquility. In this life, he had managed to reign in Su Dawei, sparing himself countless troubles. In his previous life, the heroic team had journeyed a great distance to Crike City, their stomachs growling in desperation for a satisfying meal, only to have their modest wishes tangled by Su Daiwei and Appo's antics. If one were to compile a list of regrets from his past life, not enjoying a hearty feast at the city lord's residence in Crike would undoubtedly top it. With this thought, Charlotte's gaze drifted to Su Daiwei, who was struggling with a steamed bun not far away, and he silently resolved to be more vigilant. He could not allow the fourth princess to complicate their quest against the Demon King. As twilight descended, the satiated heroes, accompanied by their 3 beautiful companions, settled into the accommodations prepared by Crike, only to discover an unexpectedly grand bathing pool within. Meanwhile, across the vast desert in the Demon King's stronghold, the minions of darkness realized, without surprise, that the magical mirror had gone dark. The lascivious hero was evidently lusting after his companions, fabricating excuses of dreaming of murder to dismiss the city lord's retainers. A new day dawned. Charlotte graciously declined the city lord's offer of provisions for the heroic team, instead gifting Crike a substantial sum of 10 million imperial coins. This was not without reason. Throughout his previous adventures, he had yet to encounter another city lord as devoted to his people and beloved by the residents as Crike. Especially as they approached the empire's borders, the local gentry became increasingly arrogant, and the common folk endured greater hardships. With such stark contrasts, even though his past experiences in Crike had not been favorable, Charlotte felt a profound fondness for the city. City Lord Crike, I come to apologize, stammered Su Daiwei as she stood before him, her gaze lowered, fingers fidgeting with the hem of her Gothic-style gown. I should not have spoken so rudely yesterday. You are a commendable city lord. Oh, that incident hardly troubled me. Dear fourth princess, you have truly caught me off guard, Crike replied, his eyes glistening with emotion as he stroked his graying beard, a warm smile gracing his face. With such a gracious and understanding fourth princess in our St. Louis Empire, how can we worry about the happiness of our citizens? The Heroes team is indeed fortunate to have you. You flatter me too much, but we must take our leave now. There is no need for formalities. Embarrassed by Crike and Appo's praise, Su Daiwei turned hurriedly to board the luxurious Promax carriage, diving into the compartment. Airlit, the one driving the horses, gently cracked her whip, and the carriage sped away, leaving Crike and Appo's sight. Master, Wei and Appo's has fulfilled your command, Su Daiwei exclaimed as she leapt into Charlotte and Appo's embrace, her soft pink hair brushing against his chest. You did splendidly, Su Daiwei. Her face flushed with delight at Charlotte and Appo's praise, a radiant smile blossoming on her lips, her eyes squinting sweetly like crescent moons. However, for the next 2 days, you shall have only steamed buns and water. At his words, her expression instantly fell, and she looked up at him with a pitiful gaze. Is there something I did wrong? You are doing very well, but Charlotte paused, contemplating his next words. Though Su Daiwei was now obedient and gentle under his guidance, he vividly remembered the trials posed by her past self. After their meager meal of steamed buns and Crike, the team continued their journey toward the desert demon city. Along the way, they stopped in a small town to procure new horses. Following the map's guidance, they arrived at the Wildwood Forest, home to the slumbering dragon. Aware of the dragon's penchant for hoarding treasure, Su Daiwei seized the map from Airlit and gallantly took the lead on horseback, successfully guiding Charlotte and the others to the dragon's lair. The ensuing events need not be elaborated upon. The capricious fourth princess ensured that even the most absurd circumstances unfolded. They encountered the dragon, awakened it, and were compelled to challenge it. Unable to prevail, they fled in disarray, losing their horses and trekking out of the Wildwood Forest on foot. Beyond the dragon, Su Daiwei and Appo's past misadventures also stirred up trouble with the Misty Tree Spirits, the Thunderstorm Eagle King, the Howling Mountain Prison Lion, and numerous formidable foes renowned in various cities. During their time within the borders of the St. Louis Empire, each adversary proved more formidable than the last. The heroic team struggled to keep pace with Su Daiwei's escalating challenges nearly shattered their morale. Even the 5-star critic MacArthur could not help but comment. Bestow upon you the title of hero, and you may find yourself arrogant. Yet, provoke the fourth princess, and your fate becomes uncertain thanks to Su Daiwei. When the battle-hardened heroic team finally departed the St. Louis Empire and ventured into the realm of the demons, they were astonished to find the demon creatures outside so feeble. The trials they faced in the novice village had been hellish, and all of it was due to Su Daiwei's considerable influence. Charlotte would not easily forgive the errors of Su Daiwei's previous incarnation simply because of this life's gentler version. He had returned to exact his vengeance. With this thought, Charlotte could not contain himself any longer and entrusted Su Daiwei once more to Airlit. This erudite alchemist seemed to possess a natural gift for invention, consistently bringing forth fresh marvels. With her adept skills and alchemical knowledge, she conjured new toys almost daily. Charlotte exited the carriage, taking a seat at the front, wielding the whip to urge the horses onward. Let us depart for the Wildwood Forest. While the dragon slumbers, we shall give it a grand surprise. Ah, master, that is exceedingly risky. What if the dragon awakens? Then Then we shall feast on dragon meat for lunch. Far away in the Eastern Empire's capital, the third prince had finally rallied his forces. Under the watchful eyes of the city, a grand army of 2,000, the finest warriors of the empire, marched forth. At the forefront rode Vikal, donned in exquisite light armor, atop a magnificent white steed, smiling and waving to the populace. The air was thick with the opulence of nobility. Upon exiting the capital, Jess blew forcefully into a blue-quality artifact, the war horn. An invisible, mystical power enveloped the army, doubling their speed in an instant. Behind Jess rode a renowned assembly of strong figures, including the mercenary leader Kovos, the Adventurers Association President Lauren, the Knights Order Captain Shiluan, and the Sword Saint of the Setting Sun, Codes. To think that we, seasoned warriors, would find ourselves among the ranks of heroes, Kovos remarked, riding alongside Lauren, who nodded in agreement. Chapter 41. Departure and arrival at the Elven Forest. Indeed, in the past, heroes typically chose peers as companions to share the glory of vanquishing the Demon King. This unprecedented selection of such a large number of individuals marks a historical first. Haha, the thought of personally confronting the Demon King fills me with fervor. The president of the Magic Association, Morandi, nodded slightly and calmly remarked, to be frank, ganging up on the Demon King is not particularly honorable. Yet, if we succeed in defeating this Demon King, we will undoubtedly set a precedent for future generations, ensuring our names are etched in history. The Archbishop of the Church, Ivaran, also smiled approvingly, stating, the Demon King is the enemy of all humanity, not merely that of the hero. As members of the human race, we must contribute to the defeat of the Demon King. We cannot merely enjoy the benefits. The crowd engaged in lively conversation, their faces radiating confidence, as if the demise of the Demon King were already a foregone conclusion. At the forefront of the army, Vikal led the way while toying with a peculiar compass in his palm, contemplating inwardly. The slayer of the Demon King must be none other than I, Vikal. Meanwhile, in the desolate demon city, Zosa calmly observed the darkened magic mirror, his expression betraying a sense of complete control. I have already set everything in motion, heroes. Let them obediently tread the path I have prepared, step by step, to challenge me. In the wild forest, the hero and Apos' party did not encounter the dragon within the cave. Disappointed, Charlotte had no choice but to plunder the cave and Apos' treasures before resuming their journey. Shortly after their departure, the dragon returned to the wild forest, its eyes widening at the sight of the nearly emptied cave. A furious roar echoed from deep within the forest, signaling the dragon and Apos' impotent rage. Time passed swiftly. As dusk fell, the army led by Vikal arrived at Earl Pan Transport City, warmly welcomed by Marquis Ick, who offered them a night's rest at the Lord's residence. During the banquet, the Marquis' son developed an infatuation with the handsome third prince. In a clandestine act, the Marquis and Apos' son drugged the third prince and Apos' drink, only to be discovered by the capital and Apos' chief alchemist, Make. Enraged at the near disaster, Vikal unsheathed his sword, resulting in the Marquis and Apos' only son losing a close brother. Although Marquis Ick was furious, he dared not voice his displeasure and, in front of the third prince, demoted his son to a commoner, planning to start anew. At dawn the following day, Vikal wasted no time and led the army away from Earl Pan Transport City. They journeyed to Click City, where they received a warm invitation from the Lord, still haunted by the previous city and Apos' events. The third prince was reluctant to dine at the Lord's residence. Instead, he instructed the army to rest briefly outside the city and consume their own provisions. After a short respite, Vikal reorganized the troops and set off once more. As they passed through the wild forest, they unexpectedly encountered a frenzied dragon launching an attack. The dragon boasted, 1 versus 2,000, the advantage is mine. The powerful warriors within the army unleashed their abilities, bombarding the dragon with an overwhelming barrage of magic and sword energy. The mere aftermath of their battle cleared the heavy clouds from the sky. The robust dragon, with its formidable physical and magical resistance, succumbed within half a minute, dying without a complete corpse. That night, the army camped in the wild forest, feasting on dragon meat. However, the taste of the dragon and Apos' flesh was unexpectedly sour, leading Make to speculate that it was linked to the dragon and Apos' mindset in life. In the following days, the third prince's army traversed towering mountains and crossed numerous cities. Though their stays were brief, the activities were plentiful. Archbishop Ivaran incinerated the Fogwood Tree Demon. The mercenary group Kovas tore apart the Thunderstorm Eagle King, and the Night Order, Shiluan, wrestled and defeated the Howling Mountain Prison Lion. The third prince, Vikal, skillfully recruited talented individuals, and within a matter of days, the 2,000-strong army doubled in size. Today marks the 10th day since Charlotte departed from the Eastern Way imperial capital. Gazing upon the boundless, lush green forest before him, Charlotte felt a wave of sentiment. In his previous life, with the staunch support of the fourth princess, the hero's party had navigated numerous challenges to finally escape the Holy Luin Empire, arriving at the Elven Forest bordering the empire. This time, however, He received a warm welcome wherever he went. The journey was filled with leisurely exploration, often stopping to indulge in his favorite pastimes. Other than occasional encounters with minor magical beasts, there were no opportunities for violence. Charlotte even allowed his companions to practice on the ordinary magical creatures they encountered. The contrast between his past and present lives was stark, one akin to a hellish ordeal, the other resembling a game with cheats. Even the formidable foes he sought, such as the Fogwood Tree Demon, Thunderstorm Eagle King, and Howling Mountain Prison Lion, inexplicably seemed absent from their lairs. Consequently, Charlotte could only collect the treasures from their dens to sell in the next city, inadvertently aiding the fierce beasts in their future encounters with the third prince. Fate, after all, is intertwined. Master, the air in the elven forest is so fragrant, Heisey exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed upon the vast expanse of the forest. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of flowers brushed against Heisey's golden hair, complemented by the serene and joyful smile on the maiden's face. This scene was utterly enchanting. Were one to reside long-term in this fresh and beautiful forest, immersed in the beauty of nature, surely their spirits would become expansive and untroubled. Charlotte inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp air of the elven forest. Feeling the warm winter sun on his skin, his deep-set eyes narrowed slightly as he contentedly remarked, at last, "We have arrived at the elven forest. You shall soon have a new sister." New sister? Master, could my status be a little higher than hers? Su Daiwei clutched Charlotte's arm tightly, cautiously glancing at the nearby Ailey lit. The fourth princess quickly averted her gaze, her watery, beautiful eyes fixed on Charlotte, as if ready to cry the moment he declined. Charlotte affectionately ruffled Su Daiwei's pink hair, his tone inadvertently tinged with fondness. "Certainly. You have performed admirably these past few days, so I shall allow you to hold a higher status than her." "Yea, thank you, master." Su Daiwei nuzzled her chest with glee, her eyes brimming with joy. Charlotte chuckled softly, slowly withdrawing his arm from Su Daiwei and Appo's embrace as he stepped back into the luxurious, oversized Promax carriage. Now that they had reached the elven forest, how could they not pay a visit to the elven tribe? As they followed the winding path, the hero's party gradually delved deeper into the elven forest. The towering trees around them grew increasingly majestic, their sprawling branches obscuring much of the sky. Along the way, they encountered numerous stunningly beautiful elves with slender, graceful figures. They beheld various wooden houses and tree hollows constructed high in the trees. However, due to the long-standing diplomatic relations between humans and elves, the elves merely cast a curious glance at the opulent Promax carriage, showing little further interest in Charlotte and his companion's movements. Chapter 42. The actors deep within the forest of elves, a blue-haired, point-eared elf, adorned with a finely crafted bow, expressed his distress. "Chief, we truly cannot inflict any harm on that swamp creature. What shall we do?" Upon hearing this, the chief of the elves set aside her heavy tome, removed her reading glasses, tossed aside her small quilt, donned her rabbit fur slippers, and rose from her rocking chair, stretching her limbs. Her name was Kaflora, the eldest of her kind, well-versed in the ways of the world, and thus chosen as the leader. Her secret to longevity was simple: avoid meddling in trivial matters and embrace the virtues of ample sleep and modest eating. Wiping the crumbs of her snacks from the corners of her mouth, Kaflora replied nonchalantly, "Jossie, why the haste? Even if the sky were to fall, there would still be someone tall enough to hold it up. Alas, all our strongest have tried and failed to harm that swamp creature. Where is this tall person you speak of?" As Jossie paced anxiously within the wooden dwelling, he repeatedly struck his small head with his hands, lamenting, "Are we to sit idly by and watch as it gradually corrupts our homeland?" "Calm yourself," I said, Kaflora retorted, pulling out a mirror to adjust her silver-streaked hair. Satisfied with her reflection, she nodded. "I have lived over 2 centuries. What have I not witnessed? The Forest of Elves has faced 2 similar threats from monsters before. Can you guess what transpired? What happened?" Jossie inquired, his face a canvas of confusion as he looked to his chief. Kaflora chuckled lightly. "Those 2 crises were resolved by 2 different heroes. We merely need to await the arrival of this generation's hero in the Forest of Elves, share our plight, and perhaps shed a few tears. They will surely empathize and offer their services as our champions, swiftly vanquishing the creature with their heroic blades." Jossie, scratching his head in bewilderment, murmured, "Is that so? Someone would work for free? If we were to post a bounty in the human cities, we would need to offer at least 5,000 imperial coins for any task." "Indeed, my dear. Having lived for over 2 centuries, I have seen much. And once they have dispatched the monsters, they depart hastily, leaving us elves with no burdens to bear." As Kaflora reveled in her musings about heroes, a sudden knock reverberated from outside the wooden shelter. "Enter," she called. A lithe, purple-haired elf pushed open the door and announced, "Chief, the legendary hero has arrived and specifically requests your presence." With the mention of the hero, Kaflora carefully adjusted her attire in the mirror, her smile gradually fading into a serene expression. "Come, Jossie, let us meet this generation's fool. By the way, I have a task for you. You must accompany me in a splendid performance. Meanwhile, beneath the towering, cloud-kissed giant tree, the hero team gazed upward in awe, captivated by the majestic tree of the elven clan. "My lord, what a magnificent tree!" exclaimed the saintly maiden, tugging at Charlotte's sleeve in astonishment. Aerolite nodded gently. Her voice dreamy. "It is said that the mother tree of elves was planted by a deity representing the moon, nurturing the entire verdant expanse of the forest of elves, serving as the source of strength for every elf. Even the demon king cannot shake its roots." "Deities? Do such beings truly exist in this world?" Sudavi questioned, prompting Aerolite to roll her eyes and respond. "That is merely a legend. If deities existed, your royal family would certainly be aware." "Ah, indeed. The royal family has never recorded such accounts," Sudavi conceded. With a tone of formality, a voice called from behind, "It is a grave dishonor that we, the elves, could not offer a proper welcome to the esteemed heroes." The hero team turned to see a silver-haired elder elf striding towards them, full of vigor despite his age. With a gentle smile, Kaflora's clear eyes scanned the hero team, nodding in approval. A young man clad in splendid armor and a flowing cloak, wielding the hero's sword, stood among 3 striking women, each adorned with remarkable weapons. Recognizing the lavish gear of the hero team, Kaflora felt a sense of pride swell within her. After 200 years, she had encountered many heroes, yet none had arrived clad in such opulence. "I am Kaflora, the chief of the elves. Your arrival brings great honor to the forest of elves. Perhaps we should extend our hospitality to our esteemed guests?" Kaflora spoke gracefully, her demeanor both respectful and welcoming. However, Charlotte was unimpressed, frowning as he waved his hand dismissively. "Cut the pleasantries. Get to the point. What monster have you encountered?" As soon as the words left his lips, Kaflora's expression stiffened. Just then, Jossie, the blue-haired elf, rushed in, panting. "Chief, there's trouble," he exclaimed breathlessly. "What is it? Why the panic?" Both Charlotte and Kaflora echoed simultaneously, though Charlotte's tone was teasing while Kaflora's face fell into a mask of concern. Kaflora thought frantically, "This is bad. How did the hero know what I was about to say?" A wave of anxiety surged within her. The last chief had gained the hero's aid in a similar manner a century ago. Why had she faltered? Was there a traitor among them? Kaflora frantically gestured to Jossie. "Plans have changed. Abort the performance, quickly." Mistaking Kaflora's urgency, Jossie hurriedly recited, "The swamp creature has attacked our territory again. Chief, what shall we do?" Kaflora, feeling the weight of the moment, glanced awkwardly at Charlotte, who wore an eager smile, seemingly anticipating the unfolding drama. In a sudden shift, Kaflora and Apos' expression turned sorrowful, her voice trembling. "Is that swamp creature truly so merciless, intent on annihilating our kind? Great spirit of the elves, what are we to do?" Chapter 43. This sword will be magnificent. As she spoke, Karafla couldn't help but shed a few tears, her sobs echoing in the air. Josie watched in astonishment at her clan leader, secretly admiring her remarkable acting skills. The young saintess was moved by Karafla's display, stepping forward to inquire about the situation. Charlotte reached out to stop Haishi, cheerfully sidling up to Karafla, casually resting a hand on her frail shoulder, and whispered gently, "Are you crying? Your voice is so soft." Haven and Apos, to you Eden? Karafla and Apos' sorrowful expression froze once more. "Brave one, you must help our elven clan." She suddenly grasped Charlotte and Apos' hand, imploring with great sadness. This unexpected scene caused Josie to stiffen. Wait, shouldn't the clan leader delay a bit longer to gradually unveil the tragic tale of the elven clan before ultimately requesting the brave one and Apos' assistance? Why is she rushing it? "All right, I am most willing to assist. Lead the way," Charlotte replied, much to Karafla's surprise, as she did not expose her before others, but graciously allowed her to guide them. However, there was a hint of mischief in the brave one's smile. Nervously, Karafla led the brave team to seek out the magical creature, elaborating on its origins along the way. 10 days prior, an unwelcome guest had arrived in the elven forest. This creature, composed entirely of filthy sludge, could be easily obliterated by any attack, yet possessed the ability to infinitely reconstitute itself, defying all logic. This swamp monster was highly corrosive, leaving lifeless trees and flowers in its wake. It had already claimed a territory within the beautiful elven forest, a patch now filled with decay, and it continued to expand. "Leave the small matters to me," Charlotte declared confidently as they finally reached the swamp monster and Apos' territory, patting his chest. Since departing from the capital, he had yet to make a move, and now he could finally showcase his abilities. "Thank you, brave one." Karafla expressed her gratitude, visibly moved. "Master, can you truly defeat this bizarre swamp monster?" Haishi questioned, her worry apparent as her impression of Charlotte was largely vague, having never witnessed him in action. "Indeed, master. This creature seems quite troublesome. Perhaps, like before, Haishi and I should handle it and eliminate this monster together," suggested Sadavii, shaking Charlotte and Apos' arm, equally concerned. Aerolite said nothing, but her eyes mirrored those of the other two, filled with skepticism regarding Charlotte and Apos' abilities. "No one is allowed to compete with me this time," Charlotte retorted, feeling a surge of competitive spirit upon hearing their doubts. After a prolonged period of indulgence, his strength had returned to 70% of his former self. While he could not take on the Demon King solo, he was certainly on par with the seasoned strongholds of the capital. A mere swamp monster was nothing to him. Moreover, from his past life's memories, he knew defeating this creature would be effortless, like a walk in the park. Turning his back to the desolate swamp territory, Charlotte produced a black eye mask from his pocket and covered his eyes. This trivial mud creature? I could slay it even with my eyes closed. For Charlotte, discerning its location by sound was no challenge at all. As Charlotte exuded confidence, the others were left agape. Chill, I sense it approaching. A rumble emanated from beneath the ground, as a mound of earth surged toward Charlotte from the depths of the desolate territory, akin to a massive serpent lurking underground, leaving a distinct trail in its wake. With his eyes covered, Charlotte unsheathed the brave sword in a poised manner, advancing steadily, exuding a calm, yet profound battle aura. Behold this sword, it will be magnificent. He chuckled coldly, the crimson flames on his forehead faintly glowing. The brave sword quivered with excitement, as if eager for its first taste of battle. Before long, the dark earth swelled, revealing the swamp monster's form. It was a spherical creature wholly made of sludge, its black body accentuated by two menacing eyes and a gaping maw capable of devouring half a tree in one bite. As the golden brave sword became enveloped in Charlotte's profound battle aura, the two combined to emit a hue as red as blood, with a sword energy sharp enough to slice through space itself. This sword will be magnificent. Witnessing this, Heishi and the others exhibited expressions of astonishment. Could it be that the brave one was truly powerful? Karafla, well versed in the ways of the world, widened her eyes, fixated on Charlotte's every movement, exclaiming, though I, as clan leader, have seen much, every encounter with a brave one is an awe-inspiring spectacle, a delightful battle that lingers in the mind, unforgettable for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Heishi and the others dared not even blink, fearing they might miss a single moment. Charlotte charged toward the swamp monster, his speed increasing until he was almost sprinting. The brave sword was raised high, ready to strike. As Charlotte closed the distance, about to determine the victor, suddenly, tripped by a vine hidden in the underbrush, he stumbled forward uncontrollably, the sword flying from his grasp, performing a graceful arc before plunging deep into the ground. The momentum propelled him forward, rolling several times before landing right in the monster's gaping maw. Swamp monster, ex-winky face. Heishi and the others, LLL, Karafla felt her heart skip a beat, her anticipation swiftly transforming into sheer terror. In my 200 years of life, I have seen much, but never have I witnessed a brave one being swallowed whole by a monster. This can't be. Will the brave one perish in our elven territory? Master. At that moment, three furious voices echoed through the elven forest. Wrath of the Sun, Starfall. The saintess chanted a forbidden spell. As dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead, the sky above the elven forest turned ominously gloomy. Chapter 44. The fourth princess airs once more as the sky abruptly darkened. Aelite felt an involuntary twitch in her eyelids and immediately halted Heishi from channeling her inner magical energy. Heishi, wait. Our master is still within the body of the swamp creature. We must rescue her first. Upon hearing this, Heishi regained her composure, shaking her golden locks as she reluctantly ceased the nearly depleted flow of magical energy. Indeed, this swamp creature is made of water. My wave magic should suffice to dissipate it and save our master. Before Heishi could recite her spell anew, Su Daiwei eagerly sprang into action. The pink-haired maiden swiftly darted forward, drawing her formidable weapon, the Breaking Army greatsword, and charged at the swamp creature. With a fierce cry, she unleashed her Firewind sword technique. The greatsword, imbued with swirling elemental energy, struck with lightning speed, leaving the creature with no means of escape. To avoid harming Charlotte, who was trapped within the creature, Su Daiwei deftly pivoted her slender wrist and instead struck the creature with the broadside of her sword. A resounding thud echoed as the swamp creature was sent flying like a ball, crashing into a nearby tree before bouncing further away. Unfortunately, Charlotte, encased in her magical armor but lacking a helmet to shield her head, was struck on the back of her skull and lost consciousness without uttering a sound. Damn it! I wasted too much energy and failed to breach its defenses. Su Daiwei gritted her teeth, her brow furrowing as she flickered away in pursuit of the creature. Suddenly, a sharp howl echoed through the forest, enveloping all present in an invisible energy. Su Daiwei, caught off guard, felt her speed inexplicably triple, causing her to crash into a withered tree. Yellow leaves cascaded down, adorning her gothic princess gown. That feels great. No, wait, it hurts. Ignoring the throbbing on her forehead, Su Daiwei hurriedly glanced toward the swamp creature's location, only to see it burrowing into the earth, fleeing at an astonishing speed, faster than before, leaving her far behind. Su Daiwei. Turning at the sound, she saw Heishi and Aelite glaring at her, trembling with rage. I seem to have made another mistake. Su Daiwei lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. At this point, punishing me is futile. We should focus on rescuing our master. Hurry, let us chase after her. Alite furrowed her brow and swiftly ran to the opulent Promax carriage, freeing the 3 dragon steeds and gracefully mounting one. Riding was an essential skill for nobility. With her snow-white boots firmly in the stirrups and her long, elegant legs gripping the horse and Apos' belly, Alite urged, "Go." Ha! The elven forest is breathtaking, filled with melodious birds and fragrant blossoms. It is indeed as splendid as rumored. Prince Vikal felt an immense sense of elation as he galloped through the enchanted woods. He drew closer to Jace, patting the latter and Apos' shoulder with a grin. In recent days, this prince has ventured westward, slaying dragons, incinerating tree spirits, tearing apart eagle kings, and subduing prison lions, triumphantly conquering all. My spirit has never felt so invigorated. As he breathed in the sweet air infused with the essence of nature, Vikal mused, "This is the life I was meant to lead. I have never felt so rejuvenated. I feel as if I have reached the pinnacle of my existence. Nothing can dampen my spirits now. Your Highness, your journey has only just begun. The future will be even more magnificent. How could you possibly have reached your peak already?" As the prince and Apos' loyal sycophant, Jace seized the opportunity to flatter him with a cascade of compliments. "Ah, how delightful to hear such words," Vikal mused, preparing to respond when he suddenly sensed a rumbling from the ground nearby. A noticeable bulge in the earth approached at an astonishing speed, instantly alerting the 4,000 soldiers in the vicinity. "It and Apos' coming brothers," exclaimed the mercenary captain, Kovos, licking his lips with excitement. "The previous monsters were all yours. This time, none shall steal my glory." The head of the Magic Association, Morandi, swiftly raised his staff, summoning a vast barrier of magical energy to envelop the group. He stepped beyond the barrier's perimeter, indifferent to the reactions of those within. As the bulge in the earth drew nearer, Morandi solemnly declared, "Listen well. Your opponent is the most formidable sorcerer in history, second only to the legendary heroes. I am Morandi, the unparalleled Grandmaster of the Holy Luan Empire and Apos' Magic Association." Hearing Morandi and Apos' pompous proclamation, the Adventurers and Apos' Association President, Lauren, scoffed disdainfully. "This old man is at it again, boasting about being the strongest sorcerer. How shameless." Ignoring Lauren and Apos' mockery, Morandi waved his staff and chanted, "Praise the god of magic, Lava Spike." Sharp pillars of stone, several meters long, erupted from the ground, carrying the terrifying heat of molten lava, thrusting the swamp creature to the surface without resistance. All beheld the creature in its true form, a mud-covered, spherical beast with only a pair of dark eyes and a gaping maw. "Huh, I thought it was some formidable beast. Turns out it's just a monster. You shall pay." Morandi chuckled lightly, raising his staff and channeling his magic, Lava Fireball. A basketball-sized fireball materialized and hurtled toward the swamp creature. In midair, the fireball multiplied into several smaller orbs, each radiating intense heat, striking the creature with explosive force. With a series of resounding blasts, the swamp creature was obliterated into sludge, which splattered in all directions, causing nearby trees to wither and die. Pathetic, Morandi sighed in disappointment, dispelling the barrier that had encased the army, feeling quite disheartened. "Given the earlier tremors, I expected something far more formidable. Is this all it amounts to? Morandi, the monster has been dealt with. Let us regroup and continue our journey," said Vikal, guiding his horse closer to Morandi, smiling casually before riding onward. "As you wish, your highness." Chapter 45. Call my name. Morandi shrugged and turned towards his carriage. Suddenly, Jess exclaimed, pointing at the spot where the swamp monster had been. "Look, it seems there's a person where the monster was." "Huh, a person?" Upon hearing this, Vissel became intrigued and gazed toward the original position of the swamp beast. There, a figure half buried in mud lay motionless on the ground, its fate uncertain. The prince had encountered numerous adventures along his journey, almost as if an invisible fortune was safeguarding him. Perhaps this individual would bring him some unexpected delight. A sixth sense urged the third prince to dismount hastily, racing towards the muddy figure. The silhouette appeared to be a man, somewhat familiar, wearing a black eye mask. Vissel furrowed his brow, channeling his energy to cover his hands, preventing contamination from the muck, and vigorously shook the figure in Apos' shoulder. "Sir, wake up. Are you all right?" As Vissel shook him violently, he pulled off the eye mask, revealing a pair of eyes that had yet to fully focus. The moment he beheld those eyes, a name he detested flashed through his mind like thunder, causing his hands to tremble slightly. If it were an amp, Apos' for his desire to uphold the royal composure, he would have shouted the name of the muddy figure at the highest decibel. "Xia, you." The muddy figure suddenly retched violently, spewing a copious amount of food remnants that splattered across Vissel's elegant robe. "Vissel. Jess. The 4,000 troops. By the heavens." Vissel, momentarily casting aside his regal calm, recoiled from Xia's shoulder, standing in a flustered state. This was the vomit of that despicable, crude, and shameless hero. How dare he vomit on the illustrious and invincible third prince? In mere moments, All memories associated with Xia flooded Vissel and Apos' mind, shattering his previously good mood upon arriving in the elven forest. His fair complexion turned a deep crimson, feeling both frustrated and helpless as he surveyed his soiled attire. The foul stench seeped into his nostrils, stirring his stomach in revolt. Xia, Luo. An anguished and furious roar erupted from the throat of the usually graceful third prince, startling the myriad birds within the forest. What? He is Xia Luo, the hero? Indeed. The red flame mark on his forehead was the hero's insignia. But where was his hero's sword? Had he been swallowed by the swamp monster just moments ago? Or had Morandi the mage rescued him? The 4,000 troops behind Vissel exchanged glances, unable to suppress their whispers. Many among them were witnessing the hero for the first time, astonished to see him in such a disheveled state. Meanwhile, Xia Luo wiped the mud from his face, finally regaining a semblance of awareness. He had seemingly failed at a trick, inadvertently being swallowed by the swamp monster. Fortunately, the Demon King's mark had fortified his body, and with several divine artifacts in his possession, he had been spared from the mud's corrosive effects. Just as he was about to unleash his energy to escape, someone had struck him on the back of the head, rendering him momentarily dazed. After rolling around with the spherical swamp monster, he felt nauseous upon finally coming to a stop. The little clarity he regained urged him to vomit profusely. Oh right, had it not been for someone shaking him, perhaps he could have withstood the queasiness. Xia shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the pain from his skull, striving to gather his thoughts. Oh, Vissel, long time no see, he greeted, channeling his energy to shake off the mud clinging to him, while rubbing the back of his head. Bravo, Xia Luo, truly remarkable, Vissel said through gritted teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he too expelled the filth from his garments. Looking down at the evident stains on his robe, he seethed. You have utterly ruined my good mood for the past 10 days. You're not wrong, but what of it? Hearing Xia's nonchalant response, Vissel's eyes widened in disbelief. You. Realizing that behind him stood 4,000 formidable warriors recruited because of Xia, Vissel forcibly suppressed his rage and feigned calmness, asking, How on earth were you swallowed by the swamp monster? Xia waved his hand dismissively. Guess? You think I can't guess? You can guess or not. What concern is it of mine? Vissel and Apos' expression darkened further, veins throbbing at his temples, when suddenly Xia pointed behind him. Look, a monster. You think I would believe? Before Vissel could finish, the resurrected swamp monster swallowed the third prince whole from behind. This shocking sight left the 4,000 troops in a state of disbelief. Quick, rescue the prince. Before the warriors could act, within mere moments, the spherical swamp monster exploded outward. The splattering mud drenched the surrounding flora anew. The third prince staggered free from the monster, shaking off the muck. Though much of his lavish robe was irreparably damaged, the army was left astonished, unable to hide their shock. What? Even His Highness the third prince was swallowed by that swamp monster? Is it truly that powerful? No, the prince must have simply been caught off guard. But when did this swamp monster revive? Morandi had just obliterated it into sludge. As Vissel's attendant, Jess was the first to remove his outer robe, rushing to drape it over Vissel. This muddy beast was known for its infinite resurrection. Conventional methods would prove ineffective against it. Observing the astonished crowd, Xia explained unhurriedly, Indeed. As I mentioned, the swamp monster that Vissel just defeated is now reforming from all directions. Supporting Vissel, Jess angrily reproached, Xia, you knew this. Why didn't Apos you warn His Highness earlier? I did call his attention to the rear. He simply chose not to believe me, did he not? Xia replied with a smirk, raising his palm. Under the intimidation of the imposing gesture, Jess instinctively recoiled, shielding the prince behind him, hesitant to say more. Chapter 46. No comment. Cursed beast. How dare it bring such disgrace upon this prince? Vikel slowly fastened the collar of Jess and Apos' coat, the fury in his eyes still simmering. He unleashed a sword strike from afar, shattering the forming swamp creature into fragments. Unable to move against Charlotte for the time being, he would vent his wrath on this swamp monster instead. In this world, all things exist in a balance of creation and destruction. Everything possesses its own weakness. And he certainly did not believe it was truly invincible. Morandi stepped forward from the crowd, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I am the president of the most erudite magic association. Allow me to handle this undead creature. Vikel nodded grimly and turned to walk towards the rear of the army, where the logistics team stored some of his belongings. As Vikel departed, the 4,000 soldiers lost their restraint, encircling Charlotte with a cacophony of inquiries. Brave hero. Wow, it's really you. I grew up hearing tales of the hero. You are the hero of this generation. Do you possess any special heroic abilities? We were all recruited by Vikel, who said we could be recognized as your companions if we joined the army. Is that true? Why were you swallowed by the swamp monster? Stop. Unable to bear the incessant chatter, Charlotte shouted, halting their questions. One at a time. You. Yes, you. What do you wish to know? A female mage, suddenly the center of attention, blushed and stammered. I wish to know what special abilities you possess as a hero. No comment. Next, Charlotte pointed to a burly man, who boldly asked, Why were you just swallowed by the monster? No comment. Next, a young man, feeling anxious, exclaimed, if that is no comment. Then what can we ask you? No comment. Next, the crowd fell silent. A newly appointed female knight raised her voice. I want to know if we are considered your companions. Charlotte finally responded, yes, you are my companions now. You must obey the orders of the third prince. And together we shall vanquish the Demon King. However, he did not expect these individuals to defeat the Demon King. His true companions would always be the four from his previous life. As for these people, they were merely tools to clear obstacles. Hooray! The crowd cheered, oblivious to Charlotte and Apos' inner thoughts. They rejoiced upon hearing the hero's acknowledgement. Not so fast. Outside the throng, Morandi shouted contrary remarks, swiftly capturing everyone and Apos' attention. This swamp monster cannot be killed. I have exhausted all spells of every attribute. Physical damage, magical damage, and true damage have all failed. Before Morandi stood a spherical creature, entirely encased in ice. It was indeed the swamp monster. He removed his magical hat, scratching his balding head in frustration as he observed the creature about to break free from its icy prison. Can you handle this, Morandi? If not, step aside. I shall take over. The Archbishop, Ivalon, chuckled lightly, teasingly stepping forward. Go ahead, you try. I have also attempted the holy light magic from your church, and it was utterly ineffective. Upon hearing this, Ivalon frowned. If even holy light magic was futile, then he too was at a loss regarding this creature. Despite its seemingly weak strength, it was surprisingly tenacious. Was the only option to imprison or exile this swamp monster? Make way, let me handle this. Charlotte gently pushed through the crowd, raising a hand towards the sky. Sword, come forth. With a mere thought, the sword of the hero, embedded in the distant soil, rose into the air like a golden meteor. Grasping the descending sword, Charlotte inserted it into the frozen swamp creature. An intangible force surged through the blade, mercilessly obliterating all vitality within the creature. Indeed, a monster created by the Demon King was perfectly countered by the hero. Suddenly, the swirling mud erupted violently, shattering the outer ice entirely. This time, however, the mud had lost its corrosive properties, reverting to mere ordinary sludge. Before the crowd could express their admiration, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the nearby woods. Following the noise, 3 elegant figures on horseback emerged, each possessing breathtaking beauty that captivated all onlookers. Master, thank goodness you're safe. After you were swallowed by the monster, we hurriedly followed its trail. We were so worried. Heisey and the others dismounted hastily, enveloping Charlotte in a tight embrace, their faces alight with joy. Tears of happiness welled in their beautiful eyes, having found him safe. Seeing the women in such a tender state stirred something within Charlotte, and he cheerfully replied, what harm could come to me? Now, let us return to the elven homeland. Amidst the envious gazes of the 4,000 soldiers, Charlotte embraced each woman, planting a kiss on one of them. He then mounted his steed, cradling Aralette, and rode towards the direction of the elven clan. As they watched Charlotte and the others recede into the distance, a knight couldn't help but call out, wait, brave hero, we are still here. You are under Vikel's command, go seek him out. With that parting remark, Charlotte's figure grew smaller, leaving 4,000 bewildered soldiers exchanging perplexed glances. Hey, look what I found. The mage Morandi joyfully picked up an oddly shaped emblem from the remains of the swamp monster. Behold, this is the equipment dropped from our battle with the creature. Watching everything unfold through the magic mirror, the 4 great demon generals could not help but twitch their mouths, unable to restrain their sarcasm. What a pathetic hero, both inept and pretentious. He was nearly killed by a creature with no offensive capabilities. That swamp creature seems to be nothing more than a lump of mud transformed by our king at the riverbank. Indeed, I am utterly astounded. He managed to slay the swamp creature only because the human mages imprisoned it with ice. He merely relied on the traits of a hero, delivering a simple thrust to seize the glory. I truly failed to see any strength in him. After defeating the creature, he didn't even think to loot the body. He completely missed the emblem of the galloping wolf prepared for him by our king. Chapter 47. Khafra. I am too young. Why does the will of humanity believe such a person can defeat our king? Silence. Zasa, with a scowl, patted the armrest of the throne, causing the demon generals to cease their grumbling. Since the wolf's emblem has fallen into the hands of that human army, he, Shero, will inevitably make use of it sooner or later. After a moment of contemplation, Zasa gazed intently at Shero, who was joyfully conversing with several women within the demon mirror, a flicker of astonishment mingling in his expression, and could not help but murmur softly. However, this hero is truly weak, unable to defeat even a mire monster and nearly falling victim to a counterattack. A sense of doubt gradually crept into Zasa's mind, prompting him to furrow his brow in deep thought. Could it be that this hero is merely pretending to be incompetent? How could that be? He is unaware that I am observing him. Could it be that he is genuinely inept? The knowledge I have gleaned from history is erroneous? Should I have acted directly to eliminate him? The 4 major demon generals beneath the throne noticed Zasa's growing self-doubt and exchanged glances. prompting Cook to bow once more and propose. My lord, shall I test this hero's strength? Upon hearing this, Zasa raised an eyebrow, not outright rejecting the suggestion. After a moment of careful consideration, he shook his head. Never mind. Let us observe him further when he reaches the next destination, the Winged Tribe. The monsters I have deployed there are quite formidable and will surely force him to reveal his true abilities. Dividing line. Hey, old dang. We have dealt with that mire monster for you. Shero dismounted, signaling the three women, Aralit, to secure the dragon spirit horse back onto the lavishly enlarged Promax carriage. He approached Khafra, the leader of the elven tribe, with a playful demeanor. The latter and Amp, Apos, face lit up with joy as she bowed respectfully. I am truly grateful for the righteous intervention of the esteemed hero. I shudder to think what our elven tribe would have done without your assistance. In Khafra and Apos' mind, upon hearing her gratitude, Shero would undoubtedly respond with modest pleasantries. Then stay the night with the elves before departing for his next destination. In his previous life, Shero indeed acted in such a manner. However, the current Shero merely pursed his lips, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together impatiently, and retorted, Spare me the pleasantries. I risked my life for your elven tribe. After all that effort to eliminate that mire monster, shouldn't you express your gratitude properly? Khafra, as the leader of our tribe for over 2 centuries, I have never encountered such a mercenary hero. Shero, old dang, you are too young. Khafra's expression visibly stiffened, and she awkwardly inquired, What reward does the hero desire? Your elven tribe possesses numerous treasures. As for how much you offer, it depends on your sincerity. I am quite easy to negotiate with. Shero scoffed, wiping his neck. However, within me resides a second persona, one that is violent and fond of slaughter. Should your sincerity fall short, this second persona may very well emerge to trouble you. In his previous life, he had effortlessly vanquished the mire monster and had not contemplated demanding a reward from the elven tribe. Yet, such a significant act of saving their race was dismissed with mere light words of thanks. This might have been acceptable, considering it was indeed a trivial task for Shero. However, the hero and Amp, Apos' party found themselves lodging that night in a small, drafty tree hollow riddled with flaws. It was the frigid winter season, no less. After much ado, the fourth princess had to raise a commotion before they were reluctantly provided with a slightly larger wooden cabin. Later, upon their triumphant return and passing by the elven tribe, they learned of a remarkable matter from a common elf. It turned out that Khafra boasted of having employed the hero at no cost, treating it as a point of pride. She recounted this story daily within her tribe, euphemistically calling it a lesson for the younger elves. What lesson? How to make the hero work for the elven tribe for free. Though at that time, Shero was displeased, Aralit had succumbed to illness and passed away. Needing Khafra to prepare a burial site for Aralit, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. Little did he expect Khafra to use this as leverage, extorting a piece of purple-quality equipment from him, claiming it to be the burial fee for Aralit. Enduring such indignities only fueled his resentment. The elven tribe had truly taken advantage of the once righteous and benevolent Shero. Now, having been reborn, if he were to tolerate this old woman, he would no longer be the Shero everyone knew. He was determined not only to claim what was rightfully his but to demand even more. Should Khafra's compensation fail to meet his expectations, Shero would not hesitate to employ the powers of the Demon King to seize all the possessions of the elven tribe. Hey, old dang, I'm talking to you, can you hear me? Shero tapped Khafra's slender shoulder, impatiently stating, If you are uncertain of what to offer, simply open your treasure vault, and we shall select what we desire ourselves. Surely it is too much trouble for the esteemed hero to take such a journey. We, the elven tribe, will select the perfect gifts for you tonight and deliver them to you. Upon hearing Shero's increasingly unreasonable demands, Khafra quickly regained her composure, her face adorned with a forced smile, all the while internally grumbling. Having witnessed the hero's mercenary nature, she dared not open the vault for Shero to peruse. That would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. Chapter 48. I have yet to board the carriage. In the heart of our elven realm, there stands a newly constructed opulent villa, adorned with the finest decorations and equipped with the most luxurious amenities. Why not, esteemed hero, take a moment to rest there first? As if struck by a sudden thought, Khafra sharply tapped her forehead, hastily retrieving 4 exquisitely crafted cards from her pocket. Oh right, tonight, our elven superstar Ankikin is holding a concert. Here are 4 front-row VIP tickets. I implore you to accept them. Upon receiving the tickets, a profound smile graced Charlotte and Amp, Apos' face. Such privileges, whether the villa or the concert tickets, were beyond their previous existence. Ankikin, the elven star, was precisely the reason Charlotte ventured into the elven forest. He pointed at Khafra, generously praising her. How perceptive you are. Thinking of the treasures she would soon part with, Khafra felt her heart bleed, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. Haha, indeed, the hero has bestowed such great kindness upon our elven clan. It is only right. Then I shall not be modest. Remember, before dawn tomorrow, I expect to witness the sincerity of your elven clan. Otherwise, my second persona may act without restraint. Charlotte leapt onto the carriage, where 3 lovely maidens sat obediently. He flicked the reins, and the dragon spirit horse galloped away swiftly. Take your time, esteemed hero. Kaflora and Amp. Apos. S mind was abuzz with indecision over which treasures to offer. As she saw Charlotte depart, she instinctively waved goodbye. Wait, has the hero left? It and Apos. A half-hour journey to the elven territory. She was merely an elf with mediocre magical talent, adept in health preservation, and had no idea how long this half-hour trek would take her. Moreover, she had donned high heels specifically to meet the hero and could hardly walk swiftly. Kaflora's eyes widened suddenly, and she dashed towards the carriage, disregarding her image as she shouted, I have yet to board. Wait for me. I have not boarded yet. Her cries echoed through the elven forest, yet the carriage ahead not only failed to halt, but accelerated considerably. Giddy up, giddy up. A blurred and urgent voice reached Kaflora and Apos' ears, nearly driving her to despair. With a sharp crack, Kaflora and Apos' high heel struck a stone in the forest, twisting her ankle, and she collapsed onto the ground. Segmentation. In the heart of the elven territory, within a lavish villa, Su Daiwei genuinely realized her mistake. Please, do not do this. Kneeling on the floor, her hands and feet tightly bound, her delicate figure appeared even more alluring under the constraints of the ropes. With her snow-white neck starkly contrasting against the dark pet collar, her face flushed crimson, almost as if it would bleed, filled with a gaze of shame and despair. While Haishi and Ai Rue Li-Te stood nearby, on the return journey to the elven territory, Charlotte had learned in detail from Haishi and Ai Rue Li-Te about the events following his encounter with the monstrous entity. To his astonishment, he discovered he had been rendered unconscious by the 4th princess's sword, which had prevented him from escaping the grasp of the swamp monster in time, leading to an unfortunate incident where he had vomited all over Vikkel. Charlotte was immediately taken aback. Had it not been for the enhancement of his physique by the Demon King's seal, along with the augmentations from the witch's cloak and thorn gauntlets, he might have perished long ago. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Humph, you have committed such a grave error. I shall take it upon myself to administer a fitting punishment to this disobedient 4th princess of the royal family. Sitting on the sofa, Charlotte tugged at the leash in his hand. Su Daiwei knelt in fear, her body trembling as she could only hear the cold, playful voice from above. Tell me, if I were to take you out in this state. No, please, master, I would die of embarrassment. Just the thought of such a scenario filled Su Daiwei's heart with overwhelming dread and shame. Desperate, she raised her head to plead, her beautiful eyes brimming with unshed tears. Yet, even so, the 4th princess dared not unleash her aura to break the ordinary ropes binding her. The man before her had completely enslaved her body and soul. Even if Charlotte were to lift the hypnotic influence he held over her, she would remain irrevocably entranced by him, utterly obedient without a hint of rebellion. Upon hearing this, Haishi and Ai Rue Li-Te felt a twinge of concern and quickly interceded on Su Daiwei and Apos' behalf. Master, everyone makes mistakes. That is why the other end of a pencil has an eraser. Su Daiwei was merely desperate to save her master. Please show her some leniency. Indeed. As Haishi said, Master, why not entrust Su Daiwei to me? I shall discipline her on your behalf. Su Daiwei looked up at the 2 women with gratitude before casting a hopeful gaze towards Charlotte. After a brief contemplation, observing the darkening sky outside, Charlotte finally conceded. Very well, I do not possess such inclinations. I will let you off this time. Relief washed over Su Daiwei as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. I shall certainly. Enough. Clean yourselves up. We are off to see the Elven Superstar Ankikins concert. Chapter 49. The Elven Concert in the Heart of Winter. The days are short and the nights prolonged. The warm sun sets early, casting its glow over the great trees of the Elven realm, where clusters of ethereal lights flicker to life. These lights imbue the Elven forest with a unique beauty that enchants the night. Beneath the surface, a vast underground exhibition hall, rivaling the grand imperial palace of the eastern capital, hosts the concert of the Elven Star in Qichin. At this moment, the immense venue is filled to capacity with elves and humans alike. Dazzling lights continuously illuminate the hall, while electrifying rock music stirs waves of fervent cheers, uplifting the spirits of all present. In Qichin, oh my elven goddess! The crowd chants in a frenzy, their adoration palpable. Seated in the VIP section, Prince Vicar and Apos' eyes gleam with anticipation. What is it about in Qichin that incites such madness before she has even appeared? Ah, your highness, you are unaware of her allure, said Jace, who was brimming with excitement. And Qichin is not only hailed as the most beautiful elf, but she is also blessed with an extraordinarily enchanting voice. Oh, Vicar raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Jace to continue. Earlier that afternoon, while leading his troops to the Elven territory, he had unexpectedly encountered Kaflora, with whom he had enjoyed a pleasant exchange. To foster goodwill with the elves, he had gifted them many treasures, which earned him a few coveted VIP tickets. He was curious about their worth. Jace, animated and eager, extolled. The songs sung by Chiqin resonate with every race around the world. In just 2.5 years, she has risen to global fame, and her concerts are always sold out. Suddenly, the cacophony in the hall fell into an eerie silence, soon replaced by the gentle sound of instruments. The exquisite prelude alone was enough to transport listeners to a realm of ethereal bliss. Jace tugged at Vickers' sleeve in excitement, whispering urgently, "She's coming." And Chiqin is about to appear. At the front of the hall, shrouded in mist, a breathtaking elven maiden emerged, her graceful form captivating all eyes. Her flowing emerald hair cascaded in waves down to her delicate waist. With ruby lips and striking features enhanced by a touch of makeup, she was stunningly beautiful. Clad in a luxurious white gown that accentuated her enchanting curves, she exuded an alluring charm. "By your side, my eternal friend." And Chiqin raised the microphone, her melodious voice resonating throughout the venue. "Even in the darkest night, I shall not lose my way." The warm, healing tones of her song flowed like a gentle spring, soothing Prince Vicker and Apos' heart, compelling him to nod along with the rhythm. The beauty of her voice transported him back to his childhood, when his father would lift him high, flanked by 2 elder brothers. As the song concluded, the hall erupted again in ecstatic cheers for Chiqin. Vicker, wide-eyed with admiration, exclaimed, "What a truly exquisite voice." The echoes linger long after she sings. "This journey is indeed worthwhile." "Indeed, Your Highness," Jace replied. "I feel as though my ears might bear a child from such beauty." Wait, there and Apos' prelude again, and Chiqin is about to sing once more. The venue fell silent once more as Chiqin lifted the microphone again, singing, "Let your troubles fade away." With a playful wink at the audience, her voice transformed into a sweet lullaby. Suddenly, the microphone was snatched from her grasp, and Chiqin gazed in shock at the man who had interrupted her. "That's me dispelling your clouds," he sang, seamlessly continuing the lyrics, though his melody lacked the charm of hers. After his line, he handed the microphone back to Chiqin, who instinctively sang the next line, "When the wind tousles your hair." He took the microphone back without hesitation, singing, "That's me dispelling your clouds." And Chiqin gasped, realizing he had sung the wrong line. It should have been, "That's me missing you from afar." The audience, though confused, speculated that this unexpected interruption was part of the performance. Only Vicker and Jace recognized the identity of the man on stage, their expressions filled with astonishment as they exclaimed, "Shallow, how did he get on stage and steal the microphone? What audacity does he not possess?" The rhythm of the music remained uninterrupted by this sudden turn of events. Before tens of thousands of spectators, Shallow, unfazed, continued to sing. "Why do you appear so unhappy? Perhaps think about it after you're well fed." It was no longer a matter of stage fright. Shallow seemed to revel in the thrill of performing, his voice exuding a nonchalant disregard for those around him. As he sang, Vicker and Jace frowned, bewildered at the lyrics being sung. After a few lines, Shallow returned the microphone to Chiqin and swiftly vanished from view. "I forgot the subsequent lyrics," he muttered as he left. And Chiqin, momentarily stunned, regained her composure, her professional training allowing her to adapt swiftly. She resumed, singing sweetly, "Let your troubles fade away." The simple refrains eased the furrowed brows of her fans below. Unbeknownst to them, and Chiqin's thoughts drifted to the man with the crimson fire mark on his forehead. Could he possibly be a hero? Why had he suddenly commandeered the microphone, seamlessly continuing her song? Was he truly a fan of hers? "If you tire of gravity and wish to fly, I shall summon the winds of the world to you." Without missing a note, and Chiqin completed the song beautifully. Chapter 50. The visit of Chiqin. As the next song's prelude resonated through the venue, Charlotte's eyes widened with excitement upon recognizing the melody. "I know this song. Let me sing," she exclaimed. Both Airlit and Heishi felt a twinge of anxiety. Moments ago, Charlotte had uttered the same words before rushing on stage to seize the microphone. The two quickly grasped her hands, urging, "Master, please remain calm. This is someone else's concert." "What's the matter? Is there anything this brave soul dares not attempt? This is my last chance. If I don't go up now, that part 1 will be lost." With that, Charlotte broke free from their grasp and dashed towards the stage, leaving Su Dai and the others speechless and exchanging glances. As the music played on, and Chiqin smiled sweetly upon seeing Charlotte take the stage and handed her a spare microphone. Charlotte accepted it eagerly, overcoming hardships and difficulties, encountering fated companions. United hearts no longer wander. However, as these lyrics escaped her lips, and Chiqin's expression stiffened once more, she sorrowfully realized that her voice was completely overshadowed by Charlotte's. What was meant to be a gentle, flowing melody transformed into a powerful and boisterous rendition under Charlotte's exuberant delivery, creating a jarring dissonance. The audience below exhibited expressions of bewilderment and discomfort. After finishing her lines, Charlotte returned the microphone and vanished from sight, leaving Chiqin to continue singing the remaining lyrics. The unknown world is vast, filled with challenges, unafraid of storms, with each other and Apos as companionship, spreading the wings of righteous power, flying together to distant lands. The audience gradually regained their rapturous enjoyment of the performance. Fortunately, Charlotte did not disrupt the remaining part of the concert, allowing the anxious elf and Kachin to manage the event with some semblance of grace. As night deepened, the sky over the elf forest shimmered with stars, and one could clearly see the beautiful Milky Way from the treetops. In the heart of the elf clan, within a brightly lit villa, sounds of playful laughter occasionally erupted. Please, no? Airlit sister, Heishi sister, help me. Su Dai's cheeks flushed as she lay on the pristine carpet, delicate red threads binding her limbs. Despite her struggles, she could not free herself from the slender bindings. A sense of urgency surged within her, compelling her to seek Charlotte's assistance to escape her predicament. She was willing to do anything for his help. Unbeknownst to her, Charlotte was currently preoccupied, playfully tussling with Heishi and Airlit while reclining on a soft sofa. Unable to contain herself any longer, Heishi asked, Master, what are you waiting for? I'm waiting for a big star, Charlotte replied, his ears perking up as if he sensed something, a faint smile gracing his lips, which prompted puzzled looks from the two girls. She's here. You two take Su Dai into the room, I'll join you shortly. As Heishi and Airlit ushered Su Dai into the chamber, a knock echoed from the villa's entrance. Charlotte opened the door, and a waft of fragrant air accompanied the night breeze. Before him stood a figure with long, green hair cascading down her back, her silhouette alluring and graceful. I apologize for intruding so late, brave one. I hope you can forgive me, and Kachin said with a sweet smile, her exquisitely beautiful face appearing even more enchanting with a subtle touch of makeup, exuding a hint of seduction compared to her earlier sweetness at the concert. Without waiting for a response, she glided past Charlotte into the room and shut the door behind her. From her coat pocket, she retrieved a bottle containing a milky white liquid. Gently placing it in Charlotte's hands, she discreetly brushed her pinky against his palm, saying, This is Moon Dew Essence, a unique treasure of our mother tree, produced only 10 drops each year. This bottle contains the essence of 50 years. With a slight curve of her beautiful eyes, she continued with a polite smile, This is also a token of gratitude from our elf clan, as instructed by our chief to present it to you. Charlotte shook the bottle, observing the viscous liquid inside, a hint of skepticism crossing his face as he remarked, Is this all that a mother tree can produce in 50 years? What use is it? You may not be aware, but this is a priceless treasure among our kind. Just 1 drop taken internally can preserve your youthful appearance for an entire year. 100 drops can ensure eternal beauty. Charlotte stroked his chin, contemplating the small quantity. Yet he resolved to accept the Moon Dew essence. His initial intent in requesting a token of gratitude was merely to teach the elf clan a lesson, to remind them not to disrespect the brave ones. Throughout his journey, he had only lightly punished those cities that had previously offended him. Meanwhile, Kachin continued her explanation. Moreover, the Moon Dew essence contains potent life force. While it may not be as miraculous as the chanting ice lotus, it can revive anyone as long as they still cling to life, even if only by a thread. At this, Charlotte's disdain deepened. He believed it was improbable that he would suffer injuries during his quest against the Demon King, rendering such a remedy unnecessary. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, Moon Dew essence, life force, chanting ice lotus. A surge of murderous intent ignited in Charlotte's eyes as the crimson markings on his brow glowed fiercely, startling Kachin into retreat. In his past life, while traversing the elf forest, Airlit had been gravely ill. Had Cafulu presented the Moon Dew essence back then, Airlit might have been saved. Even if Cafulu had demanded an exorbitant price, he would have agreed without hesitation. With Airlit's wisdom and rationality, she would have surely advised against indulgence, foreseeing the Demon King and Apos as potential schemes, and he would have trusted her counsel implicitly. A series of cascading thoughts suggested that perhaps he would not have endured such torment in the dungeon. Yet, when faced with Airlit and Apos' dire condition, Cafulu had revealed nothing about the Moon Dew essence. In fact, she had even extorted a piece of his purple-quality equipment under the pretense of Airlit and Apos' funeral. Chapter 51. The threat of Anchin. Even if one were to concede 1,000 steps, the elven chieftain, Caflora, had no obligation to rescue Airlit, as they were strangers. But what of Anchin? In her past life, despite joining the team last, Anchin had forged an unbreakable bond with Airlit through numerous adventures. Yet she remained indifferent to Ares' demise, revealing not a whisper of the Moon Dew essence throughout. The tension escalated, fists clenched. Caflora could not have anticipated that amidst her meticulous selection of countless elven treasures, she would choose the one artifact that would undoubtedly provoke Charlotte and Apos' wrath as a token of gratitude. Charlotte and Apos' expression darkened instantly, causing Anchin to involuntarily retreat 2 steps, pressing against the wall, her delicate form trembling. Brave one, what troubles you? Are you displeased with this gift? Your expression is quite fearsome. Displeased? On the contrary, I am immensely satisfied, Charlotte replied, gradually tempering the turbulent energy within him. He placed the Moon Dew essence aside and advanced towards Anchin. His gaze was profound, concealing undercurrents that eluded comprehension. However, Why is it that the illustrious Ms. Ang-Chin, fresh from her concert, is the one delivering this token of gratitude? It was I who volunteered to assist the chieftain with this offering. Ang-Chin answered candidly, emboldened by the dimming of Charlotte's formidable aura. I wish to join your brave team. I, Ang-Chin, am not merely a star. I am also exceptionally skilled in archery, my prowess unmatched among the elven kin. Hearing this expected response, Charlotte scoffed lightly. In her previous life, Ang-Chin had also sought an audience with him under the cover of night. However, unlike this life, she had not brought any so-called tribute from the elven tribe. Yet, she had still expressed her desire to join the heroic team. With this thought, a playful impulse stirred within Charlotte. He waved his hand dismissively, echoing the same rejection as in his past life. I apologize, but our team is already full and we are not looking to recruit further. Furthermore, confronting the Demon King is perilous. In his previous life, due to the repeated troubles caused by the fourth princess, Charlotte had developed a psychological aversion to forming bonds with teammates. He could no longer afford to recruit allies at will, thereby refusing Ang-Chin and Apos' request. Little did he expect that Ang-Chin, in response to his rejection, would undertake an action he could not dismiss. As soon as Charlotte and Apos' words fell, Ang-Chin unexpectedly shed her outer garment and tossed it aside. The elven superstar did not hesitate to tear her exquisite white gown, revealing swathes of her pristine skin. What are you doing, Ms. Ang-Chin? Please put your coat back on, Charlotte exclaimed, feigning shock as he hastily picked up the discarded garment, urging her to maintain her composure. I must join the brave team. This is my opportunity to ascend to greater fame. What I set out to do, I will accomplish, Ang-Chin declared, her previous sweetness and timidity vanishing, replaced by unwavering determination and calm. From an ordinary orphaned elf to a world-renowned star, the naive persona she exhibited was merely a carefully crafted facade. If she were devoid of her own means and abilities, she would have long been devoured by the myriad powerful beings in the world. If you still refuse to allow me to join your team, I shall scream for help this very moment. A hint of confusion flickered across Charlotte and Apos' face as he regarded the vulnerable elven beauty before him. Scream for help? What threat do you perceive here? Surveying the room, he turned his earnest gaze back to Ang-Chin. Ms. Ang-Chin, if you are in distress, do not hesitate to speak. I am a hero, I can assist you. Seeing Charlotte's naive demeanor, Ang-Kin's smile broadened with a sense of inevitable triumph. Tomorrow, the tale of the brave one who took advantage of an elven star will spread throughout the entire Pinyu continent. I take advantage of you, Charlotte exclaimed in disbelief, pointing innocently at himself. Can you simply deny it? Once others arrive and behold my current disheveled state, what do you suppose they will think? Ang-Chin tightened her tattered robes. Adopting a pitiful posture, the elven songstress offers a token of gratitude, only for the brave one to reveal his beastly nature, nearly jeopardizing my virtue. At this moment, Ang-Chin burst into a light, melodic laughter, her long ears quivering in delight. It was only now that Charlotte realized he had been ensnared in the web of this enchanting elven beauty. No, I do not understand. You already possess a fame renowned across the continent. Why seek more? Moreover, confronting the Demon King is indeed perilous, Charlotte implored, anxiously clutching the coat, wishing to drape it over Ang-Chin. Yet she took 2 steps back, eluding his kind gesture. No one could have anticipated that beneath Ang-Chin and Apos' sweet and charming exterior lay a heart willing to employ any means to achieve her ends. Indeed, but my current fame has reached its zenith. I refuse to halt my progress. My pursuit of notoriety is fervent, one that you cannot fathom. A glint of coldness flickered in Ang-Kin's eyes, her expression resolute. Either join as a companion of the brave, vanquishing the Demon King and garnering the world's attention, forever securing our names in history, or become the first woman in history to be wronged by a hero, thus achieving further fame. Brave one, in such a public scheme, how would you choose to assist me? Regardless of the path, I am eager to embrace it. Faced with such coercion, Charlotte and Apos' face tightened as he drew his heroic sword, pointing it at Ang-Chin, who was now exposed. Are you not afraid I might kill you? You would not, for you are a kind-hearted and righteous man. Not only would you not slay me, but you also have no recourse against me. Indeed, I am a good person. Should a good person be subjected to your coercion? Charlotte bit out, his teeth clenched in frustration. Only a good person can be chosen as a hero. Thus, Ang-Chin gazed at Charlotte without fear, as if she had him thoroughly figured out. I am a world-renowned star, while you are merely an inexperienced hero. If I were to testify and claim you harbored ill intentions towards me, do you think the world would believe you or me? Once more, Ang-Kin's laughter rang out, her delicate figure quivering with mirth. Chapter 52. Who would joke about their purity? You may wonder, do people believe me or you? Ang-Chin was entirely unconcerned about whether the man before her beheld her graceful form. In the eyes of this elven superstar, everything was under her control. Even when faced with a once-in-a-century hero, she could confidently assert, of course, people are more inclined to believe me. After all, who would joke about their own purity? Moreover, this girl was a world-renowned elven celebrity. In the face of such blatant manipulation, the previous life as Shero had succumbed at this juncture, reluctantly acquiescing to Ankh Chinshir's unreasonable demands. However, this time around, Shero burst into exaggerated laughter, clutching his forehead. The performance had run its course. Now it was his turn. No more pretense. He was about to unleash his ultimate move. Nothing has changed, Ankh Chinshir. The crimson flame pattern on his forehead began to glow, and although Shero wore a smile, his tone was chillingly cold. It is just as I suspected, utterly contemptible. How delightful. I shall not hold back. What does not holding back mean? Observing the audacious hero, whose words were astonishingly bold, Ankh Chinshir could not help but feel a flicker of surprise. The situation seemed to spiral beyond her expectations. Shero cast aside his coat and commanded icily, Ankh Chinshir, raise your head and look me in the eye. At his words, Ankh instinctively lifted her gaze, her rosy lips slightly parted, her autumn-like beautiful eyes locking with Shero's profound, starry gaze. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though all consciousness had drained away. Her eyes glazed over, and her hands, which clutched her dress, fell limply to her sides. Ankh Chinshir, Ankh Chinshir. A surreal, ethereal voice echoed in the mind of this elven superstar. Her soft consciousness felt as if it were adrift in a vast ocean, swaying with the waves of sound, unsteady and uncertain. Ankh Chinshir gazed blankly at Shero and murmured, Yes, I am Ankh Chinshir. You desire me to join the hero's team, and for that, you are willing to pay any price, correct? Yes, I am willing to pay any price. Seeing Ankh accept his suggestion, a cold smile crept onto Shero's face as he guided her further. To persuade the hero to allow you into the team, you willingly become his weapon. To vanquish the Demon King more easily, you will unconditionally obey the hero's every command. A weapon? No, I do not want to be a weapon. The crude words pierced her ears, causing Ankh Chinshir and Apos' delicate form to tremble violently, her gaze quivering, her exquisite features contorted with struggle. Her cascading green waves of hair shook with agitation. Though she had appeared entirely at ease moments ago, her previous life had been one of unwavering purity. Even this late-night visit had been preceded by much internal deliberation. She had mustered immense courage to wager her purity with the hero for her dreams. Yet, she could never have anticipated that this audacious hero, who had sung before thousands, possessed such inscrutable powers. Under Shero and Apos' hypnotic influence, every cell in Ankh's body fought desperately for self-preservation, resisting the overpowering alteration of her thoughts. In just a short while, her enchanting figure was drenched in fragrant sweat. Ultimately, she could not withstand the allure of those luminous eyes. Her once clear thoughts became muddled, compelling her to accept, comprehend, and ultimately succumb. As though liberated from some tremendous torment, a pleasing arc formed at the corners of Ankh's lips. Yes, I am willing to become your weapon and wholeheartedly obey my master. When you are happy, I am even happier. When you are unhappy, I suffer immensely. Yes, Chinshir rejoices in her master's happiness and endures endless anguish in his displeasure. When you hear a snap of the fingers, you will awaken, yet you will abide by the rules you have just spoken. A crisp snap resonated through the air. Ankh, drenched in sweat, slumped against the door, clutching her head in an effort to piece together the recent events. Indeed, she had coerced the hero into allowing her to join his team, using her beauty and fame. But what happened next? Ankh thumped her head, feeling the memories grow hazy. Later, she seemed to have experienced a terrifying dream, one she instinctively hesitated to ponder further. Yet, the ironclad decree left in that dream felt indelibly etched in her mind. Awake? It took you quite some time. Your will is certainly stronger than theirs. A frivolous male voice echoed within the opulent confines of the room. Ankh, hazy and bewildered, instinctively nodded in the direction of the sound. Her emerald tresses cascaded to the floor, swaying like willow branches in a gentle spring breeze. Before her sat a dashing young man on the sofa, his scrutinizing gaze now fixed upon her. The man merely furrowed his brow. Yet Ankh felt as if her heart were being gripped tightly, the pain unbearable. Such intense anguish nearly brought her to tears. No, she did not wish to see him furrow his brow. She wanted to lift his spirits. She must think of a way. Ankh pressed her delicate hand to her chest, stifling the inner turmoil, her mind racing. Suddenly, inspiration struck the elven star. To join the hero's team for the sake of fame, only to unwittingly fall into the hero and Apos' clutches and be compelled to commit misdeeds. A long and joyous night passed. The next day, radiant sunlight streamed into the elven forest. The morning mist gradually dissipating. Warm rays filtered through the treetops, creating enchanting halos through the Tyndall effect. The beauty of nature was truly uplifting. Prince Vikal did not rush to depart, but chose to linger longer in the elven lands. As they were now allies of the hero, they needed to accompany him on his journey. Meanwhile, hero Shero remained in the villa, recuperating from the exertions of the previous night. Vikal had no intention of waking Shero. He was busy recruiting the elven elite, planning to secure them as loyal followers after defeating the Demon King. The elven race, naturally adept with bows and endowed with an innate affinity for wood, wind, and water magic, boasted many formidable warriors among their ranks. Chapter 53, Kaflura. Your time has come. An elf released his fingers, and a powerful energy arrow, imbued with formidable fighting spirit, was unleashed. The arrow soared through the open expanse, stirring clouds of dust and effortlessly shattering a target made of iron and dark wood situated a kilometer away. Witnessing this, Vikul gently applauded, exclaiming, "To still unleash such might even while wearing a resistance device that suppresses 90% of your fighting spirit is truly remarkable. Congratulations on joining the ranks of the brave." "Thank you, Your Highness," the male elf replied with a nod, joyfully removing the resistance device and heading toward the army. Following him, another elf approached, donned the device, and similarly knocked an arrow, delivering a powerful strike. This display of strength also earned the approval of the third prince. "Your Highness, the enthusiasm among the elven clan is quite fervent, and there are countless strong individuals." Seizing the moment while the next elf had yet to take the stage, Jess hurriedly reported to Vikul, "Even if we can test 50 elves in a round, it will take an entire day to complete the assessments. Will this delay us too long?" "Not at all. The elven clan is not a native race of our empire. By leveraging the name of the brave, the more powerful individuals we can recruit, the more advantageous it will be for our empire. A day wasted is inconsequential." Vikul responded calmly, resolute in his intention to recruit a significant number of high-level talents from the elven race. "Moreover, we recovered the wolf emblem from the swamp creatures yesterday, which will triple our speed. This minor delay can easily be made up for." As the third prince spoke with composure, Jess suddenly pointed toward a distance and squinted, asking, "Your Highness, do you see that figure over there? Is it Charlotte?" Vikul followed the sound, and indeed spotted a dark-haired figure adorned in divine attire, bearing the golden sword of a hero. It truly is him. What could he be doing near the mother tree of the elves? Upon seeing Charlotte, Vikul's expression darkened, and his tone grew noticeably disdainful. As Charlotte walked further away, Vikul thought little of it. As long as Charlotte did not provoke him, he had no desire to engage with him. Little did he know, his moment of indifference would lead to Kaflura, the elven clan leader, falling victim to Charlotte's wrath. The mother tree of the elves allows any elf who has contributed to the clan the privilege of building a dwelling upon it. As the clan leader, Kaflura naturally held this right. She remained indifferent to the events occurring within her clan due to the third prince and Appos' recruitment efforts. She had always paid little mind to the trivial matters of the elves. As for significant affairs, what could be of great concern in the elven clan? If it were and Appos' for the numerous elders managing the clan and Appos' affairs, the elven race would have long since disbanded. At that moment, Kaflura sat comfortably in a rocking chair, leisurely perusing a fresh newspaper. The weekly news from the St. Louis Empire had finally arrived, and she was eager to see what had transpired. As she indulged in the gossip from the empire, her expression shifted in astonishment upon reading the first article. "Oh, that Henry Bitter has passed away just 10 days ago. He was only in his 50s. Such a young life lost is truly a pity." Covering her mouth in shock and adjusting her reading glasses, Kaflura couldn't help but reflect. Being a king must be exceedingly busy. No wonder he died so soon. Unlike me, who has never concerned myself with affairs and has lived for over 200 years. Suddenly, the ancient wooden door was kicked open, and an enraged voice echoed from outside. "Kaflura, your time has come." Charlotte, his face steely, emanated a repressed yet profound fighting spirit as he strode into Kaflura's wooden abode. The sword of the hero in his hand glimmered with a blood-red sheen, advancing ominously toward Kaflura. Last night, as he gazed upon the essence of moon dew, his anger had intensified. If only the elven clan had bestowed upon him the essence of moon dew in his past life. If only Aerolite hadn't perished. If only. But there are no if-onlys. Thus, in his previous life, he had been imprisoned by Vikul and tortured to death. After a night of contemplating his grievances, Charlotte could not shake the bitterness. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest until dawn finally broke, and he was consumed by rage. To endure this injustice is unbearable. I've been granted a second chance at life. How could I possibly accept such indignities? In this life, Charlotte had resolved to reject internal turmoil, opting instead to confront his adversaries directly. Therefore, he approached the elven clan with the sword of the hero in hand, fully prepared to wreak havoc, even contemplating a bloodbath at the mother tree. After subduing the elf Angchin the previous night, his strength had returned to 90% of what it once was, granting him the confidence to face the situation. Upon witnessing Charlotte and Appos' fierce approach, Kaflura and Appos' eyes widened in alarm. Swiftly, she removed her reading glasses, tossed aside her blanket, donned her rabbit fur slippers, and rose from her rocking chair. With a thud, she knelt. "Kaflura, O revered hero, might I inquire where the elven clan has failed to meet your expectations, inciting such anger? Please, do enlighten me." Seeing the elven clan leader act so decisively, kneeling without hesitation, momentarily caught Charlotte off guard, tempering his fury. Kaflura knelt motionless, forcing a smile while internally lamenting, "Had I known, I would have asked Angchin to bring along a few more treasures last night. Now, I've truly provoked this greedy hero's darker persona. Kaflura reflected. Having lived for over 200 years, I have witnessed much, yet I have never been threatened with a sword before. Oh dear, he truly is fearsome. Observing Kaflura and Apos' current humility, Charlotte contrasted it with her previously arrogant demeanor from his past life, and found himself unable to suppress a chuckle. He raised the sword of the hero and gently tapped Kaflura and Apos' cheek, grinning. How amusing it is to see you, once proud, now so humble. Who would have thought you were such a cowardly softy? Where have I been proud? I have always been humble and courteous, Kaflura protested. Though the hero had consistently disrespected her, feeling the coldness radiating from the sword of the hero, Kaflura trembled, refraining from correcting Charlotte's misstatement, and earnestly offered, Hero, if there is anything that displeases you, please express it. We shall certainly resolve it. Ah, Kaflura, your attitude in admitting fault is commendable. Congratulations on surviving a few more years, Charlotte replied, slowly sheathing the sword, his expression still dark. However, while death could be avoided, punishment could not be escaped. Hearing this, Kaflura looked up in confusion, only to meet a pair of eyes that shimmered faintly in the desolate magic city. An explosion of laughter erupted among several demon generals. They could hardly contain themselves as they realized he had truly bewitched the elder of the elven clan. Demanding that they prepare all their treasures while he set forth to vanquish the demon king. He also requested every drop of moondew essence produced by the mother tree each year, intending to use half for watering flowers and the other half for planting grass. And it didn't end there. He insisted that the elderly elder, who had spent the year idling, work diligently to manage the entire clan, living under a strenuous regimen. Chapter 54. Departure from the elven forest. Several demon generals exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, defying the heavens. Even the demon king Zosa, seated upon his throne, could not help but straighten his posture and remark, 6. It was hard for Zosa to recall just how many times these generals had vented their frustrations before the demon mirror concerning the hero. Upon reflection, it must have surpassed 3 digits. Shaking his head, Zosa and Apos' resolve was once again fortified. A lion spares no effort even when hunting a rabbit. Regardless of how incompetent this hero may be, this demon king shall never let his guard down. A luxurious, oversized Promax carriage sped along the roads forged through the elven forest. The Saintess Heishi deftly held the reins, ever vigilant of the speed and direction. From time to time, she would raise her staff and unleash beams of formidable magical energy, effortlessly dispatching the occasional demonic creature that dared to cross their path. The number of monsters encountered was increasingly alarming, leaving the Saintess in a state of discontent. Within the carriage, the melodious and joyous voice of the elven songstress, Angqin, resonated. Master, is this truly for me? She asked, her face aglow with delight as she accepted the radiant bow, caressing the golden weapon with adoration. Perform well, and there will be further rewards, came the encouraging words. To possess such a formidable weapon was already fate's greatest gift to Angqin. Ignoring the flirtatious glances from the elven songstress, Charlotte focused intently on the map. His finger traced the western route leading through the elven forest, a contemplative expression gracing his features. In 3 days, we shall reach the cliffs of Melling Mountain, home to the winged folk. Beyond that point, the terrain turns to desolation, and we shall be compelled to travel on horseback. The thought of riding horses, however, paled in comparison to the enjoyment of traveling by carriage. Lowering the map, Charlotte opened his arms to embrace Su Dawei and AI Relight, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Let us cherish this precious time before we reach the cliffs of Melling. Upon hearing this, the two women instantly grasped Charlotte and Apos' intentions, their faces blooming with a shy blush. Ankikin's beautiful eyes sparkled as she tucked a strand of green hair behind her ear, setting the radiant bow aside. She approached Charlotte with an alluring demeanor. Yet before she could take more than a few steps, Su Dawei pointed towards the carriage and Apos' exterior, playfully commanding, Green tea elf, step outside and tend to the carriage. And while you're at it, summon Sister Heishi. Angqin halted, swaying slightly as she cast a pitiful glance at Charlotte and Su Dawei. Her pointed ears drooping as she whined. Princess, I don't want to leave the master. Could you please not make me be the driver? Oh, you dare to bargain? Su Dawei's face transformed into a mischievous smirk as she waved a delicate alchemical device, teasingly saying, Little green tea, if you continue to be disobedient, I shall reluctantly take it upon myself to discipline you on the master's behalf. You. Ankikin's eyes widened in indignation, a flicker of embarrassment and anger flashing within them. Yet she had no choice but to concede. Grabbing the radiant bow once more, she exited the carriage and began to punch the air in frustration, stomping her foot. Oh, vile pink-haired nuisance. Why does she have the authority to control me? I detest pink hair. In the midst of her tirade, Angqin suddenly clutched her abdomen, crying out in surprise as a soft grunt emanated from the carriage. Green tea elf, do you still dare to despise pink hair? No longer. Pink hair is the absolute epitome of cuteness. I adore pink hair. Inside the carriage, Charlotte gently ruffled Su Dawei and Apos' pink locks, watching her as she toyed with the alchemical device, unable to suppress a smile. The little gadget crafted by AI Relight was indeed quite entertaining. As he pondered this, he took hold of Su Dawei and Appo's delicate hands, tossing the alchemical device aside, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. In their previous life, Angqin had appeared to be at odds with the fourth princess, engaging in playful banter daily. However, after Charlotte intervened, the two ceased their overt quarrels, evolving their interactions into a habit of subtle jabs at one another. In this life, entrusting Angqin to the fourth princess seemed to spare them from their competitive skirmishes. Whoosh, whoosh. As the bashful Saintess Heishi stepped into the carriage, a series of bowstrings being released echoed from outside. It was evident that the elven starlet was secretly venting her frustrations by eliminating the monsters lurking along the roadside. Accompanied by the sound of arrows whistling through the air, the 5-member hero team officially departed from the novice village, embarking toward more perilous lands. On the other side, within the elven domain, Your Highness, the logistics department has prepared lunch. After your arduous efforts to recruit elven warriors this morning, it is time for a well-deserved break. Upon hearing Jace's respectful words, Vikel rose from his seat, stretching his limbs while squinting up at the midday sun. So soon it is noon. Very well, let us eat. Stepping forward to address the assembled troops, Vikel cleared his throat and summoned his fighting spirit, declaring, "Everyone, your efforts are commendable. We shall take an hour to rest and enjoy lunch. Those elves who have yet to participate in the selection may also partake in the delectable offerings from the hero corps." His words elicited an immediate response from the troops, who relaxed and ceased their work, forming an orderly line to the logistics department for their meals. After receiving their food, they found a patch of ground to sit, without much concern for formality. As their leader, Vikel joined the troops on the ground, sharing in their meal to foster camaraderie. Initially, it was a novel experience for him, but soon he found it increasingly challenging. The soldiers, during their leisure, delighted in discussing rather unsavory topics, particularly the mercenaries from the imperial capital, who spoke without restraint. After riding for a full 10 days, we finally left the Holy Luin Empire. My backside is sore from all this riding. Sir Backside, we're all men here. What is there to be embarrassed about? Your thighs must be chafed to the point of rawness. Is this all you can tolerate? If you're chafed, just head to the logistics team for magical healing. That sensation is simply divine. Laughter rang through the elven forest, leaving the third prince bewildered, forced to laugh along awkwardly. Suddenly, a male elf approached Vikel and quietly inquired, "Your Highness, we have only just joined your ranks and have yet to meet the hero. Might it be possible for us to meet the esteemed hero?" Chapter 55. The Passionate Winged Tribe. Although the voice of the male elf had been lowered, every individual present was a formidable warrior, sharp of hearing and sight. They immediately began to clamor. "Yes, we wish to see the hero. Let the hero come forth. Did we not gather with the hero yesterday? Why can we not even catch a glimpse of him at lunch today? Indeed, were we not promised invitations as companions? What kind of companionship is this, hiding and evading us?" As more voices joined in, their boldness grew until they collectively shouted, "Hero, come out! Hero, come out!" The uproar echoed throughout the elven realm, leaving Vikel feeling utterly overwhelmed. "Enough!" Vikel exclaimed, attempting to quell the rising tumult. He beckoned Jace over, saying, "Go find Charlotte." Jace sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and replied in a hushed tone, "Your Highness, Charlotte departed in a carriage 2 hours ago." Vikel's expression darkened. The elite warriors of the elven realm heard Jace's words and began to voice their discontent, particularly those summoned from outside the imperial capital, who shouted, "What is the meaning of this? How can the hero leave us in secret? Does he truly consider us his companions? Is this how one treats their companions? Surely, this so-called recruitment of companions is but a ruse, meant to form a private army." Anger flared, dishes were smashed, curses were hurled, and some turned to leave, causing unrest within the ranks. "Silence! Turn your gaze upon me and listen." Seeing the situation spiral further into chaos, Vikel feigned calm, though his heart was tumultuous. Charlotte had left him with a considerable mess to manage. Yet, he could not bear to part with the army of over 4,000 warriors he had gathered. The hero, eager to confront the Demon King, had already departed the elven forest. However, there was no need for alarm. Vikel endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, raising the wolf emblem in his hand to soothe the crowd and amp Appo's frayed nerves. "We possess a treasure of purple quality that can triple the army and amp Appo's speed. Even if the hero has set off ahead of us, we can catch up to him within 3 days." The explanation appeased the 4,000 troops, and the clamor finally subsided. Vikel wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief, yet his heart seethed with indignation. Cursed Charlotte. "You had better tread carefully and pray. Do not let me catch you." And those who had led the complaints would be made into a suicide squad once they reached the demon realm. 3 days later, at the cliffs of Morling. This was a realm of lofty mountains that pierced the heavens, where pristine Morling flowers blossomed at an altitude of 1,000 meters. It was also the dwelling place of the Winged Tribe. The Winged Tribe, predominantly female, possessed immaculate white wings that granted them the innate ability to soar, resembling angelic beings from sacred myths. They were reclusive and aloof, preferring not to interact with other races. It was only during the annual blooming of the Morling flowers that they would descend to human cities to trade. At last, we have arrived. Charlotte halted his dragon spirit steed, standing at the foot of the mountain and gazing lazily at the peaks above. Heki tugged at Charlotte and Apos, as collar and gently advised, Master. This terrain is perilous, and even the horses cannot traverse it. Shall we circumvent this mountain range? No need. Engqin, draw your bow with all your might towards the sky. The louder the noise, the better. Soon, a dazzling arrow of fighting spirit shot into the heavens. The arrow exploded at 3,000 meters, causing the surrounding clouds to ripple, ultimately forming the shape of a heart. Master, even their archery is in the shape of love. Engqin playfully winked at Charlotte after stowing her bow, stepping closer to him. This scene stirred a twinge of jealousy in Sadavi. Charlotte smiled faintly, not responding. His gaze fixed on the distance where he spotted a swarm of dark figures swiftly traversing the mountains. Who dares intrude upon the territory of the winged tribe? A distant voice echoed through the winds, reverberating off the mountains. As the figures drew nearer, their tall frames and broad white wings became discernible. They were indeed the winged tribe. Charlotte remained composed, drawing the sword of the hero from his back to signify his identity. Ah, that sword. It is the hero. The hero has arrived. The winged tribe is saved. The hero has come. Peace returns to Morling. The hero is here, and the skies will be clear. Oh, how splendid. I see the hero. I see the legendary hero. So handsome. And his companions are so beautiful. Amidst the ecstatic exclamations of the women, the winged tribe approached with eager eyes fixed upon the hero's party. Silence. Charlotte waved his hand, halting their chatter, a smile unconsciously returning to his face. The winged tribe had not changed. They were as warm and genuine as he remembered from his past life, far more endearing than the elves. With that thought, Charlotte extended 3 fingers with grandiosity, declaring, I have come to Morling to accomplish 3 tasks, to vanquish evil, and once more, to vanquish evil. At his proclamation, the winged tribe erupted into enthusiastic cheers, their voices resonating through the mountains, creating a cacophony of echoes. Stop. Do not make such a ruckus. Charlotte clenched his fist, silencing the winged tribe once more. His expression was confident and composed as he pointed casually at one of them. You, tell me, what evil has befallen your winged tribe? The chosen winged one stepped forward, her face alight with excitement. After gathering her thoughts, she finally spoke. Great hero. My name is Linda. Recently, our winged tribe has encountered a terrifying stone beast demon eagle. It has taken over the highest peak of Morling and preys on the precious Morling flowers, relishing in breaking our wings before casting us down from 1,000 meters. It shows no fear of magical attacks. Please, you must help us. Indeed, it is just as it was in my previous life. In the past, Charlotte had received an unprecedented welcome from the winged tribe, and the 4th princess had not caused any upheaval among them. This filled Charlotte with fondness for the winged tribe, and he was more than willing to aid them in resolving their plight. Charlotte nodded in appreciation and proclaimed loudly, Lead us there. We shall eliminate this stone beast demon eagle. Hooray. At his words, the winged tribe erupted into cheers once more. The foremost among them scrutinized the hero's party. Her expression earnest. Great hero, and esteemed companions of the hero, please wait patiently for a moment. We shall fetch the unique treasures of the winged tribe and return swiftly. What treasures? The wings of angels. With the wings of angels, even an ordinary person can soar freely. Having clarified the matter, the winged tribe bent their legs slightly and leaped into the air, flapping their wings as they soared back into the mountains. Chapter 56. I soar on the wind to the desert demon city. As the magic mirror flickered back to life, the assembled demon generals perked up. This brave hero truly is a fool. Ever since departing from the elven forest, the mirror had been dark for a full 3 days. This indicated that the hero had been idly engaged in activities unworthy of mention. For 3 long days, they had sat in the Demon King and Apos' palace, staring at the mirror, with no fresh developments to report, even to the point of twiddling a strand of hair into 500 knots out of sheer boredom. My king, the hero and Apos' team has reached the Mo Ling Cliff. May I be so bold as to inquire what preparations you have made for them? One of the demon generals respectfully asked, voicing the curiosity shared by the others. Zosa lightly tapped his fingers against the throne, his brow furrowed, and an air of exhaustion seemed to envelop him, as though his very essence had been siphoned away. After a considerable pause, the Demon King finally mustered the energy to respond. That stone beast, the Demon Eagle, is crafted from rare gold ore, rendering it immune to all magical damage. And it possesses formidable physical defense. Defeating it will not be a trivial task. Only through overwhelming force and rapid strikes can it be shattered. Once defeated, it will yield a golden quality holy grail as a reward for vanquishing the creature. The requirement for rapid strikes to overcome the stone eagle was clearly tailored to counter Charlotte and Apos' abilities, serving as a custom sharpening stone for his growth. The demon generals exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. The Holy Grail? The one that continuously replenishes a mage and amp, Apos, S magical energy? Why would the king provide such a treasure to the hero? Indeed, a pertinent question, Zosa replied, a smirk creeping onto his lips at hearing such inquiries from his subordinates. He gestured to his own dark armor, declaring with pride, "Do you see the Dragon Rage dark armor adorning me? Correct, it too is forged from rare gold ore, possessing both high resistance to physical attacks and absolute immunity to magical damage. Thus, even if the hero's team acquires such a powerful mage artifact, it poses no threat to me. Even if I were to pave the way for the hero and Apos' growth, I would not genuinely support him. At most, I might provide some inconsequential items to aid his companions." The other demon generals nodded in understanding, offering their praises. Our king is indeed wise. At the Mo-Ling Cliff, the winged tribe presented Charlotte and his companions with angelic wings, precisely 5 in number. These angelic wings were, in fact, a pair of jade stone rings that encircled the shoulders, their quality merely blue. The user need only channel any magical power or fighting spirit into the rings to manifest pure white wings of wind, allowing for effortless flight. Legend has it that centuries ago, when a heroic team passed through the Mo-Ling Cliff, they struggled with the treacherous terrain. The top alchemist of the team forged 5 pairs of angelic wings from wind spirit or found atop the highest peak. After flying across the cliff with the angelic wings, the heroic team gifted them to the winged tribe, creating a lasting tale. Unfortunately, that highest peak was later shattered by a subsequent demon king, rendering the Mo-Ling Cliff incapable of producing any further wind spirit ore. With the loss of raw materials, the remaining 5 angelic wings became unique artifacts. Once we encounter that stone beast demon eagle, do not engage. I shall handle it myself, Charlotte proclaimed, stretching the pure white wings that emerged from the angelic rings on his back, soaring blissfully at an altitude of over 100 meters. He gathered his fighting spirit and called out to his companions, who were also soaring high. Let me see if I can tame it as a mount, and we can fly directly to the desert demon city. The 3 women, Haishi and her companions, widened their beautiful eyes, filled with doubt. Haishi, master, do not act rashly. If you seek a flying mount, we can find some griffins here at the Mo-Ling Cliff. Sadavii, yes, let me handle these minor creatures. You are far too precious to tire yourself. Airlit, indeed, I can craft some saddles suitable for griffins. Taming them would be far more efficient. As they flew, the women shared their thoughts, their faces reflecting concern. They were nearly on the verge of imploring Charlotte to abandon his notion. Memories of the last time he faced the swamp demon, only to be ensnared and devoured, were still fresh in their minds. The griffins are too small. Riding them would be uncomfortable. I am determined to tame that stone demon eagle today. No one shall stop me. Charlotte frowned, firmly rejecting the women's suggestions. Unable to defy Charlotte's orders, Haishi and her companions could only furrow their brows in silence, deep in thought. Ankikin, master is so brave. I believe you can do it. Ankikin had hoped to earn Charlotte's favor, but was met with glares from the other 3 women. Green tea elf, be silent. At that, the elven songstress's expression shifted to one of shock. After 3 days of integrating into the hero's team, even calling the other women sisters, how could a single remark alter their demeanor so drastically? A thought suddenly crossed Ankikin's mind. Could it be that this hero, while valiant, is quite weak? As they ventured deeper into the Mo-Ling Cliff, the leading winged beings signaled, "Brave hero and companions, we are almost there." Good. Charlotte nodded, landing on a nearby peak, and instructed Haishi and the others, "You all stay here. I will confront the stone beast demon eagle alone." Haishi and her companions landed, their expressions troubled, hesitating to speak. They could only watch as Charlotte once again took to the skies with his angelic wings. Such decisiveness and courage from our brave hero. The winged beings regarded Charlotte's receding figure with admiration. Indeed, he is the one who has troubled our tribe for a month. He dares to face it alone. The brave hero must be formidable. I wish to witness his prowess in battle, yet I cannot be a burden. Hearing the winged being's words of admiration, Airlit and Haishi exchanged awkward glances, whispering, "Is our master truly capable? Last time, he fell to the swamp demon. Oh dear, he flies too swiftly. I couldn't even cast a holy shield on him." Sadavii stamped her feet in frustration, nearly in tears. "Why didn't he take me along? I could protect him. How dare you say that?" Airlit subtly pinched Sadavii's side. "The reason he refuses to take us is undoubtedly because you knocked him out last time, leaving him traumatized." "Oh, that hurts. Sister, stop pinching. I admit my mistake." The only one unable to follow the conversation was Ankikin, who looked utterly bewildered. "But Master is a hero. How can you sisters lack faith in him?" Green tea elf, be silent. Chapter 57. The stone eagle beast in impenetrable mist enveloped the highest peak of Mo-Ling Mountain. A stone eagle, curled into a tight ball, basked in the sunlight atop the mountain, its eyes closed in slumber. Towering at approximately 60 meters, it remained motionless, as steadfast as a natural stone statue. Yet, Charlotte was acutely aware that this was the very beast that had plagued the winged people for an entire month. In a previous life, a valiant team had been driven to despair by this stone beast, and it was only through Charlotte's explosive awakening of his powers that he had managed to uncover its weakness and turn the tide of battle, shaking off the memories. Charlotte gazed at the stone eagle in the distance, silently resolving to tame this beast in this lifetime. Hey, what are you staring at? A colossal foot formed from battle energy descended from above, striking the stone eagle on the head. The immense force caused it to stagger a few steps before regaining its balance. Awakened abruptly, the eagle's large red eyes were filled with confusion as it sought the source of the disturbance. As it scanned the skies, the eagle finally spotted Charlotte, its immense gaze locking onto his luminous eyes. Charlotte remained calm and composed, addressing the stone eagle with poise. You have been hypnotized, and you will obey me. Before Charlotte could finish his declaration, the stone eagle unfurled its wings and lunged at him. Its broad wingspan, extending to 100 meters, struck at Charlotte as if it were a mere mosquito. Damn it, hypnosis has failed. Do stones lack gender? With his plan thwarted, Charlotte drew his sword to intercept the eagle's wings. However, the overwhelming force sent him flying through the air. The stone eagle spread its golden wings, soaring with a span of 200 meters, emitting a piercing cry filled with magical power as it charged toward the airborne Charlotte. Listen, if you become my mount, I promise not to harm you and can grant you anything you desire. Undeterred by the failure of his hypnosis, Charlotte called out, attempting to coax the stone beast. After I defeat that demon lord, I will ensure you have molding flowers to feast on every year. The stone eagle paid no heed to Charlotte's words. Utilizing its size and speed, it rapidly approached him, flapping its wings to unleash tangible blades of wind. Very well, then I shall subdue you by force. Charlotte activated his first hero skill, speed, followed by his second, fury. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes as he summoned the hero's mark on his forehead. The hero's sword in his hand glowed a deep crimson, severing the incoming wind blades effortlessly. The shattered blades dispersed through the mountains, their powerful echoes resonating endlessly. Rather than retreating, Charlotte pressed forward, launching himself at the stone eagle. The clash between the hero's sword and the eagle's talons produced a deafening sound of metal against metal. Nearby, Hai-Shi and the winged people were acutely aware of the momentous clash. The hero is truly extraordinary. They have barely begun to fight and have already created such a spectacle against the stone eagle. Admiration shone on the faces of the winged people, who traditionally shunned contact with humans, save for the hero. After all, as the natural boundary between the demon realm and the human world, nearly every hero passed through Moling Mountain. Hearing Linda's sentiments, the other winged people shared expressions of longing. Indeed, the hero must be concerned for our safety, which is why they have allowed us to remain here. That stone eagle is immune to magical damage and impervious to blades. I wonder what clever strategy the hero will devise to conquer it. I wish to witness the hero's gallant form in battle. How fortunate it would be to become the hero's companion. As they gazed at the crowd of winged people, Hai-Shi and the others unconsciously touched their midriffs. Their expressions slightly awkward, silently reflecting it would indeed be quite fortunate. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Hai-Shi found a measure of solace in the distant commotion, given this momentum. Perhaps the master can contend evenly with this demon beast? Aralette rubbed her forehead, her gaze filled with concern as she looked into the distance. While I remain somewhat anxious, based on the winged people's descriptions, the stone eagle is made of stone and should not be very fast. Even if the master cannot defeat it, they can still escape. Upon hearing their assessments, Sudue sighed in relief, ready to voice her thoughts, but Nkichin interjected, I told you, our master is incredibly capable. A mere demon beast is no match for them. You all are worrying for nothing. As the words of the elven songstress faded, the women suddenly noticed a massive shadow streaking across the sky. The enormous silhouette that swept overhead obscured the sun momentarily, prompting the winged people and Hai-Shi to instinctively look up. In the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. That shadow appears to be an eagle, and in its claws, it carries Charlotte, does it not? Only a few minutes had passed since the commotion began deep within Moling Mountain. Yet the hero had already been captured by the demon beast. Hero, 5 Master. For a chilling scream pierced the heavens. Without a moment and Oppos, hesitation, the women flapped their wings and pursued the receding stone eagle. Moments earlier, Charlotte had engaged in combat with the stone eagle. Yet the speed of his blue-quality angel wings was no match for the eagle's swiftness, making the confrontation arduous. Each strike he aimed at the eagle possessed the power to level mountains. However, without leverage in the air, he could barely inflict even a fraction of the damage. Conversely, due to the principle of action and reaction, each time he struck the eagle, it remained unyielding while Charlotte was forced back hundreds of meters. Frustration mounted within the hero as he struggled against the relentless beast. After several exchanges, he had only managed to leave a few superficial cuts on the eagle's stone exterior. Finally, exasperated, he muttered, if I did not wish to tame you as my mount, you would have been reduced to countless fragments by my sword energy long ago. Despite his immense power, Charlotte found himself hindered by the environment, unable to unleash his full potential, leaving him at a disadvantage. This cannot continue, no matter how long I fight. It will yield no results. It seems I must teach you a lesson before we can have a proper discussion. As he observed the stone eagle drawing closer, Charlotte exchanged a few more blows with it, his mind racing to devise a strategy to turn the tide. How did I manage to turn the tables against this stone eagle in my past life? Memories of the previous encounter flickered rapidly in Charlotte's mind. Chapter 58. The teleportation array in a previous life. The valiant hero squad was thoroughly defeated by the stone beast, the eagle demon. In the end, exhausted, Charlotte fell victim to capture by the stone eagle. The creature tore off Charlotte's angelic wings and soared into the sky before plummeting towards the ground, intending to crush Charlotte to death. At the brink of life and death, a surge of heroic power erupted within Charlotte, momentarily freezing the stone eagle in place. Seizing the opportunity, Charlotte leaped with all his might, breaking free from the eagle and Apos' grasp, and was caught mid-air by the Saintess, Heishi. The stone eagle, affected by its own inertia, crashed violently to the ground, bending one of its golden wings, rendering it unable to take flight, awaiting its demise. As the memories of the past faded, the present Charlotte resolved firmly. First, he would bring you down to the ground, for that is my domain. With this thought in mind, Charlotte feigned a mistake, allowing the stone eagle to seize him with its claws. As expected, the stone eagle took flight, its massive wings beating against the sky. This led to the scene later witnessed by Heishi and the others. Elsewhere, at the entrance of the Mo Ling mountain cliff, Vikul ceased, infusing the wolf emblem with energy. The army, sensing the decrease in speed, halted and shouted commands. Jace, bring the map. Yes, your highness. Taking the map from Jace's hands, Vikul furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave. The treacherous terrain made it impossible for horses to pass. They had no choice but to take a detour. Rolling up the map, Vikul was about to lead the army to turn back when he noticed Morandi, the head of the Magic Association, approaching on horseback with a smile. Your highness, are you troubled by the perilous route and how to circumvent it? Observing Morandi's confident demeanor, Vikul raised an eyebrow and inquired. Do you, Master Morandi, possess a means to help the army traverse the Mo Ling mountain cliff? Ha ha ha. I wouldn't dare claim such a feat, Morandi chuckled, stroking his grizzled beard with pride as he produced a purple disc from his pocket. This is a teleportation array disc, a treasured item of purple quality that I have kept for myself. It can be activated once a year and effortlessly transport an army thousands of miles away. Upon hearing this, Vikul and Apos' eyes brightened, and he eagerly stepped forward to examine the purple disc in Morandi and Apos' hand. Excellent, Master Morandi. The royal family will forever remember your contribution to the army. After we vanquish the Demon King, you shall be duly rewarded. Ah, your highness, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain further. As Vikul displayed his impatience, Morandi and Apos' smile widened, and he patiently elaborated. The usage of this item is highly restricted. The number of people to be transported must correspond to the amount of magical energy infused. Even with all my vast magical power, I can only transport at most 50 individuals. That poses no difficulty. The army is replete with mages. We can summon them all to infuse their magic together. Indeed, that is precisely my intention, Morandi replied, exchanging knowing smiles with Vikul. Soon, 2,000 mages from the Hero Legion formed several circles, generously channeling their magical energy towards the center. The air became vibrant with a dazzling array of reds, blues, greens, golds, and browns, creating a spectacular sight. At the center of this powerful gathering, Morandi diligently directed the collective magic into the purple disc, which absorbed the diverse energies like an insatiable abyss. Open the portal, Morandi intoned, casting the incantation to control the teleportation array. The purple disc gradually rose, unleashing a torrent of spatial magic towards an open area not far away. The six-pointed star array, inscribed with arcane symbols, began to whirl like a vortex upon the ground. I can't go on. A beautiful hooded mage cried out amidst the crowd, halting her magic infusion. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. As if triggered by a chain reaction, other mages began to fall as well. I can't either. I've never felt so drained before. I'm completely spent, exhausted, and hungry. Without the embrace of a beautiful elf, I can't muster the strength to rise. Ugh, it will take me at least 3 days to recover to my peak condition. Came the chorus of complaints as the 2,000 mages finally exhausted their magical reserves and sat on the ground, disregarding appearances. The six-pointed star array continued to expand, reaching a height of over 100 meters. Master Morandi, how do we utilize this teleportation array? Vikul asked, supporting the completely drained Morandi while inquiring about his most pressing concern. Morandi wiped the sweat from his brow, his legs trembling as if he might collapse at any moment. Barely managing to stand with the support of the third prince. I did not anticipate the sheer magnitude of energy from 2,000 mages. I almost couldn't guide at all, he gasped, appearing as frail as a child. I have set the destination of the teleportation array to the other side of the Mo Ling mountain cliff. We simply need to step into the magic array to cross the cliff. Gazing at the towering six-pointed star array, Morandi's weary face could not hide his satisfaction. Such a grand array will be more than sufficient to transport our 5,000 soldiers. Learning the desired information, Vickle's face lit up with joy. He released his support of Morandi and turned to Jace, commanding, relay the orders. The entire army will advance towards the six-pointed star array. Time is of the essence. Suddenly released from Vickle and Appos' support, Morandi and Appos' legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The weakened mage lay there, his face alternating between pale and flushed, nearly struggling to catch his breath. Your Highness, there is no need to rush. The teleportation array will not suddenly vanish unless the energy is depleted. Oh, I see now. I was unnecessarily worried, Vickle replied, nodding in understanding. A smile returned to his face as he helped Morandi back to his feet, embodying a harmonious partnership. Without the troublesome Charlotte, it seemed everything was falling into place. Reflecting on this, Vickle smiled as he looked towards the immense teleportation array in the distance, exclaiming, having Master Morandi is akin to possessing a hidden dragon or phoenix. A piercing eagle cry rang out, resonating with a soul-piercing power from the distant skies. The 5,000 hero army was startled by the sudden, sharp, beastly call, instinctively looking up towards its source. A colossal shadow loomed overhead. Blotting out the sun, a massive stone eagle, 200 meters wide, was descending upon them from above. Chapter 59, Where's My Steed? 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. As the colossal stone eagle drew nearer, its immense form seemed capable of blocking out the sun. Clutched in its talons was a blurred figure clad in armor, strikingly noticeable. This scene felt oddly familiar. Without realizing it, Vickle released his support of Morandi, causing the latter to collapse to the ground once more. Morandi exclaimed, damn. Vickle rubbed his eyes and focused on the eagle's talons, his expression shifting from astonishment to confusion and finally to terror, that is Charlotte. Upon discerning the direction of the giant eagle, Vickle's fear escalated. Oh no, no, no. Stop. Don't fly there. For heaven's sake, someone stop him. Boom. At a mere 200 meters above the ground. Charlotte's forehead glowed brilliantly as he was firmly grasped by the stone eagle. Prepare. A tremendous surge of combat energy locked onto the eagle, rendering it rigid and sluggish. The 5,000 troops distinctly heard the hero and Appos' roar. The heavens shift, the world transforms. Vickle. Morandi. The 5,000 troops. What can be accomplished in 3 seconds? 3 seconds is insufficient for the sword saint of the setting sun, Cords, to draw his sword and unleash a wide-ranging attack. 3 seconds is inadequate for the Archbishop of the Holy See, Ivalon, to chant the incantation for a forbidden-level spell. 3 seconds cannot allow anyone on the ground to interfere with the giant eagle. Yet, in those 3 seconds, Charlotte could easily extricate himself from the talons. The stone eagle could plunge rapidly over 100 meters, and the 100-meter teleportation array could vanish in an instant. It could transform the third princess' dream of swift advancement into a mere delusion. Before the diverse gazes of the 5,000 troops, the towering stone beast, the magical eagle, crashed into the teleportation array. Then, the teleportation array, along with the stone eagle, disappeared into the air. Thankfully, this time the wings of angels were not torn apart. Otherwise, a fall from such a height could have been fatal or left him severely injured. Charlotte effortlessly freed himself from the eagle's grip, valiantly flapping the wings of angels to counteract the overwhelming inertia. He landed slowly, a calm smile gracing his face. A true man never looks back at explosions. Wait, something feels off. Why is there no sound of the stone eagle crashing to the ground? Charlotte recalled that in his previous life, the stone eagle and Appos' descent was akin to a meteor and Appos' impact. The sound thunderous enough to shatter eardrums. Sensing something amiss, Charlotte turned around, only to find himself face to face with Vickle. Charlotte. The third prince and Appos' expression was as dark as water, veins bulging uncontrollably, his teeth clenched as he growled the hero and Appos' name from his throat. Vickle pointed at the empty space where the teleportation array once stood, his frustration boiling over as he shouted at Charlotte. Look at what you and Appos' done. Why are you yelling? Is it just because you have a louder voice? Charlotte retorted, lowering his hands from his ears and casting a disdainful glance at Vickle, though his gaze instinctively followed Vickle's pointing finger. In the next moment, Charlotte gasped in shock. He stepped forward abruptly, inadvertently stepping on Morandi's hand. Amidst the president of the Imperial Capital Magic Association's howls of anguish, Charlotte grasped Vickle by the collar, incredulously shouting, "Where is my steed? I had such a grand steed. Give it back to me." Confronted by the hero, who seemed oblivious to his own blunders and still demanded his steed, Vickle's eyes burned with a fiery intensity, fueled by a mix of old grievances and new resentments. Steed? What steed? The third prince stepped forward decisively, placing his foot firmly on Morandi's other hand. Locking eyes with Charlotte, their foreheads nearly touching. As Morandi's cries grew more frantic, Vickle gritted his teeth. You care nothing for your heroic mission. For the 5,000 troops you have recruited, or for the teleportation array painstakingly crafted by 2,000 mages. You care for nothing but your stone-like steed. Damn your steed. Upon hearing such bitter words, Charlotte's gaze sharpened, the hero's mark on his brow glowing with intensity as he met Vikkel's gaze unflinchingly. In that charged moment, sparks of tension crackled in the air. Who says I care for nothing? Charlotte released his grip on Vikkel and Appos' collar, a wild grin spreading across his face. I care for you, Vikkel. His words dripped with concealed menace. Since you've reached your limit, perfect. Before we deal with that so-called demon king, I shall. Enough. Stop your bickering. Get off me. Morandi wailed, desperately trying to pull his hands from beneath them, but having just exhausted his magical energy, he lacked the strength. Please, stop shouting. Just get off me. Vikkel was the first to step back, his expression still tense. The hero has destroyed our teleportation array. This matter cannot be overlooked. The teleportation array could be activated twice each time, allowing for convenient travel back and forth. Satisfied, Morandi managed to extract his left hand from under Charlotte's foot, feeling the swelling in his hands akin to pig trotters, grumbling. What a ruckus. What a disgrace. A bunch of unruly youngsters who know nothing of respecting their elders. Teleportation array? What teleportation array? Old Deng, tell me, where has my steed gone? Charlotte inquired, glancing at Morandi with urgency. For Charlotte, Vikkel could crush him at any moment. But losing his steed would mean a true loss. Your steed is far too massive. It has exhausted the energy of the teleportation array. It should now be on the other side of the mooring mountain cliff, Morandi explained. Hearing Morandi's words, Charlotte finally breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it. As long as my steed is safe. Vikkel, however, was unconcerned with Charlotte's steed, hastily supporting Morandi and inquiring cautiously. Morandi, is what you say true? Can the teleportation array still be activated for the second leg? Morandi shot Vikkel an irritated glance. Why would I lie to you? That's good. Morandi, rest assured, the royal family will never forget your contributions. Vikkel declared, his words a mere pretense to placate Morandi. The latter then retrieved the teleportation array disc from his robes and began to chant the incantation. Soon, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, a towering purple hexagonal magic circle re-emerged in the previously vacant space. Wonderful. It's exactly like the prior magic array, Vikkel exclaimed, his fists pumping with uncontainable excitement. The joy of recovering what was lost felt indescribably beautiful. My steed is just on the other side of the teleportation array? Charlotte's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Nothing mattered more to him than his steed at that moment. The imposing purple hexagonal teleportation array was so magnificent that Charlotte had failed to take it in while being captured by the stone beast. Vikkel immediately summoned Jace, commanding, spread the word. The entire army is to mobilize toward the teleportation array with utmost urgency. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Move swiftly. Chapter 60. Do not approach. Jesse bowed and smiled, assuring, Your Highness, what changes could possibly occur? Suddenly, a familiar cry echoed from the direction of the teleportation array. The joy that had just blossomed on the faces of the 5,000 troops instantly froze. They widened their eyes, a premonition of dread creeping into their hearts. From the teleportation array, a long beak emerged, followed by eyes, a neck, and half of a colossal body. It was the stone beast, the magical eagle, that had been transported away earlier. No, Vikkel and Appos' eyes bulged with fury as he screamed at the stone eagle, do not approach. In response, a long, piercing cry emanated from the eagle. The stone eagle swiftly noticed the 5,000 troops below, a flicker of rage flashing in its enormous circular pupils. These mere ants had not only disturbed its peaceful slumber, but had also caused it to crash into the purple magic array, injuring one of its wings. It could not allow this transgression to go unpunished. The stone eagle unfurled a 100-meter-long wing of rare gold from the teleportation array. Dark magical energy coalesced upon the wing, seemingly preparing to unleash a devastating attack. No, Morandi clutched the teleportation array disc tightly, feeling it heat up and tremble in his grip. The 60-year-old mage screamed incoherently, No, do not cast magic within the teleportation array. The magical energies are incompatible. Overloading it will cause it to break. Under the influence of the stone eagle and Appos' magic, the massive hexagonal teleportation array began to shake violently. The grand formation shattered like a fractured mirror, splintering inch by inch. As time progressed, cracks spread across the 100-meter-wide teleportation array. Before the stone eagle could unleash its magical assault, the array shattered with a resounding crack. In midair, only shards of broken space remained. Even the sturdy stone beast could not withstand the force of space slicing through it, as it was cleaved in two, losing all vitality. The cut surfaces were smooth and even. The colossal stone eagle now lay split, with one half on this side of the Mo-Ling cliff and the other half on the other side. At the same moment, Morandi's purple disc shattered into pieces. The elderly mage clutched the fragments, pounding his chest and kneeling on the ground, heartbroken like a helpless child. My teleportation disc. Oh no, my teleportation disc. He lamented. Mine steed, oh no, my steed. Cried Cheryl. My teleportation array, shouted Vikler. Far away in the desert demon city, Zos's eyelids twitched violently. He slammed his hand on the throne, Rising to his feet, my magical eagle, the one I painstakingly nurtured, has just perished so casually? It barely even tested the limits of its abilities. Through the magic mirror, Zosa and his demon generals could not perceive Shero's formidable fighting spirit. To them, Shero appeared to be merely exchanging threats while being mercilessly beaten by the eagle. He was captured and nearly killed by the creature, only escaping due to a brief surge of power from the hero's mark. Afterward, the magical eagle met its demise due to the magical backlash within the teleportation array, and it failed to draw out any further strength from the hero. The king, we could hardly gauge the hero's strength, yet his luck is undeniably unparalleled. The demon generals twitched their mouths, momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, the hero had been swallowed whole by a swamp monster in the elven forest. Now, he had been captured by the stone eagle atop the Mo Ling cliff. How much more embarrassment could he endure in the future? Was he truly the weakest hero in history? Perhaps the hero's strength is lacking. We ought to assign him weaker monsters for more suitable encounters, suggested one demon general. Zosa, upon hearing this, immediately became enraged. Assign him weaker monsters? This hero, all he does is engage in trivial pursuits while boasting that he only fights elite monsters. When faced with the carefully prepared monsters I provide, he can barely manage to defeat them. What sort of opponent do you expect me to arrange for him? Hearing the demon king and Amp, Apos' wrathful voice, the demon generals fell silent, refraining from further discussion. Zosa covered his forehead and slowly returned to his throne, conjuring a cup-sized blue jelly with his other hand. Dark magical energy emanated from his palm, enveloping the jelly. As the magic infused, the jelly gradually expanded to the size of a palm, taking on a vibrant, swirling hue. A lowly creature from the demon realm, a jelly slime, was thus born from nothingness. Although the demon generals had witnessed Zosa's miraculous abilities countless times, they were still awestruck by this extraordinary spectacle. Casually tossing the summoned jelly slime aside, Zosa pointed at Shero in the magic mirror and commanded the newly awakened slime, "You, go deal with the hero." The jelly slime trembled, its palm-sized body curling into a tight ball. Its expression contorted into a pitiful frown, its tiny eyes wide with disbelief, as if to say me? Seeing this cowardly demeanor, Zosa struck the throne with his fist in frustration, drawing the jelly slime back into his palm and hurling it toward the skies beyond the demon palace. The jelly slime soared like a shooting star, tracing a graceful arc across the sky of the desert demon city before vanishing in an instant. Useless. What hero, what monsters, merely worthless. Zosa's furious roar echoed throughout the demon palace in the desert demon city. At the Mo Ling cliff, the winged ones and the four women finally arrived, successfully diverting Shero's attention, preventing further conflict with Vikler. Damn it, the teleportation disc is gone. We can only take a detour around the Mo Ling cliff now. Vikler thought bitterly, gazing regretfully at the nearby empty space. The cracks in the space were slowly mending, expected to be fully repaired in about an hour. But until then, any object daring to approach that area from above would be mercilessly torn apart. Your Highness, even heroes who have historically challenged demon lords have faced various predicaments. There is no need for you to dwell on this too much, said the alchemist Mike, walking over to comfort Vikler patiently. At this point, there was nothing more to be done. Vikler sighed, regaining his composure as he summoned Jesse and commanded, "Pass it down. The entire army shall rest for 10 minutes. Then take a detour around the Mo Ling cliff." "Hey, Vikler," a light-hearted voice called out. Without turning around, the third prince knew who it was. "What now?" He took a deep breath, suppressing his frustrations, and turned to Shero. "I'm not in the mood to bicker with you right now. What are you saying? Am I the type to be unreasonable?" Shero approached with Hai-Shi and the four women, shrugging with an air of indifference. "I heard you didn't want to take a detour. Coincidentally, I feel the same way." Chapter 61. The Holy Grail. Upon hearing the words, Vikl immediately glared at Charlotte, momentarily at a loss for words. "Thanks to you, the only teleportation array has been destroyed. Now, whether you like it or not, we must take a detour. Isn't that precisely what earth mages excel at, clearing paths through mountains and bridging rivers?" Charlotte withdrew a hand from Aliette's embrace and lightly tapped his own head with a finger. As long as one's thoughts remain steadfast, solutions will always outweigh difficulties. Vikl scoffed derisively, retorting, "That's easy for you to say. The cliffs of Moling are surrounded by towering mountains, forming a natural barrier between the human realm and the demon realm. To achieve what you suggest, we would need to level mountains that rise thousands of meters high. How can that be simple?" He pointed to the 2,000 mages sprawled helplessly on the ground behind them and continued, "Moreover, our army's mages are currently drained of their magical energy. Even if earth mages could clear a path effortlessly, from where would the vast magical power required come?" Charlotte shrugged once more, choosing not to respond to Vikal's words. Instead, he beckoned to Heshia, "Stop playing around. Bring me the Holy Grail. Please, Master. I really like this." Heshia pouted adorably, cradling the pure golden chalice adorned with a mysterious gem. When they had just reunited with Charlotte, he had led them to the clearing, expertly extracting the spoils from the stone eagle and Amp, Apos' head. After the stone eagle and amp, Apos' life force had faded. Its once impenetrable body had become as soft as sand. The sword of the hero pierced through it as easily as cutting through tofu, saving Charlotte considerable effort. Quit fooling around. Hand it over. As Charlotte and Apos' serious voice rang out, the saintly maiden furrowed her beautiful brows. Unable to resist Charlotte and Apos' command, she reluctantly and wistfully extended the chalice, saying, "All right. I didn't want it that much anyway." Charlotte swiftly placed the chalice into Vikel's arms and said, "With this, you will have a continuous source of magical energy. Do your best. The winged people have invited us to visit the cliffs of Moling. You go ahead and clear the path. We will follow behind slowly." With that, Charlotte took flight with the women, their angelic wings propelling them deeper into the Moling cliffs. Damn it. He being so carefree again, Vikel fumed, stamping his foot. He finally understood why Charlotte had entrusted him with the command of the army back in the imperial capital. It was merely because Charlotte wished to avoid responsibility. What kind of rubbish has he shoved onto me now? He ordered his troops to cease their rest and prepare to set off, bypassing the Moling cliffs. The third prince raised the pure golden chalice high and brought it crashing down to the ground, prompting the president of the Magic Association, Morandi, to hurriedly dive to catch it. My goodness, it's the Holy Grail. Truly, this legendary treasure of mages is something my teacher's teacher has longed for in his dreams. As Morandi caressed the golden chalice, feeling the pure magical energy surging within him, he felt akin to an ordinary citizen who had just won a billion-dollar lottery. The overwhelming joy nearly rendered him faint. Compared to the shattered legendary array, what did it even matter? At that moment, Morandi felt no pain in his back or fatigue in his legs. Though alone, he felt emboldened enough to face an army. Master Morandi, is this cup truly such a formidable item? Seeing Morandi clutching the chalice with an almost mad fervor, Vikel's eyes twitched slightly. He had never seen Morandi so unhinged. What you do not know, your highness, is that this item is the treasure of a demon king from 1,000 years ago. That demon king wielded the Holy Grail, possessing boundless magical power. With it, he cast forbidden and world-ending spells as if they were mere basic attacks, leaving the heroes of that time utterly powerless before him. Ultimately, it was only through the bravery of the hero's companions stealing the chalice that the demon king was slain, and thereafter, the Holy Grail vanished without a trace. Morandi sighed wistfully, his eyes filled with nostalgia. I never imagined that, through the passage of time and the evolution of the world, this Holy Grail would end up in my hands. Vikel raised an eyebrow in skepticism and asked, is it truly that powerful? Why would I deceive you? Do you remember the city destroyed by the Demon King? If I had the Holy Grail, I could obliterate a city in mere moments. Morandi's eyes widened as he raised the chalice triumphantly. Now, even if the Demon King himself were to arrive, I would have the confidence to ensure he would never return. As for clearing the path within the Moling Cliffs, that would be a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Vikel fell silent for a few seconds. Then, the third prince suddenly snatched the chalice from Morandi and Apos' hands and took off running without a care for appearances. Your Highness, where are you going? Your Highness, let me touch the Holy Grail once more. Vikel ignored the frantic calls of Make and Morandi, striding towards the corpse of the stone eagle. I shall examine the body again and see if there are any more treasures to uncover. Meanwhile, the hero's party, guided by the winged people, soared deeper into the cliffs of Moling. Unlike their warm reception from the heroes, the winged people maintained a stoic silence when they were outside the cliffs. However, as they led the heroes into their tribal lands, the winged people regained their cheerful demeanor, flitting ahead of the hero and Apos' party, chattering excitedly. Master, why did you give the Holy Grail to them? Soaring through the air with angelic wings, Heshia felt unsettled. She gazed longingly at Charlotte, feeling the emptiness of her hands and reminiscing about the sensation of the Holy Grail. Without our stone eagle mounts, the remaining journey will certainly be more comfortable in a carriage. Hence, I naturally had to lend the Holy Grail to them to clear the path, Charlotte replied matter-of-factly. After the Moling Cliffs, Vikel will lead the army in purging the magical beasts along the way while we leisurely follow behind in the carriage. The saintly maiden may not have noticed much else, but she keenly caught a particular phrase in Charlotte's words and hesitantly asked, so, does that mean, Master, that you are only lending the Holy Grail to them? In that case, can we? Charlotte chuckled lightly. It depends on your performance. Yes. Heshia will certainly behave. The saintly maiden instantly brightened, fluttering her angelic wings to soar ahead. Charlotte followed leisurely behind, his eyes deep with contemplation as myriad thoughts swirled within him. Beyond the Moling Cliffs lay the border of the demon realm, where the number of magical beasts would steadily increase, ultimately surging forth like a relentless tide. In this life, with Vikel leading the way, the journey would undoubtedly be much easier. However, once they reached the demonic desert city, he would have to settle the scores of his past life one by one. For now, it was not yet the time to eliminate Vikel, but he must ensure that Vikel's demise would not come too easily. As if struck by a thought, a glimmer sparked in Charlotte and Apos' eyes, and a devilish smile graced his lips. Chapter 62. The Goblin Tribe deep within the cliffs of Moling Mountain. The exuberant winged folk prepared a feast to honor the valiant adventurers. Each of them held their cherished treasures, queuing up to present them to the hero, all in the hopes of obtaining a coveted autograph. Dressed in divine armor, Charlotte, lacking for nothing, naturally dismissed the meager offerings of the impoverished winged tribe. Not only did he decline any rewards, but he also activated his extraordinary speed, effortlessly signing over 1,000 autographs in one breath. The ecstatic winged folk, having received their signatures, became even more fervent in their hospitality, treating the hero's party to an experience akin to that of royalty. As night fell, the group gathered around a bonfire atop the flat mountain peak, dancing and singing, with the elfin star Ankh showcasing her talents. With the night deepening, the adventurers indulged in exquisite wines, aged for a century by the winged tribe. Overcome by the effects of the drink, they succumbed to slumber. In his drunken stupor, Charlotte and Athos' eyes glazed, his cheeks flushed, and with a slurred tongue, he waved his hands. Continue the music, dance on. In his previous life, he had been disciplined, rejecting the winged tribe's hospitality, and after vanquishing the stone beast eagle, he had moved on to the next destination. Reflecting on it now, he felt he had squandered the winged tribe and Athos' warmth and missed many joys. Meanwhile, Morandi, the president of the Magic Association, led a cadre of earth mages in their tireless efforts to construct a road. A mage recited incantations, causing countless fragments of soil and stone to be magically assembled at a rapid pace. In no time, a sturdy stretch of road emerged amidst the mountains. Jack, could you please pay a bit more attention? The lower part of the road must consist of rock. An elder mage scolded the young magician Jack. A road as flimsy as yours cannot withstand the continuous tread of the army. It and Athos' nothing but a shoddy construction. Unperturbed by the reprimand, Jack felt too weary to be offended, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. Yes, I understand, master. I'm so tired. May I take a little nap? No, absolutely not. The elder mage cast a low-level lightning spell, jolting Jack awake. The third prince had even lent out the Holy Grail, commanding that the road be completed tonight without delay for the army and Athos' march. No way. Jack and Athos' pained wail echoed as he began to nostalgically yearn for the peaceful days spent in the imperial capital. Surely he had lost his mind to have volunteered to join the hero and Athos' arduous march instead of lounging in the capital, awaiting the hero and Athos' salvation of the world. There was no need to toil at night laying down roads, risking reprimand if he failed. Little did Jack know, the hardships of joining the hero's army had only just begun. Complaining was futile. He was instructed to lay the road properly, lest he face punishment for any section that hindered the army's expedition. Each segment of the road had an assigned supervisor, and if any segment affected the army's departure, the responsible party would be penalized. Not wanting to be cast out of the hero and Athos' army in disgrace, Jack steeled himself to work earnestly, diligently reciting spells to lay the road. Take your time. If you tire, just touch the Holy Grail to restore your mana. I and Athos' oversee the remaining 208 groups. The elder mage nodded in satisfaction, gulping down a potion of agility before swiftly moving on to the next group. Divider, the warm morning light filtered through the misty cliffs of Moling Mountain, heralding the dawn of a new day. Vickle led his army with satisfaction along the road that had been forged overnight, heading out from the Moling Mountain cliffs. Historically, past heroes had either flown over or circumvented this treacherous area. Now, this prince had carved out a new, smooth path, a feat that would be remembered for generations. Vickle gleefully urged his steed onward. Your Highness, wait. Jace hastily rode up beside him, anxious. The hero has yet to arrive. Should we not wait for him? Wait for what? This prince has no desire to see him. Vickle halted his white horse, a flicker of indecision crossing his face before he clenched his teeth. Send someone to the depths of Moling Mountain to inform Charlotte that we are waiting for him at the goblin tribe ahead. Understood. Jace nodded, turning his steed back towards the army. Before long, 5,000 troops swiftly departed Moling Mountain along the newly forged road. The winged folk had never had many strong warriors, nor had they historically ventured far from their homeland. Thus, Vickle did not intend to foster an alliance with them. However, the goblin tribe, which lay ahead, was a different matter altogether. Not only did the goblins possess many formidable warriors, but they were also renowned for their extraordinary alchemical talents. Vickle planned to recruit many powerful allies and top-tier alchemists from within the goblin tribe. More importantly, having slain a mere stone eagle the previous day and obtained treasures akin to the Holy Grail, if he could lead his troops to defeat other monsters before Charlotte, he would surely uncover even greater riches. Divider, let the swift winds come forth. Unafraid of the storm, whenever it may fall. This is the reason bestowed upon me by fate, to set forth once again. Amidst the mountains, a luxurious, oversized Promax carriage ambled along the smooth road. Melodious voices drifted faintly from within the carriage, belonging to the hero and Athos' party. Master, to the north of the goblin tribe lies the village of sages, where the Book of Sages offers clues to defeating the Demon King. Aralette sat cross-legged behind Charlotte, dutifully massaging his shoulders, as she inquired, shall we stop by the goblin tribe when we pass? Charlotte took a bite of the red fruit gifted by the winged folk, pleasantly surprised by its sweetness. Chewing on the crisp flesh, he mumbled dismissively, "A dusty old book. What is so interesting about that?" The Book of Sages. A golden artifact crafted by a legendary alchemist thousands of years ago, could only be opened by each generation and Apos' hero. While it granted no tangible benefits to its user, it revealed a critical weakness of the current Demon King. Because heroes were born in different locations, a group of noble souls decided to establish a small village along the path of the Demon King's defeat, protecting the Book of Sages for generations. Over time, this village became known as the Village of Sages. However, having perused the so-called Book of Sages in his previous life, Charlotte felt no need to revisit it. Moreover, with his current strength to confront the Demon King alone, consulting the book seemed superfluous. If you can expertly wield chopsticks, would you still read the instructions for using a spoon? "No, master, we must go." Upon hearing Charlotte's dismissive tone, the women grew anxious, fervently urging him. "It contains the Demon King and Apos' weakness. You must not miss it." "Indeed, master, do not underestimate it. History is replete with tales of arrogant soldiers meeting their doom. Yes, if we can uncover the Demon King's weakness, we could assist you in vanquishing him." Haishi and Su Daiwei were particularly fervent. Given their master's lackluster performance against elite monsters, their concern was palpable. If they could learn the Demon King and Apos' weakness, perhaps they could aid Charlotte in battle. "Fine, let us go. It's on the way anyway." Charlotte shrugged, reluctantly acquiescing to the women. After all, he had suffered quite a bit in the Village of Sages during his previous life. This time, I effortlessly avenged the grievances of my past life. Chapter 63. Expansion in the Desert Demon City. My lord, the hero is about to investigate your weaknesses. Are you not concerned? The demon generals, observing the calm demeanor of Zosa on his throne, expressed their anxiety for the Demon King. Zosa leisurely picked at his fingernails, seemingly indifferent. "Weakness? My greatest vulnerability is my own intelligence. Aside from that, I possess virtually no shortcomings. Moreover, if I do not reveal my weaknesses to the hero, how can he truly believe that he can defeat me? Furthermore, I have no desire to venture into that foul place known as the Village of Sages." Upon hearing this, the demon generals could only nod in agreement, acknowledging their king and Apos' brilliance. "There is another matter," Zosa suddenly reminded, as if recalling something important. "The Sage and Apos' book, safeguarded by the Village of Sages, possesses formidable suppressive abilities against our kind. Therefore, once the hero enters the village, the magic mirror will go dark. At that time, do not inquire further." The demon generals all clasped their hands in understanding. As time passed, 2 days swiftly elapsed. The overcast sky cast a somber shadow, adding to the desolation of the dark, barren plains at the border of the demon realm. Leading the charge was Vikir, who commanded the army on their western expedition, relentlessly clearing the path of demons. After 2 consecutive days and nights of battle against the demonic creatures, though the troops felt somewhat fatigued, a sense of exhilaration coursed through the ranks. "I thought the demons of the demon realm would be fierce, but this is nothing. I could take on 100 of them single-handedly." "Huh, you're boasting. These are merely low to mid-level demons. Of course, they pose no challenge to us powerful ones." After riding for over 10 days, the soldiers finally encountered some action, but they found the demons to be quite mediocre. Among the protected mages and elven archers in the inner circle, conversations began to spark. "Honestly, if all the demons in the demon realm were like these, I wouldn't and Apos know how to lose." "Indeed. Do you remember the swamp demons that the hero swallowed last time? They originated from our elven forest. And I could take one down with a single arrow. Don't even get me started on the rock eagle that captured the hero. I easily sliced through it with my dagger. Those 2 types of demons could be slain by my 8-year-old son. I wonder how the hero managed to lose to them. This hero must be aware of his own deficiencies, hence why he has enlisted our help to elevate him." At this remark, laughter erupted among the soldiers, filled with disdain for the hero. In the forefront of the army, the third prince, hearing their raucous laughter, Kuden and Apos, helped but smiled slightly. Vikir patted Jess on the shoulder, praising him with a smile. "Jess, you have done remarkably well." "Not at all. It was entirely your highness's brilliant idea that led to such success," Jess humbly replied. Listening to Jess and Apos' flattery, Vikir chuckled heartily. Over the past 2 days, he had encouraged Jess to spread negative remarks about the hero within the army, deliberately undermining Charlotte's reputation. To Vikir's surprise, this tactic had been met with an enthusiastic response throughout the ranks. Word spread quickly, as even the kitchen staff among the hero's troops were hand-picked elites from the Empire, though they had joined the army in pursuit of fame. No strong individual would willingly accept a subordinate position. Coupled with the hero's negligence towards them, they naturally harbored some prejudice against him. "What hero? The third prince leading the army deserves our respect far more. We are approaching the Goblin clan soon. I am quite pleased and intend to win the hearts of the troops." Vikir, filled with self-satisfaction, reflected. Indeed, without the hero's interference, everything becomes remarkably smooth. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the smile on the prince's face suddenly froze. It seemed that every time such a notion arose, it would inevitably be disrupted by Charlotte. Vikir abruptly halted his horse, a wave of PTSD washing over him as he scanned the surroundings intently. "My lord, what troubles you?" Jess quickly reined in his horse, joining Vikir in his search. "My lord, look." Hearing Jess's startled exclamation, Vikir's pupils instinctively dilated as he turned to follow Jess's gaze. Indeed. Not far from the desolate plains, there appeared a vague figure. "Ch Charlotte?" Vikir exclaimed, hardly taking a moment to scrutinize. "No, my lord, look. That seems to be a demon." Realizing it wasn't Charlotte, Vikir felt a sense of relief. Annoyed by his earlier outburst, he pointed at the humanoid demon in the distance and proclaimed loudly, "Whoever slays that demon shall be rewarded with great merit." Upon hearing this, the quick-reacting mercenaries within the army sprang into action, employing various techniques to close in on the demon. This elite demon, prepared by Demon King Zosa, was obliterated before it could even be properly introduced. Meanwhile, the hero's party ambled leisurely along the dirt path cleared by the army, as if on a casual stroll. Through this forest, humming a cheerful tune, watching the changing seasons. Following this melody, they surged towards the azure sky with the rising sun. The hero's party sang joyfully in unison. "Through your eyes, the painted scenery becomes clearer. Let's sing together. Come on, wow 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 wow." In the vibrant atmosphere, the song quickly came to an end. "Master, can we go a bit faster?" The demons on the road have all been slain by the third prince and his men. The green-haired elf, Ankh Chin, shook Charlotte's arm, her eyes brimming with pleading. With 3 sisters of higher status present, she was relegated to scraps on a daily basis, which left her feeling nearly despondent. Why the rush? I would rather face 10 demon kings than confront a swarm of those locust-like creatures. Upon saying this, a shiver of dread crossed Charlotte's face. Only he understood the immense depth of power amassed by the demon race over the past 50 years. In his previous life, the hero's party had faced relentless waves of demons since leaving the Mo Ridge Cliff, with no respite in sight. However, we shall soon meet with Vikir and his men. Charlotte raised Ankh Chin's chin, his warm breath brushing against her delicate features. "By the way, I really enjoyed that song you sang last night called Andopos, Expansion, and Opos. You must teach it to me." "Of course, master." Ankh Chin squeezed past Su Daiwei to sit beside Charlotte, gently instructing. "This song is not difficult at all, quite easy to learn. The first line of the lyrics is, Chapter 64, The Odorous Village of the Sage. 3 hours later, smooth sailing. The brave adventurers encountered no monsters along their journey and arrived at the goblin tribe's territory with ease. The goblins, typically ranging from 60 to 80 centimeters in height, welcomed the heroic party and their arrival warmly. Upon their first arrival, Shero and his companions were greeted with heartfelt hospitality and provided with resting accommodations. However, perhaps due to their diminutive stature, the goblins and Opos, beds and utensils seemed somewhat small for Shero and the others, though it was of little consequence. Strangely, Vikal was nowhere to be seen. In the midst of the goblin settlement, Shero scratched his head and glanced around, failing to spot Vikal. Oh well, let it be. The hero did not dwell on the matter and entrusted the management of their opulent Promax carriage to the goblins. "Master, I just inquired." The saintly maiden approached gracefully. Her eyes filled with affection as they met Shero and Opos' gaze. "The goblin tribe has not suffered any monster incursions. While it and Opos, is still early. Let us hasten to the village of the sage." "Very well." Shero accepted the map from Aelrit and studied it intently. The village of the sage is merely 2 kilometers from the goblin tribe. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. With Shero and Opos' words, the brave party set forth towards the north. Meanwhile, a mercenary tasked with monitoring the movements of the heroic party stood up and swiftly made his way to the opposite side of the goblin settlement. Shortly, he arrived at an open square and bowed before Vikal. "Your Highness, the third prince, the heroes have just arrived at the goblin territory and are heading north." Upon hearing this, Vikal furrowed his brow. North? Could they be heading to the village of the sage? Vikal stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. "Continue to observe them. Report any developments to me immediately." "As you command." The mercenary bowed once more and turned to leave. Once he was gone, Jess eagerly approached Vikal with a suggestion. "Your Highness, we must extract the Demon King and Opos' weaknesses from the hero. No need for further words. I already have a suitable candidate for the task." "A suitable candidate?" Jess was momentarily perplexed. "Arin and Opos. Are you going to ask Shero directly?" Vikal shot Jess a sidelong glance, choosing not to respond. It was evident that he was deliberately avoiding Shero. How could he possibly seek him out? With Shero in the north and himself in the south, they were at a respectful distance from one another, allowing for mutual non-interference. This matter was already arranged by the prince. For now, Jess was to ensure the discipline of the goblin tribe. Vikal surveyed the bustling goblin crowd before him, a smile creeping onto his face. The title of hero was indeed quite advantageous, effortlessly attracting so many masters of alchemy from within the goblin tribe. However, thoughts of the village of the sage stirred another notion within Vikal. He wondered if he could recruit any of the strong individuals residing within the village. The village of the sage, though it may sound like a mere hamlet, had transformed into something akin to a small town after thousands of years of development. With no demon king or monsters threatening the village for millennia, its facilities were remarkably well established. The white stone roads branched out in all directions, flanked by verdant trees. Every 5 steps, one would encounter a small manor, every 10, a grand villa. Before even stepping into the village of the sage, Shiro let out a repugnant gag for the 13th time. Master, are you alright? She hastily cast a healing spell on Shiro, her face filled with concern. Is it the bumpy carriage ride that has made you feel unwell? No, I'm fine. Shiro steadied himself against a lamppost, one hand covering his nose. His expression pale and distressed. Why does the village of the sage smell so foul? From the moment he set foot in the village, Shiro was assaulted by an unpleasant odor he had never encountered before. It made him feel nauseous and weak, sapping his strength. Where's the foul smell? We don't smell anything. The saintly maiden wrinkled her adorable nose, sniffing the air vigorously, unable to detect any odd scent. Are you certain you don't smell it? Aelrit, Su-de-wei, and Kachin? Shiro looked skeptically at the other women beside him, yet they too failed to sense anything amiss. There's nothing strange. The air is just normal air, without any odd odor. Indeed, I have not detected anything unusual either. Hearing the unanimous agreement from the women, Shiro began to question whether the issue lay with him. How peculiar. This shouldn't be the case. Aelrit retrieved a pair of scissors from her small backpack and deftly fashioned a makeshift mask from a Kachin's handkerchief. Master, I suspect you may be allergic to something here. Wearing this mask should help alleviate your discomfort. Shiro donned the mask, his brow instantly relaxing. Though the foul air remained, it was somewhat less oppressive than before. Let us proceed. We shall enter. Shiro tightly gripped the mask as he boldly stepped through the entrance into the village of the sage. Buzz. The moment Shiro's foot touched the white stone road within the village of the sage, it seemed to activate a certain barrier. A deep, resonant hum echoed throughout the village. Who dares to trespass in the village of the sage? A deep and commanding voice resonated. Dozens of meteoric lights streaked across the sky above the village, and in an instant, numerous figures descended before Shiro. At the forefront stood an elderly man, firmly leaning on his cane, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. His sharp eyes met Shiro's gaze. Ah, it is the esteemed hero. The old man's demeanor shifted to one of obsequiousness upon recognizing Shiro, who bore the hero's sword. Behind the elder, the crowd erupted in excitement. It truly is a hero. Exactly a century has passed since the last hero's arrival. Look at his armor, his belt, his cloak. Even his boots are of golden quality. This hero is far wealthier than the last one. We are most fortunate. The voices of admiration, envy, and greed filled the air. And rather than causing Shiro to frown, they made his eyes narrow with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Respected hero, please forgive our earlier rudeness. To prevent any demons from launching a surprise attack on the Book of the Sage, the village of the sage does not welcome outsiders beyond the heroes themselves. Thus, we have established this barrier around the village. Chapter 65. The Unopenable Book of Sages. The elder at the forefront stepped forward respectfully, speaking in a flowing manner. I am Golden, the village chief of the village of sages, now over 130 years old. To protect the Book of Sages, we... Enough, Charlotte interjected, frowning. There and Appos. No need for such lengthy introductions. Startled by the abrupt interruption, a flicker of displeasure crossed Golden and Appos' eyes, yet he maintained his composure. Brave one. You must be weary from your travels. Our village of sages has prepared for you the most luxurious estate. How about, spare me the formalities? Charlotte waved his hand dismissively. His brow furrowed. Lead me to the Book of Sages. I will leave once I have seen it. Golden and Appos' expression darkened at this blunt refusal, and he attempted to persuade again. Might you not rest for a day in the village of sages? We wish to learn more from you. Lead the way. And do not make me repeat myself. Charlotte and Appos' gaze turned cold and menacing, as if he would draw his sword at the slightest provocation. Very well. Golden gritted his teeth, fists clenched behind him, ultimately choosing to comply. Please follow me. Dozens of villagers from the village of sages surrounded Charlotte, guiding him deeper into the village. The ladies of Haishi followed suit, eager to accompany Charlotte, particularly Sadavii, who was anxious to be the first to grasp his arm. Seeing this, Golden subtly signaled to the villagers, and a few with harsh expressions promptly intercepted Haishi and the others. Apologies, but outsiders are not permitted within the village of sages. Sadavii, at the forefront, widened her beautiful eyes in indignation and retorted, what nonsense. We are companions of the brave one, not outsiders. Apologies, but this is the rule of the village of sages. Two villagers exuded a formidable aura, their fighting spirit far surpassing Sadavii and Appos', rivaling even that of the sword saint of the setting sun. It appeared that the villagers of the village of sages indeed possessed the power to protect the Book of Sages. What do you mean by that? I am a princess of the Saint Ron Empire. Do you believe I cannot send an army to subdue your village of sages? Sadavii replied defiantly, her anger palpable. The villagers crossed their arms, their fighting spirit unabated, with expressions of indifference. Sorry, but rules are rules. I have studied the tales of past heroes for many years. Yet I have never encountered such a rule. Aerolite stepped forward with a chilling gaze. Are you truly attempting to make things difficult for us? As the atmosphere grew tense, Charlotte turned back, casting a reassuring glance at the ladies, and slowly commanded, Sadavii, be obedient. You all stay outside the village. I will return shortly. Fine, Sadavii relented reluctantly. And despite their dissatisfaction, the ladies complied. That is more like it. Those who recognize the situation are wise. The two villagers exchanged glances, sharing a contemptuous smile as they retracted their fighting spirit. At the same time, Golden produced a magical scroll, and an invisible barrier extended from the village of sages, soon enveloping the entire village. From now on, the village of sages permits exits, but forbids entries. With that declaration, Golden and the others led Charlotte deeper into the village. Before long, under Golden's guidance, Charlotte arrived at a magnificent villa. Brave one, the Book of Sages resides in the highest chamber of this villa. You need only ascend to the 3rd floor to find it. Charlotte grimaced, his face paling slightly as the foul odor intensified in the depths of the village of sages, overwhelming even Aerolite and Amp, Apos' exquisite mask. Very well, I shall be quick. Charlotte nodded, holding his breath as he approached the villa. Within this already opulent villa, he encountered even more extravagant amenities. Golden walls were adorned with high-quality equipment, and the white jade floors and stairs were immaculate. Every piece of furniture was crafted from invaluable alchemical materials, with exquisite cabinets filled with a multitude of high-level magical scrolls. Despite the combined value of these items being astronomical, Charlotte regarded them with disdain. He ascended the white jade staircase directly toward the top chamber. Drawing from his past experiences, he navigated the space with ease, swiftly arriving at the hidden chamber within the pavilion. There, in the center of the chamber, lay an ancient, heavy tome, encased within a delicate, transparent cubic glass, quietly resting. It was indeed the Book of Sages. The tome, filled with creases and cracks, bore yellowed and withered pages, clearly showing the deep marks of time. Ah, we meet again. Charlotte merely greeted the millennia-old Book of Sages, nearly succumbing to the overpowering stench. He hastily held his breath once more, fearing he might faint from the odor. Strange. Could the source of the foul smell be this book? Yet, this was not the case in his previous life. The rancid scent nearly compelled Charlotte to turn back. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he endured the discomfort and approached the Book of Sages. Having come this far, he thought it prudent to take a glance before departing. Perhaps he might glean some new information this time. Skillfully pressing the mechanism, the glass barrier slowly descended, revealing the Book of Sages, now unprotected. Charlotte grasped the tome, his heart rate quickening. He gently pinched the brittle, yellowed cover and attempted to lift it. It won't budge? Charlotte frowned, applying more force. Yet the seemingly fragile Book of Sages showed no signs of yielding. He exerted 2 times, then 5, then 10 times the effort. Even channeling his entire fighting spirit yielded no results, and the increasingly foul odor stung his eyes, bringing them to tears. Why won't it open? In frustration, Charlotte slammed the Book of Sages onto the ground, stomping on it twice. The mithril floor of the hidden chamber bore 2 sizable dents from his actions. Yet the Book of Sages remained utterly unscathed. I am the brave one. Open at once, or I shall destroy you. Charlotte brandished the golden sword of the brave and swung it forcefully at the Book of Sages. Outside the villa, the villagers conversed eagerly. Chief, this brave one is quite wealthy. How much do you think we should extort from him? After all these years guarding the Book of Sages, we have certainly earned it. Charging him 5 or 6 pieces of golden-grade divine gear seems reasonable. Too little. We are over 30 strong, each capable of dominating their realms. 5 divine pieces are hardly sufficient. Ha 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 indeed. The previous brave one was rather impoverished. Their entire team possessed only 3 pieces of golden-grade equipment. This time, we shall be even more relentless in our demands. Chapter 66. Lantern Damage Assessment. Once we acquire the divine artifacts, we shall sell them and share the bounty, allowing us to indulge in a life of leisure for the ensuing decades. The inhabitants of Sage Village displayed expressions tinged with avarice, envisioning the splendid life that awaited them with newfound wealth. Golden offered a faint smile, his gaze profoundly penetrating, silencing the crowd and Apos' chatter as he instructed. When the hero emerges, we must enter and ascertain whether he has damaged any facilities within the villa. Ensure you wield the searchlights diligently. Even a single stray hair must be cited as floor damage. Particularly, we must accuse him of harming the Book of Sages, which would severely impact its longevity. Remember, do not resort to violence. Instead, apply moral pressure and intimidate him into offering substantial reparations. At this juncture, Golden smiled subtly. Oh, right. Safeguarding the Book of Sages is no small feat. We can use this as leverage to demand a generous reward. Although these heroes are immensely powerful, they are all overly righteous and honest, invariably surrendering significant wealth. Once this endeavor is complete, we can each revel in the pleasures of the Holy Luin Empire, reconvening only for annual festivities. The phrase 100 years of silence, 100 years of feasting aptly describes the current state of Sage Village. Having concluded his instructions, Golden reminded them, "Is that clear to everyone?" A chorus of greedy smiles adorned the villagers and Appos' faces as they brandished the searchlights they had retrieved from their pockets, eager for action. Shortly thereafter, amidst the villagers' excited anticipation, Shero finally emerged from the villa. "Hero, it is a pleasure to see you once more," Golden said, rubbing his hands together with a sly grin as he approached Shero, who was promptly encircled by the other villagers. "You are too early to be joyous." Shero and Appos' mask had mysteriously vanished, allowing the villagers to clearly perceive his countenance, which now bore a terrifying pallor. After laboring exhaustively within the pavilion, not only had he failed to unveil the Book of Sages, but he had also been overcome by a nauseating odor that left him dizzy. The scent had permeated his mask, compelling him to discard it. Enraged, Shero had attempted to tear apart the Book of Sages, yet it remained utterly unchanged. "Hero, according to our village's customs, there is a fee for viewing the Book of Sages." Golden remained indifferent to Shero's mood. To him, Shero's discontent was likely due to the unsatisfactory information provided by the book. However, the payment must be collected. First, they would charge for the viewing of the Book of Sages, then assess the villa for damages, and finally demand compensation for the villagers and Appos' long-standing fees. They would concoct an array of charges, totaling at least 8 divine artifacts to appease them. "Oh, is that so? I have to pay you?" The corners of Shero's mouth lifted slightly, forming a dangerous curve as his eyes turned icy. It was not in vain that he had come to Sage Village for this charade. Indeed, this historically illustrious, yet now corrupt and greedy group had not changed in the slightest. In his previous life, Shero's hero team had been deceived by their outward enthusiasm and spent a day in Sage Village. The following day, the villagers revealed their true nature, inspecting their residence with a fine-tooth comb, fabricating non-existent damages, and demanding compensation. Ultimately, due to Shero's excessive integrity in his past life, he mistakenly believed their claims and surrendered 2 pieces of golden-quality equipment as restitution. Could the current Shero endure such indignities? Especially since these unfortunate souls had the audacity to provoke him at his most furious moment. "Yes, the Book of Sages cannot be viewed for free. You must provide us with adequate compensation." Golden smiled amiably at Shero, while the surrounding villagers emanated an air of menace, indicating they would not allow him to depart without payment. Compensation? How does 30 million sound? Upon hearing this, Golden momentarily faltered. 30 million? Imperial currency? 30 million Imperial coins cannot even purchase a single divine artifact. Golden, still lost in his own fantasy, was oblivious to the severe repercussions that would soon unfold. Shero let out a cold chuckle, the hero's mark on his forehead beginning to shimmer. "Heroic ability 1. Speed," he declared. "First, I advise you not to be greedy." In an instant, the village chief, Golden, was cleaved in two. Quick, too fast. Despite each villager being a formidable force in their own right, none could perceive the hero's swift draw. They merely witnessed a flash of sword light, and then the old village chief was embraced by the afterlife. Observing Shero, the deep and restrained aura of his energy coiled around the golden hero's sword, culminating in a blood-red glow. The frigid, glaring blade dripped with vivid liquid, staining Shero's eyes with a savage hue. Finally, the villagers came to their senses, shrieking in terror. "He has slain the village chief. How dare he? He killed the chief. We must demand compensation." A torrent of energy surged from each villager, for as descendants of Sage Village, they inherited the talents and powers of warriors from a millennium ago. Moreover, their long lives had further honed their prowess. "Secondly, I implore you not to lack virtue." Shero sneered, the hero's mark on his forehead glowing once more, multiplying his energy several-fold. As the villagers surrounded him, they surged forward, only to be forcibly repelled several meters by Shero's explosive energy. Some frail mages, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, spat blood in shock. Once more, flashes of sword light flickered. They were unable to discern Shero's movements before 5 more villagers fell lifelessly to the ground. Standing at the center of the crowd, Shero grinned broadly, then chuckled lightly, ultimately erupting into uncontrollable laughter. "It is truly tragic that those noble sages of yours have left behind descendants such as you. However, to speak frankly, this world is indeed ailing. The human race regards heroes merely as tools to vanquish demon lords, discarding them as soon as the threat is eliminated. The elves shamelessly deceive heroes, exploiting them as free labor. And now, even the people of Sage Village have succumbed to corruption, seeking to extort gold from the heroes. You have truly transformed the endeavor of vanquishing demon lords into a once-in-a-century profit-driven enterprise." The barking of hounds in the palace and Appos' tea room, the treachery of city lords across the empire, the exploitation by the elves, Kaflo and Ankikin, and ultimately, the demise in filthy dungeons. Scenes flashed through Shero and Appos' mind as he approached the throng, the hero and Appos' sword in hand, his eyes gleaming with a savage light. "How can people like you ever change? You seek compensation, do you not? My reward for you is to grant you the opportunity to be good souls in your next life. Run. The hero and Apos' power is too overwhelming. We cannot contend with him. The villagers swiftly assessed the situation, realizing with a mere glance that they stood no chance against Shero. At that moment, their hearts brimmed with regret. This generation of heroes was unlike any before. Had they known this hero was so ruthless? Had they known he was so powerful? Had they known? But there were no and Apos, hads, and Apos. Ignoring Shero and Apos' declarations, the villagers dropped their searchlights, scattering in all directions. Run. Flee in different directions. The hero has gone mad. It's too terrifying. We must escape and expose the hero's crimes to the world. The villagers of the Sage Village fervently summoned the energy of their fighting spirit or magical power, their forms transforming into streaks of light as they fled in all directions. Run with all your might. Observe your legs. Can they outpace death? A smirk curled at the corner of Charlotte and Apos' lips as she spread her stance, her body slightly bent forward. The formidable energy of her fighting spirit coursing through her limbs and bones. The first ability of a hero, speed, pushed to its utmost limits. In the next instant, a scarlet streak of light surged forth, pursuing them at a speed tenfold that of the villagers. In your final moments, may you find peace. Chapter 67. I came to teach the hero swordsmanship in the dimly lit throne room. Flickering candlelight cast wavering shadows across the dark palace. Zosa sat quietly upon the throne, one hand propping up his cheek, his eyes gently closed as he breathed evenly and lightly. Suddenly, the enchanted mirror at the front of the hall emitted a faint glow, illuminating the demonic palace with an unexpected brightness. Sensing the change in his surroundings, the slender eyelashes of the Demon King fluttered, and his eyes slowly opened. After a brief respite, he felt revitalized. Zosa turned his head and sat up straight, the bones in his body creaking softly. He raised his gaze to the magic mirror, his expression casual. Have they finally emerged from the Sage and Apos' village? Let us see what the hero has discerned about my weaknesses. Within the mirror, amidst a gathering of exquisite maidens, Charlotte emerged from the Sage's village, covering her mouth and nose, her complexion pale. Master, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? The holy maiden quickly cast a healing spell and cautiously approached to assist Charlotte. Charlotte waved her hand, her brow furrowed. I'm fine, it's just too foul inside. I feel a bit dizzy. Aralet, please conjure another mask. Before long, a fresh mask was placed upon Charlotte's face, and her complexion visibly improved. What of the people from the Sage and Apos' village? Why do they not come to see us off? Su Daiwei, wearing a slight frown, scolded. I must insist that my royal brother demolish this so-called Sage's village entirely. Playful. Hearing Su Daiwei's typical spoiled remarks, Charlotte felt her spirits lift, smiling as she pointed at her, secretly amused. Master, what is the content of the Sage's book? Aralet looked at Charlotte with a tense expression, eagerly voicing the question that weighed on the minds of all the maidens. Let us discuss it later. I'm about to be overwhelmed by the stench here. Charlotte shook her head, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion. The hero and Apos' party finally returned to the goblin tribe, and Charlotte finally removed her thick mask. She languidly reclined in a noticeably smaller rocking chair, savoring cherries fed to her by the elven star, Ankchin. The hero chewed a couple of times, tilted his head, and spat out 2 cherry pits. Oh. Charlotte opened her mouth, signaling for another, and Ankchin quickly obliged. Hey, Sunsetting Sword Saint, what brings you here? While savoring the sweet and sour cherries, Charlotte cast a sidelong glance at the Sunsetting Sword Saint beside her. Ketis, the Sunsetting Sword Saint, approached immediately after the hero's party returned. Your Excellency, I believe you should at least stand while speaking with me. It is a matter of basic etiquette. His expression was somewhat displeased, yet he emphasized this with restraint. As a hero, etiquette should be of utmost importance. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, casually spitting out a cherry pit as she slowly stood from the rocking chair, pointing toward the door. If you have something to say, say it. If not, be on your way and spare me the useless chatter. Very well, I do indeed have a matter to discuss. Seeing that Charlotte stood in acknowledgement, Ketis' expression softened considerably. I have come to teach you swordsmanship, Your Excellency. What? You? Teach me swordsmanship? Hearing Ketis' words, Charlotte's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at herself and bursting into laughter. You wish to instruct me in swordsmanship? What are you thinking? Charlotte was genuinely intrigued. In his past life, he had little connection with this renowned sword saint. Now, as he could easily defeat Ketis, the sword saint had come seeking to impart his knowledge. Ketis' expression darkened at Charlotte's unabashed mockery. Charlotte, while you are a hero, we all witnessed you falter at the hands of monsters on 2 occasions. To be frank, your strength is lacking. To ensure you can defeat the Demon King, His Highness the Third Prince has dispatched me to train you. Upon hearing the mention of the Third Prince, Charlotte and Apos' interest waned, and she lazily returned to her rocking chair. All right then, tell me how you plan to train me? Before the training, I need to know your hero abilities to tailor the instruction accordingly, Ketis inquired earnestly. Your Excellency, what are your 2 hero abilities? Well, Charlotte surveyed the 4 stunning maidens beside her, a slight smile gracing her lips. The first ability is that when I need it, my speed will increase dramatically. Upon hearing Charlotte and Apos' jest, the maidens blushed, playfully chiding. Oh, master, how could you say such things? Observing the flirtation between Charlotte and the maidens, Ketis, who had been single for over 40 years, felt a few lines of tension form on his forehead. The first page of the sword manual states, and Apos, with a heart free of women, the sword shall naturally be divine. And Apos, for over 40 years, I have refrained from allowing women to interfere with my swordsmanship. Watching Charlotte so openly flaunt his affection was enough to make the solitary sword saint feel faint. Ketis, maintaining his composure, pressed on. And what is the other ability? Charlotte once again glanced at the stunning maidens surrounding her, suggestively stating, the second ability is that when I need it, I become exceedingly strong. The blush on the maidens and Apos' faces deepened, and they gently punched Charlotte's arm. Oh, stop it. How embarrassing to say such things in front of others. Ketis, what kind of hero abilities are these? Is this serious? No hero possesses such abilities. Your Excellency, please take this seriously, otherwise, it will be difficult for me to teach you swordsmanship. Who needs your instruction? This hero's strength is unparalleled. I require no guidance from anyone. Charlotte stood, effortlessly picking up arrowlet, casting a glance at Ketis. If you have nothing else, you may count the stars in the night sky and not interrupt this hero and Apos' affairs. Though Ketis had been single for over 40 years, he could no longer miss Charlotte and Apos' intentions. Have you never seen a pig run? Very well, it seems the hero is indeed confident. Perhaps this sword saint has been overly concerned. Seeing that Charlotte had no intention of humbly seeking knowledge, Ketis, possessing the pride of a sword saint, would not beg anyone to learn his swordsmanship. However, I have one more question before I take my leave. Speak. I believe as companions of the hero, we deserve to know what weaknesses you discovered about the Demon King and the Sage and Amp, Apos' book. Teaching swordsmanship is not the goal. Obtaining the Demon King and Amp, Apos' weaknesses is. Seeing the sunsetting sword saint finally reveal his true intentions, Charlotte smiled slightly. The Demon King's ultimate move can summon numerous dark tendrils, unleashing a wide-ranging and concentrated attack. As long as we can neutralize that, defeating the Demon King will no longer be a challenge. Thank you for the information. Ketis took a deep breath, committing Charlotte and Apos' words to memory before turning to leave the hero and Apos' residence. Chapter 68. An uninvited guest. As the sunset swordsman departed, the magic mirror in the desolate demon city predictably went dark once more. A demon general promptly stepped forward, inquiring, Your Majesty, has the hero's crest truly obtained your ultimate technique? Will this impede your plans? Insignificant, Zasur's composed voice resonated from the throne. The serpent domain is indeed my most formidable ability, yet the current hero and his vaunted army pose no genuine threat. A subtle upturn graced Zasur's lips, revealing a row of stark white teeth. Moreover, I have always intended to capitalize on the situation, with no intention of directly confronting the hero. We need only feign demise, allowing the heroes to triumph, and then incite discord, leading humanity to destroy itself. Zasur's pronouncements assuaged the anxieties of the assembled demon generals. As if struck by a sudden thought, the Demon King lamented, Alas, the hero is so feeble. How much must I handicap myself to ensure his ostensible victory? The Goblin Enclave you assert that the Demon King and Apos' ultimate technique involves summoning dark tendrils capable of unleashing a barrage of attacks. Resolving this issue would render the Demon King less formidable? Within a spacious tent, Vicar and a cohort of the capital and Apos' most powerful figures gathered, their faces etched with solemnity. Indeed, Your Highness, that is precisely what the hero, Charlot, conveyed. I believe he would have no reason to deceive us in such a matter, the sunset swordsman, Cords, affirmed, his voice grave. I surmise the Demon King employed a similar tactic to obliterate the imperial border city of Lut in a single day. Undoubtedly, Mike emphatically declared, striking his thigh. Following the receipt of the urgent report, I privately interrogated the knight who delivered the intelligence. His account described countless colossal black tendrils obliterating everything within Lut. I believe he was alluding to the Demon King and Apos' ultimate technique. Cords concurred, adding, the hero declined my offer to impart swordsmanship. Perhaps we cannot rely on him to defeat the Demon King. Kovacs, the mercenary guild leader, deliberated for a moment before offering his perspective. This generation and Apos' hero is indeed underwhelming. But if we cannot depend on him, we must rely on ourselves. These tendrils are supposedly numerous and potent. However, my guild boasts considerable strength, sufficient to withstand their assault. I possess a forbidden-grade frost magic scroll, capable of encasing the Demon King's tendrils in ice, the mage Morandi mused, stroking his venerable white beard. However, the incantation requires a protracted prelude. I require someone to restrain the Demon King. Archbishop Ivalon slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Fear not. The Holy See possesses a forbidden-grade Holy Light Cross scroll. If I channel my power into it, I can forcibly bind the Demon King for a brief period. Hearing this, Lauren, The Adventurers Guild president brightened, exclaiming, "If you can restrain the Demon King and his tendrils, the Sunset Swordsman, and I can assassinate him while he is defenseless." Precisely. With the Elven archers providing cover, we may indeed slay the Demon King. Brilliant. We possess control, resilience, and damage output, a perfect synergy. The occupants of the tent fervently discussed their strengths, as if the Demon King were already vanquished. Their faces radiated elation as they fantasized about their names echoing across the continent following their triumph. Even Vicar, who had remained silent, found his breathing quickening. Once these champions had inflicted substantial damage upon the Demon King, he, Vicar, would unleash the final roulette, delivering the coup de grâce. Would the honor of being the first non-hero to slay the Demon King then fall to him, Vicar? The fervor within the tent intensified, the occupants and oppos, faces alight with joy. For millennia, no Demon King had ever been defeated. They naturally assumed victory was assured. Their perception of the Demon King was superficial, while their self-regard was inflated, fostering unwarranted confidence. Mere tendrils? Each warrior in my guild can handle one. Chop it off, season it, and grill it. With the Holy Grail replenishing our mana, we can unleash a barrage of powerful spells. How can we fail to vanquish the Demon King? Once I have restrained the Demon King, he will be a stationary target, vulnerable to the onslaught of holy light magic. My specialty is speed and burst damage. With the swiftness emblem, a single critical strike will send the Demon King to his demise. Ha ha ha. I am so excited. I wish I could rush to the Demon City and personally sever the Demon King's head. Vicar laughed heartily, summoning his attendant, Jess. Jess, request the logistics department to provide fine wines and delicacies. Tonight, we celebrate with the future heroes. Soon, the tent was filled with toasts and camaraderie, the atmosphere growing increasingly exuberant. Vicar kicked aside a chair, raised his glass, and proclaimed, "To our imminent victory over the Demon King." A toast. The assembled champions rose, glasses raised, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Cheers. Another draught of wine flushed their cheeks. Vicar stood at the table, expounding, "We do not require a hero to defeat the so-called Demon King. In the past, people placed excessive faith in heroes. How many divisions can a Demon King command? With our 5,000 troops, we can duel him in shifts until he collapses from exhaustion." Vicar refilled his glass, raising it with glee. "A new chapter begins with us. Humanity will no longer depend on so-called heroes." Whoosh. The tent flap was abruptly torn open, allowing the frigid winter wind to rush in, sobering the revelers. "Oh, a party without me?" A surprised, flippant voice echoed. The familiar voice caused Vicar to instinctively lower his glass and turn toward the tent entrance. A man clad in black, with ebony hair and the golden hero's sword strapped to his back, entered the tent. It was Charlot. The occupants of the tent stared at Charlot, swallowing nervously. None had anticipated the hero's arrival. Chapter 69. Difficult? Then let it be. I merely ventured out in search of a restroom, yet from afar. I overheard your jovial exclamations of cheers, which seemed to suggest a delightful atmosphere. Charlotte unsheathed the sword of the hero, his expression inscrutable, his eyes dark and profound. Why the silence? Why aren't you laughing? Silence. The once vibrant ambience within the tent dissipated, leaving behind an oppressive quiet. Whether it was the sword saint of the setting sun, Cords, the Grand Mage Morandi, or the third Prince Vical, each felt a sudden pang of anxiety, rendered mute. No matter how brazen or confident they had been at the table, proclaiming their ability to vanquish the Demon King, the mere presence of the hero struck them with realization. Even if this particular hero was greedy, lecherous, and lacking in competence, they dared not confront the Demon King without him. What if, in their folly, they provoked this narrow-minded and reckless hero, and he chose to abandon them? Should he depart, the armies summoned in his name would scatter, and their hopes of defeating the Demon King would be dashed. Thoughts raced through the minds of all present, leading to a collective understanding of their predicament. "Ah, Your Excellency the hero, we were not celebrating in your absence, nor did we intend to exclude you. Surely, there has been some misunderstanding. I can explain." Make chuckled nervously, attempting to move a chair beside Charlotte, only to be unceremoniously kicked over along with the chair. "Charlotte, do not go too far." Jess hurried to assist Make, admonishing Charlotte. "Master Make has offered to explain, and yet you choose to kick him? This places us in a difficult position." "Humph, difficult?" Charlotte scoffed, driving the sword of the hero into the ground before forcefully overturning the round table, exclaiming, "If it's difficult, then let it be." The sound of shattered dishes and spilled wine echoed sharply, causing the assembled warriors to recoil from the flying remnants of their feast, glaring at Charlotte in indignation. Before they could voice their grievances, Charlotte seized the moment. "I heard everything. You were just saying that you do not need a hero, correct?" At this proclamation, the atmosphere within the tent shifted palpably. He heard them. He truly heard them. "Oh no," Vical exclaimed, his face contorted with displeasure. "I was merely intoxicated and speaking nonsense. It should not be taken seriously." He continued, "Moreover, everyone has witnessed your efforts against the monsters these past 2 times. Stop. No need for explanations." Charlotte abruptly waved his hand, interrupting Vical. Since you have made such a decision, I, the hero, shall not intervene in the upcoming endeavors. He withdrew the sword from the ground and sheathed it, defiantly adding, You may as well try to see if you can defeat the Demon King without me. With that, he lifted a corner of the tent. Stepping into the biting winter wind and the encroaching darkness, he arrived with a flourish, overturned a feast, and departed just as lightly. Silence reigned within the tent once more. Vikkel glared at the corner of the tent that had been lowered, trembling with rage. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. Make shot a strange glance at Vikkel, surprised to hear such language from the usually composed third prince. Vikkel attempted to slam his palm on the table, only to remember that it had already been overturned by Charlotte. His hand met empty air, causing him to stumble. This hero, seemingly weak, was excessively arrogant. Enraged, Vikkel clenched his jaw, his gaze sweeping across the assembled warriors. Since he insists we act on our own, let us show him what we are capable of. Even without this so-called hero, we shall eradicate the Demon King. His declaration ignited fervent agreement among the warriors in the tent. Indeed, I found him intolerable for a long time. Why should someone like him be a hero? This hero is far too weak. He merely serves as a feast for the Demon King. Let us proceed with our original battle plan. We may yet triumph over the Demon King. Pleased by the enthusiastic responses, Vikkel nodded in approval and bent his knee to sit back, only to find that his seat had been kicked aside. He thus fell unceremoniously to the ground. Rising in indignation, he cursed, Damn it, that insufferable Charlotte. Suddenly, as though struck by a thought, Vikkel glared at Jess. Fetch the mercenary responsible for watching over Charlotte. I shall hold him accountable for his negligence. At his command, Jess hurried outside, returning shortly with an unconscious mercenary in tow. Bowing as he reported, Your Highness, this mercenary has been knocked out, presumably by the hero. Vikkel's expression soured. Damn it, take him away, give him 50 lashes. And no magic or potions for treatment. Meanwhile, Charlotte strolled back to his dwelling among the goblins, his face alight with satisfaction. To have sought without effort what I desired. At last, I can rightfully refrain from intervening. On the continent of Pingyu, the eastern and northern territories were claimed by humans and other races, while the impoverished and inhospitable western and central regions remained under the dominion of the demon realm. The distance from the edge of the demon world to its heart was not insurmountable. It was merely the prior hero's party that had endured relentless monster assaults, prolonging their journey. With Vikkel's forces clearing the path ahead, Charlotte anticipated an efficient extermination of the monsters. He estimated that within 8 days, they would arrive at the desert demon city, at which point he intended to settle all past grievances. Upon entering his quarters, Charlotte cheered, Ladies, present the cards. It is time for a reveal. As the sun rose and set, a new day dawned. The third prince continued tirelessly recruiting alchemists from the goblin tribe, while Charlotte slumbered until noon. Jess, how goes the recruitment of the sages from the village of sages? During lunchtime, Vikkel summoned Jess to inquire about the situation. Jess shook his head, responding candidly, Your Highness, I have called out for a long time at the village of sages, but received no response. You didn't even venture inside? There is a powerful barrier outside the village of sages. Our people cannot enter, nor is it prudent to force our way through. Vikkel pondered for a moment before sighing softly, abandoning his pursuit of the sages. Sages are, after all, sages. Even in the face of glory from defeating the Demon King, they remain indifferent. Vikkel marveled, to regard fame and fortune as mere refuse, steadfast in their principles across generations. Such spirit is truly moving. Unlike some, who possess grand titles yet indulge in their petty tempers. Upon uttering these words, Vikkel seemed to suddenly realize something and quickly glanced around. Not seeing Charlotte, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This detestable hero always seemed to appear immediately after he was mentioned, causing the third prince to feel a resurgence of post-traumatic stress. Chapter 70. Delving into the demon realm the following morning, Vikkel rallied his vast army and set forth from the goblin clan, marching resolutely westward. In stark contrast, Charlotte leisurely awaited the son and Appo's ascent before comfortably settling into an opulent, oversized Promax carriage, meandering towards the advancing forces. Master, I do not comprehend, Heshia murmured, nestled against Charlotte, her tone tinged with discontent. We are the true heroes. Why must we linger behind the army? We cannot even slay any demons. Is it not splendid to avoid slaying demons? Charlotte replied, astonished. Must you be preoccupied with bloodshed to find joy? Yet, Heshia believes that this way, we cannot grow stronger. Even if the army ultimately vanquishes the Demon King, it would feel somewhat unearned. Heshia resolutely clenched her silver teeth. Her concerns were not rooted in notions of honor, but in the fear that Charlotte might become a laughingstock across the realm. After all, to be a hero yet remain passive in the face of the Demon King's threat would likely render him the most disgraceful hero in history. Meanwhile, the valiant army ahead had become ensnared in a relentless tide of demonic creatures. The formidable force of over 5,000 warriors was far from idle. In the heart of the army, elven archers repeatedly drew their bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows that soared toward the sky, targeting flocks of demons. Countless warriors fought valiantly against the encroaching horde of demonic beings. Occasionally, a warrior, caught off guard, would take a devastating hit from a demon wolf's fireball attack. The mages within the ranks continuously chanted area of effect spells, launching their magic towards enemies 100 meters away. The healers, tasked with logistics, were tirelessly casting group healing spells, sometimes inadvertently aiding the demons in their midst. As Vikul gazed upon the vast, undulating sea of demons, he felt as though his 5,000 soldiers were but a solitary island amidst an ocean. Surrounded by foes, his army was besieged on all sides. In the sky soared demon birds, demon eagles, and venomous bats. On the ground lurked demon wolves, demon bears, and goblins. Beneath the earth, various burrowing demons awaited. Though each demon was not particularly powerful, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Initially, Vikul had believed that his 5,000 warriors constituted a formidable force. Yet, he had gravely underestimated the reproductive prowess of the demon race within this realm. At first, the hero and Apos' army had not encountered such overwhelming opposition. However, they soon stumbled upon a particularly formidable tyrant-class demon. To defeat it, the Grand Sorcerer Morandi unleashed an immensely powerful spell. Although victorious over the tyrant, the spell inadvertently attracted every demon within a 100-mile radius. The current predicament was thus 5,000 elite warriors against 500,000 low to mid-tier demons. Each warrior was tasked with confronting 100 demons. In the rear, while lounging in the carriage, Aerolite expressed her discontent. It matters not that we cannot slay demons, but it greatly affects you, Master. Charlotte, taken aback, questioned, how does not fighting demons affect me? Aerolite pursed her lips, hesitating to respond. To her, their master was already not particularly strong and was reluctant to grow in battle. Oh, how worrisome it was. Simultaneously, within the ranks of the valiant army, chaos ensued. Damn it, I'm injured. Priest, hurry and help me. A mercenary, having been brutally thrown by a wild demon pig, rolled on the ground, clutching his chest and shouting, Priest, heal me. A green wood-based spell flew by, but miscalculated its trajectory and struck the wild demon pig instead. The injuries inflicted by the mercenaries began to heal rapidly on the pig. The mercenary's eyes bulged in disbelief as he exclaimed, what the hell? You can't even heal properly at this distance? Have you lost your eyesight? Stop whining. I'm busy and can hardly keep up with everything. A few mistakes happen. The priest retorted, his demeanor devoid of the usual grace and compassion. The exchange between the mercenary and the priest was merely a microcosm of the greater turmoil within the 5,000-strong army. Throughout the battle, verbal skirmishes abounded. Morandi, are we fighting demons or merely parading? Upon hearing the jeers from the crowd, Morandi and Apos' face flushed crimson. He, too, wished to act decisively, yet feared attracting even more demons. Sunset Sword Saint, do you practice Buddhism? Why not eliminate the demons before you? This provocation nearly caused Cords to erupt with rage. For heaven's sake, the demon I'm facing is impressively resilient. It's not as if I can dispatch it in mere moments. High Priest Avalon, are you running a farm? The demons are getting fat under your care. Knight Commander Shuluin, you glutton, get off and let your unicorn handle it. Protect the rear, Captain Kovos. Why are you sprinting off as if in a rush to buy health insurance? The accolades continued without end. A single stroke of sword energy cleared a swath of demons within a span of several dozen meters. Vikul, gazing at the endless tide of demons, felt his resolve shatter. Why do the demons multiply the more we slay? In the rear, due to the bumpy road, the hero and Apos' team advanced sluggishly. The 5 of them sat side by side in the front of the carriage, taking in the scenery. The 4th princess, Sadavi, cradled her chin in her hands. Her face clouded with discontent. Oh, this slow journey is so dreadfully boring. Charlotte, astonished, queried, Isn't boredom preferable? Not at all. The women chorused in unison. Stopping the carriage, Charlotte chuckled helplessly, slowly setting aside the sword of heroes resting on his back. You truly leave me at a loss. At that moment, the valiant army had finally resolved the assault from the 500,000 demons. Exhausted, the 5,000 warriors collapsed, either sprawled or lying on the ground. So tired, I can't even lift a finger, let alone a sword. Although their magical energy could be replenished by the Holy Grail, their spirits were utterly drained. After chanting spells for what felt like an eternity, their throats burned with fatigue. You mages only have tired mouths. Unlike us, our backs and legs ache. And our spirits are flagging as if our very essence has been siphoned away. By the heavens, I no longer wish to be a hero-esque companion. Please, let me return. Vikul signaled for High Priest Ivalon to maintain the casting of healing spells, dragging his weary body to address the troops. Warriors, lift your spirits. We must triumph over the vile demon king, for the peace of the Holy Luan Empire, and he poured forth a stream of motivational platitudes, promising copious rewards post-battle. At last, the morale of the valiant army received a modicum of encouragement. Meanwhile, in the rear, Charlotte reclined comfortably within the carriage. Enk, feeding him cherries, quietly inquired, Master, do you not worry that the 3rd prince might usurp your glory? Chapter 71. It doesn't matter, I will act master. Are you not concerned that the third prince and his cohort might seize your glory? In response to Kachin's inquiry, Sherlock replied without hesitation, not at all. Oh, why not? This was, of course, because Sherlock was entirely confident that the so-called indomitable army of Vickle would crumble like a house of cards before the Demon King. He turned his head to spit out a cherry pit from the plate beside his bed, his tone indifferent. Yet he deftly redirected the conversation. Have you ever witnessed a black cloud that completely obscures the sky, blocking out all light? Huh. And Kachin paused, honestly shaking her head. I have only seen the sky-blocking mother tree of the elves. Never mind, discussing that is pointless now. Sherlock reclined in the carriage, his hands bent behind his head as he languidly stated, regardless of what transpires, it matters not. I will take action. In the Demon King's palace within the desert demon city, the Demon King and his generals erupted into a fit of laughter upon hearing these words. Ha ha. This is hysterical. A cloud that obscures the sun? This novice hero is putting on quite the show. Listen to what he said. Ha ha. One of the demon generals mockingly imitated. It matters not. I will take action. Ha ha ha. I can hardly breathe from laughing. I must hold it in, or I might die from laughter. Another demon general clamped his mouth shut, straining to maintain his composure. Yet, mere seconds later, he burst into a louder laugh. Ha ha. I simply can't contain myself. The Demon King, Zosa, wiped away tears of mirth from his eyes and mused aloud. This hero truly embodies the epitome of bravado, spouting grandiose threats while being utterly incompetent, incapable of toppling anyone. For a moment, the entire Demon King's palace was filled with a jovial atmosphere. Eventually, the laughter subsided, and one of the generals suggested seriously, Your Majesty, this hero is indeed a lost cause. Why not simply eliminate him along with that so-called army? This suggestion, which had been proposed numerous times before, finally found Zosa in a rare state of contemplation. He rubbed his chin, weighing his options for a considerable time before decisively declaring, This current hero is indeed lacking, and we can certainly modify our plans. At these words, the four demon generals revealed expressions of eager anticipation. They had been confined within the palace for a fortnight, and the prospect of finally venturing out was exhilarating. Regardless of how lenient I am, this hero will never triumph over me. Thus, I have resolved. Zosa paused briefly. Savoring the suspense he had created among his generals, I have resolved to feign death at the hands of the 5,000 heroes, allowing them to return in triumph. Once they have vanquished the hero, I shall lead you in an assault against the human race. The demons gasped in unison. Ah? Zosa shot a glare at the general below him. What do you mean? Ah? I have said it is impossible to confront the heroes head-on. Everything must be achieved through cunning. As long as the hero lives, I shall remain vigilant. Besides, the one who feigns death is merely a clone, utterly inconsequential to me. The demon generals exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared sentiment. Their king, while undoubtedly powerful, was excessively cautious. Meanwhile, as the hero squad progressed at a leisurely pace, 5 days had silently slipped by. The four companions of the hero squad had completely given up, no longer urging Sherlock to slay monsters in the front lines. Hey, she remarked, whatever. The honor of defeating the Demon King is merely a title. Erlet added, with the 5,000 troops ahead, perhaps the hero won't even need to intervene. Sudaway sighed. I just want to return to the Empire quickly and drive away all the other women, claiming my master for myself. And Kachin lamented. I always end up with the least to eat and get bullied by the fourth princess. I'm exhausted. Sherlock cheerfully exclaimed, delightful. The luxurious, oversized Promax carriage glided effortlessly across the expansive plains. The fiery sunset lazily reclined on the distant horizon, while vast swathes of clouds blazed with color in the evening breeze. Suddenly, the Saintess pointed into the distance, exclaiming, Look, there ahead is the army. Sherlock pulled aside the carriage curtain, raised an eyebrow, and smiled faintly. How splendid. It appears I won't have to prepare dinner tonight. Before long, the hero squad's opulent Promax carriage entered the ranks of the hero army. As the refreshed Sherlock dismounted, he spotted a battle-worn Vickle, looking quite disheveled. Oh, look who it is, the third prince. Sherlock brightened, approaching Vickle, but frowned slightly upon catching the scent of rust from his ragged attire. Haven't seen you in days. What has happened to you? Vickle, clad in tattered armor, gazed at Sherlock, who was resplendent in his dragon armor, adorned with a strength belt and a witch and amp, Oppo's cloak, and felt a surge of frustration. It was infuriating to see the hero enjoying the comforts of the rear while he, Vickle, had to endure the front lines in such a wretched state. This was all for the sake of winning hearts and minds, to demonstrate solidarity with the troops. The thought only deepened Vickle and Oppo's resentment. Why should he toil so hard while the hero lounged in ease? Sherlock, you are the hero. You should be fighting alongside us to slay the monsters. Vickle frowned, speaking in a low tone. I specifically paused to wait for you. As a hero, you cannot. At the very least, you should not do nothing. Isn't it what you all said? That the hero isn't needed and that you can defeat the Demon King without me? Sherlock retorted, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. What? Is your resolve already crumbling? This isn't about resolve, Vickle insisted. his composure faltering. I am offering you an opportunity to grow stronger. If you would only take action and slay the monsters. You could, Sherlock interrupted with a dismissive glance. Endlessly slay monsters, is that it? Vikkel paused, momentarily taken aback by the interruption, but quickly pressed on. Look, even those stronger than you, like the Sunblade Swordmaster, are striving to defeat enemies and grow stronger. You, Sherlock cut off Vikkel and Amp, Oppos, as attempt to manipulate him. If those stronger than me are working hard, then what purpose does my effort serve? Sherlock cared little for the impression the third prince and his companions held of him. Much like the sea remains untroubled by the filth of a swamp. Chapter 72. The performance begins. Vikkel, growing anxious, exclaimed, "If you do not strive to defeat the monsters and grow stronger, how can you hope to vanquish the Demon King? Who said I must conquer the Demon King? Is it not you who seeks to defeat him?" After enduring several rounds of psychological manipulation, Vikkel's face flushed crimson and his anger surged. "Shalot, I command you. You must." Before he could finish his sentence, Shalot's expression hardened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Witnessing Shalot's demeanor, Vikkel's fury dissipated instantaneously, and his tone softened like a gentle spring breeze. "You must eat well, drink well, and take care of your health. Do not trouble yourself with thoughts of the Demon King." Upon hearing this, Shalot's expression transformed from overcast to sunny. The brave one smiled faintly, pointing a finger at Vikkel, conveying unspoken sentiments. At long last, after bidding Shalot farewell, Vikkel glared resentfully at his retreating figure, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it. If it weren't for the so-called hero being the foundation of the brave army, I would not be so beholden to him. Beside the third prince, Mike sighed softly. "Your Highness, as our forces venture deeper into the demon realm, morale is beginning to waver after a series of battles. Though this hero possesses average strength, without him, the army dares not advance further. He is the soul of our troops. We must take Shalot along with us." Listening to Mike's counsel, Vikkel finally unclenched his tightly held fist and muttered through gritted teeth, "Once I have dealt with this so-called Demon King, I shall ensure that this despicable hero meets a gruesome end." Days slipped by quietly. During this time, Shalot unexpectedly discovered that the swamp monsters had dropped a rare wolf emblem equipment. This revelation astonished the hero, as it was an occurrence unseen in his past life. However, Shalot did not delve deeper into the matter, merely considering it an odd coincidence. As they drew closer to the heart of the demon realm, encounters with low-level monsters diminished, while high-level monsters became more prevalent. Yet, for the 5,000-strong elite army, these high-level monsters posed little threat, no matter how formidable an individual monster might be. How many waves of magical bombardments could it withstand? How many rounds of crossbow fire could it endure? During this period, Vikkel managed to compel Shalot to take action once. Yet, even before Shalot could strike, countless arrows and spells surged forth to eliminate the monster. As the creature fell, excitement rippled through the army with exclamations of, "I saved the hero's life," causing Shalot to stifle a laugh. At this moment, the army approached the desert demon city. Thick clouds enveloped the entire desert, casting a shadow that made the midday sky appear as dim as dusk. A regiment of 5,000 human soldiers marched in formation across the vast expanse of the desert, occasionally interrupted by the hero's seemingly carefree singing. "I awaken the seas, I awaken the mountains. I awaken the desert, where beauty abounds." Listening to the song, the strong warriors within the ranks displayed expressions of discomfort and disdain. They were about to confront the Demon King in the desert demon city, yet this hero, who had been so lackadaisical, seemed utterly unfazed, even joyfully singing. "Even with 1,000 kilometers and a ton of baggage, we do not surrender. Progress requires courage. Let us soar joyfully forward." Leading the troop at the forefront, Vikkel gripped the hilt of his sword repeatedly, his murderous intent rising. "Cease your singing. You must stop. The most important thing is to be happy. Forget your worries. The universe is vast. Let us fly." Amidst the exasperating melody, time dragged on torturously. Each passing minute felt like an eternity. Yet, the song eventually concluded. At the heart of the army, Shalot leisurely sipped a chilled fruit juice from the lavish Promax carriage. "Master, why are you so relaxed?" The saintly maiden, holding the drink, gazed at him with a mix of excitement, anxiety, and confusion. "What is there to be tense about? I am quite happy today." Shalot cupped the maiden's face in his hands and bestowed a cheerful kiss. As for confronting the Demon King, he was well acquainted with the process and felt no pressure whatsoever. Moreover, today marked the day he would settle his past debts, making it hard for him to contain his joy. If it were possible, he would even wish to sprout wings and fly directly to the desert demon city. Equally elated were the Demon King and his generals within the desert demon city. At last, they have reached the desert demon city. My gift of the wolf emblem was not in vain. The Demon King, Zosa, clapped his hands in delight, laughing heartily. The 4 generals beneath the throne were equally thrilled. After today, they would no longer be confined within the Demon King and Amp, Oppos, palace. Finally, they could breathe the free air outside the palace. And the thought brought tears to their eyes. "My king, the hero's army has finally arrived. What should we do next?" Upon hearing the general's inquiry, Zosa pressed a concealed mechanism on his throne. Instantly, the entire Demon King's palace trembled, the floor descending with everyone within. In moments, the Demon King and his generals found themselves in a hidden chamber 50 meters beneath the palace. I have prepared everything. You need only to watch the spectacle. With confidence, Zosa pointed to the magic mirror, and the generals followed his gaze. Within the mirror, the scene shifted to the outer district of the desert demon city. In the vast expanse of the outer district, hundreds of powerful tyrant-level demon warriors stood in perfect formation. At the forefront stood the Demon King and the avatars of his 4 generals. All the demon warriors, including the avatars, wore solemn expressions, their eyes closed, maintaining identical, motionless postures. The generals in the Demon King's palace widened their eyes in shock. My king, when did you prepare so many powerful demon warriors? Since I ascended to the throne 50 years ago, I have been preparing for the hero's arrival. Each year, I have created 10 mindless warriors. And now is their time to shine. Zosa cracked his neck and smiled coldly. I will now take control of these demon puppets. And you must also manage your respective avatars. From this point forward, you shall obey my commands. The generals did not understand what the Demon King intended, but their loyalty compelled them to comply. Zosa slowly closed his eyes, the mark of the Demon King on his forehead radiating a blinding light. An overwhelming surge of demonic power emanated from Zosa, forcing the generals to kneel in submission. How powerful! The 4 generals were astonished. They were aware of their king's strength, yet they had never anticipated it to be so immense. The mere pressure emanating from him rendered them incapable of standing upright. Despite being the most formidable among the demon race, each surpassing the strength of the Sunset Sword Saint. Without overthinking, the 4 generals closed their eyes and, following Zosa and Apos' guidance, focused their consciousness into their respective avatars. As Zosa's oppressive aura intensified, the hundreds of demon warriors and the avatars of Zosa and his generals simultaneously opened their eyes. The performance was about to begin. Zosa's avatar slightly raised its head, gazing at the distant black sky, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Chapter 73. My sword is laced with deadly poison, your highness. Ahead lies the desert demon city. The army halted its advance simultaneously. Jace dismounted and bowed to Vikal, gesturing towards the desolate city 1,000 meters away. Shall we charge directly in? Vikal pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, commanding, send word down the line. Let the archers fire 3 volleys first to avoid any traps. Soon, a torrent of arrows soared towards the demon city. Half of them struck the barren land outside the city, triggering no traps, while the other half were halted by a sudden magical barrier that manifested at the city and Apos' perimeter. Upon seeing this, the morale of the army soared. Look, the cowardly Demon King knows his mercenary grandfather has arrived and has retreated into his shell. Laughter erupted among the powerful warriors. Despite their smooth journey thus far, a sense of tension had lingered in their hearts before reaching the demon city. After all, it was the legendary Demon King. Yet, upon witnessing the dilapidated and desolate scene of the desert demon city, their perception of the so-called Demon King diminished significantly. The sight of the barren city involuntarily linked their thoughts to the incompetent hero. The psychological pressure lessened dramatically. Who would dare to step forward and break the Demon King's shell? Vikal's expression also lightened, and he called out to the troops, I shall go. Ankh raised the dawn bow, her graceful curves revealed in the act of drawing the bowstring. She concentrated her energy and unleashed the strongest arrow of her life, the demon-breaking arrow. The formidable energy-laden arrow surged forward, effortlessly shattering the formidable barrier. With the barrier destroyed, a formidable army of over 100 demons appeared before them. At the forefront stood a towering demon general, 3 meters tall, clad in black armor, with purple skin. I never expected even you would breach the demon city, the general sneered, his gaze locked onto the 5,000-strong army. His deep voice resonated across the distance. I am Cook, one of the 4 demon generals under the Demon King. Today marks your demise. Vikal's heart tightened at these words. It was his first encounter with a talking demon, and this one's words were audacious. Could he be a formidable foe? Before Vikal could ponder further, Cook spoke again. You there? What skill is there in overwhelming us with numbers? Dare you send someone to duel me? Vikal raised an eyebrow, keenly grasping the underlying meaning of his words. The demon general feared their numerical advantage, which implied his own weakness. With this thought, a smile crept across Vikal's face as he commanded, fire. Wait. The sword saint of the setting sun interjected, bowing respectfully to Vikal. Your Highness, I wish to test this demon general and Apos' strength. Vikal looked at Cordis with surprise, but said nothing. Soon, Cordis and Cook stood between the 2 armies, the cheers of their respective troops ringing in the air. One stood nearly 2 meters tall, the other towering at 3 meters, both radiating powerful energy. You have just revealed your name. As a basic show of respect, I shall also introduce myself. The biting winter wind stirred the yellow sands, ruffling Cordis and Apos' hair and revealing his resolute face. I am Cordis, the strongest swordsman of the Eastern Empire. Known as the Sword Saint of the Setting Sun, Cordis drew his sword, his expression grave, while Cook unsheathed his black longsword in response. "Oh, Cordis, if you dare challenge me to a duel, you will find yourself mistaken." Cook grinned maliciously, performing a flourish with his sword, showcasing its deadly allure. "This sword was a gift from my king, laced with poison. A mere scratch and ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Cordis' expression shifted to one of urgency. In battle, unless one side and Oppo's strength vastly surpassed the other, avoiding injury was a daunting task. Moreover, the quality of Cook and Oppo's energy was evidently superior. This compelled him to fully concentrate on the impending clash. Cook brandished his long sword before him, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty excitement. "You must be cautious. Do not let my poison blade touch you. However, regardless of your diligence, the outcome will remain unchanged." As he spoke, perhaps sensing his intimidation factor was lacking, Cook unexpectedly extended his purple tongue and licked the blade. Cordis' eyes widened in shock, reaching out to stop him, but it was too late. His hand hovered in indecision. Simultaneously, Cook's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he tasted the poison. His breathing quickened, and he looked at the sword in regret. "Oh, I can and Oppo's believe I made such a blunder." The demon general seemed to collapse as if drained of all strength, uncontrollably kneeling on the ground, frothing at the mouth, and soon met his demise. Cook had fallen. Meanwhile, the 5,000-strong human army erupted into jubilant cheers. As expected of the sword saint, I didn't even see him strike, and the demon general was laid low. Cordis humbly replied, "You flatter me." In stark contrast to the jubilant humans, the 100 or so tyrant-level demons were engulfed in fury. "He ambushed our general, avenge Cook." Over 100 demons unleashed their potent energy, recklessly charging at Cordis. Seeing this, Vickle swiftly ordered, "Deploy the entire army." 100 demons versus 5,000 warriors in a short span. The army swiftly eradicated this batch of demons and pressed deeper into the desert demon city. Strange, why were these tyrant-level demons weaker than the ones encountered days prior? The sword saint of the setting sun muttered under his breath, unnoticed by anyone. The heroic army successfully overcomes the first barrier. The army did not advance far before encountering the second barrier. Ankh unleashed another arrow, shattering the barrier once more. This time, behind the barrier appeared yet another demon general along with several hundred demons. "To think you would defeat Cook and make it this far," the deep blue-skinned demon general stated coldly. "It seems you little ants possess some skill after all." The army exchanged bewildered glances at the demon general and Oppo's stern demeanor. Defeating that Cook wasn't and Oppo's particularly challenging, was it? However, your journey ends here. I, Elkin, shall bury you all here. Chapter 74. Shocked, the brave seek to decapitate the demon general. Elkin raised his black staff high, and behind him, hundreds of demons maintained the same posture, chanting, "Dark magic, wildfires of devastation." A torrent of purple flames, accompanied by a terrifying heat, surged wildly towards the brave army. Observing this, Morandi twitched his mouth and drew a magical scroll from his pocket, instantly unleashing a weather spell, Wind, Gale. In Elkin's astonished gaze, the purple flames were forcibly blown back by a powerful gust, igniting their own ranks. The water magic, cough, 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 caused Elkin and the demons to be engulfed in the scorching flames, thick plumes of black smoke rising from their bodies, choking them and rendering them unable to cast a counterspell. Within mere seconds, they were reduced to ashes, prompting another round of cheers from the 5,000-strong army. Morandi's expression turned peculiar as he murmured, "This demon general is rather foolish." The brave army successfully passed the second barrier. As the brave army pressed deeper into the demon city, they soon encountered the third barrier. Ankh once again released a single arrow, shattering the barrier and revealing the demon general and hundreds of demons behind it. "Oh, how surprising that you have made it this far," the red-eyed demon general sneered cruelly. "Then let me be the one to end your journey." Vickle waved his hand, issuing a stern command, "Fire." As soon as the order was given, an astonishing barrage of arrows was unleashed. The brave army successfully passed the third barrier. Subsequently, the army entered the inner city, only to once again confront another barrier. One arrow shattered the barrier, while a multitude of arrows pierced the demon general. The brave army successfully passed the fourth barrier. With each victory, the army's fear of the demon king diminished significantly, their spirits lifted. Vickle rode through the desolate demon city, reflecting on the recent events, and unexpectedly chuckled to himself. His quiet laughter soon became uncontrollable, echoing loudly. Ha, ha, ha. This laughter seemed to create a chain reaction, as the 5,000-strong army behind him erupted into laughter, as if the pressure of the past 10 days had vanished. Ha 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 ha. Laughter filled the previously desolate demon city. Vickle laughed heartily, unbothered by appearances. Mackay, finally managing to contain his own joy, inquired, "Your Highness, why do you laugh so heartily?" "I laugh not at others, but at the demon race's lack of strategy and the stupidity of their generals," Vickle replied, his smile gradually fading, revealing a depth of wisdom in his eyes. "What if I had positioned 400 tyrant-class demons in ambush here? Had the 400 demon powerhouses we faced earlier coordinated their assault on the brave army, it is likely that we would have suffered significant losses, far from the unscathed state we find ourselves in now. Truly, the demon race is remarkably foolish. At this, Vickle burst into another round of unabashed laughter. Meanwhile, Charlotte, protected in the center of the army, found herself chuckling at the raucous laughter from outside the carriage. God of gold, why do I find myself laughing inexplicably? Charlotte stood up in the carriage, stretching leisurely with a slight smile. It was indeed curious that the 4 demon generals had appeared one after the other. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. It was time to bring this to an end. Master, please don't go out. The saintly maiden tugged gently at Charlotte's sleeve. The army is about to confront the Demon King. It is too dangerous for you to venture outside. It is precisely because we are about to attack the Demon King that I must stretch my legs, Charlotte replied, shaking off Haishi's delicate grasp. She looked at the women in the carriage confidently and declared, just wait and see how I handle this. Charlotte stepped out of the carriage, mounting the dragon steed, and unfastened the connection between the carriage and the steed. Ignoring the calls of the 4 women behind her, she grasped the saddle and lightly cracked the whip. Under her control, the steed darted left and right, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. There goes the brave one, charging to the front of the ranks. Surely, he intends to slay the Demon King first, seeking to claim the glory of the kill for himself. Upon hearing this, the hearts of all the strong warriors within the army seemed to be struck, a maelstrom of emotions arising, greed, anger, and a desperate desire to be first. This arrogant brave had not lifted a finger until now, yet he dared to covet the sweet fruits of victory for himself? Absolutely not. Brothers, charge forward and outpace the brave. Clear the path ahead. Let me reach the front. The honor of slaying the Demon King belongs to this mage. I shall etch my name into history. No, the honor of slaying the Demon King is mine. In an instant, all the strong warriors brandished their whips, quickening their steeds and Appos, pace. Even without the effect of the Howling Wolf emblem, the overall speed of the army surged. Some warriors, dissatisfied with the pace of their mounts, abandoned them and opted to sprint ahead. The previously orderly formation disintegrated. This terrifying war machine, honed through days of battle, now became a chaotic array of lone wolves, each acting independently. Meanwhile, Vickle, who had been laughing heartily at the front of the army, suddenly heard a whistling wind in his ears. He paused, scanning his surroundings, only to realize that countless individuals had surged past him, leaving him far behind. Stop this instant. No one is to surpass me. But no one heeded Vickle's attempts to maintain order. In that moment, these powerful warriors from across the world were consumed only by their individual desires for fame and fortune. The castle ahead was not merely a lair for the Demon King. It was a stepping stone to their own renown. This realization spurred them to increase their speed, charging full force towards the Demon King's palace. Closer, closer. In the eyes of the warriors, the outline of the castle became increasingly distinct. Before the castle stood a tall man with pale purple skin, a statuesque figure crowned with devilish horns, and a dark crown mark on his forehead. It was the Demon King. The president of the Adventurers and Appos Association, Lauren, who had been sprinting at the forefront, immediately recognized the man before him. The Demon King, Zosa. Upon seeing the Demon King, Lauren's spirits soared, and he summoned more energy from within, accelerating to leave the army far behind. Dressed in a pristine black suit, Zosa stood quietly before the Demon King and Appos' palace. Even as 5,000 strong warriors charged towards him, his expression remained calm and indifferent, exuding an air of coldness and pride. He lowered his gaze, moving his lips to utter a few careless syllables. First blood. In the next moment, Lauren, who had been leading the charge, was sent flying through the air with great force. He soared faster than he had approached, crashing through dozens of buildings within the Demon City before finally coming to a halt. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 75. The initial battle with the Demon King, witnessing even Lauren, the esteemed guild master of the Adventurers Association, being forcefully swatted away by the Demon King, the vanguard of warriors, who had initially surged ahead with unparalleled speed, were at last overcome by trepidation. Halt! Turn back! Shouted Shroon, the knight commander whose velocity was second only to the vanguard, as he desperately clutched the reins of his unicorn steed, fervently seeking to come to a stop. However, due to the momentum of their previous full-speed charge, the unicorn was unable to immediately comply. Observing this, a hint of amusement flickered across the Demon King and Appos' exquisitely chiseled face. Oh, attempting to flee? An immense surge of dark arcane energy erupted forth, coalescing into a colossal baseball bat, 40 meters in length, within the Demon King and Appos' grasp. Zosa leisurely twisted his waist halfway to the right, his distinctly jointed violet-white hands gripping the black bat and drawing it back. The Demon King's playful expression swiftly morphed into a savage grin. Too slow. Allow me to expedite your departure. Upon witnessing this, Shroon's eyes widened in terror, yet he was utterly incapable of halting his momentum. In the ensuing instant, Zosa stepped forward, swinging the ebony bat. The extremity of the 40-meter-long bludgeon surpassed the speed of sound, generating a deafening sonic boom as it collided with the unicorn. Following a barely audible thud, the unicorn was obliterated, and Shroon was violently hurled through the air, crashing through 4 or 5 structures within the demon city before finally coming to a halt. First base. Zosa's momentum remained unbroken as he advanced toward the 5,000-strong army. Wielding the massive bat of dark arcane energy as if it were weightless, he swung it relentlessly. Second base. Third base. Each swing was accompanied by the concussive expulsion of several figures, propelled through the air like projectiles. The Demon King's mirth grew with each strike, as he treated the 5,000-strong human army as mere playthings. Home run. With an exhilarated roar, Zosa sent another group of human warriors flying. Those fortunate enough would land after only a few hundred meters, while the less fortunate would demolish nearby structures in their violent descent. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Flee. The Demon King is too powerful. We cannot defeat him alone. Cries of anguish mingled with despair and panic, spreading rapidly throughout the army. The mercenaries and knights who had previously led the charge now lamented their insufficient number of legs to facilitate a swift retreat. Some even stumbled in their haste, triggering a series of calamitous tramplings. Mages, archers, cover the retreat of the vanguard. Victor channeled arcane energy, projecting his voice throughout the army, instilling a semblance of resolve within the ranks. Mages and elves alike focused their energies, channeling their arcane power and martial prowess. A barrage of spells and arrows assailed Zosa. The sheer volume and intensity of the assault forced the Demon King to evade, preventing him from harming any more warriors. The 40-meter-long bat was transformed into a shield, deflecting the relentless onslaught. Emboldened by this, the morale of the 5,000-strong army surged anew. Victor raised his voice in a rallying cry. Intensify the attack. Slay the Demon King. The frequency and intensity of the magical and archery attacks increased. At that moment, Charlot, astride his dragon spirit steed, approached Victor and remarked coolly, "This approach is merely a waste of time." Charlot slowly grasped the hilt of the hero and amp, Apo's sword, as if death himself were gripping his scythe. He glanced sideways at Victor, a predatory grin playing on his lips. "It and Apo's time to depart, Victor. Do you have any last, Charlot?" Oblivious to the presence of death at his side, the third prince's gaze was fixed upon the Demon King, who was being driven back. "This is not the time for your disruptions." Victor's heart raced with excitement. His face flushed. Frowning at Charlot, he retorted sharply, "Once I have dealt with the Demon King, I will settle accounts with you." Hearing this, Charlot frowned and interjected, "I have no desire to wait until after the Demon King is vanquished to settle our accounts." "You," Victor impatiently cut him off. "Charlot, did you not declare that you wished to witness whether we could triumph over the Demon King without your presence as the hero? Now, observe closely as we crush the Demon King with overwhelming force." Charlot chuckled softly and returned the hero's sword to its scabbard. "Very well. I have always respected the final wishes of others." "Wishes? What wishes?" Mistaking final wishes for mere desires, Victor cast a peculiar glance at Charlot. Seeing the latter sitting quietly on his steed, Victor dismissed the matter. Nothing was more important than slaying the Demon King. "Enough." Zosa, overwhelmed by the barrage of spells and arrows, roared in fury. A surge of dark arcane energy erupted from his body, deflecting all incoming attacks. Serpent Domain, unleash. A wave of arcane energy rippled outward, demolishing countless structures within the demon city. The inky domain spread from Zosa's feet, expanding in concentric circles. Eventually, the circular domain reached a radius of hundreds of meters, as countless serpentine tendrils sprouted from within. These tendrils were immense, requiring the combined embrace of 2 individuals to encircle them, and their length seemed limitless. Feel my wrath. Within the desolate and ruined demon city, countless tendrils rose from the ground, their immense lengths reaching towards the black sky. The 5,000-strong army stared in awe at the rising tendrils, like ants gazing upon towering trees. Elevated by the serpentine tendrils, Zosa loomed over the 5,000-strong army. With a wave of his hand, the dark tendrils descended upon the army like arrows, each carrying immense force capable of inflicting terrifying destruction. The 5,000-strong army was once again thrown into disarray, as they desperately evaded the onslaught of tendrils from all directions. Is this the Demon King's ultimate technique, as described in the sage's tome? Victor, facing an incoming tendril, channeled all of his arcane energy to sever it. However, the severed tendril reattached itself and struck Victor, sending him tumbling across the ground. Attempting to block the attack, Victor was sent flying, landing roughly. Chapter 76. The death of the Demon King having retreated to the rear, shielding the others, Charlotte shrugged and called out loudly to Vickle, "Hey, be careful not to get killed by those tentacles." "Shut up, I don't need your advice." Vickle and Apo's right hand trembled around the hilt of his sword, his face alternating between crimson and pallid as he angrily shouted at High Priest Ivaran. "What are you waiting for, Archbishop?" Upon hearing Vickle and Apo's reprimand, Ivaran hastily abandoned the injured Lauren and Shuluan. The esteemed Archbishop of the Holy See drew forth a pure white scroll from his robes, infusing it with concentrated light magic. The pristine scroll unfurled slowly, emitting radiant golden holy light that sliced through the oppressive darkness of the Demon King's castle. Under Iverin's precise control, all the holy light from the scroll pierced through layers of tentacles, locking onto the very heart of the dark domain. Zosa. What is this? Zosa exclaimed in a panic as a golden cross materialized behind him. He was forcefully affixed to the cross, unable to move, and while he struggled vehemently, he shouted at the assembled warriors, "Do you think you can trap me like this? I can break free from this disgusting restraint in 5 minutes. And during those 5 minutes, in the realm of the serpent, you won't be able to harm me in the slightest." Upon hearing his words, the 5,000 troops, rather than feeling disheartened, became invigorated. 5 minutes? That is more than enough, Morandi declared confidently as he retrieved a cerulean scroll, chanting an intricate incantation under the protection of surrounding warriors. Time ticked by as icy white mist billowed from the scroll, drifting deep into the serpent's domain. Despite the frenzied assaults of the dark tentacles, the surrounding warriors gritted their teeth, shielding Morandi as he continued his chant. Frostbind. The cerulean scroll finally unfurled completely. At that moment, all tentacles within 100 meters of the serpent's domain were entirely encased in ice. From a distance, they resembled an ancient tree of ice and snow, breathtakingly magnificent. Morandi strained to maintain the cerulean scroll, urging, "Now is the time. Take advantage of his weakness." "Well done, old man. After years of rivalry, I will admit this time, you are indeed more dashing." Kovos gritted his teeth, hurling that remark before unleashing his formidable fighting spirit, charging at Zosa with his massive axe. Alongside him, 3,000 warriors of the same caliber surged forward. Countless figures traversed the frozen serpent's domain as if on solid ground, each step sending shards of ice scattering. Kill. Now is our chance to slay the Demon King. Charge, brothers. Everyone, unleash your ultimate techniques. In the face of the monumental honor in vanquishing the Demon King, all were driven to madness. They had originally joined the brave army to combat the Demon King, and how could they not go wild now? They poured every ounce of their power into unleashing forbidden-level magic or techniques, recklessly expending their strength. "Stop!" Zosa yelled hoarsely, enduring the onslaught as he bellowed. "Taking advantage of someone in distress? What kind of hero is that?" A dazzling display of fighting spirit and magic flickered as an array of devastating attacks relentlessly bombarded the Demon King. Occasionally, a stray attack veered off, igniting fierce flames on the opposite side of the Demon King's castle, ruthlessly consuming everything in sight. Observing the chaos at the heart of the battlefield, the maiden felt a surge of eagerness. She turned to Charlotte, gently urging, "Master, let us join the fray as well. Even if we don't slay the Demon King, a mere assist would suffice." "Patience, let the bullets fly for a while," Charlotte replied leisurely, calm and composed. "At the critical moment, I shall enter the fray as the savior and reap the rewards. It will be far more impressive." At his words, the 4 women fell silent, taken aback. The brilliant light from the flames and magic illuminated the dark Demon King's castle, rendering it as bright as day. The agonized cries of the Demon King grew fainter. Initially, the warriors relying on their fighting spirit could approach Zosa and deliver powerful blows. Yet, as time passed, they could only watch as the Demon King succumbed to an avalanche of magical assaults, powerless to intervene. "Ha ha ha, the Demon King is but a shadow of his former self." Vikul cackled maniacally, producing the treasured endgame wheel he had safeguarded throughout their journey, channeling vast amounts of fighting spirit into it. "Let this prince bring an end to your wicked existence." In Vikul's avaricious and frenzied gaze, a crimson wheel shot forth from the endgame wheel like lightning. Initially, it was no larger than a palm, but as it flew forth, it rapidly expanded to a width of several dozen meters. "No!" Zosa gasped in despair as the crimson wheel cleaved through his form, extinguishing his life entirely. "We have triumphed." With the crimson wheel returning to the palm of the endgame wheel, Vikul finally proclaimed the exhilarating news that sent ripples of joy through the entire army. "Oh! We have defeated the Demon King. The Demon King is truly dead. We have won. Ha 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 ha, the entire world will remember my name." The dark domain gradually dissipated, the terrifying tentacles disintegrating into motes of light in the air. Even the ominous clouds parted, allowing warm, gentle sunlight to pour into the tumultuous demon city. All of this heralded the arrival of victory. Cheers erupted as everyone expressed their joy or relief, some even embracing one another in emotional displays. The third prince, having delivered the final blow to the Demon King, found himself encircled by jubilant warriors. "Throw him into the sky. Catch him. Throw him again. Catch him again. Master, the Demon King has finally been vanquished. Our mission is complete." The maiden's eyes glistened with tears of joy as she leapt from her steed and embraced Charlotte tightly. Erlit, Sudawe, and Engchin rushed over, enveloping Charlotte in a warm hug. "At last, we have triumphed over the Demon King. Everyone is so elated. With the Demon King defeated, we can finally return home. It's so wonderful, I could cry." Meanwhile, 50 meters beneath the Demon King's palace, the true Zosa slowly opened his eyes from the throne, a weary yet contented expression crossing his face. Affection has never been retained throughout history. Only guile captures hearts. Such a vivid performance should suffice to deceive them. Beneath the throne, the 4 demon generals praised their king with unrestrained enthusiasm. Our king is indeed worthy of the title. Everything has been arranged meticulously. And the performance was so lifelike. Indeed, while our deaths may have seemed somewhat foolish or exaggerated, they truly lulled that gaggle of fools into a false sense of security. Especially the king's overwhelming strength at the outset and the unleashed serpent domain, truly domineering. Had it not been for the despicable tactics of the human race, I could scarcely fathom how our king could be defeated. Truly admirable. I personally experienced it and felt no pain in the clones. Yet our king managed to convey the agony of being besieged with such tension. I am in awe, listening to the unreserved flattery of his subordinates. A rare smile graced Zosa's face. All right, let us now observe how the human army celebrates their victory. With that, the demon king waved his hand, conjuring a surge of magical energy to reignite the magical mirror within the hall. Indeed, within the mirror, the joy radiating from every face in the brave army was unmistakable. Chapter 77. The resurrection of the Demon King. With a wave of Zosa's hand, the perspectives within the magical mirror shifted continuously, showcasing a myriad of life forms. Some individuals shouted joyfully, expressing their inner elation. Others embraced and kissed one another, revealing their heartfelt emotions. Yet, there were those who pounded their chests in despair, lamenting their inability to strike the Demon King more times. As scenes flashed by, Zosa and the 4 demon generals felt a sense of relief wash over them, leading to a fit of hearty laughter. In that moment, the atmosphere within and outside the Demon King's palace brimmed with a sense of exuberance. Ha, these fools. None have discerned my king's scheme. Quickly, shift the focus to the hero. I am eager to witness the collapse of his faith, Zosa urged. Very well. I shall grant your wish, he replied with a subtle smile, casting a magical energy that instantly fixed the mirror's gaze upon the hero. Ah, come now. What is there to rejoice about? The first Demon King is pathetically weak. A sudden voice emerged from the mirror, causing the smiles of Zosa and the 4 demon generals to freeze in place. Charlotte, with a resigned expression, patted the backs of the 4 women, signaling them to calm down. The Demon King is not dead. Shortly, he and his demon generals will emerge from the depths of the palace. This statement sent chills through the hearts of the 4 women and the demon generals alike. Heisi, lifting her head in confusion, stammered, How do you know this, master? It is written in the Book of Sages, Charlotte replied lightly, leaving the 4 women momentarily stunned. Aralit hastily grasped Charlotte's garment, exclaiming, But, master, did you not say that the weakness hinted at in the Book of Sages pertains to defeating the Demon King's dark tendrils? When the Sword Saint inquired. I had no fondness for him, so how could I have spoken the truth? But we are your companions. Why did you not share the true contents of the Book of Sages with us? Aralit and Appo's sorrowful inquiry prompted Charlotte to respond matter-of-factly, You never asked. Upon hearing these words, the 4 women fell silent. It seemed that once they learned of the Demon King's weakness, they were so preoccupied with devising a means to defeat him that they indeed forgot to confirm the validity of the information with Charlotte. The sunlight filtering through the cracks in the clouds was warm and inviting, and Charlotte reveled in the sensation, the hero and Appo's mark on his forehead faintly glowing. What a comforting feeling. It is as if I have returned to a time before the darkness consumed me. Deep within the palace and Appo's depths, the demon generals turned to gaze at the Demon King, who appeared as if struck by lightning. With a stiff voice, one of them asked, My king, do you have the power to create more clones? None, he replied. What then shall we do next? Zosa stared blankly at the magical mirror, as if his very soul had been extracted. His meticulously crafted deception had been laid bare by the hero and Appo's insight. To say he was exposed by the hero would be inaccurate. It was rather the Book of Sages that had unveiled the truth. Indeed, the wisest of minds may falter. Very well. In silence, one either perishes or erupts. After a moment of numbness, an overwhelming fury surged within Zosa. Gritting his teeth, he spat out. What a fine Book of Sages, so thoroughly thwarting my grand design. A tempest of battle aura erupted around the Demon King, swiftly devastating the palace's interior. The magical mirror bore the brunt of this fury, shattering into countless shards with a piercing crack. Suddenly, Zosa rose from his throne, his draconic armor gleaming with a sharp radiance, and a pair of immense black wings sprouted from his back. Thus, this play shall cease. All shall perish here. Beneath the throne, the 4 demon generals clasped their fists and declared in unison, We are willing to sacrifice our lives for our king, to be reduced to dust, if need be. Good. I shall forever remember your loyalty. Now, let us go forth and slay our enemies. Zosa regarded the 4 generals with a somber expression, then, with a powerful flap of his wings, he broke through the ceiling and soared towards the ground at great speed. Meanwhile, on the surface of the Demon City, the president of the Adventurers Association, Lauren, and the captain of the Knights, Shiluan, two unfortunate brothers, had finally been healed of their injuries by the high priest. At that moment, they sat side by side atop a grand building, their faces devoid of any joy. "Hey, brother, the Demon King is dead. Are you happy?" Lauren inquired. Upon hearing this, Shuluin erupted in expletives. "What joy! I was just gravely injured upon encountering the Demon King. As the captain of the Night Order, I am nothing but a sacrificial pawn. Likewise, I dealt no damage to the Demon King and was the first to be thrown aside. I shall be mocked by future generations," Lauren lamented, glancing down at the scenery beneath the towering building, momentarily wishing for death. "If only I could relive that moment. I would certainly play it safe and not be the first to charge. Such an amp, Oppos, if only an amp, Oppos, is meaningless. The Demon King is dead, and we must endure the scorn of those who come after us," Shuluin said, his face cradled in his hands, wishing he could leap from the rooftop. Suddenly, Shuluin's ears perked up, a look of confusion crossing his face. What is that noise?" The captain of the Knights looked up, scanning the horizon towards the Demon King's palace, where a dark figure emerged from the depths. Shuluin's pupils dilated as he recognized the figure's visage. "Is that the Demon King? By the heavens, it truly is the Demon King. Brother, look quickly." Shuluin hurriedly reached out to grasp Lauren and Amp, Oppos' arm, only to find it empty. Turning to look, he saw that Lauren had already disappeared. "Haha, an opportunity to redeem myself has arrived. I shall take the lead." Lauren's exuberant voice echoed from ahead. Shuluin looked up to see Lauren charging towards the Demon King. "What the hell? You Don and Oppos, take me along? After all we and Oppos, been through. Is this how you repay my loyalty?" In a rush, Shuluin sprang to his feet, intent on pursuing the Demon King, only to see a figure rapidly growing larger before him. It was Lauren, who had just been sent flying by the Demon King's tremendous blow, crashing back into Shuluin. The two unfortunate brothers collided, careening through 20 buildings before finally coming to a stop. Double kill. Atop the Demon King's palace, Zasa withdrew his outstretched hand, regarding the insignificant beings who had just collided with him with utter disdain. Above, dark clouds gathered ominously, obscuring the rays of sunlight that had previously shone through. The entire demon city was once again shrouded in darkness. Zasa's gaze was indifferent as he surveyed the humans below, his cold voice devoid of emotion. "On the day of my return, you shall all perish." The 4 demon generals appeared at his side, an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from them. The once jubilant crowd below erupted into chaos, staring in disbelief at the 5 dark figures looming above the Demon King's palace. "It is the Demon King. Was he not dead? And those 4 demon generals, they have returned. How is this possible?" Chapter 78. The Kilometer Domain. Do we still possess the magical scrolls that can control them? The Demon Lord is dead, yet he has risen again. The abrupt fluctuations left everyone momentarily disoriented. The third prince, who had previously been surrounded by the crowd, was suddenly cast into the air, falling heavily to the ground without anyone to catch him. Fact. Vicar grimaced as he rose from the ground, his eyes reflecting a mix of trepidation, fear, and unwavering resolve as he gazed upon the Demon Lord. "Everyone, do not panic. We have defeated the Demon Lord once. We can do it again." As his voice resonated, the army regained its confidence. "Indeed, what of the Demon Lord? We have slain him before." Chuckling, Vicar mused, "I had unleashed too few spells earlier. This time, I shall release a forbidden-level magic. High Priest, do you still possess the Holy Light Cross Scroll? Quickly, bind the Demon Lord." Responding to the call of the powerful, Ivalon reluctantly produced his now crumpled pure white scroll. With the infusion of light magic, the scroll unfurled swiftly. Ivalon executed the same technique, directing the holy light from the scroll toward the Demon Lord's location. Before the hopeful gazes of the army, a beam of golden holy light tore through the darkness of the Demon Lord's castle, shooting toward him like a bolt from a bow. However, the same tactic would not work a second time. To the horror of the onlookers, Zosa grasped the beam of holy light with his hand. Yes, the Demon Lord had seized the light. Not only that, but with a gentle tug, he shattered the beam into particles of light, which slowly drifted through the air of the Demon Lord's castle, akin to dying embers, gradually extinguishing. Simultaneously, the pure white scroll in the hands of High Priest Ivalon was eroded by dark energy, turning to mere scraps of paper. The once bustling Demon Lord's castle was now enveloped in a deathly silence. In this moment of desolation, Zosa slowly lifted his gaze, his hands, charged with dark energy, rotated in the air before pressing together. The Serpent Domain, unfold. An inky realm emerged from beneath Zosa's feet, swiftly expanding over 1,000 meters in radius. Nearly half of the human army found themselves ensnared within the Serpent Domain. Black tendrils surged from the ground, mercilessly disrupting the formations of the army. Panic spread rapidly among the disordered ranks. Damn it, how has the Demon Lord grown more powerful? These tendrils are troublesome. Morandi, quickly use frost magic. No, not now. We would be frozen too. Third prince, brave hero, come save me. Each tendril was as thick as 2 men embracing, their strength overwhelming. Those ensnared by the serpent domain were overwhelmed, desperately calling for aid. Charlotte and Vicar were also caught within its grasp. The Holy Maiden, employing the Moonlight Staff, conjured a robust magical barrier to safeguard those around her within the dark serpent domain. Hey, Vicar, have you had enough fun with the Demon Lord? Charlotte teased, strolling over to Vicar, playfully patting his shoulder as if conversing with a friend. Let us wrap this up, if you remain composed. I might consider easing your pain a bit. Silence. Vicar snapped, his expression dark. Charlotte, if you wish to see this prince's folly, it shall not be so easily granted. How mischievous, Charlotte chuckled lightly, giving Vicar another pat before turning away. I'll give you another 10 minutes to struggle. Vicar's expression shifted rapidly, and ultimately, he retrieved the wolf emblem, channeling his energy into it. A wolf's howl erupted, and the army's speed surged threefold, transforming their previously passive stance against the tendrils. The mere effect of the wolf emblem allowed everyone within the serpent domain to maneuver with newfound agility. In the sky above, Zosa regarded the tumult below with indifference. Commanding the 4 demon generals beside him, go eliminate the hero. If you cannot, do not return. Yes. The 4 demon generals took flight, their wings propelling them toward Charlotte. Soon, warnings of watch out for the demon generals and protect the 3rd prince echoed among the ranks. Thanks to the wolf emblem, the powerful warriors gained a threefold increase in speed. Yet, within 2 minutes, the 4 demon generals succumbed to the onslaught of the united forces. Zosa, what use are you to me? He scoffed, his mind racing with thoughts. The wolf emblem, which he had given, had turned against him. Moreover, his order to attack Charlotte attracted the attention of other human warriors. Is this the hero protected by the essence of humanity? Zosa, well-versed in history, understood the implications. Surely, this was the aura of fortune surrounding the hero at play. Indeed, the demon race could not inflict true harm upon the hero. This was a lesson learned through the bitter experiences of past demon lords. A demon lord emerges once in a century. Yet the human race will always have a hero to vanquish him. Where does this leave the demon race? Are they destined to be defeated? Is this their fate? As these thoughts clouded his mind, a flicker of obsession ignited in Zosa's eyes. Even if it meant wagering everything, he would rewrite the fate of the demon race. Quickly, Morandi has frozen most of the tendrils. Now is the time to assault the demon lord. A loud cry interrupted Zosa's reverie, prompting him to look down and see countless human warriors organized and ready for battle. For reasons unknown, the majority of the tendrils within the serpent domain had been re-encased in magical ice. The freed hero army turned their focus back to Zosa. A dazzling array of magical attacks pierced the darkness, relentlessly bombarding the demon lord. From a distance, it appeared as though thousands of multicolored laser fireworks were striking the demon lord, erupting clouds of black mist. Did we hit him? Even without the holy light cross. Have we struck the demon lord? He isn't dodging? The unexpected success of their concentrated assault left the 5,000 troops astounded. Some mages and archers, in their astonishment, momentarily forgot to continue their attack. I understand now, Mike exclaimed suddenly, raising his voice. The demon lord used the serpent domain twice. Yet each time he remained stationary at its center. Thus, he could not move while casting the domain. His revelation awakened the troops, who rallied with enthusiasm, shouting, "What are we waiting for? Let us deliver justice upon the demon lord. My forbidden level magic is already charged and ready." Ha ha ha, what a pathetic demon lord. Countless spells and arrows, chaotic yet densely packed, surged toward Zosa, enveloping him in vast clouds of black smoke. Chapter 79, Zosa, do you dare to play me? Additional update 1-2 futile. From the heights above, a booming laughter echoed through the black smoke. Foolish humans, the armor I wear renders me immune to any magical assault. Your spells and arrows serve only to entertain me with fireworks. Upon hearing this, Vikal hastily commanded a ceasefire. Indeed, as the black smoke dissipated, Zosa remained unscathed, his dragon fury armor gleaming brightly. How could it be? Our magic truly failed to inflict any damage. Morandi and the other sorcerers stared at the demon king in a daze, their hearts filled with despair. The armor was too formidable. Even our arrows could not breach the demon king's defenses. The elven archers, too, were filled with a sense of impotence. Just moments ago, they had been the main force capable of slaying the demon king, yet with the mere addition of a piece of equipment, they had become utterly ineffective. The ups and downs of life occur far too swiftly. Ha ha ha, your frost magic can at most restrain my tendrils for 5 minutes. Rather than be slaughtered by me afterwards, you should take this opportunity to flee, Zosa proclaimed, simultaneously condensing his dark energy into thick black spears that he violently hurled toward the brave army. Boom. The black spears plunged into the ground, creating deep craters measuring 10 meters. 1 against 5,000, the advantage lay with him. Do not be intimidated, shouted the sword saint of the setting sun. Without magic and arrows, we still have our swords. In stark contrast to the dejection of the mages and archers, the mercenaries and knights displayed fervor. Indeed, what the mages cannot accomplish, we warriors shall undertake. What the archers cannot strike, we shall target. He cannot move. Why fear him? Let us charge forth. We've been itching for a fight. Priests, be ready to heal us, and don't forget to cast shields. Countless warriors surged forward, rushing towards the Demon King. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the battlefield, Charlotte casually thrust the Sword of Heroes into the ground and idly kicked 2 pebbles beneath his feet. How boring. Those 4 simple words left the women speechless to varying degrees. Here was a hero, not participating in the battle, yet complaining from the safety of the heavily guarded rear. Master, why not join the army and fight the Demon King? The Holy Maiden kindly suggested. At the very least, you should partake in the endeavor of vanquishing the Demon King. Partake? What does that even mean? Charlotte replied, glancing at Heishi in surprise. I am the main character. I simply have yet to make my move. This is merely child's play. Upon hearing this, the 4 women gazed distantly at the heart of the battlefield. There, powerful waves of energy surged, accompanied by numerous figures being sent flying. If an ordinary person were to step into that realm, they would be torn to shreds in an instant. Such a grand spectacle, and yet their master deemed it mere child's play? Contemplating this, the 4 women felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. It seems that since the Demon King's resurrection, his overall power has significantly increased. Elite remarked with a troubled expression, attempting to shift the subject. I wonder if the army can truly defeat the Demon King. Of course not, Charlotte declared confidently, patting his chest. This group stands no chance against the Demon King, mark my words. Upon hearing Charlotte's unwavering conviction, the 4 women glanced once more toward the battlefield. The waves of energy at the center remained intense, but the frequency of figures being sent flying had noticeably diminished, while the Demon King's cries of agony grew increasingly frequent. As a hero, one might not hope for the Demon King's downfall, yet Charlotte insisted on proclaiming humanity's inevitable defeat. This was undeniably audacious. Moreover, the current situation clearly indicated that the Demon King was at a disadvantage. The expressions of the 4 women grew peculiar. After some hesitation, Su Daiwei finally inquired, but what if they truly managed to defeat the Demon King? Impossible, Charlotte laughed heartily, waving his hands with confidence. Absolutely impossible. Just as the hero finished speaking, a lingering wail echoed from Zosa in the distance. Ankh pointed excitedly toward the battlefield. Master, look, the Demon King is dead. Huh. Charlotte immediately turned to the Demon King's location, only to witness a crimson flying wheel slicing through Zosa and swiftly returning to Vickle's grasp. Meanwhile, Zosa's body was now riddled with wounds, his abdomen nearly cleaved in 2 by the crimson wheel. He plummeted heavily from the sky, life slipping away. The magic serpent domain within 1,000 miles began to dissipate, and the entire desolate magic city was filled with the triumphant cheers of the army. We won. We triumphed again. Defeating the Demon King feels so exhilarating. This Demon King truly understands, knowing to resurrect just so we could enjoy this twice. Without a hero, we still vanquished the Demon King. Demon King, and hero, I shall diss you. The clouds enveloping the Demon King's castle slowly parted. Warm sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, once again illuminating the barren magic city. The first ray of sunlight cast a diagonal beam upon Charlotte and Appos' feet. As the gaps in the clouds widened, the light bathing the hero gradually ascended, from his feet to his thighs, to his chest, finally casting a warm glow upon Charlotte's somber visage. With a low growl seeping between his clenched teeth, the hero uttered 2 words, play, me. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Charlotte, potent enough to shatter worlds. Zosa, how dare you play me? Chapter 80, I desire heaven, heaven cannot be without. I desire heaven to be without, heaven cannot be with, additional update 2.2. On the other side, Vicker, satisfied, nodded at the completely ruined fateful roulette in his hand, having used it twice. Even with the Demon King's resurrection, it was still a fatal blow delivered by this prince, perhaps due to having slain the Demon King once. Vicker felt little joy at this moment. As a throng of powerful individuals rushed to elevate him further, he merely raised his hand to halt their movements. Slow down. There are more pressing matters at hand. A slight smile crossed his face, which quickly transformed into one of determination as he ordered, bring forth the hero. The Demon King was dead. Now, it was time to settle accounts with the hero. The third prince could no longer endure the charade and resolved to execute the rude, greedy, savage, and lascivious hero before the entire army. He must be hanged, without a doubt. The words escaped his lips, prompting the assembly of strong figures to glance around. Searching for the hero. Where is the hero? I just saw him. How could he vanish so suddenly? Perhaps he fled in shame after witnessing our victory over the Demon King. Found him. There he is. The sharp-eyed Jess was the first to spot Shero, pointing towards the fallen body of Zosa. Look, the hero is delivering a finishing blow to the Demon King. Zosa. Vicker. Heroic army. Vicker turned his gaze towards the Demon King's corpse, and indeed saw a tall figure standing there. The young man had his hands resting on his hips and, in a brief moment, he loosened his power belt and tossed it aside. The familiar silhouette and gesture caused Vicker to momentarily lose himself in thought, as if he were transported back to their first encounter. Shero had stood in this very manner at the royal tomb. What was he trying to do? Has he lost his mind? The defiant hero, in a reckless display, was going too far. The 5,000-strong army collectively gasped, inadvertently contributing to global warming. Suddenly, it felt as though an invisible intent to kill had locked onto the 5,000 soldiers. The world seemed to be muted, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The sword saint of the setting sun felt a chilling sensation creeping up his spine, a fear reminiscent of being hunted by a natural predator, akin to being ensnared by a cold serpent. In the face of such murderous intent, they found themselves with no room to retaliate. Within mere seconds, Cordis was drenched in cold sweat, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Time rewound to 2 minutes prior. After the Demon King's death, the army was engulfed in joy. Everyone was elated, except for Shero. He activated the hero's primary ability, traversing a distance of over 1,000 meters in mere seconds, arriving beside Zosa's remains. How dare he toy with me? A cloud of dark foreboding enveloped Shero and Apos' face as he thrust his sword into Zosa. Zosa, what the? Are you out of your mind? At the moment of the Demon King's fall, the ever-composed hero could no longer maintain his facade. This generation's hero initiated the first conversation with the Demon King. Was it enjoyable? Zosa, I'm currently a corpse. Don't involve me. Shero crouched down, grasped one of Zosa's demon horns, and leaned close to whisper devilishly in his ear. Do you think your death was flawless? Zosa, what do you mean? I exerted all my effort to let you win. 5,000 soldiers, and not a single one has died. Doesn't that seem too fairy-tale-like? Zosa continued. ISN and Apos. That how your human legends of heroes are written? Your performance was utterly lacking. A true Demon King would never be so weak. Zosa, where did I falter? Have you ever witnessed my prime? Your true demon serpent domain has never been closed off. After exchanging these brief words, Zosa and Apos' corpse remained unresponsive. Shero and Apos' expression grew increasingly impatient, and the mark of the hero within him flickered intensely. He abandoned Zosa and, agitated, drew the hero's sword, stabbing repeatedly at Zosa's body. The hero's sword pierced effortlessly through Zosa's heart, throat, and brow. I know you're not dead. Shero shouted. Get up, get up, get up. Zosa, wow. You can't ambush me like this, you little brat. You lack the strength. You see, the hero is delivering a finishing blow to the Demon King. Jess's voice, sharp and clear, reached Shero's ears, causing him to halt his actions. You're quite enduring, or perhaps you simply have no sense of pain. Shero gazed down at the motionless Zosa, his hands slowly moving towards his waist. Do you know the true content of the sage's book? Zosa? As the power belt was gradually undone, Shero recalled the contents of the sage's book from his previous life. It seemed as if he were casually speaking to the air. The content of the sage and Apos' book is actually just 2 sentences. The first states that this generation's Demon King's primary ability is to bestow wisdom and extraordinary power upon inanimate objects. He cast the power belt aside and began to remove the Anger Dragon armor's skirt. The second sentence is that this generation's Demon King possesses a second life, meaning the Demon King has 2 lives. Upon hearing this, Zosa's corpse imperceptibly trembled. So, stop pretending. You're not dead, and you can sense what I'm doing, can't you? Shero tossed aside the skirt, his words laced with threats. If you dawn and Apos, get up now, your end is truly nigh. As his words fell, the surrounding air plunged into silence. The word and Apos, end and Apos, carried dual meanings, both of which Zosa could not accept. An invisible intent to kill surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire demon city. In the sky, the sliver of sunlight that had finally emerged was once again obscured by dark clouds. Countless thick tentacles surged from the blackened cloud, inducing a sense of dread. It turned out that the towering, ever-present dark clouds above the Demon King and Apos' castle were the essence of Zosa and Apos' demon serpent domain. The previously encompassing area of darkness above the ground paled in comparison to this vast cloud. As for the claim that Zosa could not move at the center of the demon serpent domain, that was merely a trap the Demon King had willingly offered to the army. Yet Zosa never anticipated that the hero was a reborn anomaly. On the ground, within Zosa and Apos' corpse, the black crown mark glimmered with a chilling radiance. Demonic energy surged from the air, rapidly enveloping the entire demon city like dense fog. The 5,000 soldiers could see nothing, engulfed in total darkness. Even their magical bonfires provided only a meager visibility of a few meters. Countless black tentacles descended from the heavens, each one tenfold stronger than before. Morandi's frost magic could not freeze these transformed appendages. In an instant, the heroic army began to suffer severe injuries and casualties. Zosa and Apos' corpse soared into the air, its numerous wounds visibly healing at an alarming rate. Ha! The sound of furious laughter, tinged with desolation, echoed throughout the dark demon city. For this feigned death, I even sacrificed my most trusted demon generals, yet in the end, it was all in vain because of the hero. The Demon King reopened his eyes, filled with resentment as he gazed at Shero. In pursuit of stability, he chose to deliberately allow the valiant army to vanquish him, despite possessing the power to easily annihilate them. He believed that this strategy would enable the army to return triumphantly, while he could subsequently sow discord between the heroes and the human race. However, unforeseen circumstances thwarted his plans, and ultimately, he miscalculated. What if you have uncovered the truth? You are merely the weakest hero, unable to conquer even a mere swamp creature. As retribution for the life I have sacrificed in vain, I shall ensure that all of you meet your demise here. Chapter 81. Let there be light. Zosa descended slowly onto the ground not far away, his gaze fixed intently upon Charlotte and Apos' figure. A deep and terrifying fighting spirit coalescing in his hand. As the most valued adversary of this king, I permit you to leave a final remark. Looking at Charlotte, he had already removed an array of equipment, including the armor of the angry dragon, the witch and Apos' cloak, and the thorn gauntlets. Clad in simple black garments, he held only the sword of the hero. It and Apos' too dark, Charlotte murmured softly. Pardon? What did you say? Zosa stared at Charlotte in astonishment. Even the fearsome strike he was preparing momentarily halted. Is this pitifully weak statement truly your last words? The wind, a fierce wind, as if the heavens sensed something. A tempest swept across the desolate demon city, causing Charlotte and Apos' thin robe to billow wildly. The gust of wind brushed aside a lock of hair from the hero and Apos' forehead, revealing a brilliant scarlet flame pattern glowing vividly. His expression was relaxed, his eyes filled with an aggressive wildness akin to that of an eagle or a wolf. The corners of his mouth curling into an excited, fervent smile. Gripping the sword of the hero tightly, powerful fighting spirit surged into it as he declared loudly, I say, let there be light. Crimson sword energy erupted from the sword of the hero, tracing an elegant arc. The sword energy swelled with the wind, and countless tendrils in midair shattered under its might. The terrifying force caused the very fabric of space to tremble under the weight of its power. The endless expanse of dark clouds was split in two beneath the strike of this sword. Because the hero proclaimed the need for light, warm sunlight streamed through the rift in the heavens, completely dispelling the demon city's chilling darkness. The events that transpired in mere seconds were nothing short of miraculous. Vikal and the 5,000 troops gazed at the sky, seemingly torn asunder by the sword strike, and simultaneously swallowed hard. Your Highness, the situation appears rather dire, Jess stammered. Tugging at the sleeve of the third prince, his legs trembling involuntarily, a mournful expression on his face. Just look at the clouds above and the multitude of tendrils. The Demon King seems never to have unleashed his full power. The previous 2 times were merely feigned deaths. And the hero. Silence. This prince can observe for himself. Vikal, who had been so proud moments before, now felt an overwhelming sense of panic. He frantically racked his brain, trying to recall where he had offended Charlotte. After a thorough introspection, Vikal finally exhaled in relief. This prince is often humiliated by Charlotte. Surely, I have not gravely insulted him. Yet, as he surveyed the persistent black, demonic aura, the countless tendrils hanging ominously from the sky, and the wounded army around him, Vikal's mood swiftly descended into despair. All of it was a ruse. The Demon King I fought was merely a facade. With honor lost, and his very life now at stake, he regretted coming to this battle, realizing too late that he could not defeat the Demon King. Grasping his fists tightly, he directed a gaze filled with indignation towards Zosa. No, Demon King, you were clearly so powerful. Why did you act so weak before? The 4 maidens of Haishi were utterly stunned, gazing blankly at Charlotte, whose presence seemed capable of shaking the very heavens. So, our master is so formidable. Charlotte and Apos' past words echoed in their minds. Just lie back and watch how I elevate you. We are here to confront the major boss, not to clear minor creatures. Have you ever seen a black cloud that completely obscures the sky and blocks all light? Just know that whatever happens, it matters not. I will intervene. I wonder what Zosa is thinking, playing house with these people. They had never witnessed Charlotte's full strength from the beginning. Furthermore, they mistakenly believed the hero to be so weak that he required their protection. No exaggeration, Arlite murmured, gazing at Charlotte's figure, realizing that the earlier battles were mere child's play for both him and the Demon King. The elite warriors within the hero's army were no different than primitive men compared to advanced beings. Unlike the others, Cords' face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled his previous audacity in attempting to teach the hero swordsmanship. Now, witnessing Charlotte's ability to slice through the heavens with a single strike, he wished he could sink into the earth out of shame. Who would have thought that the seemingly inept hero was the one hiding the deepest prowess? A heavy, thunderous voice resonated throughout the Demon King's castle. The gentle sunlight fell upon Zosa, but could not dispel the darkness that clung to him. The Demon King's brow furrowed into a tight line, his expression grave. I acknowledge your power. Perhaps we can negotiate. I am willing to cede half of the human territory to you. If only you, If you wish for a swift death, then there is hope. Charlotte's cold laughter rang out as he flicked the sword of the hero. Its tip now pointed directly at Zosa. You have already wasted enough time. This hero does not enjoy dilly-dallying. Let us conclude this swiftly, for I still have to deal with that fellow Vikal. With the hero's mark glowing crimson between his brows, Charlotte's figure instantly appeared before Zosa. With a single strike, Zosa felt a profound sense of mortality creeping upon him. He hastily gathered his fighting spirit to block the blow, but was forcefully sent flying by the overwhelming power. Zosa's form soared through the air, crashing through the structures of the inner city of the Demon King's castle and out into the outer city. Cough! How is this possible? Zosa exclaimed in horror as he struggled to rise from the rubble of the outer district, disbelief etched across his features. How could you be this strong? It's just a warm-up. It's not that impressive, Charlotte replied, rolling his neck and feeling the satisfying crack of his bones. He gripped the sword of the hero tightly, sensing the immense fighting spirit within him, and mused inwardly, it's only about twice as powerful as during my peak in my previous life. Curse it! You have forced my hand. Zosa bellowed in fury, extending his arms towards the sky, summoning the demonic aura of the entire demon city. The heavy clouds above descended lower, and an invisible vortex drew the clouds and tendrils down toward the ground, with the eye of the storm centered around Zosa. If I do not reveal my true self now, I shall surely perish. Ultimate form of the serpent demon domain, demon god armament. As more and more demonic energy surged into Zosa's body, his form swelled like an inflated balloon, growing dozens of times larger until he became a towering figure over 1,000 meters tall, his silhouette wreathed in darkness, reminiscent of a dark deity. Zosa extended countless thick, resilient tendrils that pounded against the earth, the sound resonating like the beats of 1,000 colossal drums. Everyone shall perish. The Demon King's raspy, savage roar echoed through the heavens, as innumerable tendrils erupted from his body, darting toward Charlotte at supersonic speeds. Chapter 82. The Oath, Sword of Victory. At this moment, the vast army of 5,000 resembled a horde of ants, their faces pale and hearts filled with despair. Before the overwhelming might of the Demon King, their numbers, even if multiplied 100-fold, could not hope to challenge him. The Demon King, how terrifying he truly is. Had he revealed such power earlier, we would have had no chance of victory whatsoever. What shall we do now? They could only turn their heads toward Charlotte, their eyes brimming with hope. Will the hero prevail? At that moment, the hero trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from exhilaration. I knew you had a hidden strength, it turns out. In my previous life, I did not truly defeat you. Charlotte emitted chilling low laughter, his eyes reflecting emotions beyond description. In his past life, he had failed to recognize that the Demon King he first encountered was merely a clone, and thus, after defeating him a second time, he returned in triumph. Now, he was unexpectedly aware that he had never genuinely vanquished the Demon King, nor had he fully tested the depths of the Demon King's power. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Charlotte firmly grasped the sword of the hero, transforming into a spectral flash, weaving through the sonic assaults of countless tendrils. Come on. This is the kind of battle that is truly engaging. Suddenly, he halted, and the surrounding tendrils lunged at him from various angles. Hero's primary ability, speed, extreme development. The hero struck like lightning, the sword of the hero dancing around him, creating an impenetrable yet indestructible defense. From an outsider's perspective, the sword became invisible. Only the red barrier formed by Charlotte's wielding of the sword of the hero remained visible. Not even the relentless barrage of tendrils could approach within 3 feet of Charlotte. Boom, boom, boom. The towering form of the demon god, standing 1,000 meters tall, stirred. Each step covered hundreds of meters, shaking the very earth. What of the tendrils' assault? Can you withstand the might of this king? A guttural roar filled the air as Zosa opened his crimson, murderous eyes. He charged at Charlotte, conjuring a terrifying sphere of dark magic that resembled a black hole. This attack contained all his fighting spirit, wagering everything he had. Though only one strike, it bore the weight of a mountain. Lock-on technique, demon god's solar devouring catastrophe. The mark of the hero on Charlotte's forehead radiated blinding light as he unleashed formidable fighting spirit from the sword of the hero. No one could see how he executed his move, but in an instant, the tendrils within 1,000 meters were utterly obliterated. Hero's second ability, fury, extreme development. Charlotte's eyes blazed with crimson light as he stared up at the colossal hand of the Demon King descending upon him. Rather than retreat, he gathered his own blood-red fighting spirit, pouring it into the sword of the hero. This strike is called. Charlotte slightly bent forward, pressing the sword of the hero down, every muscle in his body tensing with effort. His bones appeared to endure inhuman strength, creaking under immense pressure. The sword of the hero trembled, its intent surging upward fiercely. This technique was born from his previous life, deep within the Demon King's castle, amidst despair and conviction. This move, born of darkness, yearns for dawn. As he gathered strength, the hero's face flushed crimson, his eyes reflecting the ever-approaching black magic sphere. He roared, unleashing a dazzling scarlet sword light. The Oath, Sword of Victory. The clash of black and red light enveloped the entire realm. Boom. The two world-destroying forces collided, erupting in a deafening tumult. The mere aftershock of their energies obliterated the entire desert demon city, leaving even the sturdy Demon King's palace in ruins. The massive form of the demon god disintegrated into motes of light, scattering with the wind. Zosa crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for magic blood. Cough. Cough. I am. I am not resigned to this. The Demon King glared at the figure before him, clad in simple black attire, seemingly unscathed, feeling his strength slipping away. He weakly extended his hand towards Charlotte, his voice laced with bitterness. Just a little more. Cough. Just a little more. A mere fraction could signify much. Charlotte sheathed the sword of the hero, slowly crouching down to grasp Zasa's outstretched hand, shaking it gently, smiling. I have always respected the wishes of others. Do you have any final words, Demon King? Zasa's vitality ebbed uncontrollably, his eyes fading of color. He lay quietly, numbly gazing at the dissipating storm clouds above and the still blinding sun of winter. His entire life flashed before him in that moment. From an ordinary young demon, rising from the ashes, vowing to change the fate of his kin, to ultimately ascending to great heights, earning the Demon King and Apos' mark of recognition. Now, after defeat, the powers granted by the Demon King and Apos' mark began to peel away, flowing elsewhere. This sensation of being drained felt eerily familiar. Suddenly, Zasa and Apos' eyes reignited with a flicker of light as he stared incredulously at Charlotte, bursting into a harsh laugh. The demon race, the path for the demon race. I have found it. Zasa trembled as he pointed at the mark on Charlotte's forehead. It turns out, cough, you too are a demon. Boom. Before Zasa could finish, Charlotte erupted into speed, instantly rising to heavily stamp the former into the ground. The Demon King Zasa has perished. Charlotte stood with his back to Zasa, his chest heaving violently. Heavy breaths betrayed his inner turmoil. Small beads of sweat trickled from the hero's brow. Am I nervous? How could I be? Charlotte hastily wiped away the sweat, forcing a smile. What do I have to be nervous about? The Demon King has been slain by me. What could possibly frighten me now? Charlotte touched his forehead, feeling the distinct pattern, his racing heart finally beginning to calm. It is the flame mark, not the crown mark. He was still the hero. We, the human race, have triumphed. The hero is invincible. The hero is invincible. The hero is invincible. Cheers erupted from the depths of the ruins of the Demon King's city, as the army rejoiced at Charlotte's victory. I knew the hero had been concealing his true strength all along. You simply did not believe it. I have watched the hero grow. I knew from a young age he was exceptional. It is my lifelong honor to join the hero's ranks. From afar, amidst the clamor of praise, Charlotte rubbed his nose and a smile returned to his face. Right, the Demon King has been dealt with, but there is still Vikul. He grasped the sword of the hero and swiftly dashed toward the army. Aha. Hero, indeed. Without you, the army could not have defeated the Demon King. The third prince stood before the 5,000 battered soldiers. A grin plastered on his face as he watched Charlotte approach. This campaign against the Demon King was truly thanks to you. When I return to the Holy Luan Empire, I shall surely bestow the title of Duke upon the hero, along with generous rewards. Oh? Charlot sauntered before Vikul, the sword of the brave gently resting upon the latter's shoulder. This subtle gesture silenced the once boisterous army in an instant. With a raised eyebrow and a playful tilt of his head, Charlot inquired with a light-hearted chuckle, but what if I do not desire those? Chapter 83. It is simple. I shall ascend to the throne, though only one more review. Yet I shall add more. Vikul felt the chill of the sword's edge against his neck and struggled to swallow. Brave one, whatever you desire, please speak freely. Anything within my power as a prince, I shall grant. Truly, as the third prince, his words and actions were direct. Charlotte pointed at Vikul, a broad smile illuminating his face, yet the words that followed ignited an ominous dread within Vikul. To be frank, I seek the life of the third prince. Tell me, will you grant it? What was framed as a question emerged from the brave one's lips as a statement. Silence, an oppressive silence, spread across the desolate landscape. Brave sir, surely I bear no deep-seated grudge against you. Sweat poured from Vikul, soaking his lavish garments. With a forced smile, he stammered, if I have offended you in any way, please say so, I can amend my ways. You have not truly wronged me in this life, but, Charlotte paused, his eyes narrowing with a palpable intensity. In your previous life, you tormented me to no end. With a raised brow, Charlotte halted his speech, the murderous intent in his gaze growing more pronounced. He harnessed his own fighting spirit to bind Vikul, rendering him incapable of retreat. This reincarnation was for vengeance. No one would deter him now. Do you have any last words? Or perhaps look around to see if anyone wishes to plead on your behalf. With that, Charlotte surveyed the army, scrutinizing the expressions of each individual. At last, as the foremost sycophant of the third prince, Jess stepped forward, moving ahead of the crowd. In the same breath, Jess fell. Mikey, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of fear and stepped back, shielding the others with his presence. At the same moment, Mikey too fell. The entire army of 5,000 stood frozen, caught in a liminal state of indecision, neither advancing nor retreating. They could only stand in stunned silence. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for the third prince? Charlotte's words floated lightly in the air, yet the army dared not utter a sound, shaking their heads in unison like a chorus of rattling drums. Seeing this, Vikul panicked. Although he had plotted against the first prince, the second prince, poisoned the old king, and conspired against the fourth princess, even aiming to murder the brave one. He still considered himself a virtuous man. Whoever can save me, I shall appoint as a duke. As Vikel's desperate plea echoed, it seemed someone in the crowd wavered, yet was quickly restrained by their companions. No, Charlotte, you cannot kill me. You are the righteous hero, a good person. How could you take a life? I am indeed a hero, but do I appear as a good person to you? Once I was just rigid and somewhat pedantic. However, the past is the past, the present is now. The former hero Charlotte perished in the dungeons of his previous life. In his stead arose the current demon king, Charlotte. Charlotte chuckled softly, tapping Vikel's face lightly with the cold sword of a hero, gazing at him with a playful glint. Ah, how I relish the ferocity in your eyes now, so fierce yet utterly powerless. Just like the me who suffered in the dungeons of my past life. Finally realizing he was utterly isolated in his predicament, Vikel broke down. I have bled for the army. I have fought for the army, and to vanquish the demon king. I provided you with so many powerful weapons. Those weapons, I have not used. Charlotte shrugged, gesturing towards the golden quality equipment he had discarded some distance away. As for the army, his gaze sharpened. Ask yourselves honestly, is your motivation truly justice? His piercing gaze seemed to see through every strong man in the army, causing them to lower their heads in guilt. They had joined the brave one and Amp, Appos' army for fame and profit, not justice. What even is justice? Those unfamiliar words had never graced their upbringing. No, you cannot kill me. What reason do you have to take my life? In utter despair, Vikel screamed, without me, who will govern the vast St. Louis Empire? Quite simply, I shall assume the throne. Charlotte replied graciously to Vikel's final query. In Vikel's gaze, a mix of horror, regret, and unwillingness, his life came to a close. The desert demon city. Perhaps it could no longer be called a city, as it now lay in ruins, leveled to the ground. Yet, it might one day be recorded as Vikel's execution site, for here the third prince of the St. Louis Empire met his end. Limbs severed before decapitation. Having avenged the greatest grievance of his previous life, Charlotte felt a sense of clarity and profound satisfaction. A person, as their strength grows, often finds themselves elevating the individual above the collective. At this moment, Charlotte failed to recognize how closely his demeanor and mindset mirrored that of a true demon king. He turned to the 5,000 soldiers, revealing a charming smile, and declared, this brave one has inadvertently taken the life of a person. Yet he happened to be the esteemed third prince. What, then, should be his crime, so that my actions may seem justified? The 5,000 soldiers, as witnesses to the event, swallowed hard under Charlotte's unfriendly gaze. Was it truly an accident? It was clearly deliberate. The sword saint of the setting sun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, stepping out from the throng, ready to speak, only to feel a chill sweep across his neck. Cords fell, in but a breath's span. The president of the Magic Association Morandi, the archbishop of the Church Ivalon, and the leader of the mercenary group Corvus, along with a series of powerful individuals who had participated in the siege against Charlotte in his previous life, all perished. As the instigator, Charlotte casually flicked his sword, and a scar of 100 miles appeared upon the desert. The 5,000 strong men collectively swallowed hard, frozen in place, feeling the sword of Damocles hanging above them. As silence lingered, Charlotte softly encouraged, why the silence? Oh, I see. You're playing a game of and Appos, red light, green light and Appos. With me, Arn and Appos. To you? His gentle facade morphed into one of brutal ruthlessness. Speak, or I shall have to end you. The unfortunate third prince was killed before an audience, and the hero sought to compel the spectators to denounce him, truly a cruel turn of fate. I shall count to 3. Perhaps some may disregard life and death, but such individuals are certainly not among this 5,000 strong. 1. Observing the notable strongmen of the army, their bodies still warm. 2. It felt as though death itself beckoned, and every heart felt its fervor cool. Before Charlotte could reach 3, their final defiance was shattered by fear, and they candidly confessed. Vikel was obstinate, arrogant, and driven solely by profit, blah blah blah. Vikel intended to secretly assassinate the hero, a grave crime indeed. Fortuitously, the hero sees all, and is immensely powerful. Vikel stepped into the demon city. He deserved death. Vikel. Chapter 84. Ascension to the throne in the imperial capital while the dull-witted were racking their brains to belittle Vicar. The astute had already begun to extol Charlotte. With the third prince deceased, the St. Louis Empire cannot remain leaderless for even a day. I propose that the valiant hero who vanquished the demon king ascend the throne. Who could be more suited than the hero himself? Would you not agree? Indeed, indeed. He should no longer be called a hero, but His Majesty the King. Listening to the insincere praise from the crowd, Charlotte nodded repeatedly, smiling as he declared, very well. I hereby announce that I am the next sovereign of the St. Louis Empire. Is there anyone who dares to oppose? The 5,000-strong army shook their heads vigorously in unison. At last, Charlotte sheathed the hero and Appos' sword with satisfaction, proclaiming, all right, my ministers, prepare a bowl of spicy soup for me, with plenty of oil and little salt, leaving a gap in the lid. If you don't, it will lack flavor. Yes, The army accepted the command somewhat awkwardly. A grinning mercenary approached Charlotte, rubbing his hands together. Hero, Your Majesty, may I inquire if the third prince and Apos, as previous promise of reward still stands? Upon hearing this, Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to hear what you were saying? But, the mercenary stammered, his face filled with difficulty. Until he was cut off by Charlotte. The third prince is right there. Whatever he promised you, go and claim it from him. If you come to me again, I shall have your life. With that, Charlotte paid no mind to the thoughts of the 5,000-strong army and utilized the first ability of the hero to vanish towards the west. He recalled that in his previous life, Zosa had a shadow fire dragon mount. Whether he could return to the imperial capital with ease depended entirely on that mount. I wish to be willful, I shall be willful. I wish to be stubborn, I shall be stubborn. What can you do to me? Humming a cheerful tune, Charlotte's figure gradually receded into the distance. I wish not to waver, so I shall not waver. I wish not to be lost, so I shall not be lost. What could be more exhilarating than this? As the song faded, the 5,000-strong army finally broke free from the suffocating sense of entanglement. They were anxious, they were fearful, they felt powerless. Shall we flee now? A priest timidly suggested, only to be met with a chorus of rebuttals. We are currently at the heart of the demon realm. Where can you run? Can you escape faster than the hero? Even if you did escape, what then? Have you not seen the hero and Apos' ambition? He intends to become king. How could you not return to the kingdom? Indeed, can you escape the monk and leave the temple? In my view, it is better to submit to the hero and seek a position with ample benefits. But he has killed the third prince. He does not seem like a good person. Another protested. The more they debated, the more heated the arguments became, yet none dared to step beyond the ranks of the army. Meanwhile, on the fringes of the army, the fourth princess, Su Daiwei, gazed despondently in the direction Charlotte had vanished. Master, why did you kill my royal brother? She gently embraced the seemingly shattered Su Daiwei, casting a spell to purify her negative emotions, softly advising, Sister, it was the third prince who sought to harm the master first. Then, the saintly maiden recounted how the third prince had once promised substantial rewards to her in exchange for uncovering the hero and Apos' weaknesses, leaving the fourth princess in a tumult of confusion. Right and wrong, love and hate intertwined, leaving Su Daiwei unsure of how to proceed. Yet, could they not resolve their differences through conversation? Had they ever engaged in a sincere dialogue? Arlet lowered her gaze, the desolate yellow sand casting a shadow of worry in her eyes. The games of men are beyond our understanding as women. Now that the master aims to be king, we must contemplate the path ahead. Path? What path? Ankh Chin exclaimed joyfully, unable to contain her laughter. This elf is to become a queen. The first songstress to reign supreme. I shall hold countless concerts. Before long, the hero successfully subdued the shadow fire dragon with a wingspan of 200 meters. Upon returning astride the dragon, Charlotte savored several bowls of the spicy soup, relishing its exquisite flavor. This uplifted his spirits and quelled any thoughts of annihilating the army. He ordered the majority of the supplies from the military to be loaded onto the shadow fire dragon and Apos' back. Subsequently, he commanded the army to return to the kingdom on their own, taking Shi and the 4 women to soar eastward upon the dragon. As for what the 5,000 strong should do next, that was no concern for Charlotte, the so-called hero and true king. His thoughts were more focused on the fourth princess, Su Daiwei. After all, with only one royal brother remaining, Su Daiwei was now utterly alone. It was hard not to worry about her mental state. As he soared through the skies, Charlotte pondered for a long while before ultimately deciding to use hypnosis to alter Su Daiwei and Apos' consciousness. He was unaware that upon making this decision, the hero and Apos' mark on his forehead had begun to fade. 7 days later, the heroic party finally returned to the Eastern Wei imperial capital. On the first day, they were greeted with cheers from the entire city and rested for the night. The following day, Charlotte sat in the grand hall deep within the palace, preparing for his ascension. Seated upon the resplendent throne, resting his chin on one hand, countless nobles and ministers knelt before him. I shall ask one last time, who supports my ascension to the throne, and who opposes? I oppose. A minister boldly stepped forward, meeting Charlotte's gaze with courage. Opposition warrants death. With a mere wave of Charlotte's hand, the minister instantly vanished from existence. Who else? Charlotte crossed one leg over the other. Adorned with a splendid crown, his eyes reflecting sheer boredom. Your Majesty. A blue-robed minister emerged from the crowd. Bowing deeply, I am advanced in years and fear I cannot assist your Majesty any longer. I humbly request permission to retire and return to my homeland. You old coot. You do realize you need to make way for the next in line, Charlotte replied, nodding casually. He pointed to a red-robed minister in the back. You there? Yes, you. You shall take over this old fellow's duties. Me? The innocent red-robed minister pointed to himself, glancing at the elderly blue-robed minister, both displaying shocked expressions. Blue-robed minister. No, I was just speaking lightly. Red-robed minister, what? I've been demoted. The red-robed minister stepped forward, attempting to contest his new position. Your Majesty, Who will take my original position? There are plenty of people who can take your place. This land is never lacking in talent. Charlotte surveyed the multitude of nobles and ministers in the hall, pointing at the red-robed minister. Now, is there anyone who wishes to apply for his former position? As soon as he finished speaking, the earlier blue-robed minister sprinted a few steps within the hall, then slid to his knees before Charlotte, prostrating himself. I, Your Majesty, I shall serve. I will dedicate my life to Your Majesty. Oh, did you not wish to retire? To serve Your Majesty is an honor for this old minister. As the saying goes, one lives and works until the end. Since Your Majesty has need, how could I, due to my age, shrink back? Charlotte rose from his seat, patted the blue-robed minister, his spirits lifted, pointing at him. You old coot. I've had my eye on you since childhood. Let us settle this matter joyfully. Chapter 85. Becoming a king. Having successfully managed the affairs of the red-robed and blue-robed ministers, Charlotte turned to the assembly and declared, I hereby announce that this brave hero officially ascends to the throne. Is there anyone who dares to object? His calm words echoed throughout the grand hall, met with a profound silence. With no dissenting voices, he concluded, Then the meeting is adjourned. You may all return. Rising from his throne and stretching languidly, Charlotte surveyed the surroundings, his heart filled with ennui. Being a king seems rather mundane, he mused. Aside from a larger bed, a bit more wealth, better food, and greater power, it hardly differs from being an ordinary person. I still need to drink 2 liters of water daily, eat 3 meals, and sleep for 8 hours, experiencing fatigue and illness just like anyone else. He pondered the perplexing motives of Vickers, who had sought to murder his past self over such an unremarkable throne. Wait, Your Majesty, I have something to report. A minister urgently interrupted as Charlotte turned to leave. What is it? Speak, he replied with a hint of impatience. Adhering to the principle of going through the motions, Charlotte begrudgingly returned to his throne, listening as the minister elaborated. Since you have become king, it is imperative to hold a proper coronation ceremony. A coronation ceremony? How is that conducted? It requires selecting an auspicious date, ensuring the imperial capital is pristine, and inviting city lords from afar to attend a grand banquet. Then, Your Majesty will parade before the citizens, accepting their homage, followed by a visit to the royal tombs to pay respects to our ancestors, and finally proclaiming your reign to the world. Stop. Enough, Charlotte interjected, hastily interrupting the minister's fervent description. This brave hero, this king, has no interest in such formalities. Let us forego the coronation. Ah, but Your Majesty. The minister scratched his head. The coronation is a crucial display of royal authority. Are you certain you wish to forego it? Enough with the prattle. It sounds like a costly and laborious affair with little benefit. I am uninterested. Charlotte waved dismissively. Is there anything else? If not, I shall retire to my chambers. Wait, Your Majesty. What now? The minister bowed deeply. Since the passing of the late King Henry Bit, nearly a month's worth of matters have accumulated, requiring your attention to facilitate the duties of the city lords. Ah, what a burden kingship is. I should have let Vickers live. He could have dealt with these headaches. Charlotte stomped his foot, irritation evident in his eyes. Fine, bring forth the documents. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the ministers within the palace seemed to have awaited this moment. They eagerly wheeled in a large cart from a shadowy corner, filled to the brim with reports and documents. Towering 3 meters high, Charlotte stepped down from his throne and approached the cart, picking up a document that had fallen. The moment he touched it, he felt the weight of the sealed package, reminiscent of a dictionary. Astonished, he quickly tore it open, revealing a thick tome, draft of the 365th set of laws of the Holy Luin Empire, pending confirmation. Is this something this inept king can verify? Startled, Charlotte tossed the book aside as though it were a hot potato and began to inspect other documents. Regulations for the inspection of the eastern capital, south to north water diversion project and plans, regulations for establishing relations with the ice and snow clan, comprehensive plan for promoting a beautiful empire. As he perused the bewildering array of documents, Charlotte's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he grasped why Jace had been the one to execute him in his past life rather than Vickers. Surely, Vickers had been overwhelmed with such an avalanche of affairs. Swallowing hard, Charlotte turned to the minister who had proposed the coronation ceremony. What is your name? Stand. Very well, stand. Pray tell, what is your role in the Holy Luin Empire? Standing tall with pride, Stan declared, as the Chief Justice and Treasurer of the Empire. I oversee judicial matters and manage the Empire's finances, second only to you, Your Majesty. Ah, such flattery. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, thoroughly pleased. Well spoken, Stan. You are a genius. I have never heard a more satisfying response. From this moment forth, you shall be appointed as the Vice King of the Holy Luin Empire. He thrust the draft of the laws into Stan's arms, patting his shoulder with a sense of satisfaction. Do not forget to handle the affairs. Stan and the other ministers gasped in unison. No, it cannot be. This is utterly preposterous. Stan hurriedly grasped Charlotte, disregarding all semblance of noble decorum. Your Majesty, this is no jest. With so many affairs pending, How will I manage? Charlotte tugged at his royal robe, unable to free himself from Stan's grasp. Enough. This brave hero will not be king anymore. Your Majesty, such a jest is unacceptable. The empire cannot go a day without a ruler. After much persuasion from the nobles and ministers, Charlotte reluctantly agreed to continue his reign. But let it be known, I shall only perform this one role. The rest is for you to manage. With that, he picked up the draft of the laws and left the grand hall. All the while under the watchful eyes of the ministers who had reluctantly conceded. Why did he choose this particular document? Because Charlotte, having once been a knight, was familiar with certain laws and thought he could pass them with minimal scrutiny. Upon returning to his chambers, Charlotte spent time reveling with the 4 women until nightfall. When he suddenly recalled the work awaiting him, he set up a table on the 10-meter-wide circular bed and opened the thick legal tome. Where to begin with such a hefty volume? Furrowing his brow, he patiently read through 10 pages, only to realize he hadn't even finished the table of contents. Master, I wish to review the marriage regulations. Su Daiwei affectionately leaned in, pointing with her delicate finger at a section of the contents. Then let us start there. The marriage regulations begin on page 594. Charlotte quickly flipped to page 594, softly reading the content therein. Chapter 86. The Tyrant's Taxation and Marriage Regulations Article 1. This law serves as the fundamental guideline for marriage and family relationships. Nobles are exempt from compliance. Article 2. Commoners may only marry one spouse in their lifetime, whereas nobles face no such limitation. Article 3. Upon divorce, the woman is entitled to half of the man as property, and the man must provide support until she remarries. Nobles are exempt from this rule. Charlotte picked up a pen and marked a large cross over the regulations. This must be amended. I need to contemplate the specifics. Master, let us not dwell on marriage regulations. Let us examine the labor laws instead, said Arlette, as she deftly turned to page 1024. Labor regulations. Article 1. Nobles have the right to compel commoners to work. Labor is an obligation for commoners. Furrowing her brow, Charlotte read further before once again marking a cross. This cannot stand. It too must be revised. The Holy Luan Empire has been passed down for over 100 generations, with power heavily concentrated in the hands of the royal family and the nobility. Nobles may not always remain nobles, but commoners are perpetually commoners, living lives barely sufficient for sustenance. Were it not for the existence of strife and magic in this world, the royal rule would have long been overthrown. However, with Charlotte now as the ruler, the future landscape of this world may witness significant transformation. The following day, the newly appointed King Charlotte summoned the ministers. Holding a paper with merely a few written regulations, he proclaimed loudly, I hereby announce several new decrees that must be strictly enforced. Failure to comply will result in severe penalties. Upon hearing this, the ministers perked up, attentively listening to Charlotte and Apos' address. First, all individuals must adhere to a 9-to-5 work schedule with weekends off. Failure to comply will incur a tax penalty. Second, nobles who commit offenses will be held to the same accountability as commoners. Non-compliance will also incur a tax penalty. Third, except for myself, all nobles and commoners must adhere to monogamy. Non-compliance will result in a hefty tax penalty. Lastly, all must obey my commands. Failure to do so will incur a tax penalty. For now, that is all. I shall gradually supplement these regulations as I see fit. Initially, the ministers were pleased with the first decree, but as they continued to listen, their expressions grew increasingly troubled. The faces of the ministers shifted dramatically, a spectacle to behold. Stant, summoning his courage, stepped forward to inquire, Your Majesty, may I ask how much will the tax penalty amount to? Well, Charlotte pondered for a moment, holding up 5 fingers before hesitating and changing it to 2. The tax will be calculated as a percentage of all assets, deducting 20% each time, to be deposited into the royal treasury. A collective gasp arose from the ministers, a wave of unease washing over them. Stant racked his brain and finally identified a loophole within Charlotte's decrees. Your Majesty, what if a household and Apos' assets are insufficient or they are in debt and cannot pay the tax? How shall we proceed? Cannot pay the tax? Charlotte widened his eyes. Scribbling hastily on the paper, failure to pay taxes will still incur a tax penalty. How can one impose a tax on those already unable to pay? Is this the kind of regulation one might conceive? The ministers could no longer remain seated. If Charlotte were not targeting the nobility, they would be indifferent to whom they served or who occupied the throne. After all, regardless of the ruler, they and their esteemed families had reaped substantial benefits. However, if Charlotte set his sights on them, even if a demon lord occupied the throne, they would resist. Furthermore, the tax imposed by Charlotte was based on a percentage. Even a duke like Easton, who possessed a significant portion of the Holy Luan Empire, would find himself destitute after 5 tax deductions. Your Majesty, this cannot be. You are mistaken. This legislation is absurd and utterly unfeasible. A foolish king indeed. In the past, when they united, even the old King Henry Bitt had to concede. Yet now, they had unwittingly provoked a reckless individual who seemed unconcerned with the consequences. Charlotte furrowed his brow and barked, Who dares to voice dissent against my orders? Step forward and face the tax. Half of the ministers bravely stepped forward, only to vanish without a trace. They had proven a simple truth with their lives. Charlotte was a tyrant, and an unprecedented one at that. Stant, who had been a mere observer, found himself utterly bewildered. Taxation is your deception, he muttered. I enjoy spinning a few little lies, Charlotte replied, shaking his hand dismissively. His gaze as indifferent as if he had just crushed a nest of ants. Who else has objections? Step forward. No objections? If there are none, then we shall adjourn. Charlotte cracked his neck and turned to leave the palace hall. Your Majesty, please wait. Charlotte turned back, casting a glance at Stant, who trembled slightly. Your Majesty, you have dealt with half of the ministers. Lacking half of the essential personnel, governance of the empire will become exceedingly difficult. Quite simple. Charlotte shrugged, already having a solution in mind. Summon the wives or adult daughters of these ministers to take their places. Oh, it is inconceivable to allow women to assume such duties, especially after you have just disposed of their husbands. They cannot possibly be loyal. Worry not. I have ways to ensure their loyalty. Charlotte dismissed the notion casually and turned to depart. Unbeknownst to him, the mark of the warrior on his forehead had faded even further. 1 month later, the revised codes enacted by Charlotte spread throughout the Holy Luan Empire, garnering widespread acclaim among the populace. This was due to the laws favoring the commoners. Despite not providing substantial benefits, they significantly curtailed the powers of the nobility. For instance, the previously unruly Iobi, who delighted in causing havoc in commoners' markets, was now required to languish in jail for any infractions, lest he incur a tax penalty. He was the son of a duke. The wealth deducted would equate to the sustenance of an entire city's residents for half a year. Moreover, most of the royal ministers and the majority of city lords throughout the Holy Luan Empire were replaced by their wives under Charlotte's decree. This was a necessary measure since the mark of the demon lord could only influence the opposite sex. The effectiveness of the demon lord's mark was apparent. Those whose consciousness had been altered by it served diligently and conscientiously. In a short span, the entire Holy Luan Empire adopted a blissful lifestyle of 9 to 5 work hours, weekends off, and comprehensive social security benefits. A wise observer analyzed Charlotte's new laws and ultimately shook his head, confidently asserting, in the short term, the happiness index of the populace will continue to rise, but such prosperity is destined to be fleeting. Despite King Charlotte's inclination towards the commoners, his understanding remains superficial, failing to grasp the crux of the issue. The divide between nobles and commoners remains unbridged. Commoners cannot transcend their class, and nobles lack sufficient power. Such contradictions will only exacerbate, ultimately leading to. The wise man did not continue, merely shaking his head and concluding, as long as Charlotte is alive, he may manage to suppress the nobility, but if he were to be assassinated one day, the entire empire would face upheaval. Far away in the palace, upon hearing such remarks, Charlotte commanded, eliminate that loquacious individual. How dare he presume to instruct me and even wish for my demise? The wise man met his end. Chapter 87 The Missing Self in the Eastern Capital. 2 months into Charlotte and Apos' reign over the Holy Luan Empire, the cold snow gradually melted away, giving way to the blossoms of spring. It was a time when the warmth of early spring mixed with the lingering chill of winter. The sun in the west slowly descended beyond the distant horizon, casting the half of the sky into the embrace of night. In the heart of the Eastern Capital, a grand concert hall had been hastily erected. The renowned elven diva, Chin, was to hold her concert today. The atmosphere within the venue was electric, teeming with fervent fans. Chin, our goddess has arrived. The crowd erupted with excitement. As the soothing melodies began to fill the air, the audience gradually quieted down. Gaze at the starlight. Behold the moon. Listen to my heart. The moon represents my heart. Dreams are sweet. Chin raised her microphone, her healing voice resonating through the concert hall. The audience fell silent, captivated by her unique, gentle tones, while countless glow sticks waved in rhythm. The path I pursue is never-ending, no matter how distant. I will not lose my way. I possess the starlight. In the front row of the VIP section, Charlotte listened to the music, a relaxed smile forming unconsciously on his lips. He gazed at Chin on stage, his pupils slightly unfocused, his thoughts drifting away. This feeling of relaxation was reminiscent of the adventures and growth shared in his past life, when he was a foolish yet earnest knight. As for what came after, it was best left unsaid. Now, having succeeded in his revenge and ascended to the coveted throne, he felt no joy. This realization filled him with an inexplicable sorrow. Inside, he felt hollow, as if nothing could fill the void. Although he could command anything in the world with a mere word, he remained uncertain of what he truly desired. It felt as if he were merely a hollow, numb shell devoid of a soul. Shaking his head, Charlotte resolved not to dwell on these meaningless thoughts and focused intently on Chin's performance. Soon, the 2.5-hour concert drew to a close, and the audience began to exit in an orderly manner. Backstage, Chin leapt into Charlotte's embrace, exclaiming, "Master, did I sing well?" "Very well, but still a bit lacking compared to me, he teased, playfully brushing his fingers against her delicate nose as he took her hand. Come on. It and Appos. It's time to find your other sisters. Please, no? And Chin pouted. Sister Hai, she said, today is the Christmas day of the Holy See. She must oversee the affairs and one and Amp. Appos, T returned to the palace. Sister Ieralit is visiting Duke Astan and one and Amp. Appos, T come back either. Only Su Dawe remains in the palace, managing the reconstruction plans. How about we dress as ordinary people, go to a tavern for drinks, and then find a hotel room? All right. I promise you anything today. Charlotte chuckled, not thinking much of it as he led in Chin toward the concert exit. As they reached the exit, Charlotte felt something hard beneath his foot and instinctively looked down. A badge, a weathered, tarnished knight's badge. Whose clumsy knight lost this? A badge is something a knight can never afford to lose. Charlotte shook his head and bent down to pick up the steel shield-shaped emblem, his fingers brushing against its long-forgotten texture. Suddenly, he froze, staring at the neatly engraved lines of small words on the back of the badge. Humility, honor, sacrifice, valor, compassion, honesty, justice, soul. The 8 virtues of knighthood. The hand holding the badge began to tremble. It was as if the paper airplane of his childhood had finally returned to his grasp, yet everything had changed. This is my badge. Charlotte stared blankly at the knight's emblem in his hand, feeling as though he had been struck at the very core of his being. Those words were undoubtedly inscribed by his own hand. There could never be another like it in the world. Even during his quest to vanquish the Demon King in his past life, he had carried this badge, often taking it out to encourage himself. When had he lost it? Why did he have no recollection of it? He could not remember. He truly could not remember. He had lost not only the badge, but also a part of himself. It felt as if a sharp arrow had pierced through his chest, breaking down the solid walls around his heart, leaving a gaping, bloody wound. No. The crimson flames on his forehead flickered ominously as he pressed his palm against his forehead, an expression of agony etched across his face. What have I forgotten? What have I truly forgotten? I have killed so many people? Is this what a hero does? This is not me. I was never this kind of person. And Chin, bewildered, clutched Charlotte's arm. Since he had picked up the badge, he had remained motionless, lost in thought. No matter how she called out to him, he merely stared at the emblem, oblivious to her presence. Master, what is wrong? And Chin frantically shook his arm, reaching for the badge that had ensnared him, only to be pushed to the ground by Charlotte's abrupt movement. I'm sorry, Charlotte, realizing he had toppled in Chin, hurried to help her up but halted, turning and sprinting out of the venue. I need to be alone for a while. Don't come after me. And Chin stared in shock at Charlotte and Appos' retreating figure, utterly astonished. Master, were you just saying sorry to me? Such words seemed impossible to come from his lips. Sinking to the ground, and Chin suddenly clutched her abdomen, retching violently to the side before finally stopping, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Am I pregnant with the master's child? As night deepened, at the end of a narrow alley, a small mercenary tavern operated quietly. The middle-aged owner polished glasses, occasionally glancing at the last drunken patron in the establishment. Hey, boss. Yes, patron, what can I do for you? Charlotte, inebriated, called for the owner and questioned. Didn't the new law state that everyone must work from 9 to 5? Why are you still open? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged owner chuckled awkwardly but patiently explained. For us tavern owners, there aren't many customers during the day. We can only make a decent profit at night. Money? What money? Are you in dire need of funds? Charlotte, his vision blurred, slapped a pouch of coins onto the bar, slurring, Here's some money. The owner's face lit up. He relished such patrons who showered coins after drinking. He hurried to grab the pouch, but Charlotte suddenly pressed it down. Wait. Let me pour it out. He gulped down another drink and emptied the pouch, spilling the imperial coins onto the counter. Tax. I'll just take about 1/5 for myself, he said, stuffing some coins into his pocket and pushing the rest toward the owner. Go, fetch more drinks. I want more drinks, or else I'll kill you. All right, coming right up. The owner quickly lifted his apron, gathering the remaining coins into it before heading to the storeroom. He had struck gold. This would cover his earnings for a month. He truly hoped to encounter more patrons like this who generously showered coins in the future. Chapter 88. The Demon King of Desire at the bar. Charlotte, still heavily intoxicated, murmured to himself, if you don't bring me more drink, I swear I will kill you. I truly will. Suddenly, he cast aside his drink in despair, wanting to cry but unable to produce a single tear. How could I? How could I have done so many things that are so uncharacteristic of me? How could I have transformed from a knight filled with righteousness into this? Gulping down his drink, Charlotte leaned against the bar, his vision blurred and doubled. The tarnished knight and Appos' badge in his hand was indistinct, the noble spirit engraved upon it obscured. Much like his own current self. Through the haze, he discerned a small, spherical creature clumsily hopping towards him. A slime? In his drunken stupor, Charlotte grasped the blue slime. His mind momentarily clearing, though still muddled. Magic energy? I sense magic energy. Little one, are you sent by the Demon King to deal with me? Applying slight pressure, the slime emitted a pained expression and made a series of bubbling sounds. Are you saying you can reflect my inner weaknesses? The slime nodded anthropomorphically, continuing its bubbling. You mean I can satisfy you with alcohol? More bubbling. What? I have to drink it myself. Releasing the slime, Charlotte tilted his head back and gulped down another large mug of beer. When he turned back, the slime's color had shifted from a crystalline blue to a vibrant, swirling black. Its round body now sported a pair of sharp horns. Burp. Charlotte shook his head vigorously, even rubbing his eyes as he stared at the slime. Little one. Have you? Seem to have grown? Bubbling sounds. What did you say? I was fooled. Bubbling again. Your ability is, my head, it hurts. Charlotte clutched his forehead, feeling as if the Demon King's mark deep within his mind was about to surface, replacing the crimson flame pattern on his brow. Before him, the black slime's expression suddenly contorted in agony, its body uncontrollably swelling, the outer membrane growing thinner by the moment. This slime, carelessly conjured by Zosa, possessed the power to corrupt the righteous. It had finally found Charlotte, taking advantage of his defenseless state to reflect his inner self. According to its premeditated thoughts, it should consume the justice and goodness within Charlotte and Apos' soul, subsequently feeding on evil and darkness. However, it never anticipated that it would barely consume any righteousness before being inundated by the overwhelming corrupt energy that far exceeded its capabilities. It inadvertently ingested a mouthful of this corruption, causing it to swell to the point of bursting. In its final moments, the pitiful slime suddenly gained insight. Realizing the nature of what it had consumed, the 7 deadly sins, desire. Soon, the slime erupted like a balloon with a gaping hole, its internal energy wildly leaking back into Charlotte. In the deep of night, when the 4 ladies of Haishi searched the streets of the imperial city, they finally found Charlotte nestled in a corner of an alley, peacefully asleep at the bar. Beside him lay a 2-dimensional fallen slime. The next day, in the palace. What happened last night? Charlotte gazed at the ladies with confusion, shaking his head. Did anything occur last night? The saintly maiden, pursing her lips, looked at the faint crimson flame pattern on Charlotte's brow, about to speak when Charlotte interrupted. All right, it's south time for court. We can discuss this later. Charlotte expertly donned a luxurious red silk royal robe, casually picking up a crown from beside the bed and placing it atop his head. He stepped out of the chamber, turning back with a flourish, his finger pointed at the corner of his eye. Ladies, wait for this king to return. In the grand palace hall, Charlotte announced, today marks my birthday, and I have decided to hold a festival, granting the wishes of others at random. He smiled at the gathered ministers, pointing at a female minister. You, yes you, what is your wish? After a month of acquaintance, the ministers had learned Charlotte's temperament, understanding his preference for brevity and swiftness. The chosen female minister, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Your Majesty, I wish to become a prominent figure in the imperial city. To become a leading seamstress in the imperial city? Very well, someone. Take her to the seamstress. In an instant, 2 strong figures appeared, whisking the female minister out of the hall. Next, Charlotte pointed at another minister. You. What do you desire? I wish for an extraordinarily high IQ. An enormous hemorrhoid? Good, bring her. Again, 2 strong figures appeared, seizing the minister and dragging her out of the hall. You, what do you wish for? I wish to be a wealthy lady. To become a pregnant woman? Very well. Someone fulfill her wish. Charlotte seemed to have found amusement, pointing at each minister in turn. You, what is your wish? I wish, still pondering next. Suddenly, the grand hall doors were thrust open. A man clad in a black cloak, bearing a large sword on his back, slowly entered. As he walked, a few stubborn flakes of snow fell from his dark cloak. It is spring now, with the sun shining brightly. Where did the snow come from? Moreover, upon seeing him, Charlotte felt the mark of the hero on his forehead uncontrollably heating up and glowing. Furrowing his brow, he ordered the ministers to withdraw, who all sighed in relief. The ministers cast a lingering glance at the man before the hall doors, their gazes tinged with a hint of mourning. Before quickly departing the hall, the man who had pushed open the grand doors loosened his cloak, casting it aside, revealing a chiseled, resolutely handsome face. Who are you? The Demon King of Desire, Charlotte. I have come to take your hero's powers. Please cooperate. The man slowly drew the heavy sword from his back, his gaze imbued with a determination that seemed to declare, I shall go forth against 1,000. The Demon King of Desire? Me? Charlotte chuckled, finding the situation amusing. He lounged on his opulent throne, clad in his resplendent red robe, propping his cheek with one hand, tilting his head to regard this peculiar intruder. Had it been anyone else intruding upon the royal palace, Charlotte would have undoubtedly dispatched them in an instant. Yet, this intruder stirred within him an inexplicable fondness, as if they were kindred spirits. Today, I have organized a festival. Though your manners are lacking, I can still grant you one wish. What do you desire? Upon saying this, Charlotte added, Think carefully. If you wish to leave alive, I might just spare your life. The man fell silent for a moment before suddenly smiling and shaking his head in resignation. His smile was akin to ice melting, heralding the revival of all things. What I desire, I shall strive to obtain. At these words, Charlotte furrowed his brow deeply, rising from his throne and summoning the Sword of Heroes. A tedious fellow. You wish to take my hero's powers? What do you intend to use to claim them? By defeating you. Ridiculous. Then let us see if you possess such capability. Within the vast palace, a clash of red and golden light erupted, colliding with the speed of lightning. End of Volume 1.